Part 2, The Dominators. Charles Bettelheim. The book, it offers a Marxist analysis of the process of transformation of the Soviet social formation through the years 1931 to 1941. The results of Bettelheim's analysis of Stalinism and its realities are presented in two parts, while the earlier part is devoted to the the Stalinist thesis of strengthening the state 13b, negation of the repressive function of the state 14c, state, rights of the individual and the 1936 Constitution 15d, the specific form of Stalinist state fetishism and Bolshevik ideology 17e, Soviet state as successor to the Russian state 1904. The Russian nationalist component of the ideological formation of Stalinism 20a, Stalinist nationalism and the Tsarist imperial past 20b, the 1936 Constitution and Russian nationalism 22c, nationalism, elitism and national Bolshevism 23. 2. Economic ideology of Stalinism 27-1. Socialist mode of production 27. 2. Socialist ownership 28. 3. Planned economy 29. 4. Economic laws of socialism 30. 2. How the Stalinist formulations work 39-1. Pseudoscience and dogmatism 39. 2. Flight away from the real and the mystique of the party 43. T. The practical Leo/Ogi of Stalinism and its social effects 1. The specter of a conspiracy 48 2. The ideology of terror and the Soviet ideological formation 51 3. The two codes of Stalinist ideology 55 1. Code of interpretation 57 2. Code of allegiance 58. 48. Anexur, are human rights Marxist? 66. Part 2, The Dominators in Twilight 70J. The Cultural Revolution 71-1. Cultural Revolution as Class War 72-1. The decisions and measures which install and support the policy of preference 74-2. Recruitment of specialists before the implementation of the promotion policy 79-3. The immediate causes for the shift in 1928-80. 2. Effects of promotion policy on the structure of the new dominating class and on the working class 82. 3. Repression against the old intelligentsia 85-2. The earliest attempts by the I-eating group to usurp Party 126I. The earliest wave of terror let loose on the members of the Party and the cadres 126-1. The appointment to new positions of the highest responsibility and reorganization. 127-2. The start of terror against the members of the party and the cadres 128-2. The unleashing and growth of terror on a large scale against the cadres 134I. The March 1937 plenum and the large-scale renewal of the cadres 136-2. The NKVD and the purge of the cadres 139-3. The administrative and economic chaos 141-3. The extent of renewal of the cadres I. The quantitative aspect of renewal 144-2. The qualitative aspect 146. 144. Part 3, The Party Bourgeoisie is established 155-1. Changes in the party 155-1. Renewal of the leadership of the party and of its cadres 155-2. The renewal of the membership of the party 158-3. C4 NGs in the manner of working of the party 161-2. Process of consolidation/subjugation of the new dominating class 167. 1. The terror and the process of consolidation/subjugation of the new dominant class 168. 1. Subjugation as counterpart of powers and privileges 168. 2. Subjugation of cadres and sharpening of class struggle 169. 3. The system of Sharaga 172. Unity and contradictions of the dominating class, subjugation to the leading group and formation of a party bourgeoisie 173. 3. Rise in the privileges of the new dominating class 178. 3. The changes in the relationships of the party with the dominating class 184. 1. The 4 Ns of subordination of the managers of industry to the party and its leadership 185. 1. Industrial management and role of the party in the enterprises on the eve and in the beginning of the first 5-year plan 186. 2. Idea of merging the management of the enterprises and the party 188. 3. The setting up of industrial sections and its effects 190. 4. New attempts to have recourse to a control over the directors of enterprises by the primary organization of the party 193. 5. The reconstitution of the production sections 195. 6. The forms of direct subjugation of the managers and engineers to the leading group 198. 2. Rapid penetration of the new dominating class in the party and the class of the L930s 201. The statutes adopted at the 18 Congress and the Soviet intellectuals 202. The renewal of the intelligentsia and the changes of statutes 201. 3. Some figures concerning the entry of the new dominating class with the party 202. 4. Specific nature of the new dominating class. I. Internal contradictions in the new bourgeoisie. 207. 207. 1. Contradictio in the apparatuses 207. 2. National fractions of Soviet bourgeoisie 209. 3. Solidarity groups and clientelism 210. 2. The party and regulation of contradictions internal to the new dominating class 212. 1. The nomenclatura 213. 2. Domination, social exploitation, and political leadership 215. 3. Hierarchization of the dominating class and its bureaucratic character 217. 4. Redoubling of the different apparatuses by the party and the status of this party 219. 5. Party capitalism and its specific traits 223. Part 4. Rather Hitler than emancipation of the people 229. 1. The period 1928 to 1934, denunciation of the Entente countries and the struggle against the social fascism 231. The struggle against social fascism 232. 2. Denunciation of the Entente countries and the German policy of the USSR 234. 3. Soviet steps to avoid a confrontation with Germany 237. 2. Contradictions of the Soviet foreign policy and the political line of the Communist International 241. Nationalist ideology and the foreign policy of the USSR 243. 2. The 7th Congress of the Communist International and its consequences 245. 3. The Civil War in Spain and the Soviet aid to the Spanish Republic 2474. Objectives of Soviet diplomacy 253. 1. Place of the Spanish War in the international policy of the USSR 253. 2. Soviet diplomatic initiatives and the international situation in Europe 254. L. Towards Okerman-Soviet Pact 256. 3. The years of relative effacement of the role of security organs and state terror 293. Substitution of an oligarchical leadership in place of an autocratic leadership 295. Policy of détente 303. Continuity and change in Soviet ideology 304. Leadership role of the party and denunciation of the cult of personality 304. Relative setback of dogmatism 306. Ideological relations of the population with the power 309. 4. Continuity and change in economy 314. 5. General crisis of the system 315. Bibliography of important books and articles 33. 1. L. Effaced. The Phi-Encheditll, N. Stalinism as a whole amounts to a system. The 30s deals with an especially complex and rapidly changing reality. It needed a type of investigation which cannot be seen in its Renan, of presentation. The results of our analysis of Stalinism and of its true nature are therefore given in 2 volumes. The first volume was devoted to the dominated such as the peasants, the workers, the repression and mass terror to which they were exposed, and the accumulation of the capital of which they were the victims. The analyses of Part I, the dominated, revealed that during the 1930s, a series of attacks were launched against the Soviet working class and peasantry. We also notice the arrival in the world of a new form of capitalism where mass repression, terror, and penal work on large scale in the concentration camps had played an extraordinary role. The rise of this capitalism is accompanied by crises of overproduction of a peculiar nature. This second volume deals with the dominators, their ideology, and the changes that it underwent during L930s, with the forms of existence of a new class, with the historical conditions leading to its formation, with the role of the party, and with the international policy of the USSR*. This manner of treatment gives clarity to our purpose. On the other hand, it leads to some repetitions needed for an understanding of the linkages between different elements and factors that constitute Stalinism, from the bottom to the top. We request the reader not to hold it against us. Part 1. Absolute Secretary N. The Proletarian Fetish. The consolidation of positions by the new ruling class and its subjugation to a political direction comprising the leadership of the state and of the party is accompanied by a new official ideology. It insists on its being identical to Bolshevism and to Leninism, but in reality, its distinctive traits are of such an importance as to constitute a new formation which can be described as the Stalinist ideological formation because it takes its birth in the USSR during the period when Stalin occupied a dominant place on the Soviet political scene, while seeming to appear in the nature of a continuation of the Bolshevik ideological formation. Further, the General Secretary plays a decisive role in the formation of this new ideology. 1. We may conveniently denote by Stalinism this ideological formation, and by the Stalinist system the system of social relationships in the countries where Stalinism, with more or less new modalities, plays a major role in the dominant ideological and political practices. The influence of Stalinism operates quite beyond the frontiers of the USSR and beyond the years 1930 to 1953. In changed forms, it is active even today*, in the Soviet Union as also in other countries led by parties claiming to belong to the different variants of a Marxism-Leninism but reproducing some of the fundamental traits of Stalinist conceptions. This is in evidence in countries as different as those of Eastern Europe and Central Europe, from Poland to Albania, Romania, Cuba, Vietnam, Cambodia, or China, etc. In these different countries the Stalinist ideological formation influences official ideology more or less profoundly even while it undergoes transformations linked to the political culture of these countries, to the internal social and political contradictions and *. The date of publication of the book is March 1983, Tr. Charles Bettel/1 To the more or less acute contradictions which exist between them and the SO/ICT Union. Furthermore, depending on each case, this official ideology can exert an effective influence on the decisions of the parties in power or can be used for waging of polemics which is only distantly related to the practical decisions of the leaders. Similarly, the response to this ideology in the different classes or strata of the population of these countries can be quite different, and as an extreme case it can be almost inexistent. The role of this polemics is in no way less real. It serves to legitimize the practice of power and, with help from the repression, it stands in the \way of a critical debate which gets marginalized as a result, pulverized and put down. However, the Stalinist ideological formation also has an influence over parties in a struggle for power in order to set up an economic and social system more or less similar to the one obtaining in the USSR. These parties then claim to be one variety or the other of Marxism-Leninism by adopting certain traits of Stalinist theory, pretending at the same time to denounce the four abuses or the errors committed in the USSR during the Stalinist era. Generally speaking, such parties put forth somewhat changed forms of the Stalinist formation. They often adapt and modify topical themes of the ideological discourses of the Soviet, Cuban, Chinese, or Vietnamian parties. The impact of such variants of Stalinist ideology is mainly felt in the countries with little industrialization. They can influence strong movements of national liberation. These observations would show that the problems posed by the Stalinist ideological formation retain their relevance to our times. However, their non-Soviet and contemporary aspects are beyond the scope of this work. We shall be mainly concerned here with the Stalinist ideological formation of the period 1930 to 1953. This ideological formation includes a partly theoretical discourse and practices sustained by specific discourses which we shall examine for their chief aspects without forgetting that they evolve over time when the dominant social and political relations in the USSR undergo a transformation, depending upon the periods. 3. And major contradictions that characterize them. 3. An examination of these changes during the years 1928 to 1953 leads to a rough and provisional periodization. This periodization is based upon tracing the most visible displacements of certain ideological themes. It would thus appear that between 1928 and 1931, two ideological themes dominate, one of the destruction of the remnants and the bases of capitalism and the other of the proletarianization of the party, of the state apparatus and of culture, denoted by the expression cultural revolution. We shall later describe their characteristics and limits. 4. This period sees the beginning of the setting up of the working class, its subjection to an increasingly severe factory discipline and the strengthening of the authority and privileges of the managers. These traits of Stalinist ideology are reinforced during the period 1932 to 1934, which is characterized by the struggle against egalitarianism and by the accent that it places on acquisition of technical skills. From 1935 to 1938, there is a third period during which the dominant themes are the unity of the party, the necessity of its monolithism, struggle against saboteurs, plotters, and traitors who have infiltrated within its ranks. It is the period when the glorification of the personality of Stalin takes a concrete shape. It is also the period which witnesses an open development of Russian nationalistic themes and the glorification of Russian traditional values. These years coincide with a sort of permanent coup d'état by Stalin. He has most of the old leaders of the party arrested and replaced by men who appear to him to be more devoted to him personally. Lastly, from 1939 onwards begins a more conservative period where the glorification of Stalin and the glorification of national and traditional values tends to coalesce and get an edge over the references to Marxism. This conservatism is further reinforced during the war. It is imposed by circumstances to some extent, but it gets entrenched in the defense of the new social order and of the privileges that characterize it. It is fed on the assertion that the socialist mode of production is now established and for Charles Bettelheim. Henceforth it is a matter mostly of perfecting it. However, economic and political contradictions that arise in the aftermath of war lead to a new ideological thrust, radical in appearance, which points, for example, to the theme of proletarian science. 5. The post-war period is beyond the scope of this work. The above-mentioned indications point to certain aspects of the complexity of Stalinist ideology. This complexity is also related to two types of facts. One, with respect to the overwhelming mass of population, it is essentially an official ideology and not merely the dominant ideology. It functions more through constraints than through conviction, so much so that the degree of subordination of different classes and layers of society to this ideology is highly variable. This has its repercussion on the way it functions and the forms that it assumes. 2. It is a peculiarly contradictory combination of themes, some of which are borrowed from Bolshevism and others from Russian political culture, and of practices that are in part refuted by ideological discourse. Chapter 1. Ideological themes and practices of Stalinism. A preliminary observation is necessary. The inability of the official ideology to function as the dominant ideology has resulted in the dominant ideology in the USSR in the L930s being the same as the one dominating the rest of the capitalist world, albeit with its specificities. This ideology tends to produce the same fundamental effects. They accept the social relationships and power such as they exist. 5. However, the dominant ideology is clothed in the USSR in very specific forms, which would be discussed briefly when we deal with the Soviet ideological formation during the Stalin era. These forms are related to the very history of Russia and of the countries under its yoke, to the history of the class struggles witnessed in the USSR and to the interaction of official ideology and dominant ideology. The latter contributes to the growth of the influence of the former because both are ideologies of subjugation to power. However, the dominant ideology enters at the same time into contradiction with the official ideology and is an essential element of its weak influence, especially insofar as it carries individualist values while the official ideology leans towards a complete subordination of the individual before the decisions of the party, which is presented as an instrument of history leading the proletariat from victory to victory. This observation becomes highly meaningful when we examine the different areas in which discourse of the official ideology unfolds. Section 1. Political and legal ideology. 6. One of the dominant themes of Stalinist ideology is that of the leading role of the party. Its constant presence and the major place that it occupies make it the fundamental element of this ideology. 1. The leading role of the party. Having identified the party with the proletariat, its dictatorship is postulated as essential for the construction and consolidation of socialism. Its role is presented as a necessity dictated by the objective laws of history because it is supposed to carry knowledge indispensable for the victory over capitalism and over the enemies of the people. The assertion of the leading role of the party was already at work in the Bolshevik ideological formation and in Leninism, but 6. It had a different appearance. On the one hand, it referred to a position of principle, to the identification of the proletariat and its vanguard. It is a matter of substitutionism which leads to the assertion that the proletariat exerts its dictatorship as soon as the party has captured power. It tends to concentrate the power in the Bolshevik party by asserting that it incarnates the historical mission of the proletariat such as it was conceived in the entire Marxist tradition. On the other hand, it was also a throwback on a certain interpretation of concrete history. It asserts the coincidence, simultaneity, of the vanguard of the proletariat and the leadership of the Bolshevik party. However, during the period of Lenin, this coincidence was not postulated as definitely achieved. The idea that the Bolshevik party can be seen incapable of assuming the role assigned to it by the official ideology, that it can cease to be the vanguard of the proletariat and that it may even be necessary to create another communist party was not theoretically excluded. On the contrary, such eventualities are not envisaged by Stalinist ideology, which considers the party is implicitly, by its very nature capable and the only capable one, of propounding the correct political line based upon scientific principles. The leading role of the party becomes increasingly the ideological formula which marks the emergence of a new form of state. This state is led not by the party but by a self-appointed politico-ideological oligarchy. In this form of state, the leading lights of the party intervene essentially to ratify decisions of the dominant oligarchy on which they are dependent. The members of this group are named and dismissed by the small circle of top leaders. The party, thus, becomes an apparatus through which the oligarchy dominates the state. This oligarchy is answerable to none. It controls all the mass organizations and even the private life of each. It asserts itself as the only one knowing science and the only one to lay down law. The state that it leads tends to be totalitarian. Everything should be subordinate to it, and whatever seeks to go against it can be termed as enemy activity punishable by death or deportation, etc. This image of the party and its relationship to power, to law and to knowledge is in an embryonic state in the Bolshevik ideology, but the totalitarian practice of the party has its full development in the Stalinist era, when the top leadership seeks to control how anyone shall think, imposes his behavior on him and makes him a simple clog in the machine of the society and the state. This totalitarian practice hides the real inability of the party in effectively mastering the social processes which it seeks to direct. Such an inability only makes its attempts at universal control on the state apparatus, or social groups, and on individuals more violent. If the figure of the leading party is associated with a new form of state, it begins to assert itself only between October 1917 and the beginning of the 1930s. It is in the course of these last years that the state of a new type takes shape in real terms, thus giving an illusion that the Soviet formation of the L930s is itself radically new, that it is based upon an economic basis of a non-capitalist type. We have seen that this illusion corresponds in no way to reality. It can, however, draw upon a postulate that seeks to establish a necessary link between the emergence of a new form of state and the development of an economic base which would also be so. Stalinism has widely used this illusion to assert the socialist character of the Soviet system. The recourse to such a postulate may appear to justify certain passages of Marx, especially the one where he declares, "It is always in the immediate relationships between the masters of the means of production and the direct producers that we must seek the close secret, the hidden basis of the entire social structure, as also the political form of the relationships of sovereignty and dependence, or, in short, the form of the state at a given historical period." 7. Concrete historical analysis leads to doubts being entertained about such a postulate and the conclusions which can be drawn from it by Bolshevism and Stalinism. In USSR of the L930s, the theme of the leading role of the 8 Charles Bettelheim party refers to a reality and a practice. It is an ideological symbolism under which the dominant role of the leadership of the party is represented and asserted in state structures as a whole. This theme tends to set up, without saying so, the leadership of the party into a higher organ of state power. It tends to legitimize implicitly the activity of the leadership of the party, which prepares and in fact elaborates laws and decrees and which tries to control all the limbs of the state, which decides the appointment, promotion, and dismissal of the highest cadres and which thus ensures through appropriate organs of the state, the manner in which these cadres fulfill the tasks which devolve upon them. But the theme of the leading role of the party also hides at the same time this reality by letting it be understood that the party does not dominate the state and contents itself with merely guiding it. From it arise, for example, the themes developed in chapters 3 to 8 of the Constitution of 1936, which enumerate the different organs of power. These chapters announce that the Supreme Soviet is the highest organ of state power, that it concentrates all the rights of the Union, and that it has the exclusive exercise of legislative power. These chapters specify in detail the composition and the mode of election of the state organs. They even foresee the adoption of laws by simple majority, while in practice, unanimity is established since long. The role as highest organ of the state power assigned by the Constitution to the Supreme Soviet is pure fiction and is in contradiction with facts. In real practice, as pointed out, this highest organ is the leadership of the party. The Constitution of 1936, in an indirect and camouflaged way, allows it to be so because its text contains, within brackets as it were, a proposition which practically gives full powers to the party. One may draw attention to a sentence in Article 126, where it is said that the CP of USSR is the vanguard of the workers, which represents the directing core of all the organizations of workers, social as well as of IHE state. This amounts to saying that the Supreme Soviet, like any other organization, is governed by the party and should conform to its requirements. Article 126 of the Constitution further makes it clear that 9. The leading role of the party concerns not only the organs of power but all the activities of the citizens. It is under the ideological form that we see the generalist domination of the party on all the social organizations during the 1930s. The theme of the leading role of the party is developed in a quasi-obsessional manner because of the acuteness of the economic and political contradictions which the party was trying to confront. The theme of the leading role of the party makes it possible to use the thesis of Marx on the historical mission of the proletariat, which becomes the mission of the leadership of the party. The character of historical necessity attributed to this mission implied that it need not depend upon the risks inherent in the elections. Therefore, the elections can only be a symbolic gesture seeking a ratification of the decisions of the party by the verdict of the ballot box. It does not even allow that a veritable popular check operate on it and on its decisions. If there is a check at all, it can only be symbolic. It does not seek to limit the initiatives of the leadership but, in fact, reinforces its authority by a semblance of democracy. The theme of the leadership role of the party seeks to justify the monopoly of the leadership not only in political, economic and administrative decisions but in all the fields. The role of the Vajda extends also to the sciences, to literature, and the arts. This extension of the role of the chief constitutes a specific trait of Stalinist ideology. The post-Stalinist ideology tends to limit the ideological monopoly of the party to enunciating the so-called correct formulation in the domain of policies and Marxist theory. To the cult of the party and its chief by postulating that only the leadership of the party can lay down what is true and just, Stalinist ideology raises it to a higher titlety which should be respected by all. This obligatory respect soon changes into a cult in actual practice through an insistance on an absolute allegiance on the part of the members of the party to the decisions of its leadership and on a behavior in conformity to the directives of the party on the part of workers, peasants, scientists, writers, artists, filmmakers, etc. This cultural practice in the beginning is placed at the level of guidelines for behavior. It is formally imposed through repetitions of the same phrases glorifying the scientific and historical character of the decisions of the party and, even more, through the watch on the population, the omnipresence of the police and through a general recourse to spying. At some moments, this practice tends to become obligatory to an extent because of the disarray and disquiet in the population which is reassured with the thought that there exists an authority which knows how to prepare for a better future. The mode of functioning of the party, which is its extreme centralization, results in its authority appearing to be identified with that of the Politburo and the General Secretary. The more the leadership of the party is centralized, the more the cult of its authority assumes a personal character. This cult is accepted by the group of leaders, by cadres of the party and by the dominating class, and so not only because it is imposed by the mode of functioning of the party and police repression but also because their domination can be consolidated only by chasing away all disagreements, by avoiding to the maximum, the risk of statements other than those certified as correct getting spread. Under these conditions, where monolithism becomes a principle, it becomes necessary that the supreme leader of the part, monopolize the power to decide what is true and what is false. The Vajda must, therefore, appear as the incarnation of wisdom, of science, and even of all knowledge, the one who solves all the problems without any dispute, in the light of Marxism-Leninism in the domain of political economy, of socialism, of biology or linguistics, of literature, of painting, of the theater and cinema. 8. For the new dominating class, it is not enough to avoid contradictory material from spreading, it was also to be ensured that the risk of an ideological decision is reduced to the maximum extent so that the myth of the infallibility of the leadership gets accepted. This aspect of Stalinist ideology brings it quite close to the Nazi ideology, which proclaims on its part the Führerprinzip, the principle of the chief. However, the cult of the chief is also fed by other non-official but popular manifestations. Thus the cult of the chief is rooted in forms of spontaneous manifestations which are born of the relationship of the workers and peasants themselves with the party as the organ of power. These relationships lend to the party an appearance as a higher power on which depends the daily life of each and even its survival. The respect accorded to it is above all an expression of fear. It is concentrated on him who is at top of the party, because the base of the party and the workers experience to a considerable extent the contradictions between the top and the cadres. They often look upon the top as a recourse against the abuses of local power. This recourse, more or less imaginary, used to function in old Russia where the protector Tsar appeared as a means of defense against local authorities. During the L930s, the situation becomes more contradictory because there is mistrust and even hate towards the top and a certain hope reposed in it. This hope is, furthermore, entertained by the official cult of the supreme chief which feeds populist politics. This politics produced all the more the effect desired by the power because the figure of the protector or of the father of the people is very much a part of the Tsarist tradition of absolutism, that is to say of old Russian political culture. 9. When the cult of the chief interiorized by the masses happens to add to the official cult practiced by the party, it becomes a real social force, at least for some time. 3. The fetishism of the state. Stalinist ideology developed state fetishism very systematically. This comes forth spontaneously in the exercise of power, but by using it, Stalinist ideology functions, in this domain, as a veritable dominant ideology and thus contributes to making J2 Charfers Bettelheim, the authority of the party, palatable as the apparatus situated at the top of the system of the state. The real illusions which give substance to state fetishism function conspicuously because the abstract entity of the state appears as possessing a true power. It extracts this power from the very forces which the S_society gives to it on the basis of a division of work which makes it the foremost ideological power. This power is born of the dominant social relationship and the contradictions which these relationships strengthen. The development of social contradictions renders the nature of the state increasingly independent in appearance and makes it possible to bestow on this abstract power, and those that speak in its name, the apparatus that can intervene in the movement of the contradiction and in the class struggle. In this way is built an increasingly extended base of the supernatural power of the state. Several passages from Marx and Engels deal with a critique of state fetishism and develop the thesis of the withering of the state with the disappearance of antagonistic classes. The moment there are no longer any social classes to be held in oppression, the moment the collisions and the excesses resulting from it are eliminated along with the domination of class and the struggle for individual existence motivated by earlier anarchy of production, there is no longer anything to be put down, which necessitates a power of repression or a state. 10. The thesis of the disappearance of all political power can, of course, be debated. One can cast doubt on the idea that in a complex society contradictions are not inevitable and that their mediation does not need institutional forms of the state. However, even if we doubt some of the conclusions of Marx and Engels, it is no less true that the sharpening or diminution of social contradictions should obviously be accompanied by a process of strengthening or of withering of the coercive role of the state. Therefore, the strengthening of this role in the Soviet social formation of the L930s is undoubtedly the result of an increase in social contradictions and in particular of the struggle of the new dominant class for an increase of its authority and its privileges. 13. Stalinist ideology does not pose the problem in these terms. It asserts that the weakening of social contradictions should not lead to a corresponding weakening of the state, but, on the contrary, to its strengthening. 11. A. The Stalinist thesis of the strengthening of the state. It is in the L930s, at the 16-Party Congress, that Stalin enunciates the thesis that the withering of the state would occur through its reinforcement. 12. This theoretical rupture is seen again in the report which Stalin presents in January 193 in the balance sheet of the first 5-year plan which he prepared. In this report, the General Secretary of the party once again asserts that the withering of the state will not come about by the weakening of the state power but by its strengthening to the maximum. 13. The fact that such an assertion is in contradiction to the classical theses upheld by Marx, Engels, and Lenin renders the position of Stalin theoretically uncomfortable, especially at a time when the USSR is supposed to have become a socialist state. This undoubtedly explains why, in his report presented in 1936 on the new constitution, Stalin does not deal directly with the theoretical prob-m of the state in a society supposed to be socialist and therefore freed from the antagonism of classes. The General Secretary observes the same silence on this question in his 1938 work on dialectical materialism and historical materialism. However, at this time the theses of the withering of the state and the Law 14 are condemned by official ideologues and denounced as the manifestations of counter-revolutionary Trotskyism. 15. Finally, V. Arshinsky proclaims that Stalin has made a decisive advance in the theory of the state. Thus he writes, Lenin has shared the idea of the withering of the state, but Stalin has introduced a correction and proved that under socialism the state should be strengthened. Consequently, the law should also FOIOW and become socialist. Everywhere in the world, those who are in power violate the law and the rights of the individual. There is only one country where, like pure gold, justice shines. And that is the Soviet Union. 16. Such a text, written when arbitrary arrests, convictions and deportations were ever on the increase, illustrates not only the glorification of the new theory but its function of mystification of reality. Finally, in 1939, in his report of March 10 to the 18th Congress, Stalin openly breaks away from classical theoretical positions. He declares on this occasion that the formulation of Engels, which was earlier cited, is a general formula which cannot be extended to the special and concrete case of the victory of socialism in a single country, because, according to him, it should have a sufficiently strong state to be able to defend the conquests of socialism against attacks from outside. 17 But he lets it be understood that this withering could intervene if the victory of socialism were to be achieved on large scale than that of a single country. b. Negation of the regressive function of the state. In the report cited above, Stalin implicitly distances himself from the question of the function of repression and does so in a paradoxical manner. He denies that the Soviet state exercises such a function. In fact, he declares, because exploitation is suppressed, the exploiters no longer exist, there is no one to be repressed, this assertion, enumerated when millions of men and women are deported, rests, if one may say so, on a play on words typical of the code used by the official language. In fact, Stalin specifies that the function of repression is replaced by the function of protection of socialist property against the thieves and the misappropriators of public property and by the function of military defense. It is, therefore, these functions which requires the existence of a large police force, army, and the intelligence services necessary to capture and punish the spies, assassins, those engaged in sabotage. 18. 15. Thanks to this code language, the activity of the police and corrective organisms, howsoever directed against innumerable workers and peasants, becomes a function of protection of the people by identifying the state and people. Stalinist ideology justified the widest possible repression. Not yielding to the state, is not being one of the people, it is being its enemy, so much so that one must logically conclude, in the words of Solzhenitsyn, that the people have become their own enemy. State fetishism and the official negation of repression lead to another code language which brings forth the terms of education and re-education. Vyshinsky, chief public prosecutor of the USSR from 1935 to 1940, explicitly cites these terms. He says that the state should guide the large masses of the population and goes on to add that this involves a task of educating where an exceptional role devolves on organs such as the courts and the institutions of correctional work. 19. This educative activity should purify the conscience of the people. The class characteristic of the state said to be socialist becomes very clear here. One of the tasks is to enforce the people to be disciplined, by forging in them a human conscience that is respectful of social and civic duties, aimed at a total subordination of all to work. 20. The Stalinist fetishism of the state and its apologia covers a theory and practice of total subordination of all workers to an authority which is quite external to them and on which they can exercise no control whatever. As for the defense of socialist legality also invoked by Vyshinsky, we notice that in practice it leads only to imposing duties to the individuals facing the all-powerful state and does not give them any right. See the state, the rights of the individual and the 1936 Constitution. In Stalinist ideological discourse, things do not appear in this manner but in an inverted form, that of the defense of individuals against the arbitrariness of the state. The Constitution of 1936 and official commentaries which accompany its discussion and promulgation yield a new typical example of an inversion of 16. Reality in Stalinist ideology. Let us allude to some facts. On December 5, 1936, while mass repression is already let loose in the country and while it engulfs the leading party itself, the 8th Extraordinary Congress of Soviets adopts a new constitution. This is supposed to incorporate the balance sheet of the conquests already made and to ensure a consequent and unfailing democratism. 21. As far as the rights of individuals are concerned, Chapter 9 of the Constitution enunciates an apparently important discourse. It deals with tribunals and prosecution agencies and asserts that judges are independent and are answerable only to the law, that the right of defense is guaranteed to the accused and that the hearings in all the tribunals are public. Now, this constitutional provision is in contradiction not only with everyday practice but also with official legal doctrine. Thus, a Soviet jurist has asserted, in a comment on this doctrine, one shall remember that the independence of the judges and their subordinates only before the law does not mean independence from the state, or independence from the policies of the party and the government, because the court is an organ of the power and its function is one of the functions of the state. 22. Moreover, no legislative provision is likely to strengthen any kind of independence of the judges. The official stand of the Constitution is particularly mystifying insofar as civil liberties are concerned. These are enumerated in Articles 124 tp 128. They include the freedom of speech, press, gatherings, processions, and demonstrations in the streets, the freedom to form social organizations, the inviolability of person, of home and of correspondence. Now, /L these liberties are constantly trampled upon by the NKVD and the citizens can take no steps against its decisions. The same mystification on the subject of elections. According to the text of the Constitution, these are henceforth held under universal suffrage, equal and direct, and by secret vote. All the earlier restrictions stand abolished. 17. Especially those that hit peasants whose votes counted far less than of those earning salaries. According to Article 141, all sorts of associations and organizations can present candidates and, on the decisions of the majority of voters, members of the legislative bodies can be relieved of their mandate. These provisions have practically no importance whatever. In fact, candidates can only be set up with the agreement of the party, and it proposes only one candidate per constituency. Secrecy of voting is not respected. As there is only one candidate, he who enters the secret enclosure of the ballot box can be suspected to be doing so to strike off the name of the official candidate. 23. Moreover, those that are set up receive about 98% of the votes cast. 24. This did not prevent a large number of legislators being eliminated, after THE Constitution came into force as enemies of the people. Such is especially the case of 6 of the 7 presidents of the executive elected by the Congress and almost all its members and alternate members. This elimination then resulted in execution or deportation. The Stalinist ideology of the state and of its relationship with citizens thus enunciates a double discourse, a democratic discourse which is in contradiction with facts and an absolutist and repressive discourse which is a commentary on actual practice. This duality is an expression of a social schizophrenia. It reflects the deep contradictions of an economic and political system which pretends to act in the name of the working masses even as it oppresses these masses, subjects them to repression and exploits them with an intensity rarely attained in history. The specific form of Stalinist state fetishism and Bolshevik ideology. It is important to emphasize that the specific form of Stalinist state fetishism and the political relationship which this fetishization nourishes has its roots not only in the Russian past. It is present in embryonic form in Bolshevik ideology. It is the concrete circumstances by which the formation of the society has passed which give to it its Stalinist and later its post-Stalinist historical form. The Bolshevik ideological formation carries in it a new holism which enables the face of the party to incarnate the proletariat. People, revolution, knowledge, practice etc. 25. The October insurrection gives a form to the symbolism and thus inaugurates a new system of representation which sets off the emergence of a NEV type of state where the face of the party asserts itself increasingly as social power over itself by the society whose contradictions are abolished in its imagination so much so that it is visualized as a totality which can only be doubted by the enemies. This power visualizes itself as universal and with the gift of knowledge and the capability of laying down the law. Incapable of really controlling economic and social forces, the Stalinist party tries to break all that comes in the way of its decisions, whether these obstacles come from the people, cadres, concrete or theoretical data, or the rules of morality of whatever kind. The party exists as an organization which incarnates the unity of the people. The democracy which presents itself as this kind of power is the dictatorship of the people. By its very nature, it asserts itself to be in the service of the people. It is conceived as democracy of the masses. From it arises the concept of a real democracy as against bourgeois democracy. This real den one-ocracy has the peculiarity of not letting the people express then oneselves. In concrete reality, it is negation of the freedom of the individual, but Stalinist ideology maintains that it is the supreme one form of this liberty because it lays down the rights and the duties of everyone to obey the party. Through obeying it, they are only obeying themselves. Such is the ideological matrix of Stalinist totalitarianism. It throws into the wastebasket of history the previously acquired democratic gains that are likely serve as the starting point of a veritable social emancipation, namely the freedom of association, freedom of information, the right to go on strike, universal adult suffrage, etc. Class L./Ruggles in the USSR J9. E. The Soviet state as the successor of the Russian state. Stalinist ideology does not restrict itself to strengthening the fetishization of the state but gives up the notion of a transient state characterized by the role it would play in social transformation. In place of this transient state it substitutes a durable state which is identified with the Russian state. 26. The state is not born in 1917. It has behind it a long history, that of Russia whose citizens are called upon to study history in order to learn better to love it. 27. From 1936 onwards, the strength and the role of the old Russian state are held out as positive elements of world history, because this state has served as the bastion of Europe against great invasions. As a result of the glorification of the Russian state, the leaders of the great revolts of the past, such as Razin or Pugachov, or the Decembrists, no longer appear in a favorable light because they have weakened a state which embodies progress. Henceforth, the true heroes are those who contributed to the building of the Russian state, such as Alexander Nevsky, Dmitry Donskoy, Ivan the Terrible, Peter the Great. They were the heroes of the cinema of Eisenstein and precursors of Stalin. The state thus built is the one in which the Russian nation is forged, and its revolutionary capabilities led to the victories of 1917 and of the Civil War. This discourse tends to fortify the Soviet state by giving it a past and a geographical base, and to identify October with the heroism of the Russian people. On a historical plane, it subordinates the other nationalities whom the Russian people have protected from the fate of barbarians, placed them on the way to civilization and kept them along the path of the revolution. Thus the idea of a nation is restored and grafted onto that of the state. 28, while the Russian people become guides and mentors. Immediately after the war, a communist leader from Azerbaijan faithfully develops this ideology when he writes, "The leading force which unites, cements, and guides the peoples of our country is our elder brother, the great Russian people. By their virtues, the Russian people deserve the confidence, respect, and love of all the other peoples." 29. 20. Thus goes the official ideology, which covers up violent national contradictions, hatred of other nations on the part of the chauvinists of Great Russia, and the subordination of the party apparatus and the states of different republics by cadres of the guiding nation. For the Russian nationalist component of the ideological formation of Stalinism, the Stalinist ideological formation of the end of L930s is thus characterized by a strong Russian nationalist component. This component is not foreign to Bolshevism, which very quickly poses the problem of a reconstruction of the national economy and the place of Russian industry in the world economy. Moreover, a section of the Bolsheviks seek as early as in the L920s to maintain the domination of Russia over the peoples incorporated in the Tsarist Empire. During the L930s, the nationalist component of the official ideology is reinforced and is seen in practices seeking to ensure the preeminence of the Russian language and culture over those of the other nationalities. This ideology also orders an artistic policy which holds up Russian literary works of earlier centuries as a model. A. Stalinist nationalism and the Tsarist imperial past. The face of Stalinist nationalism is turned towards the imperial and Tsarist past. As against the Bolshevik position, Stalinism tends more and more towards glorifying the history of Russia. Thus, it plays a conservative and even a reactionary role in reproducing the large number of prejudices inherited from the past. This aspect of Stalinist ideology enables it to produce a consensus within important layers of the Russian people whose nationalism is flattered, and this contributes to legitimizing the dominant place occupied by the Russian party and cadres all over the country. This nationalism which produces consensus is one of the elements which gives a populist appearance to Stalinism. During the Second World War, it becomes an essential element of the official class. The most important condition for success is the combatant patriotic spirit of our nation, the unlimited fidelity to the fatherland. 31. Russian nationalism, furthermore, is known to assume the form of an internationalism when it presents Russia as the defender of other revolutions or as sustaining the struggle of the colonial peoples against oppression by Western capitalism. At the same time, traditional internationalism becomes an expression to be used by various communist movements as instruments of Soviet foreign policy. This internationalism then appeals for the defense of the land of the Soviet or to express solidarity with Russia. The rise of Stalinist nationalism is an expression of the victory of the national capitalist component of Bolshevism, which calls upon the exploited people to participate in the construction of the country. Thus, while nationalism pushes the dominant class to build a strong country, it holds cut to the masses the 1LH1SI. However, it reaffirms the right of each republic to freely secede from the USSR. This right of secession, like many other provisions of the Constitution, is a pure deception because no concrete possibility whatever existed for the population of a republic to assert openly its desire to leave the Union. In fact, the official leaders of any given republic are members of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and were duty-bound to apply the policy of the CC of this party, to which they were totally subordinate by virtue of the rules of democratic centralism. Thus, it could be officially said, it is evident that the probability of a republic of the Soviet Union expressing its desire to secede, through the democratically elected Soviet organs, is so infinitely small as to be practically equal to 0. 33. In fact, those who exercise the real functions of directing communist parties of the different republics are, most often, the Greater Russians, because the communist leaders with origins in these republics can easily be accused of nationalist deviations. Such accusations, moreover, make their appearance soon enough. Thus, as early as in I-926, Shumsky, the Commissar for Education in the Ukraine, is accused of wishing to Ukrainize too rapidly the cadres of the Republic, and also of fighting against Russian culture in general and its highest expression, Leninism. 34. At that time the first secretary of the Ukrainian party was Kaganovich, who relieved Shumsky of his functions in L927. In 1933 he was arrested. The same year, Skripnik, who had succeeded Shumsky in the Commissariat of Education, committed suicide after being 23. Accused of becoming a tool in the hands of nationalist bourgeois elements. In the succeeding years, a large number of old members of the party in Ukraine and in other republics had to face the same accusations and were eliminated. As far as national demands which tend to be expressed through channels other than the Soviet organs, they are condemned by Article 58 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR under the heading of counter-revolutionary agitation and propaganda, intended to undermine or weaken the Soviet regime by exploiting national prejudices of the masses, which is a specific crime. 35. By officializing the enduring character of the Soviet state and by treating it as a continuation of the Russian state, the Stalinist constitution makes a break from the Bolshevik tradition. This rupture is seen more generally in Stalinist ideological discourse. In fact, till the end of the 1920s, it was officially recognized that the former Tsarish Empire was a prison house of the people, worse than the British Empire. Even in 1929, the as yet official historian Pokrovsky could say, "In the past, we Russians, and I am a 0% Great Russian, we were the worst gangsters imaginable." 36. In 1936, when the new constitution was being written, a positive role is attributed to Russia, so much so that expansionism is soon looked upon as an asset because of the civilizing role of Russia, whose work was considered to be continued by the Soviet Union, but with a new content, that of class, which makes it possible to associate the peoples of USSR in a freely agreed union. See nationalism, elitism, and national Bolshevism. The rise of Stalinist nationalism acquires its full significance from its combination with other components of Stalinist ideology, namely, the cult of the chief, a certain populism and the respect of rigorous hierarchical distinctions leading to the establishment of and for elites supposed to be of another nature. 37. Than the ordinary people. The insertion of nationalist and elitist elements in Stalinism and the role which they play, makes this ideology. 38. Increasingly national Bolshevism. 39. This national Bolshevism has many traits in common with Italian fascism, one and especially with another national Bolshevism which had grown in Germany from 1919 to 1922 and which was one of the ideological sources of the national revolutionaries and then of National Socialism. 40. The existence of these common traits did not escape some ideologues of Nazism and fascism. 41. Among the former, we find even in 192-7 Erich Mahlmeister. After the exclusion of Trotsky from the PB of the Soviet Party, he talks of a Stalinist Bolshevism and adds that it is, as an idea, the National Socialism of Russia. 42. This theme is taken up again in 1934 by Joseph Drexel in an article in the magazine Widerstand. Drexel wrote at that time, "The new Russia is the Third Reich." 43. Of course, the fact that some Nazi ideologues accept that there exist affinities between the ideology to which they claim to belong and Stalinism would not fail to eliminate specific traits which place these ideologies in opposition to one another, nor the national contradictions that lead to the confrontation between the Nazi Germany and the Russia of Stalin. The problem of the ideological relationship between Stalinism, fascism, and Nazism is clearly far too wide to be dealt with here. One must, however, point out that these ideologies feed not only large-scale repressive practices but also refer to an ideological power of great similarity. This was already emphasized with respect to elitism and the cult of the chief but can be extended to many other ideological themes. Thus the notion of a correct thought and discourse is found in Nazi ideology. 44. The abolition of the proletariat in Stalinist discourses, about which Stalin had said in 1936 that it does not exist any N1 or in USSR and that it has been replaced by a new type of working class, is one ot only not without any analogy either with the opposition between proletariat and worker which we come across in Ernest Juinger, for whom the second term puts in a nutshell a very great positivity because it has a connotation of technique. Nazi class struggle RLES in the USSR. 25. Ideology like Stalinist ideology thus speaks of a workrism which makes it possible, to exert in the name of the workers, the oppressive practices of which they are the main victims. 45. It may also be noted that Stalinist workerism makes it possible to repress real workers, and hence every time their behavior is far from that of the model worker in this discourse in official novels and films. In the eyes of the authorities these workers cease to be true workers, they are lazy and egoist petits bourgeois. Official discourse easily finds an explanation of such loss of values in the peasant origins of these workers. The Stalinist workerism also draws on the myth of origins, as does Nazism. Thus when an important cadre of the party would want to eliminate someone whom he finds troublesome, he would have his background examined if his ancestors were not workers. In this case, his bad origin is enough to make him suspect, and therefore guilty. These various remarks throw light on the specific nature of Stalinist ideology in the domain of politics and law. They also show how closely the most diverse elements are linked. 46. We may mention, among others, 1. A largely dogmatic version of Marxism-Leninism. This version has evolved over time, as the exigencies of the moment demanded it. However, we can consider this version found its canonic form in Chapter 4 of the History of the Communist Party of the USSR. 47. The propositions advanced there are, furthermore, interpreted by the ideological authorities of the party as the need for them arose at that time, and they were clarified by the Vazd. 2. A Russian nationalism which glorified the Tsarist past of the country, its historic mission and the progressive role of its great men, including the bloodiest Tsars most indifferent to the fate of the works. 3. A demonism which bursts forth each time it is necessary to the power, satanic enemies which only strive to harm. These are monsters and demons, the lustful vipers denounced by Vyshinsky and his collaborators during the Moscow trials. This demonism is not without influence on the popular layers who 26 ch 1.1 r/rs Yodel Rame are still given to a large number of superstitions. Thus a large number of the CNCN1IES of the people can be denounced even though they can 1E up from the people themselves. 4. A fetishism of the state which has multiple appearances such as the cult of the party and its chief, cult of the police as the glorious sword of the proletariat and as protector of the people, assertion of the mastery of the party and the state over social development. 5. A discourse of socialist requirements and legalities, a discourse that is uttered, whenever it is possible, with a detailed legalism. This legalism does not exclude total arbitrariness, the confession's second depositions being extracted by every possible means. This discourse on legality is chiefly developed in the second part of the 1930s and is used for several ends. Immediately, it enables the members of the party to be judged and found guilty by an assertion that the law should be the same for all. But this legalism also contains or the future, a promise of stability and anticipation, a promise to which the cadres of the party are especially sensitive at a time when the legality of the state is not respected and where they are constantly under the danger of a second legality, political legality, that of terror included in a legislation of exception. 48 Thus, during the L930s, at the political and legal level, the Stalinist ideological formation represents one mixture of extremely diverse elements which lends to this ideological formation the chance of justifying its highly contradictory actions and of generating a response in the very different layers of the population. Here they can see themselves in reflection as also their familiar values formed of a history of oppression over centuries. 27. Section 2. Economic ideology of Stalinism. The economic ideology of Stalinism has multiple dimensions. On the one hand, it has evolved with time, it assumes different aspects depending upon periods. It is not the same during the years of the revolution from above when prevailed an open voluntarism during the years of consolidation of the position of Stalin through the turn of the second half of the L930s which sees the formation of the earliest outline of the political economy of socialism and during the exercise of consolidation of Stalinist dictatorship, from the L940s till the death of the General Secretary when the political economy of socialism and the series of its economic laws assume their true form. On the other hand, the complexity of Stalinist economic ideology gets further augmented by the multiple role that it plays. It enters not only as a system of representations which reveals the reality while hiding it through apologia, but it also pretends to be a guide to action, especially when it assumes the form of a political economy. It is not necessary for us to engage in an analysis of the historical development of Stalinist economic ideology 49, but it will be useful to point out some of the major themes as they make their appearance mainly from 1936 without forgetting that some of them are borrowed from the authors of the L920s. So, 1. The socialist mode of production. One of the central themes of the Stalinist economic ideology concerns the socialist mode of production. This notion is a major innovation of Stalinism. Thus one can develop a discourse which claims to be scientific, that of the political economy of socialism which is supposed to enunciate the laws of this mode of production. Putting forth the notion of the socialist mode of 28. Production. Stalinism 1 breaks away from earlier Marxist discourse where socialism is not a mode of production but a transitory phase, the first phase of Con 1M1, oneness society. This understanding of socialism takes shape progressively in the tidings of Stalin. 51. Its complete and definitive form is to be seen in the Annual of Political Economy of the Academy of Science of USSR. Despite the late date of the publication of this work, one must refer to it because it systematically develops the major themes of the Stalinist economic ideology of the period of maturity. Bernard Chavins highlights the fact that the socialist mode of production is defined as an economic form of an entirely new society, complete, representing the outcome of the historic evolution of humanity. It has its specific laws and it is reproduced and developed on its own foundation, which sets it apart from all the earlier economic and social regimes. According to Soviet theory, it is an economic system which is based upon the social ownership of the means of production and which is rationally organized at the same time through state planning. 52. In this understanding, two categories play a key role, that of socialist ownership and of state planning. One must, therefore, spend some time over the significance of these categories and of their place in Stalinist economic ideology. 2. Socialist ownership. In the 1936 Constitution, socialist ownership assumes the form either of state property, or the form of kolkhoz cooperative. 53. Socialist ownership is also considered as social property according to a tradition which goes back to the 1920s and which can claim to be based on the interpretation of some of the writings of Lenin. 54. The category of socialist ownership can be operative only at the price of a complete subversion of the analyses and categories of Marx. For him, capitalist ownership is not a juridicus/category. It is a social category which denotes the set of conditions of capitalist production. Even in the poverty of philosophy, Marx had denounced the juridical illusion which reduces ownership to 29. An independent relationship. 55. Nearly 20 years later, in a letter dated January 24, 1865, he returns to this theme and writes that the modern bourgeois ownership can only be understood by an analysis which encompasses the set property relationships not in their juridical expression or relation of will, but in their real form, that is to say as relationship of production. 56. Although the socialist virtues of state undertaking is a common point for most Marxisms. 57. The belief in such a vert-e is in contradiction to the theoretical thought of Marx and enables Stalinism to systematically develop its specific themes. The identification of state ownership to a social property constitutes an anchor of a formalist reasoning which claims to change the significance of mercantile and capitalist categories by sticking to them the label of socialist. This procedure makes it possible to speak, for example, of a socialist price or of a socialist wage by asserting that only the terms of price and wages exist in socialism, but that these terms have, henceforth, new contents which make them the instruments of planned economy. 58. Such an affirmation leads to a rejection of a fundamental thesis of Marx, namely that the form of social relationships cannot be separated from their nature, that it is their social mode of manifestation which has determined effects. This excludes their reduction to the simple role of instruments. 3. Planned economy. The category of planning is mentioned by Marx a large number of times, particularly when he speaks of the possibility the individuals associated with the control on the whole of their production can have when exchange value and money will have disappeared. 59. In Stalinist economic ideology, the category of planning denotes state activities tending, simultaneously, to elaborate economic plans and applying them. During L930s, the defects of this application does not prevent one from speaking henceforth of planned economy or socialist planned economy. These expressions assume that economic development is subject to the state plan and that there exists thus a mastery over economy by the plan. We all know that this mastery is an illusion because effective development fails to conform to the objectives of the plan. However, it corresponds to a real appearance born of the combination of state ownership, state fetishism, and forms of intervention that constitute economic plans. These exert an effective but blind action on the process of reproduction. They do not shield the process from the exigencies of capital accumulation and the contradictions resulting from them, although they give specific forms to the development of these contradictions. 60. For the economic laws of socialism. The notion of the economic laws of socialism appears only progressively in Stalinist ideology. During the L920s it is generally accepted that there exist economic laws of the period of transition, but this idea is practically rejected during the first two five-year plans and reemerges progressively from 1937. Thus, while in the initial phase an open voluntarism dominates, in a second phase, the stabilization of the system appears to call for a proclamation by the power of the existence of objective economic laws. It will serve no purpose to retrace here the transformation which Stalinist ideology has undergone in this domain. 61. It will be enough to recall briefly some of the theoretical formulations corresponding to the final form of this ideology, namely the one enunciated by Stalin in the economic problems of socialism in USSR. In this book, Stalin developed an objectivist conception of the economic laws of socialism. He proclaims that these reflect objective processes which operate independently of human desire. He retheses those who confused these laws with those enacted by governments, created by the wishes of men and having only a juridical force. 62. However, the existence of these laws is affirmed and postulated, it is never demonstrated. Such is the case for 3J. What Stalin calls the fundamental economic law of socialism, about which he says, the essential traits and the exigencies could be formulated more or less as follows: ensuring the maximum satisfaction of the material and cultural needs which keep increasing all the time in the entire society by developing and perfecting ceaselessly the socialist production on the basis of a superior technique. 63. It will be noticed that it is only apparently that the above-mentioned fundamental law of socialism proclaims the primacy of the maximum satisfaction of the material and cultural needs, because it is immediately specified that this satisfaction calls for ceaseless perfecting of production. Moreover, the highly official Manual of Political Economy says, the fundamental economic law of socialism is indissolubly linked with law of priority development, that is to say relatively quicker development, of the branches producing the means of production as compared to the one for the branches yielding articles of individual consumption. 64. Thus, mainly during the days of Stalin, this law sought to justify the primacy of accumulation and a slower growth of real wages than that of work productivity. Thus it expresses some deep tendencies of capitalist production and accumulation. Another economic law of socialism enunciated by Stalin in his writings of 1952 is the harmonious development of the national economy, which, he asserts, has come forth in opposition to the law of competition and of anarchy of production on the basis of socialization of the means of production. 65. Stalin places this law in opposition to those which consider that there appears to exist a law of planning for socialist economy because, according to him, the law of harmonious development of national economy offers to our planning organization the possibility of correctly planning social production. But we should not confuse possibility and reality. These are two different things. 66. Such a formulation makes it possible to develop the theme TF more or less correct laws to be applied. This theme is taken up again in the context of the law of value, about which it is accepted that it exists objectively, but about which it is said specifically that it should be applied in a just manner in order to avoid confusion in the price policies. 67. As B. Chavins points out, the reasoning at work here contains a veritable rupture with the form of voluntarist theses of the beginning of L930s. In fact, it postulates that the law/vs of socialism exist, to a certain extent, independently of the planning activity of the state which seeks to apply them. 68. All in all, the Stalinist economic ideology is above all an apologia. Even in its developed form, it only apparently gives up the voluntarism of the early 1930s, because the economic laws whose existence it proclaims essentially serve to justify the decisions of the power. However, in the form which it acquires from 1952 to 54, Stalinist economic ideology plays a more complex role. In essence, it tends to render above discussion a political economy presented as applying objective laws which can only be enunciated and interpreted by the power. Thus no discussion can be possible under the cover of a scientific nature. Stalinist economic ideology fortifies the absolutist practices of the leadership of the party. On the other hand, by invoking the notion of application of laws, it opens a field of justification to the errors which can affect this application, for example, in the domain of prices, and thus certain gaps between what takes place really and what should have taken place if the laws were correctly applied could be explained. Chapter 2. How the Stalinist ideological formation worked. 39. An analysis of the main themes constituting the Stalinist ideological formation, their development, and their relationships with the political practice suggests, and justly, that this ideological formation represents a putting together of various and contradictory elements where role varies with the political and economic contingencies. Thus, Stalinist theories of the revolution from above are deeply different from those of consolidated Stalinism, which takes over from the L940s onwards. However, the allegedly scientific and dogmatic form of the Stalinist discourse can hide the strange and shifting character of the Stalinist ideological formation. It unifies its mode of functioning. It lets its voter rise to engage in ideological terrorism and to indulge in flight from reality. Stalinist discourse is given out as unscientific. It asserts itself to be truer than the facts themselves, than living reality. Section 1. Pseudoscience and dogmatism. The contradictory discourse of Stalinism is systematically ossified by two corpus which are brought to bear in a dogmatic manner: dialectical materialism and historical materialism, authored by Stalin. He gives them a canonic form when he publishes, in September 1938, Dialectical Materialism and Historical Materialism. 1. The Stalinist conception of dialectical materialism is highly speculative. The diamat is presented /0 Charles Bettelheim as a set of four principles in juxtaposition and without coherence. The first place is assigned to the general interdependence of all the phenomena. This interdependence is built in a reductionist manner. It really leaves no place to the notion of contradictions which affect the different levels of the real. The interdependence thus plays a role of metaphysical principle of totality. On the other hand, Stalinist ideological philosophy does not refer to any concrete analysis. The motion to which it alludes is posed as an abstract category, removed from all contradictions, from their relation slow, IPS, and from their complexity. Consequently, it appears to flow essentially from quantitative accumulations ending up in qualitative changes too, which assume the figure of an evolutionist conception where the motion goes from simple to complex, from the lower to the higher in a dull neo-Hegelian perspective. 3. This metaphysical dialectical modernism plays several roles. On the one hand, its existence as a dogma shuts the door on all unauthorized public discussion of philosophical problems that are not restricted to a simple repetition or a simple commentary on a theory which has no critical importance whatsoever. On the other hand, it functions as a theoretical guarantee of a political line for and as justification of an historical materialism which itself is dogmatic. This historical materialism does not refer to concrete analyses and appears as the application to history of the universal laws of the dialectic. Consequently, real history is mentioned only to illustrate dogmatically presented theses of historical materialism and to justify the course of events such as it is presented in official discourse. The role of these two theoretical cores of Stalinism is instrumental in essence. The diamat becomes a science of the sciences in whose name one settles what is true or false in the domain of the sciences, from outside, without any social experimentation. Thus, the theories of the biologist Lysenko are announced as true because they are justified by dialectical materialism. The diamat is an impoverished Hegelianism where all that is proclaimed as real is declared rational. At the same time, historical materialism claims to show the steps through which humanity passes in the course of its history. 5. Such an evolutionism is based on an underlying teleology and 41. Plays the role of an apologia by presenting socialism as the end of history. This ideology retrospectively shows different steps of Tsarist expansionism as progress that enabled the Russian people to bring socialism to the people who would not have attained it without his help. Under these conditions, what is judged to be in conformity with the historical role of the Russian people is considered as going in the direction of history. Here, we must emphasize 2 points. 1. Stalinist ideology calls itself scientific. What it proclaims as true is presented as the result of a scientific analysis, but it is only a case of presenting something without any justification by any concrete analysis or any social or historical experimentation. While scientific conclusions can be demonstrated and can be discussed and doubted, propositions advanced by Stalinist ideology should remain undiscussed. Thus, they constitute a dogmatism claiming to be science which collects undemonstrated assertions and put forth these as proofs even when they happen to be in contradiction with what can be observed. These assertions are supposed to constitute principles or cases of knowledge because of the authority bestowed upon the person who enunciates them. Whenever possible, this authority seeks to fortify itself by reference in its turn most often to another authority, namely the authority of the books of the founders of Marxism. Hence the extraordinary importance which Stalinism bestows upon citations. These citations mostly have the role of doing away with demonstration of any kind, and they give to Stalinism its dogmatic form. A more general observation may be made at this point: the dogmatic character of the theoretical enunciations and the recourse to citations as proofs of the truth of what is being asserted is a characteristic common to the ideology of several so-called Marxist-Leninist parties. At the theoretical level, they are in fact used in varying degrees depending upon the norms that have taken shape in the USSR during L1930s and which, even in 42, the Soviet Union, are very far from being totally given up after the death of Stalin. It can be assumed that this dogmatism is linked to the position occupied by ideology in the system of domination of the Soviet type in general, as also of specific forms of centralist leadership which characterize the parties in power in such a system. The renewal of the organs of power takes place through co-option. This needs legitimization of the discourse of leaders, which does not arise from specific opinions of the members of the party but from the supposed fidelity of the leaders to the theoretical core which they are supposed to guard and manage most faithfully. THT2 is one of the reasons for the dogmatic character of the ideology of these parties. 2. The allegedly scientific form of Stalinist ideology thus tends to fortify the power of the party, where the leadership is presented as the depository and interpreter of the laws of the history of the society and of the class struggles. The party claims to be the instrument of history created by history. All it does is to apply its laws, and it even has the duty of applying these in an unrelenting way because they should liberate mankind and give birth to a superior new man. The allegedly scientific and teleological aspects of some of the concepts of Marx and the character of undebatable truth which Lenin attributes to them could open up the way to Stalinist pseudoscience, but the implicit justification for terrorist practices which Stalin draws from it is foreign to the thought of the author of The Capital. It will be seen, on the other hand, that the use which Stalinism makes of so-called science is similar to the one made by Hitlerism, although one claims to observe the laws of history while the other claims to observe the laws of nature. Both have before them a certain evolutionism which has its model in the work of Darwin. This model constitutes a theoretical substratum of two totalitarian systems which turn to terror by scoffing at any positive laws in order to ensure the fulfillment of scientific laws proclaimed by them. As Hannah Arendt points out, Escanito con Camscrer. 43. In the political core of the totalitarian regime, place of positive laws is taken up by total terror, whose duty it becomes to give orality to the law of historical or natural movement. This movement distinguishes in the human race the enemies against whom a free play is given to terror. Culpability and innocence become notions without any meaning. He is culpable who becomes an obstacle to the natural or historic progress. 7. The structure and development of Stalinist ideology correspond to extremely diverse functions that this ideology fulfills. It puts forth, in a systematic form, some of the real appearances of the system, including those on which the action of the party is based. It tends to hide the social contradictions in order to invest the party with the monopoly of power and to so fill the ideological field that no other discourse can be entertained. In its development, the dogmatism of Stalinist discourse increasingly takes a form of religious dogma. More specifically, as Victor Serge points out, it shows up as an over-devout discourse which sustains a religious order. 8. In his later writings, Stalin even condemns those whose ideas he is driven to rejecting by asserting that they are sinning against Marxism. 9. Section 2. The flight away from the real N. The mystique of the party. The Stalinist ideological formation very specifically combines a discourse which takes into account a certain level of reality and the constraints that are seen, and a discourse which contradicts not only the real movement but even reality lived. The mode of operation of this combination directly hinges upon two founding myths: the myth that since October 1917 a proletarian power was set up, and the myth of the construction of socialism, a myth that becomes indispensable during the 1930s. These two myths, 44, not only announce that the working class has won great victories /e the class enemy, they carry the promise of immediate and important successes for the workers. This promise is quite remo/ed from the real movement, which, in the 193 OS, is characterized by a lowering of living standards of the workers and peasants, and hardening of factory discipline, punishments at work, etc. Stalinist ideology is an alienated ideology incapable of holding together its promises and living reality. Its discourse develops along the mode of upsetting reality and hiding it. Thus a language is developed that is convenient, coded, where a part of what is said signifies the opposite of what is asserted. This coded language slowly assumes the form of a dead language from which all life is sapped because it has lost contact with reality. If the mechanisms of inversion and ideological reversal are at work here, they are so in a precise way because the discourse of official ideology is carried out so as to go beyond the domain of a simple alienated ideology to operate on the terrain of potent counter-truths, pure and simple falsehoods. Such is the case of the discourse presenting socialist emulation as a help between comrades, while in fact it was a case of veritable competition. 10. Of the ones who assert, during a clear rise in prices, that a Soviet money is the most stable in world, to say nothing of the talk of massive voluntary membership of the kolkhozes or of the most democratic constitution in the world. We are thus in the face of obvious examples of a flight from truth. It appears, however, impossible to make out, in each case which, of these flights, is a matter of ideological illusion, of a self-intoxication of the leaders who would wish that the things be the way they wish them to be, or of untruths skillfully enunciated. We must emphasize here that the flight from the real which characterizes a large portion of Stalinist ideology cannot be separated from the mystique of the party. This tries to pose as true what is enunciated by the party, thus hiding the question of errors and of untruths from the view of those who adhere to this mystique. One of the earliest declarations belongs to a period much before the absolutist regime of the Gensec. It goes back to the 13th Congress of the party. This Congress, meeting 4 months after the death of Lenin, opts for the model of unanimity. Thus, not one of the spokesmen of the opposition present at this Congress participated in voting. It is on this occasion that Trotsky enunciated a proposition which was later to be imposed in an increasingly brutal manner: I know that one cannot be right against the party because history has not created any other means of bringing about what is just. Thus begins the dawn of a new criterion of truth, at any rate a truth with a practical political reach. About a year and a half later, during the 14th Congress, the way the debates unfold leads Bukharin to invoke, in his turn, the role of the party in the enunciation of truth. He does so during a discourse in which he opposes Krupskaya, who was defending an opinion different from that of the majority. Bukharin then declared, N.K. Krupskaya says that truth is what corresponds to reality, each can see and hear and answer by himself. But what happens to the party then? It has vanished by a stroke of the magic wand. 12. One would rather say, in these days, that what is true is not what conforms to the reality but what the party states to be so. It is true that these formulation of Trotsky and Bukharin in no way represent the official doctrine they stand, however, for the points of view quite widely accepted in the party and especially by its leadership. From 1930, when Stalinist ideology begins to assert itself, the capacity which the party was supposed to possess for telling the truth and, therefore, to enunciate the correct ideology acquired an unprecedented dimension. Henceforth, the capacity of the party to distinguish between the true and the false. CL responds no longer only to what such and such leaders of the party acpt. Without being explicitly stated, it becomes a dogma which has to be accepted compulsorily and which ends in practice in a prohibition of any open discussion on an increasing number of problems. However, the degree of effective adherence to the discourse of the party is evidently impossible to evaluate because it varies considerably as a function of the themes developed by the party, the moments, and the social layers and the individuals. Moreover, for those who conform to official discourse, the idea of dissociating from it appears criminal. The crux of the dogma is to doubt is to betray. 3. Thus whenever doubt raises its head it cannot be entertained. For those who wish to be with the party, or not go against it, official discourse had to be fundamentally true and, therefore, continued to be accepted by the members of the party who were arrested and deported. For them, to adhere to the dogma and to be identified with the party gives birth to the certainty that the party can only act for the good, and what turns out badly is only an accident confronted with an evidence or with a reality of daily life which contradicts the discourse. What is heard or seen is declared to be outside Soviet reality. It is the exception necessary for the rule. Thus arise the sentences of this type. That is an heritage of the old order. That is not true. Your witnesses are false witnesses. It is a matter of local bureaucratism. The fact is without any general application. The state which belongs to the workers cannot exploit them, nor oppress them. Bad is the opposite of good. Without violence or injustice the new state could not have survived. 14. He who adheres to T1 is ideology and who is arrested by the NKVD under false charges CAI.1 continue to believe that he alone is the victim of judicia or police mistakes and that all other prisoners are really culprits. By allowing the flight from the real, the discourse of Stalinist ideology carries a certain order. For this order to be maintained, the discourse has to be continually repeated. 47. And thus the rituals which surround the repetition. These rituals MNST contribute to Mosky ng of THC contra DCT ions. Repetitions and rituals give to the discourse a semblance of reality which it does not have itself. Chapter 3. The practical ideology of Stalinism and its social effects. The contradictions of real social movement in the L930s and the dialectic which is developed between this movement and abstract Stalinist ideology give rise to political and ideological practices that exert powerful influences on different forms of social consciousness. Thus a process takes form whose effects react on its own conditions of existence. The complexity of this process is such that we can only imperfectly describe it by giving a detailed description of some of its moments and characteristics. Section 1. The specter of a conspiracy. The specter of a conspiracy is inherent in Stalinist ideology in practice. It is born of a sharp contradiction between the illusion of a mastery which is supposed to be exerted on development and social transformations and the real absence of such a mastery. This contradiction gives an extraordinary dimension to the political illusion which appears to constitute a state into a power that is apparently autonomous, one and all-powerful. Such an illusion had acquired a similar dimension during the French Revolution to the extent that at times any resistance to what the men in power desire appears to be due to hostile activities. As Engels points out, the fear of these hostile activities generated in France, in 1793 until July 1794, what is known as terror as a means of self-preservation. 2. Stalinist ideology produces even more exacerbated forms of this political illusion. In fact, it arises while state power is 49. Concentrated within the leadership of a single party considered to be invested with a historical mission. Further, this party must accomplish its mission all the more because it is guided by a scientific vision of the world and of history and has at its head a person who is the head of the world proletariat and is gifted with an outstanding capacity for bringing into play the principles of a just policy. Under these conditions, it is inevitable that the specters of a conspiracy and of sabotage should raise their head as an explanation for the non-realization of projects and the promises of a power that calls itself and believes itself to be all-powerful. The belief in its strength lends the power to impute difficulties and failures to conspiracies and to revolts which prevent it from fulfilling its historic mission. That is the explanation for the fear and the repression that strikes at real resistances and at acts deemed to be criminal as soon as they are seen. and also the repression which strikes at past activities that are more or less imaginary. Thus, we witness a multiplication of the spectacles of the Moscow trials and innumerable police actions and local trials, during the second half of the 1930s, ending in condemnation of hundreds of thousands of criminals without crimes. This repression is not the product only of objective social contradictions, of the struggle to eliminate the men supposed to be incapable or inadequately loyal or attempts seeking to pacify discontent of the workers. These trials and arrests and condemnations without trial are also the result of an ideological obsession. The power and its agents are convinced that if things do not happen as they should happen, it is so neither because of the economic system nor of their own policy but because of a subversive activity of saboteurs and other agents of the enemy. Thus a whole set of enemies and conspiracy hatchers come up and they are consigned to death, to prison, or to detention camps. The specter of multiplication of conspiracies becomes more menacing in periods of economic or political crises. It attacks most of the leaders and a part of the security services. This does not prevent agents of these services subjectively being in an ambivalent 50 Bettelheim situation. THCV often know far too many concrete facts which PRCYCNT them re-ally from believing in the culpability of those that are accused of conspiracy, but they are not allowed to raise doubts, for to doubt is to betray. Thus, they turn a blind eye. They consider the specter of conspiracy necessary for explaining difficulties and incoherences which cannot be accounted for by official ideology. The leaders fear the past and the future at the same time. Thus, the repression after the Second World War, the one connected with accusations of cosmopolitanism, a highly anti-Semitic accusation, seeks to eliminate thousands who have nothing to do with Zionism and to destroy those who are living witnesses to the anti-Semitism of the period of collaboration with Hitler. The specter of conspiracies is not limited to ruling circles, it pervades a part of the workers and the peasants who are unable to account for difficulties in which they are struggling as not being at least partially due to sabotage and subversion. Thus, by unmasking imaginary conspiracies, the power does not only not become weaker but is strengthened. The ghost of conspiracy becomes one of the elements of a populist policy and fortifies the cult of the chief, who is strong, clairvoyant, and without pity. 3. Starting with the assassination of Kirov, the specter of conspiracy plays an increasingly menacing role in Stalinist ideology in action. This assassination takes place at a time when there is a sharp turn to the crisis due to the BH/IOUR of some leaders who dare to raise doubts about Stalinist policy, while Stalin and his supports wish on the contrary to establish power without any sign of opposition. The assassination of Kirov marks the beginning of a new type of terror. For henceforth, conspiracies, treachery and sabotage become familiar demons of the practice of Stalinist ideology. They raise their heads not only because of the maneuver of the agents of security and of law, but basically as a product of a particular form of political illusion. It is a creation of the very 51. Crisis of the Stalinist system. As F. Ferret points out, the exacerbated forms of the political illusion came up for the first time during the French Revolution. It opened up a world where every social change is attributed to forces that are known, listed, and living. Like mythology, it attributes to the objective universe subjective wishes, that is to say, provides it with agents deemed to be responsible and with scapegoats. The action no longer meets with obstacles or limits but only with enemies, preferably traitors. 5. Bolshevism had already entertained such a Jacobin conception of history criticized by Marx and Engels. 6. It was taken up and exacerbated by Stalinism, which gave to it an ideological edge without precedent by a fusion of state fetishism and pseudo-scientific dogmatism. At the practical level, there is an equally unprecedented obsession with conspiracies and traitors. We may think that such an obsession is a part of a certain French ideological tradition, and that the trials and Stalinist terror was accepted by many Frenchmen as a political practice that is usual and not as a sign of the disorder of a system afflicted with ideological folly and passing through a grave political crisis in which the consolidation of a new privileged class was at stake. From the winter of 1936 to 1937, terror becomes a veritable ideological weapon. It was no longer a case only of eliminating the real or imaginary enemies of the past or of the future. In the absence of carrying conviction that the system was building a better world, it became necessary to convince others that its existence was inevitable and that all must bow before it. Section 2. The ideology of terror and the Soviet ideological formation. The ideology of conspiracy and of treachery, the efforts of Stalinist leaders to establish a power which no one can risk opposing openly, gave rise in the society as a whole to an ideology of terror. It tended to reduce any opposition and even any criticism. 5 lm. T. But by multiple acts of disobedience and indiscipline which made them all guilty of some infringement. Under these conditions of terror, the Stalinist discourse on iron discipline had, as its counterpart, highly contradictory social practices, blind discipline, servility, personal loyalism, but also indiscipline, disobedience, lying, hiding and cynicism. These practices were not simple vestiges of the past, they were the product of the system and an integral part of the Soviet ideological formation of the Stalinist period. Not only were they bred by the system, but it could not even survive without them, because it has to partially cheat on the rules it had formally laid down if it was to function at all. Consequently, it entertained misdemeanors and crimes which yield objective reasons for the perpetration of terror and for multiplication of ideological practices to which it gave birth among those who implemented it or submitted to it. It is evidently impossible to analyze here the Soviet ideological formation of the Stalinist period, because it is characterized by extreme bursting of the forms of social consciousness. 7. In the absence of an analysis of this ideological formation, it is indispensable to reveal some aspects of social practices entertained by it, particularly at the level of the new dominating class, that is to say, those who manage the reproduction of fundamental social relationships. This exercise is necessary to understand some of the traits of Stalinist system in action. One of these aspects is an unconditional outer loyalism from each functionary at each level with respect to their superiors. This loyalism and this unconditionality took care of various ideological relationships, but their existence contributed to the reproduction of a formal respect of the hierarchy, which was the source of a discipline built on servility that brings to mind the 53. Practices of Oriental despotism, from which Tsarist society can hardly be separated. Initially, Bolshevism had attempted to promote a discipline of another kind, but having failed in this task, Stalinism imparted all its vigor to the old discipline founded on hierarchy. It conferred authority to each as a function of his rank. This rank is increasingly materialized by insignia, uniforms, and other symbols of the place occupied in the social hierarchy, and especially by a series of material privileges. In his novel, The Tuleyev Affair 8, Victor Serge dramatically illustrates certain manifestations of authority. He shows how the behavior of a Soviet accountant changes, when this mediocre and rather stupid person is promoted as the senior assistant and receives the external marks of his rank. The description which he gives of this metamorphosis deserves to be summarized. From his unremarkable table, Romishkin goes up to a polished desk which faces another desk similar to his own but a trifle bigger, that of the director of rates and salaries of the trust. Romishkin got an internal telephone which was an unbelievable symbol of authority. He now has a certain power, and Romishkin, quite timid till then, begins to exercise it on his subordinates with a simple firmness without appeal. He realizes the authority that adds inches to a man's stature, holds the organization together, makes work fruitful, saves time, lowers general costs. His conclusion: the principle which bestows worth on a man earlier worthless is the principle of hierarchy. This principle is his watchword in his reactions with his superiors, and especially with the chairman of the trust. When this chairman would call him on the telephone, Romishkin would experience some difficulty in answering the call seated, without bending, without smiling endearingly. Only, he would have certainly liked to rise from his seat to wear a respectful look. 9. These few lines throw light on the form of discipline spreading over all the arms of power, while terror increasingly shapes the manner of their behavior. A frantic individualism constitutes the other face of a rigid formal discipline. The development of this individualism accompanies the rapid expansion of the administrative, economic. 54. An ideological apparatus and has no patience with the spread of terror in the later half of the L930s. In no time at all, the state apparatus is penetrated by managers and by small and middle/eve/functionaries who have nothing in common at all with the earlier militancy of the Bolshevik Party. In the middle of the L930s, official publications increasingly denounce the petit bourgeois mentality of the new administrators, managers, and functionaries. 10. Formal discipline and the chase for privileges forms a unity and favors the rise of cynical and mediocre codders in the apparatus who prefer to be surrounded by servile elements even though they are incompetent. Thus the transformations already set off before the terror of the L930s become more rapid and are consolidated. They lead to an hierarchy of persons despotic towards their subordinates and servile before their superiors, as Moshe Lewin has observed very justly. 11. The hierarchy of privileges is not limited to its effects on the members of the dominating class. It also exerts an influence on some of the exploited and, especially, during the period of great social mobility. The promotions of workers and peasants to positions of some small importance with a little bit of responsibility of any kind and the alleviation of some small privileges also affects a number of the exploited whose number is non-negligible. These promotions and privileges, or the hope of obtaining them, has an influence over the ideological links of a portion of the workers with power. They often lead to these workers supporting the power to some extent and enlarge its social base to an appreciable extent. Similar is the case of campaigns of denunciation and spying. If some spies are moved by a spirit of patriotism, others, and they are perhaps not fewer in number, are moved by jealousy of their superiors or by plain arrivism. Thus, they are in solidarity with the power. During the time when the discovery of the conspiracy is ever on the rise, many of those who are generally servile are ready to pull down managers placed above them, often in the hope that they would occupy the post held by the disgraced. 55. Should circumstances be favorable. During the period of repression of managers in the second half the L930s, we see a mine of young wolves, who denounce the faults and the crimes of their superiors. During the same period we also see the executives occupying a certain position wishing to protect themselves against possible accusations and to give evidence of their zeal, setting up a purely formal discipline which reduced the efficiency of the apparatus to its lowest. The executives achieve any task whatever and repeat the slogans of the time. Thus, we have, to use the expression of Claude Lefort, a check on those who produce, whatever be their field of production, by professionals of incompetence. 12. Thus, a brutal, quasi-military style of command is fashioned. This style has often been described, and even glorified, by Soviet leaders of those times. It seeks to attain objectives whatever the price, deal with severity with the leaders responsible at a lower level who do not fulfill targets fixed, accept neither any discussion nor reservations nor explanations. They put pressure on the lower ranks, have a solid fist which organizes and controls, do not accept any objections and come down with a heavy hand in order to harm so that others learn the lesson. 13. These social practices introduced in the ideological formation of the Stalinist period, are developed from contradictions of the system and characteristics of the official ideology which places the set of social transformations and relationships before a double code. Section 3. The 2. Ideology. Codes of Stalinist. One of the peculiarities of the Stalinist ideology such as it had asserted itself in the USSR in the 1930s arises from its status. It is the official ideology, it is not a dominant ideology whose influence would be direct upon the population. It is only very partly that official ideology coincides with the image that the population has of the real situation, of the policy followed and the history of the country. This coincidence shows up especially when official ideology incorporates spontaneous images of social consciousness, like those associated with state fetishism or of the currency or, for a part of the Russian population, those devoting a large part to the greatness of Russia and its historic mission. When such is the case, official ideology plays an active role in the backing which a part of the population gives to the system of domination. If official ideology does not generally function as a dominant ideology, it is because there are strong contradictions between the real social movement and even the apparent reality and the discourse of official ideology. Hence, despite formal respect shown to it, the ideology of the party does not succeed in functioning as a system of representation, values, and norms to which the dominant class would, in fact, be subject, and so would the dominated class under differentiated forms. 14. Official ideology, therefore, functions much more under constraint than in willing acceptance, or in appearances or as consensus. One of its functions can even be to help in discovering those who are not entirely subservient to the party because they express their disagreement with such or such proposition of official discourse. To fulfill this function well, it is not unnecessary that some of its propositions be more or less absurd. 15. At the international level, that of the Communist One International, parties affiliated to it and sections that these parties influence official Soviet ideology plays another role and is likely to receive a much more real adhesion than what it obtains even in the Soviet Union. This ideology, in fact, plays an unquestionably active role beyond Soviet frontiers and cannot work there under constraint. Moreover, non-Soviets are less unaware of the extent of contradictions between the discourse of official ideology and the realities lived by the population of the USSR and forms of consciousness corresponding to these realities. However, even this external adhesion becomes possible only at the cost of a great vigilance. 57. By removing systematically from the top of the international and affiliated parties, those leaders who are not ready to accept without any discussion the discourse of Soviet official ideology. The history of the CI is one of multiple exclusions and elimination of deviationist elements, especially during the 1930s. This history is also one of physical elimination of a large number of those who could bear witness abroad to the profoundly fallacious character of official ideology and to what was the concrete reality of life in USSR. This, and the future annexation of a part of Poland explains the physical decimation, which took place in the USSR in 1938, of the old leadership of the Polish Party. To the massive functioning of official ideology under constraint corresponds the use of a double code written into this ideology, a code of interpretation and a code of subjugation. Both of them are indispensable for the reproduction of relationships of domination of the system. 1. The code of interpretation. To a large extent, Stalinist ideology constitutes a system of myths. This system is built around the founding myth of the October Revolution proclaimed to be a proletarian revolution. This myth itself hinges wholly upon a code of interpretation and identification. Stalinism tends to solidify this code and make a total system out of it. The official language is thus found subverted and impoverished. It produces a dead language, a wooden language, which is a vehicle of several myths. Thus, industrialization and collectivization, which are supposed to bring an abundance of agricultural produce and well-being to the peasants and which brought poverty and lowering of the level of life of workers and peasants and even famine, is announced to be no less than the source of a more joyful life by turning the back to the principle of reality and using a codified language which negates it. The discourse of the party sets itself on a path of fiction-making as it progresses. This fiction-making gives an increasingly mythical content to official discourse. 16. Similarly, the Stalinist ideology develops the myth of an economy which the plan has mastered, that of the Caucasians who collectively take their destiny in their hands, that of the 58. Charles Bettelheim workers who are enthusiastic about production, that of a Soviet Union that would give birth to progress in all spheres, succeed in transforming nature and in fashioning a new man. 17. The reality incessantly giving a lie to these assertions led the party to an increasingly mendacious discourse, to a falsification ever more brazen of reality and of history. Hence the rewriting of history which characterizes the Stalinist regime. Once on the path of large-scale falsification, the leadership of the party is led to encoding the quasi-totality of the field of expression and saturating to the maximum the space of public discourse, because any other discourse could be in violent contradiction with official ideology. When such a saturation is more or less achieved, spontaneous forms of social consciousness are seen to practically ban any coherent expression. This unleashes a process of inner shutting up and blocks the enunciation of a systematic critical discourse. The different social classes are voiceless. In conditions of the 1930s characterized by great social mobility and massive repression, official ideology in action is an element stabilizing the existing order. It produces a specific dissociation, a social pulverization different from that which is produced in the countries of old-style capitalism, but this desocialization is at least as effective. To escape it, it is necessary to take the risk of negating official discourse 19 and developing social practices independent of it. This is possible only under certain conditions. In their absence, official discourse also becomes the vector of a code of allegiance. To code of allegiance, the ideological monopoly claimed by the leadership of the party also fulfills the function of allegiance. By forcing each one to repeat ad infinitum what is said by the party and acting, at least outwardly, according to directives, political, scientific, artistic, etc., the top leaders of the party change official discourse into a code of allegiance, any lack of respect towards which is looked upon as lack of loyalty and 59. Deviation, and the deviant quite easily becomes an enemy, a potential one at any rate. The allegiance so obtained has all the more importance as official discourse is in contradiction with what is thought as true, as just by a portion of those who adhere to it publicly. Thus, when the party asserts, at a time when there is a shortage of most common articles of consumption, that life has become more beautiful, or when it says that the citizens of the USSR live under the most democratic constitution in the world, and when it demands that each repeat it, it brings into play a specific practice of enslavement. Accepting what is evident does not imply any allegiance, because you limit yourself to saying what you think is true. On the contrary, prostrating before a discourse you do not believe in, that is accepting the authority of the enunciator of the discourse. By functioning as it does, official discourse plays the role of an instrument of social surrender, which it would not have if the discourse had spontaneously /5 acceptance. The role of an instrument of social surrender to the code of allegiance which characterizes Stalinism is also formed of absurd and killing accusations that the organs of security and law make against real or imaginary opponents. Those are made victims of senseless epithets like Trotskyists, Bukharinists, or Trotskyists Hitlerites. They also hurled absurd and vulgar swear words as that of lustful vipers. This dimension of official discourse does not aim only at justifying condemnation of those so accused, it seeks also to oblige each one to repeat these intemperate sentences, which has apparently become an act of faith, imposing a sort of credo quia absurdum. Of course, the fragments of an ideology based on evidence are not characteristic of Stalinist ideology. Only the elements of ideology are specific when functioning under constraint. They alone are the instruments of enslavement and social surrender. The function of allegiance of official ideology requires, lastly, the intervention of the police, but this happens only in the 60 Charles A. Bettelheim boundary link cases. But even before the police intervenes, social surrender is obtained through the action of a closed network of ideological instruments. Each of them keeps a watch on a part of a particular population with which it is regularly in contact, whom it calls to order, guide its noticeable behavior, teaches it the day's truth, repeats to him the correct discourse, the one which should form a part of the conversation in public. Ideological agencies obliged almost every single one to participate in meetings, explanatory campaigns, lectures, and discussions where he had to speak and say what was expected of him. The agencies that are given this task of ideological subjugation are several. First, the party itself, then several administrative organs of the state and all kinds of associations. All these organizations, having security police and informers, are placed under the direction of the party. Almost no one can escape these agencies of ideological subjugation. Even the unorganized, few in number, Notice that they are under observation because of the network of spies and informers who were quite ready to report every incorrect behavior or statement for fear that if they did not do so they themselves could be denounced. The role of ideology as a code of allegiance implied, as a result, a strict watch on the population. It was shown that the specificity of the system requires effectiveness of official ideology as an instrument of social surrender and enslavement, and is better ensured if the numerous aspects of this ideology are not spontaneously accepted. It is by openly bending before what is subjectively unaccepted that you acknowledge allegiance to the power. It is necessary to emphasize that an important shift has taken place in the operation of this code of allegiance during the Stalinist era and the present period. Today, the power is generally satisfied with a public allegiance to official ideology. During the Stalinist era, power 61 demanded a private allegiance too. It wanted that it should appear as if its ideology had indeed been interiorized. Therefore, the effort made to discover what each person thought and to unmask those with a double face. Also, in the L930s until the death of Stalin, a constantly mentioned preoccupation in speeches and in the press was of the fight against men with a double face in order that the party could become an impregnable fortress where none of these men could penetrate. In the Stalin era, this fight against individuals with a dual face had several aspects. It was inscribed in the routine of those innumerable meetings mentioned earlier, and where each one was called upon to speak and publicly denounce such or such person arrested by the security services as an enemy or a saboteur. These meetings served to police thought and locate those who do not show enough fervor, which too could bring them the accusation of men with double face. The political police played an essential role in the uncovering of these individuals suspected of bad thinking. The agents provocateurs established a relationship of confidence with those on whom they had to report on their secret thoughts. They would make these persons talk open-heartedly, and if the confidences made to them were against the thinking of the party, they would denounce these persons at an appropriate moment. The NKVD would know how to extract confessions of the crimes or offenses they were supposed to have committed. To carry out this work, the security services could depend upon provocators maintained by them and upon numerous casual informers who would denounce the subversive opinions they had heard. The reasons for these denunciations were manifold: personal hostility, professional jealousy, or again the hope of being promoted or have a house sanctioned. 21. The minuteness with which policing of thought was carried out in the Stalinist period would give the illusion that the dictatorship of the party was an idiocracy. This illusion led to hiding the reality of relationships of exploitation and power. In 62. Fact, respect demanded by official ideas only seeks to subjugate all before the power. What is demanded is the constancy of this subjugation and not the fidelity to ideas which changed with times. The metaphor men with double face denotes a reality which is pushed back by official ideology. The fact was that the discourse of Stalinist ideology was hardly and very badly interiorized, so much so that it was frequently denied in private discourses that burst forth. Official discourse thus doubled with various other discourses. These are in patches. They are discourses of peasants, middle layers, intelligentsia, etc. These multiple and atomized discourses incorporate a part of explanations of official discourse but in a fragmentary form. They do not have the same relationship to the real as the discourse of the party, but they do not manage to form a unified social counter-discourse which could help in the formation of an organized resistance to the power. However, those who privately have a discourse other than the power are innumerable and really have double face. Their personality tends to decompose. Thus, the new Soviet man is a double man. This leads to a specific social schizophrenia which makes for a grave social dysfunctioning inherent to the setup of ideological domination. However, the power does not give up having a full adherence to its own discourse. With this aim it seeks to mobilize literature, cinema, and art to transform the thought of those it enslaves. Thus, it wants that writers be the engineers of the souls, to use the words of Stalin. The main effect of this slogan is to powerfully bring forth a socialist realism which must illustrate official discourse. The cultural section of the Central Committee keeps a watch on the respect of this realism and the norms fixed by the party. 22. One of the tasks of this idealism very specifically is to show our man in a true manner, to show him such as he ought to be. 23. To quote the formula of Alexander Faddeev, 23, socialist realism of the L930s has only a limited influence because the authors dear to the Soviet readers continue to be those class / rug, lay in the USSR 63 of the 19th century, as also some of the authors who managed to escape from these norms of realism. This realism is generally felt, and quite justly, as instituting a ritual of falsification not only of the present, constantly glorified, but also of a constantly rewritten past. This does not manage to change in any profound manner what the people think, because the imaginary discourse of official realism is opposed markedly to the concrete reality. This has, therefore, no credibility, generally speaking. All in all, the way Stalinist ideology operates makes the leaders and the led live in a double world, that of real relationships and that of the official discourse. The latter seeks to order a set of behaviors that are partly inadapted to the real but necessary to the respect of power and to the leadership of the party. That is the source of a permanent and serious crisis of ideology. It contributes to giving its specific form to the movement of contradictions characteristic of the Stalinist system, and it is a burden on the conditions of political battles. The post-Stalinian period is much less rigid on the ideological plane, but allows a massive pressure of official discourse to continue, with perverse effects indicated previously. Anexur. Are human rights Marxist? An analysis of the ideological formation of Stalinism brings out the cracks which marks its structure. These cracks clearly show the distinction between this ideological formation of Bolshevism, Leninism, and the thinking of Marx. These cracks are found at several levels: the conception of the dialectics, conception of history, role of the development of productive forces and class struggles in history, conception of the state, its characteristics and its role, conception of economic laws, assertions about the existence of a socialist mode of production, etc. The observation of these cracks leads to a rejection of the simplistic thesis that would like Marx to have caused Lenin and Lenin, Stalin, and so the Gulag and the Soviet totalitarian system. This observation goes much beyond the simple assertion that Marx would not have liked to set up a social formation similar to the Soviet formation, and that, if he had been alive, he would reject it as foreign to all the aspirations expressed in his writings. However, to admit the propositions enunciated just now does not enable us to consider as solved another problem, that of the perverse effects that some of the enunciations of Marx can exert when they are put into practice in a privileged and unilateral manner. Thus, it is not enough to reject the evolutionist idea of a causation of Stalin by Marx to be able to affirm that Marx's writings, particularly those having a utopian content, did not 67. Contribute to what was being done in his name in the Soviet Union. In reality, it is not without some reason that the General Secretary of the Bolshevik Party and his successors could claim Marx on their side. One must not forget that there are several Marxes in Marx. His texts are not always coherent between themselves. Thus, it is possible to develop discourses and practices conforming to some of his writings while being in contradiction with others. We can, for example, cite a text of Marx which does not express Marx's dominant ideas, namely the preface in 1859 to the Critique of Political Economy. The class struggle is absent from this text. The productive forces here appear as the motive force of history, and one comes across an outline of a sort of general theory of revolutions. Now, Stalin has largely delved into this preface to justify the conceptions which he put into practice during L930s. Hence one can see a certain historical relationship between the text of Marx and the Stalinist practice. There are other examples of this plurality of Marx. The most significant, with respect to the question we are tackling, are from the writings of the younger days of Marx. Like the Jewish question too in his writings, Marx mainly grapples with the ideological function of human rights. To him, they aim essentially at the defense of the egoist man, man such as he is, member of the bourgeois society, that is to say an individual apart from the community, uniquely concerned with his personal interests and obeying his private inclinations. Three enunciations of this kind, and the critique of human rights in general, were exploited by Stalin and his partisans, who dealt with contempt what they called rotten liberalism and who equated the rights of man with bourgeois liberties, incompatible with socialism. This Stalinist manner of dealing with human rights, freedom of expression, freedom to oppose power in the saddle, the freedom to organize for the defense of one's interests and one's opinions, are characteristic even today of the Soviet system. It can certainly lay claim to following some isolated texts of Marx, by interpreting them in a very particular manner, but it cannot lay claim to the general principles defended by Marx, either when he emphasizes the positive role of democratic rights in the struggle of the exploited and oppressed classes, or, more generally, when he upholds that the democratic forms, especially universal franchise, are necessary for the emancipation of work. 5. To summarize, there is a Stalinist way of using the texts of Marx. 6. This usage makes it possible to establish practices, and the traits of the Soviet formation related to these practices. But this is a case of giving importance to isolated texts and to the letter of these texts in order to use them and aim at targets other than those Marx had in view. This amounts to turning them in the final analysis, against the fundamental concepts of Marx. 7. Of course, such use of Marx could be forced, not only because some of his texts lent themselves to such an use, but above all because of the accidents of class struggle, which systematically placed a higher importance on some particular writings of Marx, distorted / the aim of bestowing on the Soviet dominant class a state apparatus of an increasingly repressive nature. Footnotes 1. Cf. On this point my remarks in Volume 2 of this work and the remarks of Dominique Lecourt, in La Philosophie sans Feinte, OPCIT, p. 140. 2 cf. Marx, Philosophical Works, Paris, Editions Costs, 1927, Volume 1, p. 169, cf. also, Marx, Works 3, Philosophy, Paris, Gallienne, La Pléiade 1982, especially p.366-367-3. Cf. p.195 of the volume, I of the editions costs, and p.366s of 1. Farks, Works 3, OPCIT. 4. See, for example, what Marx has written under the heading Observations on the Recent Regulations of the Russian Censor in Philosophical Works, Volume 1, OPCIT, p.120 SCF. Also Works Il Philosophy, OPCIT, p. I11s5. On this subject, see the plan of a work that Marx intended writing and which was to be a critique of politics in Mu, Volume 3, p.537. This text was reproduced by Maximilian Rubel in Over's Economy, OPCIT, p.58s. 7. When Marx and Engels took part in the activities of the workers' movement, they had increasingly emphasized the importance of democratic liberties. In 1865, in a writing intended for the German Workers' Party, Engels wrote, "The workers' movement is impossible without freedom of the press, without the rights of coalition and meeting." In 1871, after the experience of Paris Commune, Marx began insisting more than ever before on the rights of citizens and on the subordination required for the officials who should not be appointed but elected by citizens. 70. Part 2. The Dominators in Twilight 1928–1938. From the end of the L920s, the leadership of the party formed around Stalin launched a merciless drive against some bourgeois sections existing in the period of the NEP and against other social sections assimilated to the bourgeoisie. This drive, accompanying collectivization and liquidation of private enterprises, was supposed to cause disappearance of the bourgeoisie, whereas it only resulted in changing its conditions of existence. It was accompanied by serious economic and social contradictions leading, at various moments, to a modification of the forms and objectives of the drive, while within the party itself there arose serious internal conflicts. At the end of the L920s, the leadership of the party unleashed the offensive against some of the capitalist sections of NEP society and against those considered as bourgeois. The offensive is mainly directed against NEPmen, private industrialists, artisans, and traders who had sufficiently extended their undertakings as to appropriate a part of surplus value, and against the kulaks as capitalist exploiters. A number of peasants called prokulak or subkulak were considered to be similar to them. We know that in a few years the private bourgeoisie of the NEP is liquidated. Its undertakings were confiscated and its members transformed into wage earners when they are not deported or arrested. However, the drive unleashed by the party leadership also aims at other targets. Their position and outcome are more complex. This concerns a part of the leadership and managers of the state apparatus and their immediate collaborators. This also concerned a portion of intellectuals. 71. The offensive directed against these targets is not determined mainly by their place and their relationship to production and reproduction but to their ideological or political position. It is because of these positions that some of those who / declared to belong to the bourgeois intelligentsia were eliminated. The scope of these operations of elimination and purification is explained to a large extent by resistance to the policy of rapid industrialization and overaccumulation from within the managerial class. A number of them considered some of the objectives of the plans or some of the methods used for attaining them as dangerous to the future of the country or the regime. The leaders of the party who wanted to have docile managers attacked those who took a critical attitude. They considered these managers to be impregnated with bourgeois culture and sought to eliminate them to have the apparatus purified, renewed, and cast in the mold. Chapter 1. The Cultural Revolution. We owe the expression Cultural Revolution to Lenin, who used it in some of his writings of 1922 and 1923. For the major part of NEP, it was used only occasionally and chiefly to talk of a rapid and wide-ranging development of the educational system. 72 Charles Bettelheim. From 1928, the top level of the party wanted, on the other hand, to give to this term a radical connotation. It was supposed to denote a foreign one of proletarian class struggle in the domain of culture. In fact, this struggle was unleashed by the ruling group formed around Stalin. It unfolds as a revolution from the top with which are associated mainly a portion of the youth and the students of working class origin. Despite the ambitions announced earlier, this movement had mostly the effect of modifying the recruitment of cadres and the discipline to which they were subject. Section 1. The Cultural Revolution as Class War. The new connotation which the term Cultural Revolution acquired at the end of NEP clearly appeared in an intervention of A.I. Krynitsky, chief of the Agitprop department of the Central Committee. During a meeting which took place in Moscow between May 30 and June 9, I-928, under the auspices of this department, Krynitsky declared that the Cultural Revolution can only be a class war carried on by the proletariat against bourgeois elements which have survived from the earlier society and which, according to him, had organized an attack on the cultural front, striving to increase their share, struggling for their own school, their own art, their own theater and seeking to use the state apparatus for this purpose. Krynitsky faulted those responsible for Nerkompros for having been paralysed by a counter-revolutionary and opportunist conception of the Cultural Revolution, a pacific upbringing. Without any class content in the cultural level, a conception which does not make any distinction between the bourgeois and proletarian elements of culture and which does not notice the sharp struggle of the proletariat against its class enemy, a struggle waged in everyday life. In the school, arts. Class S struggles in the USSR 73. T4 Sciences. EC. If we compare the formulations of A.I. Krynitsky with those used till then, they show the appearance of a political line seeking to upset cultural life, recruitment and formation of cadres and, at a deeper level, the relationship between cadres, intelligentsia and leading sections of the party. When, in June 1928, A.I. Krynitsky dealt with the theme of cultural revolution, his declarations followed a few others that had emanated from the highest level of the party. These are the earliest signs of a change in the line intended to cast a suspicion on the bourgeois specialists whose loyalty was more or less accepted since the beginning of the NEP. The most remarkable declaration in this respect is the one by Stalin on the occasion of the Shukti Affair 5, which involved an important group of engineers in the mines in Donbass and accusations being framed against them. When Stalin spoke of the Shukti affair before the plenum of April 1928, he did not content himself with doubting bourgeois experts. He also denounced the incompetence of communist cadres who were responsible for keeping a check on them. He asserted that this incompetence was as worthy of attention as the treachery of experts. It shows, said he, that in the absence of technical knowledge, the communist cadres can be taken for a ride. For the Gensec, the hour had come to put an end to the dichotomy between Red and experts. 6. The Shukti Affair, the plenum of April 1928 and the speech of A.I. Krynitsky in June of the same year are the earliest indications of the Cultural Revolution of the years 1928 to 1931. They cover simultaneously two essential aspects. On the one hand, the Cultural Revolution grows on the place of production where it concerns encaderment of direct producers, the conditions of recruitment of those whom Stalin calls officers and sub-officers of production. It also concerns the formation of these officers and the manner in which they are subordinated to the orders coming from the party leadership. On the other hand, the Cultural Revolution tends to upset conditions of functioning of the ideology apparatus. This second aspect is the imaginary form of a struggle for a proletarian culture. However, the real nucleus of this revolution is the policy of the working class preference. This is followed from 1928 to 1931 and receives its thrust from decisions taken by the party leadership. We may examine a few of them. 1. The decisions and N1 measures which install and support the policy of preference. The plenum of April 1928 adopts a resolution on the Shukti Affair. The text calls for a tightening of vigilance of the specialists, for a push in the increase of technical knowledge of communist cadres in the economy, for giving a Nevada dimension to working class preference in administrative and technical posts, and for favoring the advancement of red proletarian specialists coming up from the ranks. When we compare this resolution with the extremely careful promotion policy followed till then, one is obliged to notice a very serious turning point in the policy of formation of political and technical cadres. 7. Another resolution adopted by the plenum held in July 1928 specifies this turning point. This resolution has the heading Improvement in the Preparation of Specialists. It specifies that recruitment of engineers and technicians should be so done, under such conditions, that a much bigger place than earlier be given to the members of the party and to candidates of working class origin. 8. A resolution adopted during the plenum of November 1928 adds to these two earlier resolutions. It seeks to reinforce the working class base of the party and to multiply the preferences for cadres coming up from the ranks. 9. These resolutions are followed by measures to be adopted to ensure implementation of the decisions taken by the plenum of April 1928. Thus, in order to facilitate the appointment to posts of technical responsibilities of young workers and cadres from the base, lacking technical knowledge new industrial academies were created. With the same purpose, a large number of part-time courses were made open to young workers and cadres who wished to acquire specialist training. 10. At the same time, 1e, the rise of cadres and technicians who are members of the party or of working class origin is accelerated by purges carried out in the administrative apparatus. The suspect bourgeois elements were chased from these organs, which were consolidated by promotion of workers coming up from the ranks. The slogan of Red and Expert was thus the order of the day, while the conditions of admission and the syllabi of institutions of higher studies were modified. A new policy of admission of students is thus put into practice. It gave high priority to communist candidates or those from the working class. These candidates could be admitted even if their level of preparation was low. The organizations of the party and the trade unions are given responsibility of finding a sufficient number of applicants among their own members and to ensure their selection. The implementation of these measures resulted in mass promotion to administrative or technical posts of workers considered to be free of all bourgeois influence. An important part of these promotions were direct. The workers promoted did not pass through any educational course. These promotes constituted those called praktiki. They are called upon to learn on the job by immediately assuming the functions of technicians in factories, or of engineers or directors. Between 1928 and 1933, 14,063 workers from the ranks were thus promoted. More than half of these are not members of the party. At the same time, there is recourse to a number of other promotions of manual workers assigned to office jobs. Nothing less than 660,000 communist workers left the factory between 1930 and 1933 to become employees or functionaries and to undertake studies. A higher number of workers who were not members of the party also had similar promotions. All in all, those who were thus promoted to administrative posts, who undertook studies, became engineers, technicians, and directors between 1930 and 193 were about 1.76.5 mil 1 ion. 11. The mass PRON1 ocean of the beginning of 1930 represents the most spectacular aspect of the turning point taken in 1928. It had considerable economic, social, and political impact. Especially, it created an impression in a part of the working class that the country had entered a new era where possibilities of advancement were open on a wide scale to the simple workers wishing to become technicians or office workers. In fact, this mass promotion often led only to bureaucratic posts or production assistants. However, in 1928 and 192-9, some other measures were adopted leading to quick promotion to positions of high responsibility for a few thousand communists who had passed out from establishments of higher studies. By applying these measures with a more selective character, some L0,000 communists were admitted, between 1928 and 1931 in engineering colleges and other institutions of the same level. About 8,000 other communists were also admitted, through similar measures, into higher military institutions. In the same way, the trade unions brought up from among the ranks 5,000 to 6,000 communist workers and nearly 4,000 non-communist workers. 12 On the whole, this mobilization of future cadres intended to receive higher technical or military training, plus the influx of working class masses, communists or otherwise, in institutions of diverse levels, gave access to a specialized educational formation or to a higher education to tens of thousands of young persons from a section drastically different from the old intelligentsia. Thus, during L930s we notice the formation of a class of dominators with an origin quite different from those of L920s, because they come largely from the ranks of these promotes. The students at universities and engineering colleges constituted the most significant group of promotes, vidvigentia. They were the new technical intelligentsia which replaced not only the old specialists, but also, and mainly, the members of the old guard of Bolsheviks who had assumed the reins of power in the economy and the industry. This new intelligentsia owed its advance not to its participation in past struggles but to selection it had undergone at a time when the leadership of the party had launched an all-out effort of industrialization which gave primacy to accumulation and technique. Its ideology was strikingly different from the old Bolsheviks, as it was also from that of the old bourgeois intelligentsia because of its mode of selection and education given to it. The new intelligentsia did not have the critical spirit as that of the bourgeois intelligentsia. Its authority owed much more to the power vested in it by the leadership of the party than to its experience and to its knowledge and abilities. This led to a series of consequences. On the one hand, this new intelligentsia tended to be strictly subordinate to the leadership of the party to which it owed its position. It thus was only too willing to execute faithfully orders received, with the least possible discussion even when it thought it was hardly realistic. There was also an effort to teach them that to doubt the validity of orders received was already an act of treachery. Thus, this new intelligentsia was generally full of respect for the hierarchy, bureaucratic and military spirit. On the other hand, it also ordered about in a quasi-military fashion. It justified politically the responsibility it had accepted because in most cases, it could not justify it by its technical competence. It could not put up with any discussion on /v had been ordered. It thought that to cast doubts on its orders was to cast doubts on political authority, and thus to be guilty of anti-Soviet behavior. It was thus a set of chiefs rather than of leaders. The leadership of the party expected of them whom it had appointed that they obtain results asked of them whatever the price they should be seen to be harsh, ready to impose the most severe sanctions on their subordinates and be even ready to call in the police to arrest, on charges of sottobage, those who did not fulfill the tasks fixed for them. Thus was formed a section of managers acting in a despotic way. 13. The ideology of this new intelligentsia is also very different from that of the old Bolsheviks who held technical or managerial responsibilities for many years. By their past, these old Bolsheviks felt it was their right to sit on judgment on decisions of the party leadership. At the same time, class struggles waged by them shoulder to shoulder with workers often made them sensitive to 78 I'm. Difficulty of these workers in their work or their daily life. On the other hand, the new intelligentsia of Promodox, even TJ1 UFIT HTD\XHNC up from the ranks H found itself far removed from simple workers. They thought they were different from common workers because of their merits and their special competences. They easily felt a blind respect for diplomas and titles, unlike the old Bolsheviks who ignored them. 1. Generally speaking, it accepted to be strictly subordinate to the top of the party because it knew that the party has a very different experience than its own, and chiefly because it owed its ocean to the party. Since it owed its career to the party, it was prepared to show to it its loyalty and its spirit of discipline. It tried to appear even more devoted in the second half of I-930s when the purges struck even in their own ranks. On the whole, the ideology of the new intelligentsia was largely dominated by preoccupations with social advancement, with theoretical mobility towards more and more important posts. A larger number of Vidvigenza were convinced that their twofold quality of men one bears of the party and of men with a technical formation should open before them a career which would lead them to high political responsibilities. This was precisely what happened to some of them. In fact, after about 10 years, it was among these Vidvigenza that replacements were found to take on the mantle of old members of the party, that of the old guard. It was also from their ranks that arose those leaders who led the party even in the beginning of L980s. Those among Vidvigenza destined to the highest positions of responsibilities saw their future taking shape at a time of mass repression and purges. Some of them quickly found a place in the list of high executives, members of the Politburo and of the Go-Ernd. That is the case of Nikita Khrushchev, Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev 14, Alexei Nikolaevich Kosygin, Dmitry Fyodorovich Ustinov, Nikolai Semyonovich Patalichev and many others. The upward mobility of these crack Vidvigenza was accompanied by a series of convulsions and mass repressions which also renewed the party. The outstanding career of the Vidvigenza who attained a position in the top leadership of the 79 party should not blind us to the fact that the promotion policy greatly upset the composition of a big portion of dominating class. To the recruit on one end of the specialists before the in one plan one antation of the promotion policy. To get an idea of the range of the swing in the spring of 1928, we must place this problem in its historical perspective. Since the beginning of the Soviet regime, many Bolshevik leaders had a mistrust of specialists educated before the revolution. When they were not members of the party they were called bourgeois specialists and were subject to a series of discriminations. However, and soon enough, the leadership of the party accepted that they had to have the services of these bourgeois experts to be able to face the scientific and technical tasks confronting the power. In 1920, Lenin emphasized the question of these specialists and denounced as an illusion any attempt to seek to do without them and to build socialism with only the hands of the communists. During the NEP, we witness a progressive abandonment of the efforts made during the Civil War which sought to recruit and form technical cadres coming from the working class. 15. In 1927, the policy of recruitment was as follows: for administrative cadres, the party still practiced a policy of relatively wide working class preferences. At this time, some 20,000 communists left each year their factories to undergo some courses and become executives. These recruits were in main oriented towards bureaucratic careers or towards the army. As against this, to reach the posts implying real technical responsibilities and the corresponding baggage of learning, the party insisted on training by specialist schools and institutions. At this time, these institutions practically opened their doors, because of the nature of entrance tests and the type of culture that these competitions required, only to the children of the scientific and technical intelligentsia and the old bourgeoisie. The admission of children of workers was an exception. Thus, on the one hand, administrative cadres were largely of proletarian origin 17, while, on the other, technical cadres, who played an important role in production, were almost totally away from the party and working des. 18. Till 192-7, the leadership of the party appeared to put up with the state of affairs and said it had faith in most of the members of the old intelligentsia. Thus, at the 15th Congress of the party, Stalin asserted, hundreds and thousands of intellectual workers are rallying to the Soviet power. 19. The hard-working intelligentsia. The contrast between such assertions and resolutions and measures adopted during 1928 is striking. It is thus a radical turning point which was at work. Why was such a shift taken at the beginning of 1928? 3. The LMN1 immediate causes for the shift in 1928. The new promotion policy is inseparable from a shift in the general policies represented by the abandonment of the NEP. It constituted a specific aspect of the implementation of a policy of industrialization that gave priority to the heavy industry. Generally, it responded to two preoccupations. 1. Giving to a part of the workers the feeling that they could improve their standard of living by entering the path of promotion. Secondly, to exert pressure on the old technical intelligentsia and, in course of time, to eliminate it, because as a group it held that it was impossible to acquire in the time limits and with the means available. All the projects started simultaneously at the end of L920s and at the beginning of I9J0s. Most of the earlier engineers and technicians emphasized that a simultaneous launch of so many projects could only increase highly the expenses of investments, lengthen considerably construction delays and, lastly, retard the moment when new factories would be completed and would enter into production, so much so that the speed of the proposed industrialization was only apparent and not real. These opinions were, further, widely shared by the R/NSS, I-Truggles in the USSR 81. Red directors, by a number of Bolshevik cadres who had acquired certain experience of Proble 1NS of economics and industry, and by a number of trade union cadres who were conscious of the consequences of the attempts to complete all these industrial projects on prevailing conditions of work and the life of the working class. The fraction of the leadership that had gathered around Stalin refused to take these arguments into account. They only saw defeatism in it due to the class origin of the experts and to the influence they exerted on the Bolshevik production managers. The leadership was convinced that the more they invested and the more they put the projects on site, more the industrial production could be assured of growth. Thus, it considered a large part of old technical intelligentsia hostile and untrustworthy and decided to promote as quickly as possible new industrial cadres of working class origin from whom they expected greater cooperation and enthusiasm. These new cadres, indispensable for completing industrial projects, would be appointed by the side of the old. They would replace the older ones if required. In fact, since 1928, the top leadership of the party tended to reduce to silence the old industrial and economic cadres who expressed reservations about the safety of industrial projects. When they were not dismissed, they were placed in a difficult situation by reactivating the latent animosity of workers against the old technical intelligentsia. Thus, from 1928, the majority fraction in the party leadership attacked bourgeois experts with ever-increasing vigor. It denounced their lack of confidence in possibilities of socialism and even their supposed hostility to the Soviet regime. It was at this time that the trials were hatched. They were intended to demonstrate that some of these experts are saboteurs and spies. Between 1928 and 193 I.2 Clements pushed the leadership of the party towards eliminating a portion of old technical cadres and replacing them by 4 promoux of working class origin. The first element was the confirmation through facts of warnings sounded by experts that the projects were too ambitious and would result in premature wear and tear of existing equipment and in a large number of technical 82 difficulties. When these difficulties appeared, the leaders of the party thought that the earlier warnings only attacked their authority and that they undermined the confidence of the workers in the political line of industrialization. These leaders were thus led to treat the bourgeois experts as enemies. The second element was a multiplication of accidents at the workplace, lowering of the standard of living, deterioration of housing and working conditions. All this led to an increasing discontent of the working class. The leadership of the party tried to turn this discontent against the old cadres held responsible for what was happening and termed them as saboteurs. Even old cadres of the party, notably certain Red directors, were denounced for their blindness and incompetence. By so acting, the party leadership developed a working class policy which was combined with the shift made in I-928 in the domain of promotions, because it favored some workers from the ranks occupying technical and administrative posts. Section 2. The effects of promotion policy on the structure of the new dominator class and on the working class. In practice, the policy of promotion played a decisive role in the process of building a new dominator class which arose during the 1930s. It brought forth chiefs from the working class. It brought forth new specialists who ceased to be workers and became technical, economic, administrative, and political executives. They became directors of production, appropriation, accumulation of surplus value, and were also integrated into the new leading class, whereas the old bourgeoisie was eliminated. One of the consequences of the promotion policy oriented towards the training of chiefs was the following. While 1.5 million workers and communists became managers or 83 specialists and left the factory during 1928 and 1931. 20. The average LC/CL of qualification of factory workers came down rapidly because workers who are C1 named in production and those who came to replace the Garlicker ones received only a rapid and superficial technical education. The PRON1 ocean policy such as it was practiced from 1928 onwards had several consequences for the working class. This policy emptied the working class of an important part of its most experienced elements, those that could have helped millions of newcomers to the industrial production to learn on the job and assimilate the traditions of solidarity which enables the workers to stand up to the authoritarianism of the directors, executives, and specialists. Lastly, this policy introduced among the workers the individualist ideology of promotion, which contributed to reduced workers' resistance to the hardening of despotism in the factory and to profound changes in the relationship between the managers and the working class. In fact, while the working class was deprived of what could be considered its best elements by the leadership of the party, it increased its ranks with millions coming from the countryside. 21. Now, the dominant ideology in th movement at the beginning of the first 5-year plan gave a concrete form to some of the effects of this ideology, which was shared by a number of party cadres. In their eyes, to be an udarnik it was not enough to exceed certain norms of production, it was, in addition, necessary to be governed by certain ideological norms of obedience and discipline. It was with reference to some of these NOR.ms, that the managers nominate the udarniki. For these managers, as for the leadership of the party, the udarniki were the only true proletarians. They alone constituted the proletariat, a proletariat that was thus co-opted by the PARJ. It is primarily among these co-opted proletariat that the promotes were chosen, leading to a paradoxical consequence. You became a proletarian by ceasing to be a worker. 22. To sum up, the criteria which defined the proletariat by a certain type of submissiveness, by conformity to a certain number of ideological norms, also intervened, in a transformed manner, in the policy of promotion, and therefore in being a new dominating class. The promotes were, on priority, those who were, by official ideological criteria, the most advanced, that is to say the most suitable for assimilating the Technica 1Il, especially, the most suitable to give orders. The promotes who advanced consequently acted before their subordinates as the symbols of knowledge and power. In those days, the emphasis was moreover placed on this last term in order to find an excuse for the effects of the low level of the technical knowledge of the new managers. Those incorporated in the new dominator class, therefore, had to be strictly subjected to epiological norms of the hierarchical system. They had to be respectful of the system and 85. Desirous of crossing different stages while accepting, at least in appearance, the constraints imposed in order to satisfy this ambition. 23. The ideological norms that structured the system of selection enabled the leading core of the party to associate with the dominator class those elements that were officially called a new intelligentsia, different from the old one by its respect of authority incarnated by the leadership of the party and by the absence, at least apparently, of critical spirit. In short, the policy of promotion of the years 1928 to 1931 played a considerable role in the formation of a new dominator class and in its structuring. However, these transformations required other developments, notably several phases of repression intended, among others, to ensure the subordination of managers to the leadership of the party. Towards the end of 1920s and in the beginning of L930s, a first phase of repression and terror directed against the cadres struck mainly at what was called the old intelligentsia, or the bourgeois intelligentsia. Section 3. The repression against the old intelligentsia. During the first five-year plan, a large number of old economic, industrial, and administrative managers were subjected to a specific form of repression and terror with multiple aspects: public trials or in-camera trials, arrest by the security services and deportations. One of the earliest public trials targeted against the specialists in industry opened in March 1928, under the chairmanship of Vyshinsky. 24 against engineers and the technicians of the mines at Shukti in the Donbass. These specialists were accused of acts of sabotage and organizing accidents deliberately in the mines. These accidents were said to be the handiwork of White Guards, with 86 Charles Bettelheim. Headquarters abroad. The accused were supposed to have been paid by these organizations. Of the 43 accused, 11 were condemned to death, the rest were condemned to various prison sentences, some with reprieve, others pardoned. 25. According to a number of testimonies and according to declarations made since, there certainly were isolated acts of sabotage, but the trial as a whole was a frame-up. The accusations, one in the main, rested on fabricated facts, on confessions obtained by use of every means of pressure from I-928 to 1931. Other trials of this nature unfolded based on similar accusations held under the same conditions. In 1929, there is, notably, the trial against the SVU or Union for the Liberation of Ukraine. Although very serious accusations were made against the so-called leaders of this organization, some of them were not even arrested. The trial was used above all to reinforce the security organs and its set of activities and to create an atmosphere of terror by carrying out a campaign against the bourgeois intelligentsia. In 1930, while millions of peasants were arrested and deported, several great trials were held against technicians in agriculture and industry. These judicial actions were represented as political trials held in the open. Simultaneously, other trials went on in camera, and it was mostly these that led to most severe punishments. One of these trials again served as a pretext for a huge campaign against specialists in the area of agriculture. Some were accused of having formed a counter-revolutionary organization, the TKP. One T was supposed to have a Membex-Low_IP of 100,000 to 200,000, among whom were several Foner SRS. An open trial was announced, but the accused were finally judged and condemned in camera, and the press mostly dealt, to justify, sentences, with theoretical writings of the accused. Again in 1930, while difficulties were ever on the rise in the area of food supply, another closed-door trial was held. The 87 accused had held various posts till then in the VSNKH, Commissariat of Commerce, the Meat and Fish Office, etc. All of them were condemned to death for sabotaging food supply, bad quality of the product and its distribution, for rise in prices, etc. 26 At the same period, an open trial of the so-called Industrial Party was held during which about 1,000 specialists were indicted. 8 high technicians were accused of forming the executive committee of this party. They confessed to organizing subversion, sabotage and spying at the instigation of foreign embassies, the Embassy of France among them. Most were condemned to death, but the TSIK commuted the sentences to imprisonments, which indicated a change in the leadership on the question of how old specialists were to be treated. This change is linked to the increasing shortage of specialists while industry was growing and big works were coming up in increasing number. In fact, condemned specialists, while generally kept as prisoners, were henceforth grouped together and were assigned, under the direction of the organs of security, to tasks more or less corresponding to their speciality. This early instance of the use of engineers, technicians, or scientists, in the works carried out within a framework of incarceration is, in some way, the prehistory of Surrogate 27, or the prison where scientists and researchers carried out their researches under the vigil of the NKVD. A few months after the trial of Promparatiya, in March 1931, began the public trial of the so-called Federal Bureau of the CC of the Menshevik Party. The majority of the accused held high positions in Gosplan, Gosbank, and in the Commissariat of Commerce. Others were Marxist theoreticians, 28, or writers. They were accused of having formed a united front with the TKP and the Industrial Party and of having sabotaged economic plans by proposing very low targets. The accused confessed to all that was held against them, including the charge of having organized contacts with former opposition groups within the Bolshevik Party, with the rightist opposition and with the Trotskyist. They were condemned to 5 to 10 years of prison. 29. The disinhilarities and contradictions in the accusations, as also the nature and the form of confessiones, indicated the baselessness of the accusations made in the course of the trial. In reality, these trials fulfilled several objectives. They reduced to silence well-known executives and administrative, economic, or technical officers who did not bow before each and every step of the power, mainly before those which, in their opinion, were harmful to the projected economic and industrial development. They also reduced to silence lesser-known managers and technicians who, at the level of their institutions or undertakings, could have formulated criticisms that the power was not prepared to tolerate. Besides, it was known that these trials could produce scapegoats who could be held responsible for worsening of the conditions of life of workers and peasants. These trials could show the power as leading a struggle against the bourgeoisie, the repression against old industrial, economic and scientific. Cadres also fulfilled a social function. It led to the rise of new cadres chosen by the party. They increasingly replaced older cadres and become one of the segments of the new dominator class that was coming into being. The policy that led to this result was camouflaged behind a discourse extolling the merits of an intelligentsia which was henceforth devoted to the Soviet regime because of its proletarian origin. This policy also tended to unify the dominator class by strictly subordinating the layer of new technicians, engineers, and executives to the leadership of the party. During the years 1928 to 1932, the policy of substitution of new executives in place of the old ones was no longer limited to engineers, specialists, administrators, scientists, etc. It touched the field of art and literature also. Thus, from 1928, the Association of Proletarian Writers practically conquered the position of hegemony in the domain of literature, thanks to government support, whereas other writers were not only subjected to humiliations and persecutions but were often put into prisons. The ragging and persecutions affected even the writers TIJL then considered as proletarian but who were now faulted of having 89. Given up. Classical phonus of expressions. This is the case of Fyakovsky, who stopped editing the review Novelle and committed suicide, despairing of the mediocrity and sectarianism of the period. From 1928 to 1932, the VAPP occupied the center of the stage and denounced those whom it called bourgeois writers by supporting such a policy, the leadership of the party favored formation of a layer of official writers who were the only ones to be tolerated. Their essential role was to glorify the regime and its leaders. They were the recipients of several privileges. However, 1928-31 witnessed only the beginning of a process. One saw especially the setting up of conditions of an INTEJ-actual terrorism which was to develop later, even when the YAP and RAP had vanished, and which constrained the quasi-totality of cadres to verbally rally around pronouncements of the party. Such a terrorism then tended to become typical of the conditions of scientific and cultural work in the USSR. They did not meet at all the requirements of what Marx used to call free scientific search. To sum up, during the years 1928 to 1931, the earliest stage of the formation of a new dominator class and a new intelligentsia took shape. This new intelligentsia did not play any more the critical role of the earlier 130. It knew that it could be struck by repression any moment and that it had to accept the decisions of the leadership of the party, including those concerning the criteria of what was scientific or of an artistic quality. The recourse to practices described in the foregoing pages were accompanied by the early attempts to put the party in action by the leading group formed around Stalin. This introduced new relationships and new practices within the party. Chapter 2. The earliest attempt by the leading group to usurp the party. The L920s were notable for the increase in the autonomy of the party apparatus vis-a-vis the decisions of the Congress and even of the Politburo through an increasing control exercised by the General Secretary on this apparatus and by the creation of the Nomenklatura 1. This gave a special status to certain cadres. 9/ of the party and the state whose promotions were handled by the Secretariat of the party and by those looking after cadres. Thus the practice of appointments of cadres replaced elections. Over the years, the party passed through several crises which often resulted in the leaders showing differences with the General Secretary were thrown out from the central organs. The Gensec thus sought increasingly to lay down the political, economic, and ideological line all by himself. The process that was evolved in this way tended mainly to lay down the line by applying unilaterally. The resolution on the unity of the party rushed to its limits. This resolution, adopted by the ex-Congress, prohibited the fractions. In theory, this resolution did not prohibit the members of the party from expressing criticisms against the line followed by the leadership or against any step taken by it. Some time after the ex-Congress, the criticisms began to be tolerated less and less. There were often instances of punishments starting from assignment to lower posts of party members occupying positions of responsibility and going up to banishment outside the USSR, with expulsion from the party and deportation being intermediate stages of punishment. These punishments were generally meted out in the name of the discipline of the party, and between 1923 and 28, mainly struck the opposition said to be leftist. Among those punished were a number of leaders at the head of the party in October 1917, including Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenetu. However, till 1929, political and ideological debates could still be held openly, within certain limits and with careful choice of language. These debates were essentially available to highly placed leaders, who formed what one may describe as an oligarchy, and to their known supporters. From 1929, the process of seizure of the party led to still greater intolerance. What was enunciated by the General Secretary was alone deemed to be correct, just as were his decisions and his interpretations of resolutions of statutory leading organs. He laid down his interpretations even when they were obviously in contradiction to the text of these resolutions. Thus, there began a new phase in the transformation of the mode of working of the 95 Party. 3. Section 1. The resolution of the plenum of April 1929. In 1929 took shape a conception condemning any criticism whatever of the leadership of the party, even when such a criticism emanated from the members of the leading organs. The criticisms were increasingly looked upon as deviations and fractional activities that were banned. Only the line and resolutions upheld by the ruling fraction were considered as just, as orthodox, in the etymological sense of the word. At the beginning of 1929, Stalin systematically expressed his opinion in two speeches that the criticism of the members of the PB about THG party leadership amounted to a deviation or a fractional activity. The first speech was made at the joint session of January-February 1929 of the PB and the Presidium of the CCC4, and the second one made in April before the plenum of the CC and the CCC5. In this latter speech, the General Secretary denounced what he called, in a formula destined to a high future, as the group of three. He asserted that these criticisms were the expression of a right-wing deviation and they constituted a fractional grouping. 6. The three members of the PB so denounced were Bukharin, who was till then closely associated with the party by the side of Stalin and was considered an eminent theoretician, Rykov, who had succeeded Lenin as the president of the Council of the People's Commissars, and Tomsky, president of the Central Council of Trade Unions. Following the report made by Stalin, the April plenum severely condemned the group of three and recommended 7. The resolutions of the April 1929 plenum constitutes an important assertion that only the points of view and the decisions of the majority of the PB are just, and that any criticism, even expressed within a restricted circle, constituted a fractional activity. 8. A few months later, the decisions of the Gensec began, in practice, to acquire the same status. Section 2. Deviations. And the action of the class enemies. Already in the 1920s, the activities of those opposed to the ruling group were often denounced as favoring class enemies. However, in June 1930, during the 16th Congress of the party, an additional step was taken. No longer was it merely asserted that the criticisms constituted deviations likely to lead to fractional activity, and no longer was it merely said that these criticisms could help class enemies. Henceforth, still more serious accusations were hurled at the opponents. In his political report to the 16th Congress of the party on June 27, 1939, Stalin went beyond merely saying that the resistance of the exploiting classes found its reflection in the party. He added that all the various deviations of the Leninist line within the ranks of the party were a reflection of the resistance of moribund classes. This speech went even farther in accusations. In fact, Stalin added, "It is impossible to develop a veritable struggle against class enemies while having their agents within our ranks." 10. This clearly signifies that those who were qualified as deviationists are identified with traitors who had infiltrated into the party. However, up to the end of 1934, the relationship of forces in the PB was such that all conclusions could not be drawn from such an identification. The Ciationists lost their positions and their assignments, but they were no automatically expelled. 97. From the party and subjected to most severe punishments. At that time, only a portion of opponents or critics who were members of the party were meted out punishments and pitiless police steps taken against them. Those who were subjected to these punishments were not systematically treated as enemies of the people. The comparison to what was to come later, the repression, while quite real, was not yet of an extreme brutality. Such was also the case, generally, with the repression to which some former Mensheviks and SRS were subject. 11. If the deviationists of the party were already accused of being agents of class enemies, they were nevertheless considered as being so objectively. Therefore, they were not treated as consciously hostile elements and in the pay of enemies. That was to come later. It is nevertheless true that in 1929, a very important shift was made. This shift became sharper in 1930. Till June 1930, we still find traces in the form of protests against some cadres, particularly those who do not accept being accused by Stalin and by the PB of not having applied the party line correctly during the winter of 1929 to 1930 and of letting themselves be carried away by the vertigo of success. 12. Some of these cadres went to the extent of doubting the content of the directives given earlier by the CC. Others even went further and let it be known that the steps of a retreat decided upon in February-March 1930 were rightist in character. 13. Towards the end of May, an editorial in Pravda practically put an end to such attitudes and declared that they constituted an attempt seeking to discredit the Leninist leadership of the party. 14. However, we can still see open manifestations of other disagreements with the policy followed by the party leadership. Thus, during the preparation of 16 Congress of the party, pages for discussion were officially published, and they doubted what was conveniently called the general line. On May 28, 1930, there was a sudden end to any discussion, when the Pravda published what appeared to be the last open critique addressed to the CC. On this occasion, Trotsky observed that the party leadership had established the principle of its infallibility. 1598. Section 3. The low manage. 2. Affair. And Sir TSOV. There was a wide gap between official condemnation of all criticism and effective absence of opposition to the decisions of the leading group and its political line. Towards the end of 1930, one of the manifestations of this opposition was the Lomanage and Sirtsovich affair, so named after its protagonists. 16. Who were then first secretary of the Transcaucasian Committee of the party and an alternate member of the PB respectively. Both had received punishments in December 1930 for reasons which appeared to be mainly as follows. In October 1930, Sirtsov gave a speech. 17. According to a different version, Sirtsov, who was till then quite close to Stalin, appeared to have come out suddenly against him in the course of a meeting of the PB. He appeared to have held at least one secret common meeting with Lomanage. 18. On the other hand, in the same autumn 1930, in the course of a speech before the Transcaucasian Committee of the party, Lomanage WHLE1. Porting the general line, EPRI, 5 CTI. A series of re-Vedans found in a declaration adopted by this committee of the party. The declaration denounced the ATT/2VF the feudal lords with respect to the interests of the workers and the peasants, which prevailed in the Transcaucasian Soviets, a majority of them accused of merely being police organs of taxation. Furthermore, Lomanage argued that the character of the kolkhozes was not fully socialist and questioned the official assertion according to which the country had entered into the period of socialism. 1999. These declarations and contacts and conversations which Sirtsov and Lomanage C1 may have had with other members of the party were presented as a conspiracy giving rise to an intense ideological campaign. 20. The A/fair ended with the removal of Sirtsov and Lomanage from the leading bodies of which they were members. 21, and in particular from the CC. From the point of view of the conditions in which the party functioned, this A/fair marks a date, because, for the first time, members of the CC are excluded from it not by a full meeting of the CC, but, in violation of the statutes, by a joint session of the PB and the CCC. 22. Shortly before the session was held, on November 20, 1930, a self-criticism by Bukharin was published in Pravda. This self-criticism had an attack on Sirtsov and Lomanage, and was practically a prelude to the expulsion of Rykov from the PB and his replacement by Molotov at the head of Sovnarkom of the USSR. However, towards the end of 1930, the General Secretary was not yet in a position to treat as enemies of the people those who did not submit in silence to his authority. He was in a position even less to do so during the next 3 years when he was obliged to beat a retreat. He would have his revenge from December 1934. Footnotes 1. Cf. Third part of the present work, Chapter 4, Section 2. 2. On these various points, see Volume 2 of the present work. 3. In the present volume, as in the previous ones, attention is centered on essential moments of the processes of transformation of the party. Therefore, one should not look here for a history of the party which would require much larger developments. There is no dearth of historical works on the Bolshevik party. One may mention, among others, Pierre Brouet, Le Parti Beau/Chevaki, Paris, Edition Diminuit, 1960, L. Scapiro, The Communist Party. OPCIT, Th. Rigby, Communist Party. A1 Membership in the USSR, 1917 to 1967, Princeton Up, 1968. As for the works from the Soviet Union, they can only be used if deciphered, because they change or hide the facts as needed by the political line at the given time. Jew Charles Bettelheim. 4 cf. Stalin, W.T.11, p.332s, this text was published for the first time in 1947. 5 cf. Stalin, Q.L., p.311s6. cf. Stalin, Q.L., p.3997. cf. KPSS, Volume 2, OPCIT, p.445 and L. Scapiro, The Communist Party. OPCIT. p.378 and p.648. 8. In fact, punishments made earlier against other leaders like Zinoviev, Trotsky, and Kamenev, given the misleading label of fractional activity, sought much clearer stands and were the object of a much wider circulation in the party than the very careful stand of the three. 9 cf. Stalin, W.T.12, p.242s. 10. Ibid, p.363. 11. The book by A. Siliga, Dix ans opes du mensonge déconcertant, p.203s, p.233s and p.249s, gives an overall view on the political repression of the beginning of the L930s, on the conditions of detention and on the chief conceptions of the different ideological currents. 12 cf. Volume 2 of the present work. 13 cf. R.W. Davies, Socialist Offensive, The Collectivization of Soviet Agriculture, 1929-1930, London, Macmillan, 1929, p.319-323. 14 cf. Pravda, May 27, 1930, cited in Ibid, p.323. 15. Writings of Leon Trotsky, cited in Ibid, p.328. 16. Lomanage was a member of the party since 1917. He rapidly held important positions. In 1927, he was one of the representatives of the Comintern at Canton at the time of insurrection and, in February 1928, he is held responsible by the EC of the CI for its failure. After receiving punishment in 1930 for his critical remarks against the leading group, we find him appear again at the 17-Party Congress, in 1934, but in December 1934 he was driven to suicide. Si. Surtsov was a member of the party since 1913 and had held a number of positions. In May 1929, he became chairman of the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR in place of Rykov. In July 1930, following the 16-Party Congress, he was elected alternate member the PB. As a result of the opinions he had expressed in October 1930, he is expelled from the PB and from the CC, but he continued to hold the position of administrative director of some importance, at least till 1936. He disappeared during the purges as he was then accused of conspiracy. Joj. 17. The text of this speech is available only indirectly, through the criticisms leveled against it. 18 cf. Ca/Tiers Leon Trotsky, Diffusion edi, First Quarter of 1980, p.11-12. 19. These formulations are known only from the citations made from it in the writings attacking them. 20. This campaign was combined with another, launched in September 1930 against a number of specialists who had occupied important positions in the Gosplan, in the Agriculture Commissariat, in the Commerce Commissariat, etc. Among these specialists may be mentioned personalities such as economists Shayanov, Kondratiev, Bazarov, and Groman. The press denounced the participation of most of these specialists in counter-evolutionary organizations and of acts of sabotage in food supply. During the trial held later, some of them made long confessions and are accused of being organizers of famine and agents of imperialism. 21 other members of the party accused of keeping contacts with Surtsov and Lomanage and of participating in their conspiracy were sentenced to various punishments. But at this time, it was a case of penal sanctions. Lomanage, in fact, was appointed secretary of the party at Magnitogorsk and, as is known, he reappeared in 1934 at the 17th Congress of the party. 22 CFRW. Davies, OPCIT, p.377. L02 Charles Bettelheim. CIIPTER 3. The Retreat of TIIE Years 1931. 1934. The years 1931 to 1934 were characterized by an intertwining of several processes. Some of them continued even beyond 1934, while others would either change form or be suddenly interrupted. Section 1. The open rise of conservatism. What became noticeably in the beginning was the open rise of conservatism asserting itself in the domain of production as in that of literature and art. A particularly visible aspect of this rise was the abandonment of the Cultural Revolution. One abandonment of Cultural Revolution in production, the prelude to the Cultural Revolution being given up, was a decision taken by the CC in October 1930 placing a moratorium of 2 years ending promotion of qualified workers to administrative posts. Another decision taken in March 1931 by the CC further strengthened the resolve. It banned all new mobilization of workers for the purpose of political campaigns and ordered that all promotes over the preceding 6 months to administrative posts be reverted to production. The same decision prohibited undertakings from giving free time during working hours for any activities unrelated to production, including educational activities. 1. From May 1930, 31,000 workers were thus sent back to production. This was considered quite inadequate by the CC, which launched a stern call for order. In June, the VSNKH of the USSR cancelled earlier decrees that permitted a reduction in working hours of 2 hours per day to workers undertaking studies while remaining on the job in production and reducing the workload of those appearing. 103. For Exam 1 in at IONS for entrance to the higher technical institutes. 2. 1932 is marked not only by a sudden reduction of recruitment of qualified workers selected for studies in the VVZ and VVTZ3, but also by a serious reform of conditions of working and of the syllabi of these institutions. Greater time was now given to theoretical education and very tough entrance examinations were made necessary to all. The class quota favoring students of working class origin were practically abolished. 4. Lastly, quite a large number of VVZ and VTVZ were abolished. There were other steps too which made access of workers to higher education more difficult, because funds for their studies had to be paid to the extent of 50% by undertakings where the promotes were working and the balance of 50% by trade unions. But no allocation was made to trade unions or to undertakings for this purpose. In the autumn of 1931, the trade unions announced that funds at their disposal for workers' promotion were exhausted. 6. Moreover, fewer and fewer workers were ready to prepare for promotions, as undertakings did not leave them any free time for preparation, whereas they had to work longer hours and they were hard put to fulfill their norms of production. Besides, scholarships paid to them appeared to them more and more insufficient, as the cost of living and nominal wages had gone up 7 to top it all. From the autumn of 1931, workers were generally encouraged towards evening courses in preference to full-time courses. It may be added that in 193-5 the withdrawal of quota, that gave priority in admission to workers in VVZ and VTVZ, was total, and that, since 1932, the system of scholarships was changed in such a way that the amount paid to each student was no longer related to social origins and means but depended upon marks. 8. This was to the advantage of students from privileged sections who were better prepared for requirements of the universities. 9. From 1931, we therefore notice a withdrawal of the Cultural Revolution in production. K.E. Bales speaks in this context of a general retreat marked by partial and then total abolition of 104 Charles Bettelheim. The steps taken to favor entry of workers in higher technical education. However, he notes that henceforth the accent was placed on quality of new technicians more than on their quantity. 10 S. Fitzpatrick qualified this period as being that of the restoration of the Order 11. The steps which we have just described were officially justified by requirements of production. Undoubtedly they played a role in the abandonment of the earlier policy, but that was not the total explanation, because T4E policy followed since then constituted a veritable turning point and had other aspects relating to literature and art. 2. The abandon one irit of cultu_RAL revolution in literature and art. Starting from 1928, one can notice the development of a semblance of proletarian art and literature which, moreover, was used for unleashing of a veritable intellectual terrorism. In 1932, these semblances stop. Thus, on April 23, 1932, it was decided to scrap the RAP and to organize the Union of Writers. This organization was much more eclectic, open to representatives of a highly classical and traditional literature who even occupied positions of importance in it. One of the conditions to belong to the new union was adequate political orthodoxy. In any case, the party controlled access to key posts in the new association, which held its first Congress from April 17 to September 1, 1934. 12. Henceforth, it was this union, with bourgeois tastes but sensitive to the need to render homage to the party and to pioneer workers and cotters, that kept a watch on literacy conformism, on production of edifying works cast in the mold of socialist realism, providing a justification or apologia of the existing order and, whenever necessary, a glorification of the Russian past. 13. Slowly, one can notice the return to the front of the stage of the old intellectuals who were relieved of their positions or exiled to regions far removed from Moscow or Leningrad. This return could be noticed in several domains, one mainly those concerning history and the physical sciences. Such traditional institutions as the Moscow Opera and the Academy of Sciences got 105. Back their Ralk. 14, their style and their customs. This withdrawal of the Cultural Revolution without explanation or analyses is indicative of the largely artificial character of the movement one and set in motion with a certain purpose. The movement was launched towards the end of the L1920s by the ruling fraction of the party to go hand in hand with the revolution from above taking shape in the countryside. It was intended to show the door to a number of old cotters and intellectuals, to give a fillip to some of the newer working class cotters, and to give to writers and artists a taste of intolerance unknown in the period of the NEP. Once these objectives were attained, the Cultural Revolution became an impediment as it subjected cotters to pressures which the party alone wanted to exert, and as it extolled the artistic tendencies which were not those of the new dominating class, whose aspirations and tastes were basically conservative and who wished for a return to the cultural atmosphere before the 1917 revolution. It was in this atmosphere, which is a product of a certain transformation of political contingencies and a relationship of forces, that the leading group took various measures intended to consolidate the position of cotters and to increase their privileges. Section 2. Consolidation of the position of cotters and increase in their privileges. Stalin's speech on June 23, 1931-15 was, in some way, an official announcement of the turning point concerning cotters, although the policy advocated in it may appear as a simple response to the exigencies of a new situation and may be linked to the criticism of deviations for which others and not the party leadership was to be held responsible. As for cotters, the first theme of this speech should hold our attention specifically, the theme of solicitude that it showed towards old intellectuals and technicians. 106. This THCN1C was repeated in several places. It could be seen in the assertion that a NEV state of mind was created among old intellectuals and technicians via Schmerite, an expression of solicitude, because it would be wrong and opposed to dialects to continue the earlier policy under new conditions. The same theme is taken up again towards the end of the speech. This insistence does not exclude the general idea that the working class should form its own intellectuals and technicians for production, but the accent is now placed, for this purpose, at least as much on the role of the doers coming directly from the factory as on the role of workers trained in higher institutions. This had the effect of downgrading more and more the role of such a training for workers. The second theme which the speech dealt with was the struggle against egalitarianism, which was shown as concerning chiefly manual workers. Stalin said that it cannot be tolerated that a roller in a steel mill should be paid as much as a sweeper, and he denounced the levelers who are not in agreement with this thesis. 16 Facts soon show up that in reality the denunciation of egalitarianism should specifically benefit the cotters in economy and in industry, whose incomes were increased just as their powers on workers were also increased. In fact, even before the speech mentioned above was delivered, a secret decree was adopted, on 1 June 1931, intended to improve the living conditions of engineers and technicians and to raise their authority. 17 This decree provided to engineers and technicians a certain number of rights so far reserved for workers in industry. It also specified that in the matter of housing they would be entitled to additional space. However, in 1932, a majority of wages were placed in the range of I00 to 500 rubles, and salaries exceeding 500 rubles were rare. 18 An important was abolished through a decision taken on February 8, 1932. 19 cotters who were N1 bears of the party could thus receive increasingly higher INCO-1s, whereas earlier these wages could not be higher in principle than the wages of an average worker. All in all, 1931 is a serious turning point. 1 Could J07 increasingly notice a rupture between two policies. The one which was dominant between the years 1928 to 1931, when a policy with a working class appearance, marked by an egalitarianism howsoever vaguely defined and with a stress on workers' promotion. On the other hand, the policy of subsequent years when workers' promotion is greatly slowed down and when cotters, old or new, were wooed with a whole range of powers and privileges in their favor. Thus, cotters having a certain level of responsibility is formed more and more clearly, a new class of exploiters who enjoyed a more or less bourgeois lifestyle, while the members of this class laid down a hierarchical relationship recalling those of old Russia. This change was to become more pronounced in the second half of the L1930s. Section 3. The resistances to the Zero Party being taken over. In the atmosphere of the retreat which characterized the period beginning with 1931, the open pursuit by Stalin of his attempts at autocratic leadership of the party comes up against an increasing resistance of the leading layer that formed the new oligarchy and that has replaced the oligarchy of old Bolshevik leaders. Some of these top leaders, who owed their career to a large extent to Stalin, nonetheless, aspired all the more to have their voice heard as the economic and social situation worsened. They attributed this worsening situation in part to Stalin's policies and thought they could hardly make themselves heard during 1928 to 1931 because their position was not yet quite assured and because they shared the illusions of Stalin on the speed with which success could be achieved. Further, the extreme tension of the years 1929 and 1930 did not encourage them to take initiatives likely to divide the party. The progressive withdrawal of this tension. 108 Charles Bettelheim/111 was favorable to the development, in the face of an official line, of some criticism 1s and resistances. Its manifestation assumed several forms within ruling circles. 1. The reunion A/Fair, one of the earliest manifestation of any note of this resistance to the official line and to the authority which Stalin had tried to concentrate in his hands was the Reunion Fair 20. It broke out in the summer of 1932 after Ryutin had written and published a document analyzing the line of the party, especially concerning the peasantry, very critically. The article by Ryutin held Stalin personally responsible for adoption and implementation of the present policy and asked for his elimination. 21 This document, which was circulated among leading circles of the party, and perhaps more widely, was discovered by the OGPU. It was denounced as constituting a platform of the opposition. Stalin asked for Ryutin to be arrested and condemned to death. If this demand were to be conceded, it could have led to the first execution of an old member of the party. The demand was rejected by the CCC. 22. However, Ryutin was expelled and arrested. He died during the purges of 1936 to 1938. During the trial of Bukharin, in 193-8, he was accused retrospectively of having prepared a terrorist attack against Stalin with a view to overthrowing the Soviet regime. 23 The entire affair grew in an extremely tense situation, leading to demonstrations of exasperation not only in the population but also among some cadres who questioned the policy and methods of the central apparatus. The exasperation reached its culminating point during the autumn of 1932 when the agricultural crisis and famine had wide regions in their grip, made millions of victims relegated to a secondary position. The proclamation of victories which accompanied the announcement that the first 5-year plan was completed in 4 years. In 1932, the authority of Stalin was called into question by several cadres, not only by Rioti but also by other leaders, especially those of the Ukrainian Republic who challenged the General Secretary. He reacted with great severity by relieving them of their posts. Towards the end of I-932, arrests and deportations. 109. Grew in number, but they were targeted mainly against former opponents of the left who had officially rallied behind the general line. 24. On the whole, other opponents were subjected to relatively milder punishments and were not treated as agents of the enemies of the people. In November 193 too, the tensions grew even at the top of the party and favored the rapprochements between the various opposition groups. 25 These tensions reached such a degree, if one is to take on trust the information filtering out at this time but remaining unverified, that Stalin offered his resignation to PB which did not wish or dare to accept it. 26. Whatever be the truth behind these rumors, their existence reveal that the political position of Stalin was then relatively uncertain. In fact, the resistances which the General Secretary had to face from 1932 arose simultaneously from a large number of discontented workers and peasants, high cadres such as those referred to just now, and even from top leaders. Among them was Ordozanikij 27 who spoke out in defense of a more moderate line on industrialization and the protection of the engineers and cadres whom Stalin and his entourage wanted to be held responsible for all difficulties. This top-level resistance was persistent and clearly appeared during the 17th Congress of the party. Ordozanikij took part in it as he had in the 16th Congress. 2. The resistance of Ordozanikij. 28. To the various aspects of the industrial line of the Gensec, its conditions and its effects. At the time of the 16th Congress, in June-July 1930, Ordozanikij, at that time the president of the CCC, and who wanted to carry out a certain number of inquiries in the districts, circulated among the delegates of the Congress a limited number of copies of an article highly critical about the situation in the industry dependent upon VSNKH. This article gave an account of conversations with former engineers and technicians and highlighted the lack of experience of communist cadres running industry, particularly of those recently promoted to posts of 11. Charles Bettelheim. Executives 29. The situation prevailing in industry and the report of Ordozanikij to the 16th Congress caused much damage to the position of Kuibychev, who was then the president of the VSNKH. In the autumn of 1930 he was relieved of this position 30 and was replaced by Ordozanikij, who held this post till his death in 1937. In I-931, Ordozanikij again displays his opposition, on several occasions, to the line that favored very high rhythms of industrialization. From a study of many writings and declarations it can be seen that there was growing conflict between those who, like Molotov, wanted to maintain the line of extremely ambitious plans but which, in fact, caused damage to a regular and harmonious rise in production, while placing directors and functionaries of enterprise and even local and regional political cadres into difficulties with accusations of inability of fulfilling plans, and those, like Ordozanikij, who wanted to adopt more realistic plans. The Commissar for Heavy Industry could obtain the support of a large number of economic cadres and leading functionaries in favor of his industrial line. Furthermore, he also wanted a return to production duties of engineers and technicians removed from their posts in previous years because in his opinion their presence was indispensable. We have seen this return indeed took place little by little from 1931. The signs of a conflict between two industrial lines was already apparent from the last months of 1930. Thus, while in the aftermath of the trial of the so-called Industrial Party, Molotov declared that the lesson of the Shukti trial was not enough. 31, Orджonikidze announced, on the other hand, at the first Pan-Soviet Conference of Leaders of Industry in the beginning of 1931, that this trial was virtually a guarantee of loyalty of bourgeois specialists. 32. During the spring of 1931, and at the beginning of summer, the Journal of the VSNKH, Zieleindustrializacja, published a series of articles asking for correction of distortions of the party line. 111. Concerning the specialists. 33. Finally, in the course of a conference of leaders of industry, the speech of Stalin of June 23, 1931, which has already been cited, marked the beginning of a turning point which brings the official line closer to the one advocated by Ordzhonikidze. This turning point is the indication of a relative weakening of the positions of Stalin and his supporters. This favored the expression of more moderate positions than those of the Gensek and his group. The evolution that came about was clearly noticeable from the beginning of 1903, when a serious discontent among the people and a relative détente in the policy of mass repression could be felt. 34. At the same time, there was a change in the policy followed by the leading group with respect to the party and its cadres. On the one hand, in the beginning of 1933, steps were taken to reduce the weight of new entrants in the party. Thus, in the light of a resolution of the plenum adopted on January 12, 1933, and a resolution of April 28, it was decided to carry out a purge in the party. 35. On the other hand, the leadership of the party, coming to grips with the tense situation under the presence of more moderate elements, like Ordzhonikidze, made some gestures of reconciliation towards opponents, especially those belonging to the right wing. Some persons who were driven out from the political scene could be seen to reappear again. Thus, for the first time since 3 years, the Central Press published articles from the pen of Bukharin, chiefly in Izvestia of May 1, 193-3, in Pravda of 4 August and in Park of July-August 1933. The major theme of this article was the need to put an end to the stresses and strains of a revolution from above and the need to inaugurate a new era. 3. The new situation and the 17 Congress. In the new situation of 1933 to 1934, some cadres who had been till then zealous in carrying out the general line distanced themselves from it. A trend favorable to the policy of limiting JJ2. Economic and social tensions and recourse to repression was thus coming up, with great circumspection among leading cadres of the party. Since punishments were meted out to any group that could be termed as a fraction, this trend apparently did not have any organization of its own, nor did it have an official spokesman. However, in 1933 to 1934, Kirov 36. In effect played the role of a representative of what could be considered as a line of great moderation. Kirov, it may be pointed out, was never an opponent. On the contrary, he had behind him a record of being a faithful porter of the General Secretary. Moreover, Stalin had nominated him to the post of Secretary of Leningrad to cleanse the organization of the city and of the region of the supporters of Zinoviev and to enforce with an iron hand measures that required collectivization from the top. This, Kirov had carried out with energy and success. If Kirov was, in fact, the representative of a more moderate line, it was that he noticed in what chaotic situation industry found itself plunged by the adoption of plans that were too ambitious and unrealistic. It was also because he was pushed to the forefront by cadres tired of being constantly on tenterhooks in the face of resistance from workers and peasants. They needed some kind of easing in any case. In 1934, when the 17 Congress opened, Kirov looked like number 2 in the party, with 01:1 there being any kind of open confrontation at any time. All the battles were waged in the name of unity in the party and redeployment of its and even of low manage. The old opponents PRCS ended a carefully worded self-criticism with reference to Stalin, who asserted before the Congress that Leninism had won a total victory and that all opposition was defeated and dispersed. 39. The Congress formally adopted a political line which made many hope for a withdrawal of measures of massive and brutal repression, that were employed since years, and for a shift to a reasonable effort of industrialization. Therefore, after the Congress, the opponents who had not yet rallied round swore allegiance and were reintegrated in the apparatus of the party and the state. Such was the case of Christian Rakowski, farmer spokesman of the left-wing opposition, and for a large number of other members of this opposition released from prison or brought back from deportation and who accepted the line officially adopted by the Congress 40. This line was, in fact, a defeat for Stalin, Molotov, Kaganovich, and their supporters, and a victory for Orджоникидзе and Kirov, who had practically acted hand in hand. 41. The differences between Molotov and Orджоникидзе relating to industrial policy came out openly at the Congress. Thus, in his report to the Congress, Molotov defended a super-industrialist line. He proposed an average annual rate of growth of nearly 19% during the second five-year plan 42 and quite high increases in production for a number of branches of industry. 43. These proposals were opposed by Orджоникидзе. In fact, contrary to all practice, Orджоникidze intervened in the course of the 17th Congress to suggest that the intended rate of growth for industrial production over the second five-year plan be 16.5%. 44. He also demanded that the targets be reduced for a certain number of industries, particularly those concerning cast iron, steel, and electricity. 45. In an intervention of this nature, Orджоникidze obviously had the support of a large portion of the top leadership of the party. He had given voice to the opinion of leaders of enterprises, engineers, and technicians face to face with innumerable difficulties, because they were given tasks which just could not be G4C/W/C, S Latelwim realized. \VE thus notice a set of forces representing a part of the party leadership and industrial cadres. These forces stand in opposition to the nucleus of the leading group, mainly Stalin and Molotov. They have the support of the party apparatus but doubtlessly not the one majority. The intervention of Orджоникidze is all the more significant as Kuibychev had presented a project of the second five-year plan as being essentially a work of Stalin, whose genius and brilliant clairvoyance he had gone on to praise. 46. At the end of Orджоникidze's intervention, a commission was appointed to examine modifications to the plan suggested by him. In this commission figured Stahn, Molotov, Kaganovich, Kuibychev, Orджоникidze, Kirov, and some other high functionaries. They decided to incorporate into the plan the smaller figures proposed by Orджоникidze. 47. But it did not change investment funds proposed by Molotov. The heads of enterprises were thus assigned smaller targets in production while getting the same investment funds as those provided for bigger targets. That was an important victory over the supporters of a less heavy rhythms. That they and the production specialists thought it to be so was confirmed by an engineer and industrial leader in his memoirs published during the 1960s. 48. The proceedings of the Congress indicated that the changes made in the plan were approved even by those who were closest to Stalin, mainly Molotov and Voroshilov. 49. On the contrary, there is no indication that it had received the approval of Stalin. In reality, despite the praises heaped on the General Secretary by almost all speakers, the 17th Congress points to an undeniable weakening of Stalin's position. He is obliged to n1 compromises and finds himself on the defensive. 50. The weakening of the position of the General Secretary could be seen from the extremely serious nature of the crisis through which the Soviet society and economy was passing, and differences between the leading group formed around Stalin and other members of the top leadership of party like Orджоникidze and I-15. These differences were related not only to targets to be achieved during the second five-year plan, but they apparently extended to many other domains, and in particular to the large-scale use of terror and to the orientation of international politics. 51. A Soviet source has recently confirmed the existence of sharp differences in the views of Stalin and Kirov and the desire of a number of delegates of the Congress to shift Stalin from the post of General Secretary. 52. The forces that sought the removal of Stalin from this post were sufficient in number to challenge the rule of co-option which, since a decade, was in vogue in the choice of members of the leading bodies. There are many indications that as a result of the voting which took place at the end of the Congress, Stalin was not re-elected General Secretary. 53. However, very rapidly, and under conditions which still remain unclear, Stalin again assumed the title of General Secretary. He continued to be so till his death. In 1934, in any case, Stalin was not solidly entrenched, and the question of Kirov occupying the position of General Secretary was apparently also examined by the PB, but without any decision being made. 54. In 1934, the contradictions working in the leadership of the party were not restricted to those mentioned above. They also touched the question of revolutionary legality, which was the subject of the last public debates between leading personalities. For the debate on revolutionary legality. This debate is of fundamental importance. It poses the problem of the state and that of terror, although these questions were not stated very clearly. Stalin and Kirov both come in defense of revolutionary legality but have different conceptions of it. For Stalin, the major end of this legality was the defense of the state and of its property. He asserted that revolutionary legality was a sword in the hands of the state, pointed at its enemies. He even emphasized that it should, above all, ensure the 116 Charles Bettelheim protection of state property and property of the Kolkhoz. That was one of the themes developed by the General Secretary in his report on the fulfillment of the first five-year plan presented in January 193 to the plenum of the CC. In this report, Stalin enunciates the formula, the principal anxiety of the revolutionary legality in our times is the protection of the property of the society, and nothing else. 55. His C_conception directly hinges upon another assertion according to which the withering of state will not come about through a weakening of the power of the state but by its strengthening till he maximum. 56. During the 17th Congress, the denunciation of Stalin by those who, in his view, had a tendency to rest on their laurels arises from the same conception. And, therefore, the warning, don't let yourself get intoxicated by the success achieved, and do not fall into presumptuousness. 57. An examination of the declarations of Kirov and of those who shared his views shows that to them the accent placed on revolutionary legality had a very different meaning, indeed the very opposite. For them, as seen especially after the 17th Congress, revolutionary legality concerned, in the first place, protection of citizens against the arbitrariness of the state. 58. Moreover, in the beginning of 1934, there began appearing a new column in Pravda under the title Karoka Signally for letters from workers and peasants complaining against abuses of power of which they were victims, abuses denounced as violations of revolutionary legality. It is curious to note that soon after the death of Kirov this column was suspended. Upholding a conception of revolutionary legality seeking to protect citizens against the abuse of power appears, in part, as a fear of various regional cadres who dread the rise in popular discontent against arbitrariness of local cadres and directors of enterprises. Thus, in the one archives of SM_Olensk, we find, on July 9, 1934, a letter from Rumantsev, regional Sefganisadikans of the party and of Hecoms to OL to put an end to large-scale violation of revolutionary legal, cheating on workers WAG who seek protection from arbitrary acts of the political apparatus. These preoccupations reveal a conception about building socialism that was noticeably different from that of Stalin and his group. For Kirov and his supporters, building socialism can only be possible by reducing arbitrariness and strong productivist pressure enforced on workers and on their living standard, and also by favoring a relative degree of freedom of expression as also agreements with countries with certain democratic liberties I force. For Stalin and his group, the emphasis had to be placed above all on the absolute authority of the leading group and on development of industry, whatever may be the needs of the masses, on an iron discipline and on agreement with Germany. In this conception, freedom of expression within the country had no place and the role of Russia, its past and its great men were more important than internationalism. The emphasis on discipline tended increasingly to change the party into simply an administrative apparatus linked to police apparatus. Those at the top of such an apparatus have no accounts to render. 18. They govern the country. In 1934, the influence of Kirov and his supporters in leading bodies and in the party apparatus was sufficiently strong, and their positions on revolutionary legality led to the adoption of some of their decisions. One of the most important of them, at least in appearance, was the reorganization of the OGPU, decided on July 10, 1934. It was then subject to a High Commissariat of the Interior and, in theory, its powers were limited and its activities subject, in principle, to the control of the Procuratura 62. Other decisions apparently inspired by Kirov and his supporters were, amnesty for some peasants sentenced earlier, adoption of a model statute for the kolkhozes which raised the area of their individual portion 63, and, also, the dismantling of the political departments attached to the SMT, because they used to intervene arbitrarily in the life of the kolkhozes. These departments were created in January 1933-64 and were directly placed under the CC and went over the heads of the territorial organizations of the party. In fact, they used to play a repressive role and were used as instruments to enforce strict measures at the time of collection. In several speeches during the summer and the autumn of 1934, Kirov criticized the working of political departments, and asked for their merger with territorial bodies at the base of the party, as also the revitalization of rural Soviets 65. This last proposal remained without any follow-up. On the other hand, the plenum of November 1934, the last to be attended by Kirov, adopted a resolution which abolished political departments of the SMT and transferred their functions to the territorial bodies of the party. 66. On the whole, the differences appearing on several points, including revolutionary legality, were serious. The last point raised a fundamental question. Should this legality mainly be a sword for the defense of the state, or rather a weapon enabling citizens to defend themselves against any arbitrariness? In practice, immediately following the 17th Congress, the conceptions of Kirov resulted in some concrete steps. 119. It should, however, be emphasized that underscore the differences between Stalin and the first Secretary of Leningrad essentially concern the means to be employed to reach similar objectives. They are not any less serious. Because they put apart two political lines about which it cannot be said that they would have led to similar economic, social, and political results. The line championed by the General Secretary, who wanted to subject the party, cadres, and all workers to the absolute authority of the ruling group, which amounted to the authority of the Secretariat, presupposed a maximum hardening of party discipline and despotism in the factory, as also an increasing recourse to repression and terror. The other line, championed by Kirov and his supporters, sought to avoid a tense economic and social situation and to satisfy aspirations of new high functionaries and the new dominating class in the process of formation, which asked for greater initiative and to be able to influence the decisions of the supreme bodies of the party. It called for another conception of legality and of democracy in the party and in society. This line had a few limited victories between 1932 and 1934, but these victories were set at naught as a result of the assassination of Kirov. In the aftermath of this assassination, there opened a new period of getting hold of the party and recourse to terror. 67. Chapter 4. Hardening of dictatorship of the leading group on the party and on the cadres. The terror unleashed immediately after the assassination of Kirov became increasingly intense from 1935 to 193. A combination of mass repression and individual and inquisitorial repression was in force with varying intensity till after the death of Stalin. It did not disappear completely then, but the victims of repression were fewer in number and its targets and its forms had changed. 1. The terror unleashed in December 1934 tended to impose the most total dictatorship possible of the leading group and, especially, of its chief, the Gensec. This dictatorship had its effect upon the popular masses, on the cadres and on the party organs that were formally responsible for leading the party. It acted to install an autocratic power which claimed to be Marxist-Leninist, the canons and principles of this Marxism-Leninism being defined by the power itself. This dictatorship hardened while the economic and social transformation studied in Part I of Volume 3, The Dominated, was taking place. Section 1. The earliest wave of terror let loose on party members and on cadres. Much before December 1934, repression had already struck members of the party or cadres, but it was then essentially to punish specific acts. Thus some were condemned by application of the texts promulgated by the power, and others were expelled from the party through an interpretation of working rules. After December 1934, whole groups were condemned or expelled led through political decisions only formally clothed in judicial or statutory decisions conforming to the rules in force. Thus a peculiar process of terror got underway. We have seen in Part I of Volume 3 how it was unleashed towards the end of 1934 and the beginning of 1935, and what were some of its most spectacular features. It is known that the earliest measures taken in December 1934 gave unprecedented powers to the NKVD and permitted the judicial bodies under it to award punishments, sometimes even without judgment or investigations too. These steps led to the first wave of terror against cadres. They were followed by important changes in composition of personnel in leadership positions in the party, in administration, and important centers. 1. The appoint on one end to new positions of the HGist responsibilities and the reorganization of the party and repression apparatus. In the beginning of 1935, a reshuffle of the personnel leading the party strengthens the position of Stalin's supporters, although some compromises were still necessary with those elements that had reservations about the terror against cadres. The MQST important decisions were taken at the time of the plenum of February 1, 1935, and immediately afterwards. It was decided to appoint new members to the PB. Among them figured Mikoyan, who was then very close to Stalin, and Zdanov, who was then the right-hand man of the General Secretary and occupied the post held earlier by Kirov at Leningrad. 3 other appointments were also significant. Thus Yezhov became secretary of the CC in place of Kirov. Shortly later he was made the president of the CCC in place of Kaganovich, who became Commissar for Transport 4. Of a similar nature was the appointment of Khrushchev as the first secretary of the party organization at Moscow. 5. And TIAT of G.M. Majenkov, who became the acting director of the Department 1 and of Kader in the Secretariat 6 from March 1935, Yezhov worked in close relationship with the NKVD. From May 1935, he set up operational teams for purges to come, whose responsibility was assigned to IA. Sarav 7. The services placed under the direction of Sarav formed the investigating teams where the purges striking the different organs were readied. Thus there was a team for agriculture, a team for each of the branches of industry, one for transport, commerce, power, and the cadres of the party. The first stage in the work of this group appeared to be ready in October 1936. 8. 2. The start of terror against the party men 1 bears and cadres. In the spring of 193 feet 5 inches, there was an early offensive by the top of the party against the heads of enterprises and engineers, and even against cadres who were members of the party. In order to present these industrial cadres as enemies of the people, the propaganda used against them the discontent of the workers directly subjected to pressure which the chief functionaries of the enterprises applied on the workers in order to get the plans carried out. Stalin gave a sort of signal for the use of such discontent of the workers in a speech delivered on May 4, 193-5 on the occasion of the passing out of the graduates of the Higher Institute of the Red Army. This speech contained a threat against leading cadres whose scandalous attitude towards the men, the cadres, the workers he went on to condemn. 1 and 9. The threat so uttered was not mere rhetoric. It was even preceded by judicial steps, at first mainly taken against industrial cadres accused of bringing the workers to book, often for violation of work discipline. Thus, in April 1935, a circular fro 1 and the public prosecutor of the USSR required investigating groups to incriminate industrial cadres who filed too big a number of cases against workers. 1 degree. This circular opened the way for Jew for ICIL action GAINST some industrial CA re. SIM.IDOULI, these cadre were subjected to repression, and could l.e.pel for from the party when 129 THC undertakings under their charge did not fulfill their plan. At this time, the pressure exerted over industrial cadres was still relatively moderate. In fact, gaining control of the party first began with a preliminary stage of purging of its own organizations. This began to strike at tens of thousands of Bolsheviks and young communists in Leningrad and elsewhere immediately after the assassination of Kirov, but matters rapidly turned worse. In the spring of 1935, the party and the communist youth were subjected to a massive purge which was extended to other centers in the country. Those expelled, condemned, or thrown out of job were accused of being Zinovievists, Trotskyists, double-faced elements and foreigners. During spring, official organizations of the veterans were liquidated. The Society of Old Bolsheviks was dissolved on May 25, 1935, and then the Society of Old Deportees and Political Prisoners. At the same time, the libraries were cleansed. Circulation of the books of Zinoviev, Kamenev, Trotsky, Preobrazhensky etc., were banned. 11. A deep change in the composition of the party was intended as also effacing from memory and from the population whole pages of the history of the party. The falsification of history was on an unprecedented scale. History was rewritten to suit the needs of arrests and purges. In May 1935 begins the verification of party documents, which leads to new purges. This verification was carried out in the beginning of 1936 under a circular of the CC intending the renewal of all party documents and cards. 12. At the same time, police repression of a political nature became stiffer. 13. In 1935, repression involving the members of the party was especially aimed at those who, justifiably or otherwise, were supposed to have belonged to the old left-wing opposition or had contacts with some of its members or had shared their views. Also targeted were those who supported or could have supported the demands of workers for improvement of the living standard of the working class. In Stalin's speech that we have cited above, he in fact TI/ID_announced certain Omrads W.Ho intended to place at the disposal of TE Poplatio a little more of the articles of mass consumption and giving to the population a little more of all those. 130 Charles Bettelheim. Petty things which beautify their life. He specified that the offensive was set in N1 Ocean by pushing back these comatarchs, whose stock it was necessary to devalue, and he added, have also taken the work in hand myself. 14 After having carried out an offensive against a number of old Bolsheviks and also against young communists, the leading group did not stop the offensive but directed once again its action against economic and administrative cadres. This became particularly clear in June 193-5. At this moment, the leading group sought to complete the initiatives of the security bodies by using most systematically the denunciations and complaints coming from the population. The leadership of the party then sought to make denunciations compulsory. A decree of June 9, 1935 changed non-denunciation of a punishable act or word into a crime. Adults in the family of the author of the act who did not denounce him were punishable by 2 to 5 years in prison and confiscation of their property. They were punished even if they were able to prove that they were unaware of the incriminating act. 15. Complaints coming from the population were mainly contained in letters sent by workers to local or territorial bodies of the party, or to the regional press. Some of these letters came from what was called the worker and peasant correspondence of the press. This was an institution going back to the L920s, and started at the initiative of Bukharin. From June 1935, the leading group therefore thought of the possibility of a better check on cadres by using these demands from the bottom. Therefore, the population was invited to express their complaints. Letters sent by ordinary citizens and addressed to different party organs, to the local press and to the first secretary of the region grew in number. 16. Under C conditions obtaining then, the real efficacy of this check on cadres was limited. The solidarity of cadres at the local and regional level was high. It easily acted against the authors of letters. The addressees of letters forwarded names of the complainants to those about whom they complained, and then the complainants became victims of repression. Thus, shortly after 131. The adoption of the June 1935 resolution, a directive of the Supreme Court prohibited revealing the names of correspondents 17 in practice. This directive largely remained a dead letter, as can be seen from the fact that in March 1936, a decision of the CC again condemned the practice of the local authorities forwarding to the criticized functionaries any information on the authors of complaints 18. And yet, the campaign against cottars rose in 1935. Expulsions and punishments increased and incidentally involved technicians and engineers of a low rank. In principle, these measures did not have any penal dimension, but a good number of those expelled quickly fell victims to repression. At the end of 1935, the counterproductive effects of the campaign of purification were so serious that the plenum of December of 1935 decided to stop at 19 and to launch a campaign of recruitment from June 1, 1936. 20. In practice, the decision to stop the campaign directed against certain cottars was hardly implemented because contradictions at work in the party and state apparatus were exacerbated by the discontent of workers ever on the rise. This discontent was sharpened by the appearance of the Stakhanovist movement, which sprang forth in the autumn of 1935-21. In fact, this movement was employed by party leaders against the majority of workers. 22. Lastly, in March 1936, the very relative truce announced by the plenum of December 193-5 was broken. Industrial cottars were again systematically attacked. The newspapers utilized readers' letters, which continued to arrive in large numbers because this particular form of check from below was always welcome. The central press denounced those cottars whom it considered as the saboteurs of the Stakhanovite movement, on whom the Pravda called for opening of fire. A number of cottars were accused of having organized fictitious Shuknovite decades and 132 Charles Bettelheim of being responsible for the non-attainment of new norms imposed on workers by not taking necessary technical steps. In April, an editorial in the same newspaper declared that a section of administrators of the mining basin of Donets have become bankrupt. They were considered incapable or saboteurs who should be punished and whose defects should be rectified. 23. The local and regional organizations of the party got into action. They took increasingly severe steps against industrial cottars, so much so that Pravda has even led to condemn pogroms against the directors. In fact, measures of repression disorganized production, leading to a veritable exodus of engineers and technicians. Whj left their place of work. Besides, the authority of technical cottars on workers tended to collapse because workers treated their engineers with ever-increasing frequency as potential saboteurs. 24. The leadership of the party had to take note that an appeal for check from below, even when it came via the press, produces consequences which it cannot control and which it does not wish. Therefore, a corrective was applied in June 1936. A muzzle was immediately placed on criticisms which weakened the position of cottars on the spot. The fire was directed against the old opponents, against enemies and hostile intrigues. The open prelude to this frontal attack took the form of an article in Pravda which announced, "We shall continue to destroy enemies of the people, Trotskyite monsters and termagants, whatever may be their clever camouflage." 25. It soon became clear that by speaking of a clever camouflage just anyone could be presented as a Trotskyite termagant. The frontal attack, launched in June 26, grew in July, when the NKVD and the party Koim_I_Ds were mobilized to carry purification to the farthest possible extent. This purification was mostly targeted against old members of the party. In L936, the culminating point of this attack was the Great Trial, which opened on August 19 against Zinoviev, Komotayev and some other 133 old leaders and opponents who were condemned to death and executed. 27. This trial gave the signal for the first great purge against old N1 members of the party. This was an important step in the liquidation of old cottars. Like the great trials later, it did not seek to discover a culpability but to fabricate it. It had to serve as a lesson by demonstrating that to oppose the party, even in thought, led to a crime and that the truth was what the party wanted. This pedagogical culpability 28 was the occasion for a mass campaign and a veritable people's mobilization. The August trial opened the way for condemnation for duplicity and for other crimes which the public was called upon to denounce. It helped in creating an atmosphere of terror. This terror grew heavy with an increase in the number of arrests and punishments made for perpetration of crimes whose list became a ritual. Spying, sabotage, anti-Soviet or anti-party activity, conspiracy, Trotskyism, cosmopolitanism, lack of vigilance, spirit of compromise, duplicity, etc. 29 From 1936 to 1953, we come across this vocabulary which does not disappear entirely after the death of Stalin. Even now punishments, deportations, or expulsions abroad are pronounced for similar motives. 30, almost always without proof. In 1936, a circular from the Central Committee gives the tone of mobilization for which the public is called. This circular asserts that all frontiers were erased between White Guards, kulaks, spies, etc., and the partisan monsters of Trotsky and Zinoviev. It declared that the fundamental quality of every Bolshevik should be his skill in recognizing an enemy of the party, however masked he may be. 31. The pressure then increased on members of the party to unmask enemies. There is a plethora of false evidences as also of false confessions. The police only had to find culprits at any cost. However, during the summer of 1936, only old cotters were targeted. This orientation, explained perhaps by the relative solidarity of new cotters, tended to protect recently promoted 134 cotters and explained difficulties of the present by the past of some individuals. This orientation of repression and terror appears also to be due to sleuthing initiatives and initiatives of certain members of the leading group. 32 In any case, in the autumn of 1936, this repression was declared inadequate by Stalin, and this was the turning point. Section 2. The unleashing and the growth of terror on a large scale against cotters. The starting point of this turn is a telegram which Stalin and Zdanov, then away from Moscow, sent in September 1936 to the members of the PB present in the Capitol. 33 This telegram faults the GPU of having been a Trotskyite Zinovievist B10C. 34. As a result of this telegram, Yagoda is replaced by Yezhov as the head of the NKVD. Very soon the triggering of the Yezhovshchina became visible. 35. In the next few months from September to December 1936, one could witness a veritable people's, especially workers' mobilization demanding the severest punishments against the accused in the different trials that followed the great trial of the month of August. In the large number of meetings held in an atmosphere in which none would take the risk of expressing the smallest doubt about the truth of the accusations or on the need to be declared guilty. Thus the power associated the people with the terror. This associate phone also continued to take the form of denunciation coming from the bottom. It was not only a matter of acts of individual spying which were encouraged and even imposed, but also of public accusations made against certain cotters by the base of 135. The party or by Sitantlk citizens. The denunciations made it possible to give an outlet to the discontent of the workers while browbeating the cotters of the party by the top of the party. During this period, local and regional functionaries of the party such as trade union leaders, did not hesitate, because they were encouraged by the top leadership, to turn the anger of workers against the heads of enterprises. 36, especially unpopular ones, who were accused of misusing their position and to whom were attributed the bad conditions of work and difficulties of daily life. Towards the end of 1936, this expression of popular discontent was again put under check. It got in fact more and more into contradiction with the desires of the people's commissariats in charge of enterprises whose production was disorganized by denunciation of a section of their cotters. Moreover, discontent expressed in this manner acquired such a violent form that the top considered it dangerous to have recourse to it. As a result, the NKVD once again assumed a sort of monopoly for some time against the choice of the targets of repression. The terror continued to strike cotters. However, it was somewhat recentered and struck the old members of the party more. The holding of the second big trial of Moscow between 23 and January 30, 1937, helped in this recentering because the main accused here was Pyatkov 37, and beside him was Radek and 16 other accused who were mostly old Bolsheviks. In the trial of January 1937, no high party dignitaries were involved. The trial was aimed essentially against old Bolsheviks occupying important posts in the economy, but the wave of repression that it set off rapidly reached industrial functionaries. This was the veritable signal for the Great Purge, which struck them while continuing to strike the old members of the party and sustain an atmosphere of terror in which a large number of local trials were held, in the image of the trial at the center. 136. The significance and the reach of the trial of January 1937 were clear for Ordzhonikidze, protector of industrial cadres whose presence in his view was indispensable for a more or less normal working of industry and its development. In the days that followed this trial, the differences between Stalin and Ordzhonikidze led to an open C9 confrontation. Ordzhonikidze protested to Stalin against .3 arrests of his close collaborators, investigations made by the NKVP in his own offices, and the imprisonment of his elder brother. There was an open dispute between Ordzhonikidze and Stalin. The latter defended the prerogatives of the NKVD. He asserted that he would OTDRAM of opposing the investigation in looting in his own offices. A few hours after this dispute on February 18, 193-7, Ordzhonikidze shot himself dead with a revolver. 39. The disappearance of Ordzhonikidze, the sentences pronounced in the Pyatkov trial, arrests preceding it, taking place at the same time or following it, opened a quasi-general offensive which at first struck industrial cadre and rapidly spread to cadres in the state and party apparatus. 40. This offensive enabled new cadres to have a key rise in their career. However, another event was preparing: the unleashing of the offensive of the leadering group against a large number of cadres in the economy, in the party and the government. In office since the beginning of the 1930s. This event was the plenum of the CC meeting a few days after Ordzhonikidze's suicide, and it went until March 5, 1937. 41. It really inaugurated the mass terror against cadres. J. The March 1937 plenum and the large-scale renewal of cadres. The reports presented by Stalin from 3 to March 5, 193-7 before the CC contained a sort of directive which gives direction to the general purge and renewal of cadres that took place in 1937 and I-93-842. The report of March 3 opened with an assertion that the country was in the grip of a large number of acts of sabotage, J37. Spying and diversion of agents of foreign stat SADTHT. These bad been at work for 10 years. The main personalities involved in THSE actions were Trotskyite-Zinovievost agents of fascism. 43. This report and the resolution adopted by the plenum also sought to launch again the initiatives of denunciation coming from the base. Thus, the intervention of Stalin had in it a violent critique of party cadres, of leaders, at the center and in the districts who could not recognize the true face agents of diversion, spies and assassins, and were seen to be careless, debonair and naive. 44. So much so that they could not notice that the actual saboteurs are mostly members of the party. Sing praises of our men as against these cadres and leaders, Stalin said. THR were militants from the ranks, simple people, simple men at the base capable of suggesting just solutions. 45. The tone of this speech is clearly populist. He calls up 9 and the base to express its discontent and, once again, aims to war. The apparatus of the party which hides the reality at the top and covers all sorts abuses. This speech is a preliminary to a resurgence of terror against cadres, not only by his appeals to act as informer and to be watchful, but by his very vague characterization of the enemy. It is so vague that almost anyone could have this label stuck to him. The enemies could be placed in the most diverse categories. Members of old parties or old oppositions, those with family ties or had some relationship with them, those with critical views, or even those who were quite simply ironical, those who did denounce enemies, those who neglected their work, etc. Also likely to be declared as potential enemies were those who did not criticize, those whose good work would be intended to pass off as faithful to the power, or those who denounced old opponents because that could be a way of covering present enemy. Such formulations increase the targets of repression beyond all earlier limits. An essential passage of the speech of March 3 was the one. J38. That mentioned as a target for repression not so much old specialists but codders on the spot, including those who appeared devoted to the party and its leadership. This report also draws a distinction between old Trotskyites who could be detected by their ideas and their declarations and those whom Stalin called present Trotskyites, whose activity had to be unmasked because, as he said, they most often hide themselves behind obsequious and servile praise and behind a hypocritical denunciation of Trotskyism. 46. Stalin also indicated that one had to carry on a struggle against comrades who underestimate the forces and size of the sabotage. 47. The report of March 5 tended to widen further the reach of the purges and the repression by waging a war on complicities that could be forged between some members of the party. The report, in fact, accuses a large number of responsible leaders and militants of forming, in their locality, their province, or their region, a small family of persons close to one another, a workers' cooperative whose members arrange to live in peace, to do themselves no injustice, to wash dirty linen only in the family fold, to praise one another, and to send from time to time to the center reports that are meaningless and sickening on the success achieved. 48. These two reports of Stalin were thus at the source of new waves of repression and terror that struck leaders accused of all sorts of misdeeds, including political carelessness. The militants were in fact incited to come out with denunciations in order to prove their perspicacity, or, quite simply, to avoid the risk of themselves being accused of underestimating the activities of the enemy. The speech of May 3 prepared the substitution of a large number of leaders on spot by the promotes trained since 1928 to whom Stalin attributed a high level of competence. He said, in fact, there was no reason to hesitate in eliminating the careless elements or those who lack perspicacity or vigilance, even if they have long experience, because, said he, the period that had gone by had trained tens and hundreds of thousands of technically steeled Bolsheviks. 49. 139. At this time, Stalin placed emphasis on democratic procedures which should have been followed for ensuring renewal of codders. He asked the mass of members of the party to put a check on codders through the activity of party organizations. The report of March 3, 193-7 declared that one had to have recourse to appointment of leaders through election. Stalin insisted on respecting the statutes of the party, which provided for secret vote, freedom of criticism and self-criticism, and the right to present and challenge candidatures. The respect for statutes is asserted to be necessary for a check on leaders by the mass of party members. 50. These sentences remained without any relationship with actual political practice. To the NKVD and the purge of codders, the declarations on initiatives from the base in the renewal of the codders, on secret vote, on the check by the mass of party members remained, in fact, practically dead letters, because the terror against the codders was taken over by the NKVD. In order to purge the economic and administrative apparatus of suspect elements, sets of investigations organized since 1935 by Yezhov were transformed into operational sections which carried out their task on a territorial basis. The chiefs of these sections were instructed to arrest all those who were considered responsible for bad administration, cheating the authorities, non-fulfillment of plans, and, also, those who could become antisocial elements in future. Repression struck even those who were guilty of jokes about the regime or leaders, or even those showing skepticism. 51. The repression thus struck codders at all levels and belonging to bodies of any kind. The repression went on merrily on the basis of denunciation, confessions, and through the zeal of the agents of the NKVD who, in the absence of sufficient performances, could themselves be in danger of falling prey to repression. The increasing role of the NKVD quickly led to a watchfulness against the recourse to democratic meth_ods in the renewal of codders. Thus, on April 17, 1937, Pravda declared in its editorial that enemies of Bolshevism were trying not only in words but also in deeds to use secret election for their objectives. 140. In order to weaken the party and to 1.ead to a rupture between the apparatus of the party and its base. In fact, the leadership of the party cancelled the directives given at the tin 1e of the plenum in March and criticized Cotters responsible for not directing the criticism better and for not succeeding in pushing out incorrect proposals. 52. Progressively, criticisms considered as unhealthy and likened by press to pettifoggery inspired by Trotskyite blackguards whose aim is to weaken the authority of the commanders of production and economy and to sap the discipline of the working class. 53 From June 193-7, the already limited role of meetings at the base in the party tended to become purely symbolic. Purges of Cotters became increasingly an affair of the central organs, above all of the NKVD. On June 5, 1937, Pravda, of course, certainly spoke again of the work of purification in which the base of the party should take part, but it insisted mainly on the idea that it is the strong sword of the dictatorship of the proletariat which should liquidate the enemies. On June 8 Pravda went further and emphasized above all the decisive role of the organs, that is to say the security services which worked on the basis of denunciations and confessions. Thus there was a turning point, which was confirmed by the plenum held from 23 to June 29. This plenum emphasized more than ever before the action of the NKVD. It wanted clearly to put an end more or less to accusations coming from the base for many months. In fact, the discontent of the population could be seen in a flood of accusations made in the meetings called to clean up the apparatus. Now, regional Cotters found it increasingly difficult to control these meetings. The campaign of the purge of Cotters was still clothed in a certain working class or populist character, but that was, in essence, a rhetoric and consisted of posing good workers against corrupt Cotters and to call for their replacement by the Stakhanovites. 54. In any case, after the meeting of the plenum in June, there was no question any longer of a check from below. On the other hand, the press praised in the most glowing terms the NKVD which 141. Was called upon to pursue the battle, against enemies, deviationists, and new spies. An editorial in Pravda asserted that the bulwark is the glorious work of the NKVD in the country of the Soviets. Our intelligence service is the flesh of the flesh and the blood of the entire country, that it received the strong and increasingly active support of millions of workers. 55 Henceforth, a massive repression hit the Cotters at all levels. The members of the party, of the bodies at the base up to regional committees, were practically engaged in denouncing, to the VD, any Cotter that it considered as having compromised himself. If they did not do so, they were considered accomplices and dealt with as such. 56. The rules of vigilance were applicable to the members of the NKVD itself. They were not supposed to await passively the denunciations before them. At this time, in the NKVD too, anyone could be denounced by his own subordinates. However, to put a limit on the effects of this activism at the base, it was made clear that security agents could arrest only Cotters at levels lower than theirs and never their equals or their superiors. 57 Thus, there was a veritable outburst of terror which struck Cotters in all the bodies of the party and which continued till the second half of 193-7. AMNG Those affected by the terror were Cotters certainly guilty of true abscesses, illegal actions, grave negligences, and of corruption. There is evidence enough to indicate that the purge and arrests acted basically in a blind manner. A large number of the condemned were victims of totally fabricated motives, on the basis of confessions extracted by the zeal of investigating personnel or of denunciations coming from true culprits or activists wanting to be important and hoping to accept posts thus rendered vacant. Towards the end of 1937, things became so widespread that it was quite frequent for a new Cotter barely appointed to be arrested in his turn for criminal activities he was supposed to have committed elsewhere. 3. Administrative and economic chaos under the staggering blow of repression striking the party. 142 Charles Bettelheim 2. And the whole of the apparatus of the state, there was deep disorder in the economy and administration. In some districts, the local administration even ceased to exist. The chiefs named to head enterprises or the economic apparatus were completely ignorant of their new duties and fulfilled them badly. Economic performances were low. In the beginning of 193-8, the administration tended to be paralysed because newly appointed cadres did not dare to take any initiative for fear of being accused of hostile scheming. 58. Acts of lawlessness were on the increase and were carried out by fake policemen. 59. The purging of the administration and the toning up of the party, instead of improving the working of the apparatus, led to worsening in their malfunction. Practices of deceit, corruption, arbitrariness, crying negligence of complaints of the people continued to be uppermost. In the beginning of 193-8, the top leadership had to give up for a while the exercise of terror against cadres in the state apparatus. It became urgent to change the gears if a veritable chaos had to be avoided. A step in the direction of saving the situation was adopted at the plenum in January 193-8 through a resolution dealing with the errors committed in expulsions and measures to be taken to rectify these errors. 60. This corrective led to legal proceedings directed against /hos who were henceforth designated as the saboteurs of the earlier repression. Thus, there was a double campaign. The first takes the form of denunciation of denouncers. In practice, it is directed against cadres on the lower rung of the party, termed as careerists. 61. The second is directed against a section of cadres of the NKVD, of public prosecutors and judicial bodies who were held responsible for the errors and the excesses committed. 62. This campaign did not prevent the majority of those who were arrested in the preceding months from continuing in detention. It did not prevent Eatlier that in March 193-8 opened the third Moscow trial where the accused were Bukharin, Rykov, Yagoda. We thus have the spectacle of the old right-wingers side by side with the men who were always faithful to Stalin. 143. The accused were declared to be culpable of having organized a bloc of rightists and Trotskyites, of having hatched plots with bourgeois nationalists from Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, Byelorussia, and Azerbaijan, on the orders of states inimical to the USSR. Bukharin was even accused of having wanted to assassinate Lenin in 1918 and of having taken part in the assassination of Kirov. One of the objectives of the trial was to open the way for a new wave of liquidations. It stuck indiscriminately persons who were recently promoted to positions of responsibility, and others who belonged to what remained of the old guard of cadres. It appears that some of the accused were suspected of being hostile to the rapprochement which the Soviet leaders were preparing with Nazi Germany. It was this very suspicion that led to the liquidation of a large number of cadres in the army. Through a process that had become widely used, this suspicion was not uttered. On the other hand, concerned persons were charged with their alleged links with Nazi Germany and the spy network of that country. Thus in 193-7 and 193-8 we witness a few liquidation of old Bolsheviks, old cadres in the Red Army and a large number of cadres of the NKVD. Towards the end of 1938, this campaign led to the fall of Yezhov who was replaced by Beria as the head of the NKVD. Thus ended a specific phase of terror directed against cadres and which had largely stuck the party and the economic, military, and administrative apparatuses. However, this phase had a heavy bearing on the future. Firstly, it favored the growth of a purely formal discipline, the selection of cadres being chosen for their servility rather than for their experience or their capacity. It gave rise to a mad individualism in the cadres. Reciprocally, it aggravated mistrust of the top of the party toward its own cadres. Further, corning as they did shortly before the Second World War, the purges seriously disturbed the working of the civil and military apparatus. A.S. Moshe Lewin has noted. 144 Char/Es Bettelheim. As political action and a method intended figuratively to prepare the county to face the war, the purges made no sense. They constituted the most systematic sabotage of the war F9RT, of cultural, creativity, of the administrative life that a leadership had ever inflicted on its own country. 63. Section 3. The extent of the renewal of cadres. 1. The extent of repression striking the party and its cadres between the end of 1934 and the end of 1938 is such that one may speak of a radical renewal of the power apparatus. 1. The quantitative _E4 specs c. F. The dimension of renewal of cadres carried out during these years is very difficult to gauge. No official statistics as a whole are available. The few figures that we can have are far from being trustworthy. Besides, they concern only the members of the party. Now, at this time, there were still quite a large number of cadres in industry or in the economy who were not party members. The fragmentary data which can be used are nevertheless highly significant. Basing himself on official publications, Zbigniew Brzezinski reaches the conclusion that between 1936 and 1939 the total number of expulsions from the party would have been 850,064. This represents more than a third of the party in 1935. In the light of archival documents to which A. D. Sakharov had access and his calculations for the period 1936 to 1939, he concludes that during this period 120,000 members of the party appear to have been arrested and only 50,000 of them were finally set at liberty. 65. One should, however, point out with L. Scapiro that a part of those who were arrested in 1936 to 1939 could be those 145 who were expelled during the earlier years and, especially, that all were not cadres. During recent years, partial statistics were published which appears to indicate that the purges would have been less widespread than indicated above. 66. These statistics are, however, difficult to reconcile with all that is known on the condition of the party and cadres in 1937 and 1938. Moreover, they cannot account for the extent of changes that took place in encadrement proper of the party and in important industrial sectors. On this point, some official figures concerning certain people's commissariats are highly significant. For example, in the commissariat of machine tools, the entire leadership of the commissariat and a large portion of engineers, technicians, and cadres were purged in 1937 and 1938. In 193-7, all the directors of the factories in this commissariat, except 2, were purged. 67. Similarly, in aeronautical construction, the quasi-totality of engineers and technicians were arrested in the same period. 68. The extent of the purges were equally large in naval construction. As for heavy industry, which is the base of all industrialization, here is what L. Kaganovich told the 18th Congress of the Party, in March 1939, in 193-7 and 193-8, the leading personnel of heavy industry was completely renewed and new men were appointed in the place of the saboteurs unmasked. Thousands of new men were appointed to leading posts. In some branches, we considered it necessary to send out several layers. 69. 1. L. Kaganovich goes on to say, "Now we have cadres who would fulfill any task whatever that would be assigned to them by Comrade Stalin." This last sentence highlights one of the objectives of the purges, namely to possess cadres who e principe mrit was /o give evidence of an absolute submission before any order whatever. J46 Charles Bettelheim. Coming front the top. Such an objective does not exclusively concern cadres of economic enterprises and the apparatus but also those in the party, the administrative and political apparatus and the intelligentsia in general. Thus it concerns a very wide. The cadres in economy and administration were most often faulted for their deficiencies when the plans they had to execute were not realistic or the norms of production were not respected in quantity and in quality. 70. As for aists, writers, and scientists, it was their conception which was challenged when they were accused of defending points of view that were foreign or even hostile to Marxism. These accusations attacked quite particularly authors who strayed from the norms of socialist realism in the manner in which they were defined by the party. However, the main targets of the terror were mostly administrators, technicians, engineers. Their cases caused the trials in almost each republic, region, or rayon. Some of these trials were not even reported in the local press. Moreover, and especially, many trials and arrests took place even without the press talking about them. Most of these operations of the police or the judiciary were carried out in total violation of the rules of procedure laid down by the power itself. Besides, the terror appeared to obey a plan during a few months. Specialists or functionaries and employees posted in the same branch of activity all over the country were charged for nearly the same motives. Thus, as R. Medvedev has pointed out, during the second trimester of 193-7, in hundreds of rayoni and tens of regions, there were trials underway. Here the chief accused were the functionaries responsible for agriculture. The charges of accusation were always more or less the same: anti-Soviet rightist saboteurs or violators of socialist legality, Trotskyites and Rehdists, etc. As for cadres, they were underscore at th. 147. Same time, cadres of the same level who were arrested or indicted throughout the country. Administrators and cadres in agriculture, industry, commerce, transports, etc., were in turn the victims. 71. From 193-7, the NKVD itself was subjected to several bloody purges. The extent of the terror affecting cadres, like the terror in general, gave rise to many problems. Particularly, the problem of its objectives, of its intentionality or the uncontrolled character which the terrorist process tends to require, gradually rendering in some way mad those who direct this process. The question has often been posed, particularly for Yezhov and for Stalin. 72. It is highly probable that the psychic equilibrium of those who direct an enormous process of repression end up by being perturbed themselves by this process. A long time earlier Marx had pointed out that the Jacobin terror was unleashed by men who were themselves terror-struck. Now, Jacobin terror was an ordinary phenomenon compared to the terror and repression of Stalin, and it is almost certain that such was the case for Stalin and for Yezhov. However, true problems do not concern the psychology of some leaders. They concern the peculiarities of a system which, over the years, functioned by terror and by repression, and changes in the forms of political and so_child domination resulting from a repression as widespread as the one to which the cadres of all the apparatus of domination were subjected. Part 3. The party bourgeoisie is established. 155. The Soviet Union of the second half of the 1930s underwent a profound change in the forms of political and social domination. These changes affected the party itself, the new dominating class, and the relationship between these latter. Chapter 1. The changes in the party. From the 1920s, the party was undergoing important changes. These changes acquire larger proportions towards the end of this decade and in the beginning of the next. From 1935, under the effect of specific FONS of repression and terror, they rapidly reach a point unknown till then. These changes concern the party leadership, its cadres, its members taken as a whole, the composition of its membership and the manner it functioned. Section 1. The renewal of the leadership and its cadres. Party. The renewal of the leadership and its cadres was largely brought about under the impulsion of the leading group formed around Stalin, and basically on the initiative of Stalin himself. This renewal takes place over many stages. These stages do not 156 Charles Bet/Helm always follow the rhythm and path sought to be imposed by the leading group. In fact, this was a complex social process where uncontrollable forms of resistance intervene and equally uncontrollable factors tend to speed up the change. In the earlier phase, the process of renewal mostly affects the leaders and members of the apparatus belonging to the Bolshevik Party of the Lenin era. The first to be affected were the leaders of the old oppositions. Next to be eliminated were cadres who had supported these opposition groups, had sympathy for them, or who could be suspected of such a sympathy, and, lastly, a majority of old party cadres. While these liquidations were in the process, there began a second phase during which cadres and leaders promoted between 1929 and 1934 were affected, among them a large number of delegates to the 17th Congress. The Yezhovshchina is the culminating moment of this phase that affected men who had only recently assumed positions of high responsibility and who had launched their career while Stalin was closely controlling the promotions in the party and state apparatus. To illustrate the scope of this renewal of the cadres, it may be pointed out that in the beginning of 1930, 110 of the 139 members of the CC elected at the 17th Congress were arrested, executed, or driven to suicide. 1. Similarly, it will be noticed that of the 1966 delegates to the 17th Congress, called the Congress of the Victors, 1,108 were arrested and most of them executed during the Yezhovshchina. At the 18th Congress only 3% of the delegates to the previous Congress were seen again too. At the end of the 1930s, of the leaders of the Lenin era only Stalin and Molotov remain in place. The others were dead, were executed or had committed suicide. One alone was still alive, Trotsky. He was exiled. Moreover, he too disappeared in August 1940, assassinated in Mexico by a Soviet agent. During the L930s, we notice not only the liquidation of those who had been members of the Politburo before the 17th Congress, we notice too the liquidation of a large number of members of the Politburo elected immediately after the 157 Congress. Of the 11 members of this Politburo, 8 had been eliminated in the beginning of 1939. 2 other members of the Bureau elected later were eliminated in 1939. 3 between 1936 and I-939, the renewal of the apparatus of the leadership of the party at the level of the republics and the big cities was just as radical as the one at the center. There too, even men who had apparently always been faithful supporters of the General Secretary were affected. During these years, we can thus notice a replacement of the order of 80 to 100% of leading cadres of the republics and regions. 4. It may also be pointed out that while in 1930, 69% of secretaries of the region, of circumscriptions, and the CC of the republics had joined the party before October, in 1939 80.56% were those who had joined the party after 1924. 5. The renewal on a massive scale of cadres was the result of a policy seeking multiple objectives. One of the objectives sought by the Stalinist leadership was the elimination of those whose loyalty towards it appeared doubtful. Another objective was to remove those whose personal conduct was likely to weaken the regime, either through a most blatant abuse of their powers and their privileges for personal ends or because they imposed on those placed under their direction such conditions of work as to give rise to discontent. It was of little importance that they did so in strict application of directives from above because some cadres had to be sacrificed at the altar of popular discontent. They were scapegoats whose elimination would strengthen the overall authority of the party and therefore also of new apparatchiki. One of the consequences of this massive renewal of party cadres carried out under the impulsion of the Stalinist ruling group was to closely subject cadres to this group and to push them, for survival, to give evidence of unconditionality with respect to it. An essential aspect of this unconditionality was the setting up of parties of the different republics. All that could resemble even remotely as defending the aspirations of different republics was eliminated. Thus, in a number of republics, and especially in Ukraine, the purges follow one after another, month after month from 1936. It would often happen that those a few months earlier who were instrumental in eliminating the cadres on spot are themselves eliminated in their turn. Such is the case, in I-937-38, when, in the Ukrainian Republic all members of the PB, of the Orgburo and Secretariat were arrested while only 3 of the 102 members of the Ukrainian CC retained their places. 6. Many of those who were appointed to leading positions in the beginning of 1937 were arrested towards the end of the year or in the beginning of 1938. Those who succeeded them met a similar fate. 7. In 1938. These liquidations were the work of Khrushchev, who was then the first secretary of the Ukrainian CC since January. He again purged, the lead-in organs of the party and government. Thus the party was becoming increasingly a party of Russian nationalism. The cadres and leaders of this party cast anew were the ones to be on the rise in the second half of the L1930s. Khrushchev then became a key person. It is under his tutelage that Kirilenko and Brezhnev really began their career as future top leaders. 8. Section 2, I. The renewal of party membership. The exclusions and arrests had also contributed to the renewal of party membership and its social composition. This renewal came about through wide fluctuations in the number of members. The overall figures indicate that during the period under study taken as a whole, party membership passed through three distinct phases. The first one is the phase of rapid expansion when membership rose from 1.5 million to 3.6 million. 9. The second phase is one of sudden shrinking of membership. It then fell from 3.6 million to 1.9 million. There was thus a diminution of 1.7 million or 47%. The third phase saw an expansion which took off slowly and then became rapid, taking membership to 3.5. Class struggies in the USSR 159 million, that is to say in the neighborhood of the previous maximum, and a 100% increase of growth despite the purges. These fluctuations in membership were the result mainly of recruit on one end policy, operations of purges in the party and of repression. The figures cited here only partially explain the sweep and brutality that marked the renewal. For a more complete view of the brutality and the conditions under which it was inflicted, one must distinguish between exclusions resulting from the very fact of the purges and losses in membership attributable to other causes, especially natural causes. One should also take into account membership figures during different periods. Unfortunately, data at our disposal does not contain accurate statistics on these different points. 11 But what is available is enough to throw light on the extraordinary sweep of the renewal of party membership as also the changes in its social composition. The years 192-9 to 193-2 are again characterized by a policy of recruitment which was a continuation of the last years of the NEP and which aimed at encouraging the growth of the number and proportion of working class members of the party. This policy, whose application coincides with the rapid increase in the number of workers in industries of transformation and mines, led to an increase in the number of party members who were well and truly workers. The overall growth of party membership is however such that the proportion of these workers showed a slight decrease. 12. This decrease recorded is, moreover, due, largely to the fact that a high proportion of those who were workers at the time of their entry into the party, or a little earlier, left the ranks of the working class as they were promoted to positions of responsibility. We know, in fact, that during 1929 to 1932, several 100,000 workers were educated at the middle-level technical or higher institutions. 13. And that a number of them joined the party and became cadres. Therefore, the proportion of party members of working class origin went up from 61.4% to 62.2%. 14. The policy of recruitment of workers in this period is largely the result of an effort by the leading sections of the party to create a social base formed of working class members and cadres who owed their promotion entirely to the policy of the leadership. This policy corresponded also to working class ideology which still predominates then. In 1933, the matters changed radically. The crisis of 1932-1933 gave rise to a discontent among a large number of workers with consequent effect among worker members of the party. Many of them were accused of a lack of political consciousness and were expelled. At the same time, working class ideology of the period of the first five-year plan gave over increasingly to an ideology and a policy that bestowed a decisive role to technique and cadres. 15. These ideological and policy changes were to play an important role during the purges, repressions and recruitments which was to follow. They led to a profound change in the social composition of the party. The very manner in which the purification was carried out had an unfavorable influence on the proportion of workers and peasants in the party. Thus, in the spring of 1933, the central authorities adopted a directive seeking a purge in the party of ill-prepared elements with an inadequate level of political knowledge. In fact, this directive was applied quite specifically to manual workers. 16. A large number of other directives intervened during the years that followed, some intended to interrupt all recruitment and then, from December 1935, others seeking to open up the party once again. It was, however, only in 1938 that recruitment had its earlier sweep once again. Between 1933 and 1936, changes in the social composition of the party can be analyzed only with difficulty in the absence of sufficiently large and accurate statistical data. From November 1936, the picture is different, although statistics published essentially makes it possible to have an idea of class composition of new party members. These statistics are, however, highly significant. They point to a total change in recruitment policy. In fact, during the years 1936 to 1939, this policy has nothing at all in common with the policy of the end of the L1920s. The sudden changes which affected cadres and party members went hand in hand with profound changes in the way the party operated. 161. Section 3. The changes in the manner of working of the party. The changes in the manner the party operated during the L930s was a continuation of the way it did on the morrow of October, and which continued all through the 1920s. 17. However, henceforth their cumulative character and their sweep bestowed a specific importance on these changes. At the end of these changes, the party ceased to be a political party in the sense that this expression could have when it is used to denote a voluntary organization of militants who could exercise a certain control on the political line and on decisions of the party. What we now have is something else, an administrative apparatus of the state which fulfills a role of checks on other apparatuses of the state. This party, now an administrative apparatus, was subject to the total authority of a leading group which was itself subordinate to a supreme leader. The party thus became an apparatus in which all the important decisions are taken at the top, often by Stalin himself. If at the end of the L920s, the party leadership had an oligarchical character, after 1936 it increasingly had an autocratic character. This change is, of course, related to the change in the way the party operated, but it also brought about changes in the whole set of real organizational forms, as also its ideology and its manner of behavior. 18. The importance of rules of hierarchy increased considerably. Those who did not belong to a sufficiently high level in the hierarchy could not expect to be informed of real reasons for which decisions were taken, nor of conditions in which they were taken. Nor could they assess these decisions either, neither before nor after decision making. T1EY were in the natry of orders laid down for the rest of the party. 19. By a leadership in the nature of an army headquarters which has a chief at its head. That was the word, chief, used to denote Stalin from the 1930s. Like the term Führer, it meant both chief and guide. As guide Stalin WNS the /LLFJL, IIW Lworlka /Allhurly, from whom all idns NND Orienton Lyons took their origin and which no one HND the right to dispute or CNLL in question. The role of the guide was essential in the party which denied its internal contradictions and which has thus be presented as a unified ideology. As chief, he was not only placed imaginarily at the head of the people, he also had at his command a state apparatus formed of a corps of cadres, the apparatchiki, appointed, transferred, dismissed by the 6th ZHD or on his orders. These men of the apparatus had the chief role of keeping a watch on the way the party and other organs functioned. They were organized on a strict hierarchical ladder, similar to a 1I1I/IJ reorganization. The party was thus divided into several levels. At the top was the Vaj surrounded by a leading group, next came the Supreme Orgaris answerable to the leading group. Then came a hierarchist body of cadres forming the party apparatus. Its most privileged members were enrolled on the nomenklatura. Lastly came the ordinary members. Generally, they had no role. If any role was assigned to them, it was often as a test intended to verify if they could in due course become cadres or join the nomenclatura. On the whole, ordinary members formed a base which legitimized the maintenance of the party form and lent it a working class or people's character symbolically. Besides functioning as reservoir from which new cadres are picked, the presence of these ordinary members within the population could enable the cadres and the leadership to gather information on the state of mind of the masses. The way such an organization operated showed the veritable character of the apparatus of the supreme state. In such an apparatus, it was no longer party members who named their leaders, elected them or dismissed them. The leadership on the spot renewed itself by co-option. It was a body of leaders who recruit or exclude party members. It was thus the leadership that chose members and not the other way round. As Bertolt Brecht has written ironically while describing an imaginary country, it was not the members who chose the secretaries but the secretaries who chose the members. When mistakes were committed, those who had criticized the mistakes were the ones punished, but those who were responsible for the mistakes remained at their post. Before long, they were no more the best but only the N1 servile. 20. During the 1930s, the General Secretary is increasingly helped by the political police in the implementation of policies of recruitment, exclusion, and promotion of cadres. 21. The ideology spread by the party leadership imaginarily invested the party with a sort of infallibility which gave a quasi-theocratic character to its domination. This was noted by several authors, particularly by R. Barrow. In I Alternative 22, it was not the organ statutorily placed at the top of the party that ensured its leaders' IP. These organs, however, survived, by having practically ceased to be sovereign, because from 193-5 onwards the leading group had the necessary means at its disposal to get its proposals adopted by the PB, the CC, and the Congress. Moreover, henceforth it nominated or suspended at its will members of the Congress and those of the organs of collective leadership, the CC and the PB. Thus, while by virtue of Article 58 of the party statutes, no member of the CC could be expelled without a majority vote of 2/3 of the plenum of the CC, one could see in the second half of L 930s a large number of expulsions and arrests of the members of the PB and of the CC without any voting, and only on a simple decision of the top of the party apparatus. 23. The leading group further increasingly tended to do without holding meetings of statutorily designated decision-making organs, and it spaced out these meetings. Such a tendency had already begun to appear during the NEP, but it acquired its full force during the 1930s. A few figures may be cited to illustrate this development. While in the 6 years following the October Revolution, there were 6 party congresses, 5 conferences, and 79 plenums of the CC, in the 6 years following the death of Lenin, there were only 4 congresses, 5 conferences, and 164 Charles Bettelheim. Plenum 1s of the CC. Later, between 1934 and 1953, only 3 congresses were held, and 1 conference and 23 plenums. 24. However, the fact that the supreme apparatus of the state continued to have the form of the party evidently had political importance and practical consequences. Its meetings were held, elections of delegates to the Congress and to leading organs were conducted, reports and the proposals of the leaders were approved by a vote. These symbolic practices played a role of legitimization. The symbolic character of these practices do not exclude that, at a critical juncture, their maintenance could impose certain limits on those who were at the apex of the apparatus. Thus, at different times, Stalin had to temporize and take into account to some extent, the reservations or differences of opinion of members of the PB or of the CC belonging to the leading group. The vacillations noticed in 193-7 on the role which denunciations emanating from the ranks had to play in the unleashing of repression point, or so it would appear, to influence the existence of consultative practices could have in a situation of CNS-1s. Moreover, after the death of Stalin, the existence of the party form provided the possibility of regulating some of the problems of leadership within the organs of collective decision-making. One, however, as a general rule, Towards the end of the L930s, the situation was such that the only center of decision was the chief of the leading group, who imposed henceforth his dictatorship o the parudi in autocratic manner. There you have the central instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat, of which the party was supposed to be the instrument. This dictatorship operated with utmost harshness, on the masses of the people as much as on th new dominator class, functionaries of capital and functionaries of the administrative, police and ideological apparatus of every kind, all of which had to be subject to this specific form of generalist oppression. 165. Chapter 2. The process of consolidation / subjugation of the new dominating class. During the L930s, the consolidation of the new dominating class comes about in a highly contradictory manner. In the course of 1935 to 1938 especially, it is seen as its very contrary, namely as its subjugation through terror. 168. Section 1. The terror and the process of consolidation / subjugation of the new dominating class. At first sight, the terror over Qatars appeared purely as an instrument of their subjugation to the leading group and its chief. However, to set off T's subjugation, the leading group bestowed on new Qatars extensive VEP and also a number of privileges. One, subjugation as counterpart of powers and privileges. The __ powers and the privileges increasingly bestowed on Qatars were rooted in the relations of production and reproduction, and changed these Qatars into a dominating and privileged class. It is no less true that as individuals, their membership of this class depended continuously upon the confidence conferred on them by the leaders on whom they had absolutely no control. Their subjugation to the leading group W_ as the price they had to pay in order to belong to the domin_Ti.ng class. This class was thus subject to a political power which owed them no explanation. In this sense, members of this class who were not a part of the leading group could only exercise a social domination and not a political domination. As individuals, they did not dominate the state, they only served it. Although it was their collective property, political power was exercised by a small group belonging to the dominating class by occupying within it a hegemonistic position, as History had concentrated legitimacy in its hands, which enabled it to decide formally how the means of accumulation were to be used, to have the right to appoint and to dismiss functionaries of the capital, and to repress them by invoking strong police organs that are closely linked to it. Under these given historic conditions, the subjugation of managers and administrators before the leading group was a necessary condition for the protection of the new dominating class. By subjugating it to the leading group by recourse to terror, not only did it consolidate the dominating class but, at the same time, made the C/A is STR 111 Earl, in the USSR 169. Individual position of its members more fragile. One of the reasons why they were so subjected to terror was that those who exercised power considered themselves a very thin layer on who N1 proletarian politics depended. 1. 2. The subjugation of Qatars and the sharpening of class struggle in the second half of the L930s. The subjugation of Qatars to the political power was undoubtedly determined to a large extent by two essential components of the ideology of the leading group: the unsaid identification of Qatars with the new bourgeoisie and identification of the leading group with the proletariat. At this level, the terror unleashed against Qatars led to an imaginary class struggle. In reality, it was only a struggle between several layers of the new dominating class, between its hegemonistic layer, which took the initiative, and the other layers. An indication of these ideological components of terror can be found in the writings of Stalin, which assert that the class struggle becomes sharper even while the construction of socialism too progresses. One of the aspects of the class struggle so preached was aimed at opponents in the party. Another aspect of the pseudo-class struggle was aimed at Qatars who were insufficiently disciplined, loyal, etc., and who too were identified as agents of the enemy. A real element of this imaginary class struggle was the war unleashed by the leading group to impose its dictatorship on the party, on Qatars and, of course, on the population as a whole. Another real element of this imaginary struggle was that party cadres and the state apparatus effectively formed a new dominating class, but this was so because of the place it occupied in the relationships of production and reproduction. The struggle waged against those who belonged to this class changed in no way those social relationships nor the functions of those who were responsible for the reproduction. The effects of this imaginary class struggle were also a reality. They led hundreds of thousands of cadres to their death or to concentration camps. THCY. One gave rise to a system of shariga which took away a certain number of persons from the place they occupied in the dominating class and gave them special status as prisoners working for the state. 3. The Sisson one of shariga. In the slang of the prisoners, the shariga was a place of detention where specialists were brought together and were given tasks of scientific or technical research under the control of the NKVD. They received facilities needed for this purpose. The place of detention could be vast and provided with laboratories. Scientists so imprisoned were often better treated tale-free citizens. In the first circle, Solzhenitsyn has described how a shariga operated. 3. The system had existed since the beginning of the L930s. Specialists condemned for sabotage 4. Were made to work here. This imprisonment was often only a pretext to isolate them. At the end of the L930s, mainly in the days when Beria was heading the NKVD, the shariga system was widespread. At this time not only a few were specialists arrested but entire study centers were transferred to the prison and production workshops, were added on. From the beginning of the L930s, the shariga was placed directly under the security police and, inside it, under either a specialized central administration or a special technical section. Much of the shariga was what may be called an object placed under the responsibility of a high functionary of the NKVD, but quite often under a détenu who was director of research or chief builder. Under him worked the heads of the laboratory and an entire series of researchers who were all under the vigilance of the watchmen of the NKVD. The discipline here was reminiscent of prisons with fixed hours for getting up, meals, health workouts, etc. 5. In the forefront of activities which benefited from this system were, towards the end of the 193 OS, frontline industries, mainly aeronautics and rocketry. An important part of these industries also function under the control of the NKVD. 6. In principle, the competent commissariats provided technical specifications to the authorities of these industries. In fact, the 171 NKVD gave to itself the right to modify specifications. This had its drawbacks. 7. However, if products thus obtained on the directives of Stalin, Beria, or Ustinov, were sometimes aberrant, such was not always the case. For example, two very good planes, the PE-2 and the Tu-2, had come out of the shariga. However, the distance between the design laboratories and the manufacture of the prototypes on the one hand and then the assembly line manufacture on the other resulted in the performances of these planes coming out of the factories being much lower than those of the prototypes. In fact, the design laboratory of Tupolev had to redesign the entire structure of the projected plane to adapt it to real conditions of production in the factory. These conditions were lost sight of by design laboratories far removed from the mass production and subjected to the exigencies of the leaders who did not know anything about the constraints of industrial production. Consequently, there was a gap of 3 years between the flight of the prototype of TV2 and the development of the production chain 8. Researches carried out in the sharigas were totally secret and we have few details on this institution and on the way it functioned. 9. During the years of the war and later from 1941 to 1955, the sharigas grew in number and spread out so much that some of them became cities and industrial zones with their factories, garages, and workshops, and also had their cinema houses, libraries, etc. Some of these cities did not have all its population as prisoners, and prisoners lived side by side with free persons including foreign scientists. However, their freedom of movement was strictly controlled without their being subject to the lifestyle of prisoners. Among the free men coming to work in these secret cities there were obviously Soviet citizens attracted by better salaries paid to them. One of the motivations for work for the détenus was lesser hardship in living conditions than in the camps. But they received those better conditions only if they produced other motivations were also the love of the profession, patriotism and, on occasions, 172. Devotion to the party because ephemeral party members thus imprisoned continued to consider themselves as communists and wanted to behave like one. Another motivation was the hope of being set at liberty which happened to some when they had accomplished their mission. Thus the mathematician, Alexander Nekrasov was freed after he furnished important works. He received the title of Scientist Emeritus in 1947 and the Stalin Prize in 1951 for his contribution to aeronautical technology. The system of the Sheriga was a limiting case of subjugation of some intellectuals who were specialists in scientific and technical research. As détenus they were well and truly enslaved, but as responsible for the progress of research they could retain the functions of directing it. A peculiar treatment was applicable to these men who were at one and the same time under a penal sentence and placed again in some of their functions. This resulted from many a type of preoccupations. One of these preoccupations concerned secrecy, in which the power desired that some researches be carried out. Shutting up researchers was one way of keeping their work secret. This preoccupation is far from secondary. Secrecy was a nightmare for the Soviet leaders. 10. Therefore, independently of their sharagas, there were cities where secret researches were carried out by free workers under strict vigilance of the organs for ordinary works. The Zikis were engaged in these cities. Hierarchical relationships were then pushed to the extreme. 11. Another preoccupation was to keep the condemned scientists in their professional activity, which the power considered more or less indispensable. A last preoccupation was doubtlessly not absent in the confinement of some scientists, often of exceptional merit. The desire to isolate from the rest of the society men whose prestige and authority could amount to constituting a challenge to the leading group, which Pi attended to be infallible, if ever these scientists were to express publicly their opinion or questions of social and political interest. Thus, for many years, genetics, theories of relativity and other works in mathematics, linguistics, 173, etc., were proclaimed low-b non-scientific by the power. Under these conditions, it often desired to isolate research workers who, by their intellectual formation, were likely to want to assert openly what they thought was true, and not merely only in their field of specialization. Experience has shown, moreover, that the denunciation of any deceptions or falsehoods of Soviet leaders often came from such persons. This is the case of academician Sakharov, Roy, and George Medvedev, Solzhenitsyn, Plyush and many others. Section 2. Unity and contradictions in the dominating class, subjugation to the leading group and formation of a party bourgeoisie. The brutal nature of the process of subjugation of the dominating class to the leading group, such as it was described earlier, was a part of the contingencies of the years under examination. However, basically this process was intertwined in the internal contradictions of the dominating class and in those which oppose it to the dominated class. In the historical conditions of the L930s, these contradictions do not allow the Soviet dominating class to expand the exploitation of direct producers without itself being subjected to constraints of the hierarchical and disciplinary relationships imposed by a single party and by its leadership. To consolidate its domination, it became essential for it to submit itself to decisions and the supposed wisdom of this party and accept, at any rate in appearance, dogmas proclaimed by Il. The role thus played by the party was not due only to the specificities of Soviet history. At a deeper level, it was related to the specificities of state capitalism, which did not allow the bourgeoisie to bring about its unity under the same modalities as private capitalism. In fact, under the domination of private capitalism, the unity of capital is seen under the inverted shape of competition. Each fragment of capital is pushed to bring about the maximum exploitation of its workers, to intensify and to innovate in order to withstand competing capitals. but having done so, it contributes to the development of specifically capitalist productivity. By waging a struggle for apparently piecemeal interests, it erodes up by serving the interests of capital as a whole. The motivations of those who manage different individual capitals lead to imposing the laws of capitalist accumulation and productivity to be obeyed. In conditions of capitalism of the Soviet type, the laws of capitalism do not operate in the same manner. Competition is exercised under other modalities. Therefore we notice a transformation of the FOMS through which the unity of capital forges ahead. In FCT, the extension of state ownership and state planning deciding production, prices, wages, investments etc., modifies the conditions in which each fragment of social capital is opposed to the others, and it also modifies the modal ties of distribution of the mass of the surplus value between different branches and different units or production. Because of these modifications, the competition which one opposes the different agents of capital fighting for consolidation 1. Of their positions or for an increase in the volume of capital and of production that each controls, does not acquire mainly the form of confrontations on product market or on the capital market, so much so that the discipline and the unity imposed by market form and money forms receive a strong setback. To this type of unity is substituted another, the one which takes the plan form. However, the constraints which flow from this form do not operate in the same manner as do the market form, because the constraints of the market are interiorized by agents of capital to whom they appear as objective and inevitable. The case is different for constraints of the plan, which appear to agents of capital as forms of decisions taken more or less arbitrarily, and which get imposed on them from outside without their having really participated in working it out. This exteriority of exigencies of the plan leads Class S11 Urle in TLW USSR 175. The agents, F capital, to try to hide behind those which show the greatest difficulties in order to run their enterprise in the most neat way, all the while giving the impression that they are conforming to the objectives of planning. The plan form is thus far from enough to impose the unity of the capital and of its agents. Under the Soviet conditions, the dictatorship of a party of a new type 1 constitutes one of the political forms under which this unity tends to be imposed. The role played by the dominating class in the exploitation of direct producers, in their dispossession, in the appropriation of surplus value on the basis of wages, and in the process of accumulation make this class a bourgeoisie formed by the functionaries of capital. This is not in the nature of a simple analogy or an image or a stylistic clause, but a way of accounting for real social relationships. History shows that the bourgeoisie can be seen in phenomenally multiple forms, as merchants, captains of industry, financial predators, capitalist farmers, leaders of state or private industries, chairmen of multinational firms, leading functionaries of these enterprises or economic apparatuses, etc. With the growth of new specific forms of capitalism, the bourgeoisie also acquires new forms. However, beyond the very varied forms which capitalism and the bourgeoisie can assume, both of them are always based upon capital relationship. It is on it, in fact, that there is an opposition between those who produce surplus value and those who have it at their disposal. The former constitute what Marx calls the total worker 12, the others form the global capitalist 13. Lastly, behind the diversities of the faces of the bourgeoisie hides the unity of the capital relation, which itself is seen under two aspects, that of capital as function personified by representative of capital as function, and an apparently more passive aspect, that of capital as ownership personified by the capitalist as the one who carries the ownership determination of capital 14. The respective places of these two faces, and therefore also the relationship between these two personifications of cap.ital, is modified even as the forms of capitalism are changed, as also the faces under which the bourgeoisie shows up. 176 Charles Bettelheim. In the conditions of the Soviet Union of the L930s, the predominance of the state form of ownership of capital makes it possible for political leaders to play essentially the role of agents of capital as ownership, whereas managers are the agents of capital as function. The bourgeoisie is thus formed of 11 those who participate in a dominating position in the activity of the economic, political, and ideological apparatus of the state. Those who belong to this bourgeoisie can only maintain themselves in the dominant position if they are themselves subjugated to the ideological relationships from which the immanent tendencies of capitalism become inescapable as motives of their operations, as Marx says about the capitalists of his time. 15. What can appear to be against what we call capitalist is a dominating class which has at its disposal the means of production only collectively and which does not own it individually, so that revenues are shown juridically in the form of wages. If we stop with this objection, we lose sight of capitalist class forms in the first place, and above all, of total capitalist. And then that the capitalist is what he is not because he is in possession of a fortune of the means of production but because he fulfills a role in the reproduction of capitalist relationships. Finally, we forget that with the centralization itself of capital, an expression of the deep-seated tendencies of capitalism, the active capitalist becomes more and more frequently a simple director who does not own any title to capital, who does not appear any more as a capitalist but as his own opposite, as a salaried worker. 16. That the Soviet bourgeoisie be formed of salaried persons does not in any way appear as an exception. It is the extreme case, the one where all the capitalists appear as their own opposites because they receive a salary. This bourgeoisie benefits from different privileges but only a small layer also dominates the state. Those who are not a part of this layer appear as simple servants of the state and can be treated with severity by the leadership of the party. The subjection of the majority of the dominating class to a political group that exerts upon it a hegemonistic action is the result of the peculiarities of functioning of Soviet capitalism as it had developed. 177. During the L930s, these peculiarities are such that an access to the functions of directing production and reproduction of capital and to the privileges and powers attached to it are strictly controlled and managed by the party leadership. It thus exercises a veritable monopoly. This monopoly ensures that the Soviet bourgeoisie constitutes a bourgeoisie of the party. 17. That represents the inading class of a party capitalist/ism. 18. In this type of capitalism, the role of the party is all the greater as the internal contradictions of the dominating class are less regulated by structural forms of market and competition. During the L930s, the contradictions within the Soviet bourgeoisie do not only contribute to the leading group and its apparatus playing an essential role, it contributes also to investing its leadership with an authority which enables it to impose decisions on various layers of the dominating class as much as upon the dominated class. The role of the leading group or of the party leadership acting as the highest organ, including at economic level, appears all the more essential as this leadership finds itself, by the very place that it occupies in the system of social relationships, creating the illusion of being projected above contradictory interests and demands of different other layers of the dominating class and thus ours in a position to arbitrate between them by virtue of principles claiming to be above all. Discussion. Thus, the subjugation of the dominating class before the party and its leadership is related to the system of contradictions in which this class is held. However, it is also the historical form clothed in these contradictions during the years 1935 to 53 which imposes the specific dictatorial type of this subjugation. Later history shows that when the positions of the Soviet dominating class are consolidated, its relationships with the party leaderships change. For example, during the anti-Khrushchevian period the hegemony which the party leadership exercised over the dominating class does not disappear, but this hegemony ceases to have the same dictatorial character. Henceforth, the leadership of the party emanates, in some sort, from the upper layers of the dominating class, so much so that it represents them, up to a certain point. This explains the collegial forms of leadership which tends to emerge. J78. Section 3. The rise in the privileges of the new dominating class. During the second half of the 1930s, even while cadres were individually in a precarious situation and subject to terror, we notice a consolidation of their privileges which prolonged the turn taken in 1931. Thus, from 193.3, the differentiation in the earnings of cottars increased more and more. Not only the highest salaries showed further stiff increases, but they were henceforth coupled with a big diversity of bonuses. Some were paid from funds intended for this purpose and handled by people's commissariats, others were paid from receipts and profits of enterprises. With this purpose in mind, directors' funds 19 were created in 1936, financed by 4% of profit anticipated by the plan and by 25% of profit made over and above the plan. In 1934, by virtue of an order dated January 23, the progressive nature of the tax on salaries was done away with, starting for a gain of 500 rubles or more per month. Thus this progressive nature did not affect high wages and salaries anymore. A. Bergson analysed the distribution of wages and salaries for October 1934 and noted that at that time the best paid Soviet wage earners got, in effect, more than 28.3 times what the least paid wage earners did. 20. He carried out a systematic comparison between the wage distribution in the Soviet Union and in the United States and found that in 1934 this distribution was of the same type in both countries. He thus concluded that insofar as inequalities of wages were concerned, capitalist principles were then prevalent in the Soviet Union. 21. The policy on salaries of cottars thus begun continued later on. For example, in 1938 personal salaries were established for specialists and valued practitioners appointed to a post of direction. The theoretical limit of these personal salaries was then 1,400 to 1,200 rubles per month, depending upon sections of activity. 22. In the same year, bonuses to inventors are 179. Considerably increased. They could go as high as 100,000 and even, in some cases, 200,000 rubles. 23. In fact, inequalities from which privileged categories profited increased further by the existence of a practice of reimbursements of costs, perquisites such as functional housing, reserved holiday resorts, etc. 24. Over and above this, some products could be had only by privileged categories. In 1937 and 1938, bonuses received by directors, engineers, and chiefs of services for exceeding plan targets could increase their earnings greatly. In the coal industry, the bonus received by the director of a mine and by his assistants was equal, for each % of excess over targeted production to 4% of his salary. In steel making, these bonuses increased by stages. If production exceeds the target by 5%, the monthly salary of a chief of section, his assistant, and engineers went up by 10% for each 1% rise in production. If production exceeds the target by 10%, each excess % of production earned a bonus of 15% of the salary, etc. 25. The bonus could sometimes equal the annual salary or even exceed it, although a ceiling equal to the salary was supposed to be in force. From 193.7, the Soviet press used to point out directors and engineers who collected bonuses of 8,000, 12,000, or more rubles per year. 26. But the highest income then went to film directors and writers. 27. As far as political cottars were concerned, there was a system of cost of representation which was quite high but was not published, nor was published the amount of packets, which also brought benefit to leaders in the domain of the economy as also those of the party and state apparatuses. 28. All these cottars were a part of the dominating and exploiting class. Their living conditions were quite different from those of simple workers, but among themselves too there existed wide differences in powers and incomes. The differences in living conditions within exploiting class was further aggravated by a number of privileges which were not monetary in nature and which made it possible quite literally for this class to live in another world than the mass of workers, in a world which is strictly hierarchist, the hierarchy of privileges being superimposed on that of the functions. The development of hierarchy of privileges found its continuation in various ways, such as the re-establishment, in 1936, of a system of personal ranks, more or less similar to those introduced by Peter the Great. For example, from a sufficiently high level, Serta officials, judges, educators etc., had a certain title bestowed on them which corresponded more or less to old academic degrees and to old ranks of the Tsarist period. Progressively, this system was diversified. One could notice the creation of a number of titles such as the Chief Judicial Remembrancer among artists too. An entire hierarchy was set up such as Artist Emeritus, Emeritus Artist of such and such Republic, Emeritus Artist of Soviet Union. To such titles corresponded laid down earnings and privileges 29 orders and decorations he increased to. On 27 December 1938 is created the title of Hero of Socialist Work, the highest level of distinction in the domain of economy and culture. It was intended for persons who, by their remarkable pioneering activity, had contributed to the advancement of economy, culture, science. And the growth of strength and the glory of the USSR. The titles gave the right to the Order of Lenin, the highest Soviet decoration, and it carried a large number of material advantages and privileges. Other decorations were also created conferring advantages and privileges on a lesser scale. 30 among these advantages were exemptions from payment of taxes and various priorities in allocation of housing, transport, etc. In theory, these advantages were not reserved for cadres or intelligentsia, but in practice, they are entirely the ones to receive them with exception of and its. Monetary arid non-monetary privileges are only partially known because they were far from being announced systematically, but the titles and the ranks belong to the facts of day-to-day life. A particularly important form of privilege was the access to the network of special shops reserved for certain cadres. T1 Stock. Products, or products of equality, weak calp 1.10 tbhd-elsewhere. Or which are only exceptionally av_ileable in jhe. Shops intended for comm on pe_opal. Generally speaking, products in the special shops were sold at a lesser price than the comparable product when they could be bought in the shops open to the public. 31. This increased the purchasing power of the rubles received by the beneficiaries of the highest earnings. The system of special shops had its equivalent in medical care. There were hospitals and clinics reserved for different layers of the dominating class, top leaders, cadres with responsibilities and eminent personalities, etc. Their list is prepared with great care. They had the services of the best doctors and medicines beyond the reach of the common people. The hospitals reserved for top party cadres and state functionaries were under the supervision of the 4th Directorate General of the Health Ministry. It had the latest techniques, rare medicines, and had centers strictly reserved in all the capitals of the republics and in the headquarters of the Region 32. This system already existed in the 1930s, although under other names. From a certain hierarchical level, the possibility of having a chauffeur-driven car was an important element of the living standard and social standing. The different hierarchies were marked by the type of car allotted to such and such job. For cadres whose hierarchical level was quite modest, for them to be entitled to a personal vehicle, and access to a pool of cars belonging to an enterprise or a department was sometimes possible. The allotment of a dacha, a country house, a seaside or mountain resort depended on where cadres belonged. The same is the case with the category of the dacha. The allotment of a dacha is not automatic except for those occupying the highest positions. Similarly, the size and the location of housing depended upon the hierarchical level. During the 1930s, directors of big undertakings, their chief engineers secretaries of the city committees of the party, chairmen of urban soviets as also top political leaders, directors of institutes, academicians etc. were allotted several rooms, with a servants' room, whereas the majority of workers had at best one room or a corner of a room, or they lived in the barracks. An important privilege was the allocation of free stay in rest houses. There again, there was an hierarchy of rest houses. The most comfortable ones were reserved for higher cadres and their families. There were simpler rest houses for workers, but these were mostly intended for Stakhanovites, Udarniki and certain qualified workers. 33. It is obviously impossible to calculate real earnings to which the total of these, non-monetary privileges and high salaries would amount, and to evaluate the ratio between this earning and the earning of a work hour. One can at least make estimates. For the post-war years, Roy Medvedev estimates this ratio at 1:40 or 1:50, and for some functionaries 1:100, but he takes as the basis of comparison average working class earning 34. If we take as the basis the earning of least paid workers, we have coefficients at least as high as from the end of the 1930s. To tell the truth, conditions of existence were so profoundly different that the figures can hardly say anything at all. The simple workers, who call themselves _us, and the privileged, of whom they speak by referring to them as they lived, as we have already said, in two different worlds. Thus, during the 1930s, we notice an increase in privileges of cadres, but to this increase corresponds a deep transformation of relationships of the party and the leading group with the dominant class. Chapter 3. The changes in the relationship of the party with the dominating class. In the 1930s, changes in the relationship of the party with the dominating class acquired many and contradictory forms, such as the increasingly rigid subordination of other apparatuses of the state to the party and integration of an increasingly big number of technical, scientific and administrative cadres with the party. Of the essential aspects of the increasing subordination of state apparatuses to party involved economic apparatuses and, quite specifically, industrial undertakings. 185. Section 1. The forms of subordination of the managers of industry to the party and its leadership. The subordination of industrial enterprises and their cadres to the party assumed very distinctive aspects. To cite only a few of them, one would recall that it was under the authority of the party that undertakings were created, transformed, or merged. It is again this very authority that appointed or relieved enterprise directors and controlled their management. There were other forms of control too, such as administrative, accounts, banking and police. The main form of administrative control to which undertakings were subject was exercised by the People's Commissariat, to which a given undertaking belonged, so much so that it was subjugated before a twofold authority, that of the Commissariat and that of the Party one. But it was the party that held sway. The enterprise directors were thus far from sovereign in the matter of management, even within the framework of plans assigned to them. The subordination of enterprise directors to the party and to administrative organs resulted directly in limiting the problems of management which the directors could solve at their level, because they were subject to the constant intervention of bodies external to the enterprise. This led to a large number of contradictions between the enterprise directors and leaders of the organs to which they were answerable. In fact, in view of the role played by the party in the development of the plan and its execution, these contradictions, in essence, were placed between two poles. The enterprise directors and the party, which intervened, in principle, to ensure that the orientations of the plans were kept in view or that some priorities were respected too. The form.er pole essentially had responsibilities of management. It represented above all capital as function, while the second pole represented capital as ownership. 186. Between these two poles were interposed the people's commissariats that were responsible for economic tasks that belonged simultaneously to the ownership and management, and which gradually tended to become auto-autonomous. This structure carried within it a large number of contradictions whose movement determined various changes in the management of enterprises and the role of the party with respect to them. It is important to take an overall view of these changes operating in this regard during the 1930s. 1. Industrial management and the role of the party in enterprises on the eve and in the beginning of the 5-year plans. The principle, adopted in 1918, of single direction of state enterprises aimed at concentrating power to manage the state enterprises exclusively in the hands of a director named by the political authorities. Thus, a system of management took shape which tended to be consolidated during the NEP. Quiver, During the L920s the system remained far from being fully implemented in practice because of the role of the party and the existence of workers' trade unions who were not yet fully subject to the economic leaderships. The application of the system was also limited by the working of Production Conferences 3 and the existence of the Triangle. The Triangle 4 had a factual existence. It was formed, at the level of each factory, by the director, the secretary of the committee of the party in the factory and the representative of the Zavcom. This institution had no formal existence and was the outcome of relationships and practices that stood in the way of full development of one-man management. 5. From 1928, while the accent was increasingly on exigencies of industrialization, there were attacks on the limitations seen in the working of one-man management. The earliest attack came from the chiefs of enterprises themselves. This happened when the VSNKH published an article called Fundamental Rules Concerning Rights and Duties of the 187 Directors of the Industrial Enterprises. 6. This article aimed at ensuring utmost freedom to the directors. 7. In the conditions obtaining in 1928, the effects of this attack was quite modest. In Sept. 1 November 1929, the leadership of the party also took a decision which aimed at strengthening the system of one-man management. This decision was related to the launching of the first 5-year plan and to desire to subordinate trade unions increasingly to the exigencies of production. The text of the decision 8 observes, and regrets, that one could still come across in factories a direct intervention of party organizations and trade unions in the operational work of the director of the factory concerning production. It added that, henceforth, all the reins of administration of the economic life of the factory should be concentrated in the hands of the director of the factory. His operational and economic orders were unconditionally obligatory for all personnel, whatever be the post occupied in the party or the trade union. The director alone has the right to recruit, select, promote, and dismiss without being tied by the opinion of party organizations or trade unions. Apparently, the idea was to reaffirm the principle of one-man management unequivocally. In reality, this reaffirmation, which appeared indispensable for an efficient working of industrial undertakings, was in contradiction to the economic role of the party, which appeared indispensable for launching state plans. All through the L930s, we see different attempts, one on the heel of the other, aimed at handling this contradiction. It goes back to the opposition between managers on the one hand, who often sought only to fulfill the easiest tasks of the plans for their enterprises, and the party, on the other, which sought to impose plan fulfillment or, at least, its objectives deemed to be priority. Right from the launching of the first 5-year plan, the movement of this contradiction and social struggles that went with it, led the party to adopt a series of steps aimed at regulating the power of the enterprise directors. The decision of September 7, 1929, mentioned earlier, was one of these measures. In view of the context in which it was adopted, it sought to have the enterprise directors subordinate their own decisions to respecting objectives of production and general social and economic conditions fixed by the political power and by the party in the first place. The reaffirmation, in this form, of the principle of one-man management evidently allowed contradictions between the director and party to subsist. New proposals were, therefore, adopted to overcome this contradiction, all by seeking to merge the role of the party and that of the enterprise director. The idea of such a merger assumed special importance in the beginning of the L930s. To the idea of merging the enterprise management and the party in February 1931, Stalin asserted that outside of the merger of the roles of the party and the MNG, the problem of relations of enterprise directors and party organizations was at the center of a large number of speeches. It involved, in the words of one of the speakers, resistance to a rupture between the political line and our organizational work. 11. The question of rupture between the political line and real practice was dealt with at length at the Congress by L.M. Kaganovich. 12. Stalin devoted to it a major part of his report. He emphasized the idea that even when a correct line and solution were adopted, success depended upon organizational work and the struggle for practical application of the line. 13. The existence of a rupture between the line and effective practice, between what was resolved and what was implemented, 90 thus became the starting point of serious preoccupation. At that time, this rupture was not attributed, as was the practice later, to the activity of saboteurs and enemies of the people. It was essentially explained by the weakness of the organization and by a bad choice of cadres. Thus the incorrigible bureaucrats and file pushers, the takatives incapable of organizing anything at all, and the militants who had rendered service in the past and who now go about as big lords and think that the laws of the party and the Soviet state were not applicable to them. 14. Were at the receiving end of the attacks. At that time, organizational steps and strengthening of the control organs were called upon to play a decisive role. Among the main decisions of the Congress, in this domain, can be mentioned, the extension, with the leading organs, of departments responsible for the control of the day-to-day activity of regional and local organs and to keep up-to-date cards of all cadres, increase in powers of the Control Commission of the Party and of the Soviet Control Commission and, in the domain of industrial production, the creation of industrial secti 9ns concerned with controlling the working of enterprises and verification of activities of their directors. 15. This creation was highly significant. 3. The setting up of industrial sections and its effects. The creation of industrial sections by the 17 Congress put the official seal on the abandonment of the orientations of September 1929. It sought to set up a detailed and daily control by the party on economic management. L.M. Kaganovich spoke of the role of operational management devolving upon the PB, and Stalin underlined the need to verify that the decisions and instructions sent out by leading centers were implemented. 16. The organs then set up had an essential characteristic: they did not come up from the base of the party. They worked with the higher bodies and sought to subject enterprise directors to the orientations and decisions taken by the PB and the CC. In order to fulfill this objective, the statutes of the party adopted by the 17 Congress provide, in Article 25, for the creation of production sections under the CC as also at the level 191 of regional and district committees of the party. These sections were specialist 17 and had to keep a systematic control on the running of enterprises. Their functions were complex. On the one hand, at the level of the CC, industrial sections duplicated the different people's commissariats for Industry 18, which were governmental organizations. On the other, they tended to replace with a control exercised from above by the party the control which the party committee at the level of enterprise were supposed to exercise. They were supposed to strengthen enterprise director by protecting him from the interventions of party members in each enterprise. The reduction in the functions of control exercised by the primary organizations of the party arises from new statutes. Article 50 enumerates the function of organs of the base of the party that are increasingly restricted in their executive tasks to carry out the work of agitation and organization among the masses in order to make the party line and slogans reach them, ensure recruitment and education of the sympathizers, mobilize the masses in the enterprises to fulfill the production plan, contribute to strengthening work discipline and growth of shock effort, fight against wastage and keeping a watch on improvements in living conditions of workers, and, lastly, participating actively, as an organ of the party, in the economic and political life of the country. 19. The enumeration of the functions of the primary organs of the party clearly indicates that they must not interfere in the activity of the enterprise directors, and it was not a part of their duty to control each decision taken by this director. L.M. Kaganovich put it quite clearly when he said, "The foreman is the authorized leader of the workshop. The director of the factory is the leader of the factory, and each is assigned rights and responsibilities which go with these positions." 20. His brother, M.M. Kogumovich, who was a high functionary in the Commissariat of Heavy Industry, was quite specific: "It is necessary, above all, to strengthen one-man management. It is necessary to begin from the 192 principle that director is the supreme chief of the factory. All those who are employees of the factory should be completely subordinate to him." 21. However, If the decisions of the Congress reinforce the authority of the directors of, their subordinates, the system of one-man management IIP no way re-inf by the creation of industrial sections, because the SE sections, just as the people's commissariats are instead of really helping JHE, and tov, if what was happening in enterprise, local and regional organs of the divisions of productions tended to constitute then ISEVE_S into a supplementary I, screen between the leadership of the party and the reality of what was happening, in indus. Trial enter RIEs. That was an aspect of the struggle which developed in the managers of industry, agents of capital as function who tended to develop their autonomy and the leading group who occupied the place of the agents of capital as ownership. And these conditions, during 1936 to 1938 contradictions deepened between the two layers of the dominative class. These contradictions were not foreign to repression and terror which was unleashed on managers and on those who should have defended capital as ownership. In the eyes of the eating group, what happened in industry had an appearance of a conspiracy in which enterprise directors and local and regional functionaries of the party took part. To thwart these conspiracy _, the leading group attempted for a while. 193. To revive conferences on production at the level of factories but without real success, and encouraged primary organizations of the party to control the activity of the leadership of industry. 23. These limited attempts aimed at developing a certain control from the base soon proved to be inadequate. Noticing these insufficiencies was one of the elements that led to the quasi-general purge of the old enterprise directors who were members of the party. They were struck with all the greater severity by repression, while their long past in the service of the party had given them the feeling that they, more than the others, have the right to stand up against orders and directives which appeared to them impossibly excessive. They often refused to be reduced to the role of simple docile_e instruments responsible for the implementation of decisions taken outside their participation and which they thought were dangerous. We have seen that a central point of large-scale repression and terror against the Red directors coincided with the big trial in January 193-7 against the so-called Parallel Trottykite Center, which ended with death SCL, sentences for 16 accused 2-4, especially Pyatakov. In the months that followed, almost all Re_D directors and administrators in industry, or those close to the 1N, were arrested, deported, sentenced to death, executed without trial or driven to suicide. 25. However, in an attempt to obtain blind execution of any task whatever, it was not considered sufficient to radically modify the composition of the team of enterprise directors. Therefore, the 18th Congress completely changed the forms of control which were decided upon by the 17th Congress. 4 new attempts to have recourse to a control over the enterprise directors by primary organizations of the party. The 18th Congress of the party cast doubts on the existence of production sections. In his report to the Congress, Zdanov proposed that they be done away with. He had the following criticisms to make: the production sections do not actually know what they should really be busy with. It happens that they sometimes assume the functions of the economic organs, compete with them, leading to a depersonalization and lack of responsibility in work. 26. Zdanov faulted these organisms for seeking to substitute themselves for people's commissariats and directly issuing orders to economic organs at the base. The modifications in the statutes adopted by the 18th Congress did away with production sections in industry. On the contrary, it was decided to raise the role of the basic organizations of the party in production enterprises and to bestow on them the right to control the administration of enterprises. 27. The appointment of a large number of persons recently promoted by the leading group at the head of these basic organizations was evidently not foreign to strengthening their role. To justify the right given to primary organizations to control the running of enterprises, Zdanov referred to attempts made during the course of earlier years. he asserted that experience had shown the success of the work of party organizations to be certain where primary organizations could link the political work of the party with the struggle for the fulfillment of economic tasks. 28. He rose against those who had reservations about the right of control given to primary organisations of the party. On this subject, he said, it appears that those who think that one-man management consists in giving orders in the factory without obtaining support of militants in enterprises have no understanding of what one-man management is all about. Our Soviet Bolshevik one-man management consists in knowing how to take steps, organize org, choose cadres. But it means at the same time that one should know how to obtain 195 support, in this work, from the organization of the party, front active cadres, from the enterprises as Ubali 29 Fron 193-9, the control of primary organizations of the party in enterprises was not exercised by workers but by cadres, engineers, and technicians who were closely dependent upon the enterprise director for their promotion and for various material advantages, mainly in the matter of bonus and allotment of housing. Under these conditions, the control of primary organizations of party could not have gone further. It was, therefore, without much success that the leading group tried to seek the support of the base to be better informed of what was going on in the enterprises and ensure a stricter application of its directives and decisions. Thus primary organizations of the party were frequently reminded of the role they were called upon to play. For example, a decision taken on October 23, 1939 by the CC emphasized the need to raise the role and the responsibility of primary organizations of the party, particularly in the coal mines of the Donbass. 30. This decision, as also another one related to the steel-making enterprises of the Donbass and the province of Chelyabinsk, asked for an almost daily control over the enterprise director. 31 But these calls were hardly followed by implementation. Thus production teams in the industry had to make their reappearance. 5. The reconstitution of production teams in the autumn of 193-9, it became clearly evident that there were narrow limits for existing hierarchical relationships in enterprise to control exercised by primary organizations. This situation, and the pressure exerted by those among the top leaders in favor of control exercised by local and regional organizations of the party, led to the reappearance of production teams as also the strengthening of the role of local and regional party committees in controlling industry and transport. 32. The 18 Conference of the party reaffirmed emphatically the need for a control over enterprise. The second is related to the contradiction between capital A ownership and capital As function and to the fact that the leading group which concentrates political power in its hands seeks to ensure the primacy and unity of capital as ownership, taking recourse to disciplinary measures and surveillance instead of setting up a system of sufficiently flexible managerial indicators. This primacy given to disciplinary measures and surveillance appears to be related to two preoccupations of the leading group, L, to ensure an hegemonic and dictatorial power over other layers of the dominating class, 2, to reduce to the minimum role PF economic levers of direction arid control of the economy through prices and money. The SE2 preoccupations, which are doubtlessly inseparable, in the way of giving to enterprise directors any autonomy, whatever in management. They are also opposed to any clear definition of the criteria of competence of managers. If such criteria were to be adopted, they would reduce the authority of the leading group. It could give rise to a legitimization of the functions of managers independent of the fact that they are appointed to their posts by the central power. 198 Charles B. released one or several factories from the competence of the commissariats to which they were subordinate in order to place them under the direction of an engineer personally chosen by these authorities. In this case, this engineer was directly responsible to the central authorities. The factories placed under his direction had the benefit on a basis of priority of all that was needed, but he himself had to ask for authorization from the authorities for all the initiatives of a certain magnitude that he wished to take. The factories so directed did not any longer depend upon any economic plan as a whole, and the distinction between capital as ownership and capital as function tended to vanish for the benefit of the former. There was no managing as such, but direct organization of a given production whose worth in use is judged to be of decisive importance. This type of organization essentially concerned a part of the defense sector. The most famous example is the program of research and production of a new interception plane. In 193-9, the performances 199 of planes with Soviet defense forces were mediocre. Stalin decided to go over the head of the competent service of the aeronautical industry and asked 2 engineers to develop their projects. This decision was taken in the middle of the year. The 2 chosen engineers quickly became famous. They were A. Mikoyan and M. Gurevich. Their plane came to be known as MiG-34. 2 weeks after they submitted their files, these engineers received an order to construct the prototypes. The work was to begin on November 1. All facilities were given to them for this purpose. The order for them was placed in January 1940. 4 months later, on April 5, 1940, the first prototype had its flight. By the end of 1940, some 20 planes were delivered. The 100th was out by the end of February 1941, and distributions to units of the Air Force had already begun. 35. Such an organization had reduced to 10 months the time separating the first flight and entry into service, and quickly went over to assembly line production. The central authorities directly taking over certain production appeared, therefore, capable of easily solving problems of direction and control than those that arise from the system of commissariats and the hierarchical chain that this system involved. In fact, things are more complex. By isolating design offices from factories, engineers chosen from the industrial system as a whole, it was impossible to take into consideration concrete conditions of assembly line production, and quality of the product became low when production involved several chains. Moreover, haste in construction of prototypes gave rise to serious consequences. Studies on blast engines were carried out later. The motor was too heavy, there were structural defects in the plane, its circuitry was very fragile. At last, production of this M1G was carried out at the cost of other planes produced without any priority, so much so that this kind of direct takeover, accompanied by outstanding honors bestowed on engineers chosen by the high political leadership, did not in any way lead to solving problems posed to the organization of production. It only replaced one form of military organization by another, by reproducing its defects, under specific modalities. Now, it was the intelligentsia in the restricted sense which concerned the new policy of party recruitment. According to the resolution on the statutes, intellectuals of the new type were those from the working class or peasantry who had risen to posts of authority. 43. In point of fact, the first part of this assertion was far from always being verified. Thus, one look up before the 18 Congress, one can notice the magnitude of penetration of the new dominating class in the party and the change in recruitment policy. Other evaluators reveal that in 1936 to 193-7, the ordinary workers do not account for even a third of the party membership, whereas, in the rural zones, the great majority of the members belong to the party apparatus. 44. In the aftermath of the 18 Congress, the penetration of the new dominating class in the party and the change in its policy of recruitment were even more striking. The statistics published, although not extensive, can yield to an evaluation that during the years 1939 to 1941, the workers represented less than 20% of new members and peasants less than 10%, whereas functionaries, employees, and intellectuals accounted for more than 70%. 45. In fact, a high proportion of peasants joining the party belonged in reality to the apparatus of the framework of kolkhozes and state farms, or were in it before long. Similarly, workers who joined the party then were for the most part old workers promoted to various posts or on the point of being so promoted, thus ceasing to be direct producers. Further, among these latter ones, we mainly find qualified workers and Stakhanovites often exercising functions of small cotters. 46. In these conditions, workers from the ranks who belonged to the party did not constitute any more than the equivalent of 5 to 6% of workers really working in factories and on construction sites. At the factory level, the penetration of the new dominating class in the party is even more striking. Thus Pravda of July 23, 1940 indicated that in Presnaya factory for machine making, in Moscow, there were only 119 members of the party. Of a total strength of 1,300 wage earners. Of these 119 members, 100 were engineers and technicians and others were employees. Only 12 members of the party were manual workers. This was perhaps an extreme case, but it illustrates very well the change taking place in relations between the party and the new dominating class. 47. As a result of this change, the new dominating class and the party showed specific signs that reveal the conditions in which the Soviet economy and society was growing. Of the working CLNSS / but this recruitment could not be made without difficulty, the workers who did not wish to make a career refused to join the party. Often, they agreed to join it under great pressure. For example, a worker would pay a bribe to the chief of the party organization to avoid joining it. OPCIT, p. 141. Chapter 4. The specific nature of the new dominating class. The nature of exploitative relationships which were dominant in the Soviet Union determined the capitalist character of the dominating class in that country, but the specific conditions in which it exerted its domination gave rise to several contradictions internal to this bourgeoisie. Section 1. The internal contradictions in the new bourgeoisie. 1. The contradictions between the apparatuses. The most striking change is specifically due to the rise of the state apparatuses that were supposed to develop the economic plans and put them into operation. These apparatuses thus had to control the process of extraction, distribution, transfer and accumulation of the surplus value and, therefore, also the process of production and distribution. Formally, each economic apparatus of the state had the charge of certain sectors of production. The struggles that developed BCH-VCC and THC apparatuses, and which profoundly divided the Soviet bourgeoisie, had various aspects of power at stake and a certain manner of exercising this power, as also the orientation given to the process of accumulation and the control over a more or less important part of production and capital. 210 Charles Bettelheim. Bourgeoisie could be brought to depend in order to strengthen their own position of domination. It is difficult to say what had been the real scope of the contradictions between the different national fractions of the Soviet bourgeoisie in the L1930s. It would appear that this scope was not negligible. It went through dimensions of repressive operations which struck leaders of the communist parties and governments of non-Russian republics who were accused of bourgeois relationalism according to stereotypes then widespread. However, we must not miss sight of the fact that such repressive operations fulfilled many functions and were aimed at preserving the overall domination of the bourgeoisie at the expense of a portion of the members of this bourgeoisie. 3. The solidarity groups and clientelism. The complex structure of the Soviet bourgeoisie also gave birth to limited links of solidarity with professional or local groups. Thus, there could exist links of solidarity between enterprise managers in the face of party leaders, or links of solidarity between technicians, or between artists, scientists, etc. In certain cases, these links were strengthened by the existence of organizations common to these layers and recognized officially. This enables them to defend, up to a certain extent, their specific demands. However, such links of solidarity were constantly challenged by internal rivalries of these different layers, and, especially, by the hegemonistic role of the party apparatus. In officially reorganizing the existence of some of these groups, the party apparatus managed, to a large extent, to subordinate organizations so recognized, for it placed its cadres in their leadership posts. For an overall view of the complex structure of the Soviet bourgeoisie, we must also take into account the links of informal solidarity established between some elements of the dominating class. Such links enabled those who were thus united to strengthen their personal positions and their privileges. Thus groups were formed which tried to use the position of their members either to profit from a situation they knew well, and to 211. Hide if front higher ranks or to push forward some of their men one bears. Those who happen to get a post of director in their turn promote others, and this could eventually take them up to the precincts of the party leadership. It must be noted that hiding facts or diverting funds or goods which became possible assumed very soon a very wide scope. This contributed to the opacity of the system and a widespread lack of information about reality by centraf bodies. These bodies tried to be better informed by requiring from the local organizations more and detailed reports. It must be noted that clientelism also touched certain elements of the working class which led to breaking unity. It functioned then as a means for linking the fate of a part of the exploited to the fate of a few elements of the bourgeoisie. This clientelism corrupted a fraction of the working class that took some small material advantages from the results of illegal activities of a class of bureaucrats. This worker clientelism also functioned on the basis of operatio_ns of worker promotion, which, at times, took hundreds of thousands of workers out of the workshops and opened to them a career of small chiefs or bureaucrats. Cadres in charge of organizing these promotions were particularly well placed to form for themselves a clientele, although the actual functioning of various solidarity groups rested on identical practices. We must of course distinguish groups that aimed above all to improve the immediate material situation of those who were part of them, and groups that aimed at ensuring the promotion of their members by establishing links of personal fidelity towards certain political leaders. The top of the party tried to fight by various means the clienteles formed around leaders. Thus, groups could be accused of fractionalism, or be dislocated by a policy of frequent transfers of cadres. However, the recourse to these methods did not succeed in avoiding the formation of important political clienteles or high-level cadres. Thus, such men as Kirov or, later, Yezhny, Beria or Khrushchev had vast clienteles who supported THIR patron in various ways. /it/the party was the main place where clienteles were. FQRM ed. 212. If such was the case, it was because the party was the organization through 1. Which the new dominating class was organized and saw the regulation of its contradictions. Section 2. The party and the regulation of contradictions internal to the new dominating class. In the L930s, he new bourgeoisie, formed through the liquidation of the old dominant classes and through the ordeals of mass repression and terror, had consolidated itself under the tutelage of the leading group and assumed its form because of interventions of the party apparatus. We have seen that this new dominating class constituted a party bourgeoisie 3. Nor only was it the party, primarily its leading group, which enabled its coming into being and acquiring its form, but it is on it that the fate of each of its members depended. It was the party distributed members of this class among various apparatuses. It was the party that appointed, removed, or promoted those who were a part of the new bourgeoisie. In short, it is the party that managed this class. It is the structural political form of its development and of handling contradictions arising out of its domination. The leadership of the party was the organ in which political power was concentrated. It was above all other apparatuses, including those involved in exercise of power such as the army and police. Despite its centralizing and hierarchical organizational forms, the party itself was shaped by internal contradictions and made its way through a set of economic, ideological, and political contradictions that grew within the social formation. Thus, its stability was in no way ensured. It was the result of a struggle in which intervened in a decisive manner the leading group that emerged through a series of confrontations between the high-level cadres. This was the group that constituted the unifying body. Class struggle /11 The USSR 213. The party and the bourgeoisie, so long as it managed to regulate within itself its own internal contradictions. This was the case in the second half of the L930s. The leading group then constituted the real apex of the party. From 1935, Stalin's power had a decisive sway over other dignitaries, as could be seen from the fact that he could get rid of strongest leaders of even the NKVD. The unifying action of the leading group function through the party apparat one is. This leads to a masked institutionalization of the powers of the bourgeoisie and its privileges, particularly through the growth of the system of the nomenklatura. J. The nomenklatura. The nomenklatura was created as early as in the 1920s. We notice at first the beginning of a practice where the party organizations had to establish a list of persons whom they recommended for future positions of responsibility. This practice was the result of a decision of the 9th Congress of the party seeking to avoid arbitrariness in the appointments and promotions. These lists were one of those at the origin of the nomenklatura 6. Along with this practice, the central organs of the party also established lists of persons suitable for appointments or promotions to certain important posts. The principal organ responsible for this task was placed under the party secretariat and, from 1926, had the name of Orgaspred. In 1930 Orgaspred had two divisions, one managing cadres of the party apparatus and the other managing other apparatuses of the state. 7. This central nomenklatura had tens of thousands of nomenklaturists. Various regional and local party organisms also formed their lists of persons considered suitable for occupying certain functions. These lists constituted the nomenclatura of these party bodies. In the 1930s, the system of nomenclatura was in focus. One could see it from the nomencla.t_ura of the regional committee of the party in Smolensk, which was -MC1 managed by the division of 214 Charles Bettelheim. Directive organs of the party of the obkom and which had hundreds of posts to be filled through appointment or elections. These posts could only be allotted to persons indicated by this division of the party and whose names appeared on a list of the nomenclatura TS. The PSTS in question were not only for the party functionaries, but also for enterprise directors, the SMT of the Sovkhozes, chiefs of commercial services, members of the Soviets and their executive committees, organs of the judiciary and public prosecutors, planning bodies, financial and lending organs and main functionaries of trade unions and cooperatives, responsible chiefs of the press, publications, schools, scientific institutions and various associations. In practice, the party had the upper hand on all appointments and elections. Each party organization had its nomenclatura whose composition was supervised by the central organs of the party and police. To be placed on one of the lists of the nomenclatura thus opened up the possibility of occupying certain posts. 9 TQ, placed on the nomenclatura. It is not indispensable to be a_member or IHE party 10. However, generally speaking, the most responsible posts could only go to party members and, hence, the decision taken by the 18th Congress to widely open the doors of TLI party to equorn, MIC, technical, administrative cadres. Since party membership was not an indispensable condition to QE placed on T_HNN1 inclatura and have access to a post of a functionary of Yapital, the expiation party bourgeoisie did not imply an identification between the new Soviet bourgeoisie and the party. The expression essentially highlights the fact that the party was the structural political form of the growth of the Soviet bourgeoisie and of regulating its contradictions. The nomenclatura maintained by the party was the institutional form through which the party ensured the governance of the Soviet bourgeoisie. It is, of course, not the nomenclatura which created the Soviet bourgeoisie. It is not this institution which gives rise to the privileges and powers of the nomenclaturists. They were the 215 result of the totality of social relationships of domination and exploitation. The increase in the n/imber of privileges available to the new dominating class led, furthermore, to a deep change in its practical ideology. As Helene Carrere d. Cause has pointed out, for those whom the power called the intelligentsia living better than the nation as a whole is not to be condemned but, on the other hand, to be desired because a new link is established between the material wealth, of course quite relative, and socialist virtue. From the 1930s, the race for material advantages was also a race for qualification as a good communist. 11. This term was evidently understood as meaning devoted and loyal to the party leadership. 2. Domination, social exploitation, and political leadership. One of the specific traits of the party bourgeoisie in the L1930s was that it was a socially dominating and exploitative class, but taken as a whole it did not constitute a really leading class. While it dominated and exploited the direct producers, the fate of individual members strictly depended on a leading nucleus which was self-recruiting and constituted the hegemonistic group of the bourgeoisie. Those who belonged to other layers were appointed and controlled by the leading group and by men in whom it had confidence. The composition of the leading group did not depend on the choice of other layers of the bourgeoisie, and these layers had no control over decisions of this group. In fact, the dominating class was subordinate to a political leadership which, at the time, exercised a veritable dictatorship on it. The subordination of the Soviet bourgeoisie to a leading group placed above it can be explained, in part, by historical reasons. The double process of formation of this class and of the struggle of this leading group to strengthen its dictatorship through 216. Terror on the dominating class itself. 12 are those historical reasons. 1. The historic process which led to this situation in the L930s should, however, be explained in the same way as we must also explain the relative stability of the structures to which it had led. One such explanation would require special emphasis on the following points. I. The nature and acuteness of contradictions at work in the dominating class which rendered it incapable of regulating its problem by itself, either through the rules of the game or through self-governance. The contradictory unity of the Soviet dominating class required that it be subject to a discipline and rules enunciated by a higher authority. This authority had to impose itself on the dominating class all the more as its internal contradictions were magnified by resistances put up by the exploited classes and in the first place by the peasantry. 2. The dictatorial role of the leading group had its roots also in a capitalism whose contradictions were no longer regulated directly by the market form but by the form of the plan, while class contradictions were extremely acute. 3. The leading group placed itself above the dominating class and tended to subjugate it totally because it considered the class as a simple instrument for realizing objectives which appeared to it to be dictated by economic necessities and especially by historical exigencies which, it asserted, it was its mission to fulfill. In the 1930s, the historical mission proclaimed by the leading group referred to a certain vision of constructing socialism and also a certain vision of the role of Russia on the world stage. Thus there functioned a system of representation in whose name the leading group treated the dominating class as a mere instrument that needed to show maximum docility. This class had privileges accrued to it, but it could not assert any right nor ask for any right. This did not prevent it from exercising a large number of rights. 217. In practice over common workers. The various elements which forced the dominating class to subordination before the leading group showed a change with time only feebly. This subordination was maintained although its forms were no longer the same as in the 1930s. Thus, after the death of Stalin, the situation of the dominating class became progressively more stable and it could exert more than before a certain weight on decisions of the leading group. In short, the leading group was placed above the dominating class. With respect to it, it functioned as a directing council which dominated simultaneously apparatuses of the party and those of the state in which this class was structurally incorporated. Section 3. The hierarchization of the dominating class and its bureaucratic character. The Soviet bourgeoisie occupied a dominating place in exploitative relationships as it was incorporated in both state and party apparatuses. Therefore, it was seen as a bourgeoisie composed of functionaries of a certain rank. Although they did not have the benefit of any special statutes, the members of this bourgeoisie belonged to a hierarchical system to which they were subjugated. This was true of those who were formally incorporated into apparatuses or to administrative and political apparatuses of the state and of those who fulfilled the functions of cadres in trade unions or in associations of artists and writers. There was thus a hierarchist and bureaucratized class. Lenin noticed in 1922, 5 years after October, and after the torment of the Civil War that the Soviet bureaucracy displayed deep analogies with the Tsarist bureaucracy. 13. Over the years. 218. These similarities did not perish in any way but were only strengthened. The permanence of characteristics of the Tsarist bureaucracy continued to mark the Soviet bourgeoisie. This was the cause of the ceaselessly renewed popularity of the satirical plays of the 19th century that attacked the bureaucracy of the times. Thus, Inspector General of Gogol was always looked upon as contemporary by Soviet theater-goers. On the other hand, the Tsarist bureaucracy itself showed similarities with the Prussian bureaucracy. 14. Analyzed by Marx in the Critique of the Philosophy of the State. The sordid materialism, the materialism of passive obedience, of faith in authority, of the mechanism of formal fixed activity, of principles, of concepti, ms and traditions that were rigid. 18. Fit. A few lines later, Marx 1 also noted, the bureaucracy is a circle from which there is no escape. Its hierarchy is an hierarchy of knowledge. The top leaves it to the lower circles the job of finding the details, and lower circles one believe the top to be capable of understanding the general, and thus they deceive one another. 19. T. The juxtaposition of these two formulations throws light on class struggles in the USSR. 219. One of the communal characteristics of Soviet, Tsarist and Prussian bureaucracies. The hierarchy is, in form, an hierarchy of knowledge, but the principle of this knowledge is authority. The juxtaposition of the characteristics of the Soviet bureaucracy and the description given by Marx of the Prussian bureaucracy of the 19th century throws light on the similarity of working of these two bureaucracies and a part of their system of representation and values. On several points the Soviet bureaucracy appears even as a caricature of the Prussian bureaucracy. Such is the case with the proliferation of state secrets and the mysterious character of bureaucratic knowledge. Such is also the case with the deification of authority, which bestows on him who is at the top of the power apparatus the ability to enunciate what is true and just, and which gives birth to the figure of Coryphaeus of science, the Greek divine spokesman, which the Soviet bourgeoisie of the years 1930 to 1950 saw reincarnated in Stalin. But once the similarities between the Tsarist, Prussian and the Soviet bureaucracy are pointed out, it is necessary to point out what differentiates the latter from earlier state bureaucracies. This difference does not appear to me to be mainly due to the fact that the Soviet bureaucracy is a social class, whereas the bureaucracies to which it was compared could only be social layers in the service of the dominating class. This difference is essentially due, it would appear, to the fact that the Soviet bureaucracy is the form of existence of the dominating class. Section 4. Redoubling different apparat uses by the party and its statutes. The place of the supreme state apparatus which the party tended to occupy was highlighted, among others, by the presence. 220. Of the nomenclaturists appointed by the party in all apparatuses, organizations, associations, etc., and by the existence within the absurdity of apparatuses playing roles parallel to those of these state apparatuses which took real decisions. We thus have before us a redoubling of these different state apparatuses simultaneously from the outside and inside. This redoubling is external, since the quasi-totality of the administrative and ideological apparatuses of the state had their counterpart within the party. This was true at the territorial level where, for example, each government of the Republic was doubled by the CC of the Party of the Republic. Similarly, the Council for the Region or the Rayon was doubled by the corresponding committee of the party. This is true also at the sectoral level, where each sector of activity is run by several specialist apparatuses that were themselves redoubled by an apparatus of the party. Thus, the commissariats for industry, agriculture, planning, finance, education, external affairs, etc., were subject to the guardianship of corresponding sections of the CC. For example, the section on political economy of the CC supervised the activity of the Gosplan and various economic commissions. Similarly, the ideological section of the CC supervised the press, publication, culture. Such a redoubling aimed at ensuring that direction of such matters as thought remained entirely in the hands of the leading group of the party, while running of these same matters and culture was the responsibility of different apparatuses of the state. A good combination of a delegated management and control exercised over it should, in theory, make it possible to implement the policy of the party, chiefly by blocking or putting brakes on particularist tendencies of different apparatuses with contradictory interests and aspirations. In the face of these contradictions, the party and its apparatchiki were supposed to defeat collective interests. The doubling of administrative and ideological apparatuses by the party was also internal to them. 221. This internal redoubling was based not only on the appointment of nomenclaturists in different administrative, economic, ideological, and political apparatuses, where they functioned as leaders or cadres. It was also based on the function of control exercised on these very apparatuses by members of the party working there, and mainly by party committees. These controls were often found to be inadequate, and the party leadership imposed crossed careers. 20. On many members, where each cadre went, as far as possible, from a post of responsibility in the party apparatus to a post of responsibility in other apparatuses, and so on. In practice, the pressure of common interests and collusions within different apparatuses was generally seen to be very strong. It would push some party members to act as responsible for the particular apparatus where they were appointed. Thus, discipline due to the party was pushed to the second place. In order specifically to prevent this shift in loyalty, the party leadership also appointed in different administrative, economic, ideological apparatuses, etc., apparatchiki who did not have any managerial duties but only the task of control. Thus, each director of the enterprise was controlled, in principle, by the secretary of the party committee of this enterprise. This secretary had to be kept in the know of what was happening in the enterprise by a whole set of party members. He had at his disposal, in theory, an information network who were supposed to supply him, as also the party leadership, with a veritable intelligence of what was going on in various apparatuses. In fact, collusions were frequent between cadres of different state apparatuses and the party cadres who were supposed to control their activity. To put a limit on this information blocks, the leadership of the party had at its disposal another information network, namely the network of the agents of the political police. It controlled, at one and the same time, cadres of the state apparatus and those of the party. This was expected to prevent collusions between the aforementioned 21. However, except in periods of intense political aggression, all these controls had only a very limited efficacy. Moreover, in periods of high repression, efficacy of redoubling controls was limited by the excellency of 222 Charles Bettelheim. Enthusiasm of the police, and by a paralysis of initiatives to which such redoubling gives rise. The system we have just described resulted from the sharpness of social contradictions, including contradictions internal to the bourgeoisie of the party. It had given rise to interpretations of Soviet reality which appears to me debatable. One of these interpretations would have it that in the USSR, the state having disappeared, it would be replaced by the party. That is a thesis proposed in a problematic manner by T. Lowit in his works, to which we have already made a reference, and especially in his article Are There States in Eastern Europe? 22. J. feel that T. Lowit's description does not lead to the conclusion that the state has disappeared, but rather to an exercise of the power of the state by the party present in all the apparatus _s. The state always imposed its coercive power on the dominated classes and on members of the dominating class, but profoundly changed the form in which it imposed its power. When this new form of domination had its full growth, that is to say when the party leadership dominated people through the complete set of state apparatuses and especially through the policing system and terror, one was confronted by a totalitarian power. The different apparatuses of the state continued to be the bulwarks of conflicting interests. That was, precisely, the reason for the need felt by the political leadership of the party to multiply control in an effort to be in full command of the working of these apparatuses. The party thus became an apparatus separated from other apparatuses, placed above them and doing its utmost to dominate them through constant struggle and efforts. Thus it intended to constitute itself into a supreme state apparatus. This makes it not a party state but a party of the state. The notion of a party of the state explains essential realities better, that is, it conveys the distinction between the party and other apparatuses and the fact that the party could have imposed its power only with the help of its other apparatuses because it did not derive its authority from the confidence reposed in it by more or less wide layers of the 223 population but front-specific relations that it maintains with the administrative, economic, police, ideological apparatuses, etc. Because of these relations, it had the benefit of an exceptional capacity for constraint and repression as also for the state fetishism, for the supernatural power which is attached to the state, with the result that people had the sentiment that there was no escape from its hold. Thus relations of the party with the state do not lend to a fusion of the two. Moreover, in cases of grave crisis, party and state apparatuses could come apart and, if necessary, confront one another. The notion of the state party, that is to say a party distinct from the state while maintaining with it relations of interiority, was essential for possessing two fundamental and specific roles played, as we have seen, by the leading party on the OE hand. It presided over the promotion and management of a new bourgeoisie. On the other hand, it became the specific organization of the dominating class and had constantly to wage a battle for its unification even at the expense of repression against some of its members. It was because of the mediation of the state party, which was itself subjected to the dictatorial authority of a small political oligarchy or of an autocrat who had imposed himself on this, oligarchy, that the Soviet bourgeoisie directed and oriented capitalist accumulation. From it arise the specific traits of Soviet capitalism about which it could be said that it was a party capitalism. Section 5. The party capitalism and its specific traits. The notion of party capitalism, proposed here tentatively for discussion, is intended to reveal that Soviet capitalism was also subject to specific constraints even while it was subjugated to the exigencies of accumulation for the sake of accumulation. 224. These constraints arose from the place which the party occupied in the system of social relationships and the struggle which led its leadership to maintain its role in the process of production and reproduction. It also flows from the image which this leadership had of the means to be put into operation for maintaining its role. In the conditions of the USSR of the 1930s, party capitalism was capable of pushing the rate of exploitation of producers to an exceptionally high level. However, despite such a rate, it was hardly capable of regularly increasing production, especially civil production. The high rate of exploitation, of course led to a high rate of investment but did not bring about a rate of growth of production commensurate with the gigantic effort at accumulation. During the years 1930 to 1950, the contradiction between the capacity for exploitation and for accumulation of party capitalism and its capacity to generate growth in production was partially masked by enormous transfers of the population from agriculture towards industry. This ultimately led to high increases in the overall production. However, even at tea time, the specific form assumed by the crises of overaccumulation of capital 23 showed that this type or capitalism could only slightly bring about an intensive accumulation leading to a rapid growth of productivity of work and, therefore, of avoiding generalist shortages and substantially increasing the living standards of workers. 24. This resulted in constraints which this capitalism allowed to weigh on the economy. Among these constraints, mention must in the first place be made of the narrow limits imposed on initiatives of enterprise directors placed under the WASI of the party and central administrations, which led to a brake on a number of innovations. On the other hand, bureaucratic domination exercised by the party surrounded all economic activities with an atmosphere of secrecy which also blocked innovations becoming known and technical progress being achieved. Moreover, The preoccupation of the party with maintaining enterprise under its control often led it to selecting such officers of economy whose chief merit was flexibility and docility and not technical or managerial abilities. This kind of choice was 225. Dictated, in the last resort, by the fear of rise of an active and experienced layer of economic cadres who would be prepared to run the risk of rejecting the guardianship of the party. However, there were other elements too, and as decisive, which could explain the feeble dynamism of civil production and consumption in conditions of party capitalism as it developed in the USSR from the second half of the 193 OS. In these conditions the cost of reproduction of the workforce could be maintained at a low level, making it possible to make large investments in the production of the means of production, then, increasingly, in the production of armaments. But the low level of wages encouraged neither the leaders of economy nor those of the enterprise to improve conditions of production to any great extent. This practice of low wages resulted in an increase of labor productivity, leading to a relatively low fall in monetary costs. This contributed to a disincentive to favor. Generally speaking, it would appear that Soviet foreign policy was, above all, the consequence of political and social developments taking place within the USSR itself and repercussions of these developments on the conception that the leaders of the USSR had of the interests of the Soviet state. The political line of then CI was subordinate to these very factors because the CP of the USSR played an absolutely dominant role in defining and applying this line. 1. The decisive role played by the CP of the USSR and by the internal situation of the Soviet Union in the changes affecting the modalities of the intervention of the USSR in the international relationships imposes an analysis of these changes within the framework of a periodization which openly takes into account the policy of the Soviet Party and its turns. This leads us to the following periods: the years 1928 to 1934, when the orientations adopted in 1928 predominated while the policy of collectivization. 230 Charles J. Jett/Heim. From above and rapid industrialization were on the anvil, the years 1934 to August 1938, when a new orientation appears to take form, that of rapprochement with France and England, and finally, the years from August 1939 to June 1941, which are characterized by various forms of Soviet-German cooperation. Footnotes. This remark is valid for the years earlier than 1932, including those when Lenin was alive, as can be seen, among others, by Soviet diplomatic decisions, and those of the CI concerning Turkey in 1921 and China in 1927 and 1930. The Chinese Communist Party is one of the rare parties to resist this subordination to an extent because it had a direct experience of the expansionism and colonialism of Greater Russia on its frontiers, mainly in Central Asia. It escaped this sub-ordinate from 1935, when Mao Zedong took over the leadership. T.1, Paris, Maspero, 1972. Especially p.J42 to 189 and p.285 to 346. Chapter 1. The period, 928-1934, denunciation of the Entente countries and the STLLUGGLE against social fascism. 1I. Basically, despite the limited changes, the foreign policy of the USSR, and the line of the CI. Did not undergo any major changes between I-928 and 1934. Till the beginning of 1934, the main international treaty signed by the USSR, and which one was the basis of its external policy, was the one coincided with Germany at Rapallo, in 1922. Although the explicitly stated contents of the treaty are quite 231 modest, it laid the basis of the political, economic, and military relationships between the USSR and Germany for more than 10 years. It had become the symbol of a German-Soviet Entente. The two countries came out at the same time of their diplomatic isolation and together denounced the Treaty of Versailles imposed by imperialist brigands with a view to colonist Germany. Along with the Rapallo Accord, the Reichswehr had obtained from the USSR the possibility of having training centers at its disposal. As a counterpart, it cooperated in the training of the Red Army. 1. That indeed was the result of military treaties directly negotiated between the Red Army and the Reichswehr, with von Seeckt and von Hammerstein representing the German side without any consultation with the German Social Democrat government. 2. These treaties permitted the Reichswehr to receive through the USSR or manufacture in USSR with its own technicians the armaments which the Treaty of Versailles had forbidden it to possess, such as strike tanks, aeronautical weapons, poison gas, etc. The USSR also placed at the disposal of the Reichswehr sites and exercise centers for the use of its weapons. This military collaboration continued till the autumn of 1933. In a general way, the 6th Congress of the CI and the July plenum of the CC of the Bolshevik Party asserted that a revolutionary situation was ripening. This quickly led the CI to consider that social democratic parties were the main enemy of the working class. Moreover, communist parties were invited to purge themselves of all hesitant elements. 3. Thus we witness the browbeating of the majority of CPS, particularly of the German Communist Party, which saw Thielmann imposed upon it as the General Secretary while its CC had unanimously divested him of his functions. 4. 232. Section 1. The struggle against social fascism. In April 1929, the ex-plenum of the EC of the CI carried to its logical limit the orientations it had taken a year earlier. The Social Democrats became social fascists. In the joint report presented by Manuelski and Kuusinen, it was said, the aims of the fascists and social democrats are the same, the differences exist in orders and to an extent in methods. It is evident that as social fascism grows it old look more and more like pure fascism. 5. The report adds that this would make the conquest easy for the revolution of the majority of the German working class. Contrary to the assertions of the CI, the development of the economic crisis, from October 1929, did not in any way ripen into a revolutionary situation. On the other hand, we notice a rapid growth of the Nazi Party, which obtained 640,000 votes in 193Q as against 00009 in 1928. The membership of the GCP remained stationary, although its votes showed an increase while votes obtained by the Social Democrats went down. 6. The leadership of the CI and the Bolshevik Party stuck to the orientations decided in 1928 despite the lie given to their forecasts by facts. In fact, these orientations were in no way the product of an explicit and rigorous analysis. It was the result of a pseudo-leftist and sectarian path followed inside it by the Bolshevik Party in its struggle against rightists and Trotskyites, both of whom were for a united front with the Social Democrats in the face of rising fascism. On the other hand, the leading Soviet group formed around Stalin was, in effect, more hostile to social democracy than to German nationalism, and this for several reasons. One was the hope placed by the leadership of the CP in the Bismarckian tradition of Ostpolitik. This policy of non-antagonism with Russia had the support of a big segment of the 233 German right wing, and particularly of the higher UPS responsible for the German army and diplomatic services. Another reason, closely related to the first, was military collaboration prevailing between the USSR and the German military high command, and which the Social Democrats were opposing. The Soviet leadership was apparently convinced that the Nazis, once in power, would not revoke this collaboration. In its view, the strengthening of Germany against France and England was a good thing. Of course, these leaders could not refuse to see that a Nazi victory would lead to brutal repression against the GCP, but it did not appear to be particularly worried and declared that this victory could only be for a short duration and the later defeat of Nazism would inevitably bring the GCP to power. Most importantly, these leaders were convinced that the loud anti-Bolshevik noises of the Nazis was more a matter of internal politics, and the anti-communism of the Nazis would not change the external policy of Germany. For them, this policy could not be affected more than their own by the ideological conspirations, as the two countries had common interests in the face of England and France that were looked upon as imperialists and the most expansionist and menacing. 7. All these understandings would, harden the virulence of the attacks against Social Democrats, and the true beneficiary of TSA attacks was the National Socialist Party. However, beyond the considerations that made NAism appear as in no way harmful to the interests of the state of the USSR, and which, therefore, led the leader of this country not to look upon it as its main enemy, there is one other element which explains for sure the attachment of the Soviet leadership to the line defined by the 6th Congress of TECI. Several aspects of the ideology of the Soviet leading group, its profound scorn for democracy and for the existence of authentic working-class organizations, its conceptions of an economy subservient to the state, the anti-Semitism of many of its members brought this leading group very close to Nazism and ready to collaborate with it. Further, the nationalist component of the ideology of the Stalinist leading group made it epitally full. This had led Lenin to denounce National Bolshevism. This block against nature between the gentlemen of the 100 Blacks aided the Bolsheviks. This tendency was then excluded from the GCP. But this did not prevent the Executive Committee of the CI from tempting a reconciliation with German nationalists _M in the name of the revolutionary role of disaggregation which the German bourgeoisie could play in the face of the capitalism of the Entente. That too was, and despite the various turns made later, one of the backgrounds to the political line followed by the CI from 1928 to 1934. Section 2. The denunciation of the countries. OFI, the Entente and the German policy of the USSR. In the political report WH_H Stalin presented, he showed France as the most aggressive and the most militarist of all the aggressive demilitarist coups of the world. 10. This declaration only reiterated the denunciation practiced since the ETRS of the Entente capitalism. It could, however, be explained by the defeat of attempts made by the Soviet Union wishing to sign agress on pact with Frank, an attempt in this direction had already been made without success by Litvinov in March L. J. At that time, Germano-Soviet relationships were, in fact, passing through a difficult phase. After the ratification of the accords by the Allied troops 3 months later, the German government no longer considered its relationship with Moscow as the cornerstone of its foreign policy. However, after long negotiations, a joint German-Soviet communiqué was issued on June 14, 1930, affirming the spirit of Rapallo as the basis of the relationship of these two countries. A few months later, on March 23, 1931, Germany accepted to renew the non-aggression pact which had been concluded between the USSR and Germany in 1926, and on June 24 the treaty was in effect renewed. This was acclaimed as a great success for Soviet diplomacy. 12. In fact, this success was very relative because relations with Germany had a tendency to deteriorate. It was only in May 1933, when the Nazis were in power, that the renewal protocol of the Treaty of Berlin was ratified. The USSR was thus the first country to have entered into a treaty with Nazi Germany. During the I-930s and the years that followed, the GCP faithfully adopted the line of struggle against social democracy. It participated by the side of the Nazis and steel helmets in the referendum of August 9, 1931 against the Social Democratic government of Prussia. The fall of this government was hailed by Pravda on August 13, 1931 in the words, "The results of the vote represent the greatest blow which the German working class had ever dealt to social democracy." As for the CI, it saw in it an example of the application of the policy of a united front. Trotsky commented on this declaration with the words, "No proletarian brain could even understand for what reason the participation in the referendum along with fascists should be considered as a policy of united front towards social democrat and Christian workers, all the more so as the way is now open for a Hitler-Hindenburg government." 13. The GCP, for its part, followed the path of the CI and opposed any joint action with socialists, while it supported strikes organized by Nazis to limit the public to the ADGB. On this occasion, in the autumn of I-932, Ethelman spoke of a class united front with the Nazi proletariat. 14. In the situation so developing, the Nazi Party comes close to power, although its electoral influence was lesser than in November 1932 during the second elections of the year. On January 30, 1933, Hindenburg invited Hitler to be the Chancellor. That was the beginning of the HR Reich. On February 27 the Reichstag was burnt after a Nazi provocation which made it possible for the regime of terror to be installed in the name of the protection of people and state. Thousands of militants and workers were arrested. The communist, socialist and centrist press was banned. Parties other than the Nazis were declared illegal, and the NSDAP organized new elections which ensured for it a parliament at its beck and call. However, again in March 1933, the leadership of the GCP declared the proletariat has lost no battle, has faced no defeat. It is only a momentary retreat. 15 The CI followed the same political line. It refused to attend the meeting which the Socialist Workers' International had proposed to it in February 1933 when Hitler had become Chancellor. In June 1933, the CI again considered social democracy as the main social base of the bourgeoisie and its left wing as its most crafty and the most dangerous fraction. 16 It refused any unity of action with the socialist parties. On the plane of the relationships between the states, Litvinov, who was then the Commissar for Foreign Affairs, declared on September 29, 1933, naturally, we sympathize with the sufferings of our German comrades, but we, Marxists, are the last one to be faulted for letting our sentiments dictate our policies. With the same logic, the CI in December 1933 continued to present social democracy as the main enemy. On the level of the relationship between states, Stalin underlined, in his report of January 20, 1934 to the 17th Congress that, as far as the Soviet Union was concerned, the rise to power of Nazism does not in any way change its relations with Germany so long as they do not deviate from the old policy contained in the treaties. 237. He went on. Naturally, we are not enthusiastic about the fascist regime in Germany. But it is not a matter of fascism here, for the simple reason that the fascism in Italy did not prevent the USSR from establishing excellent relations with that country. 17 That being said, he cautioned against the risks involved in Germany adopting a new policy, anti-Russian, similar to the one of the ex-Kaiser 18. Even before 1933, Soviet leaders had made some attempts to avoid these risks. Section 3. So /TIET steps to avoid a confrontation with Germany. Although German policy and good relations with the Reich remain the dominant factors of Soviet foreign policy till 1934, the leaders of the USSR did not in any way reduce efforts to diversify their relations with other countries. These efforts were undertaken in the 1920s, but they acquired a particular scope from 1930. These efforts could be seen in the multiplicity of economic treaties, especially in the signing of non-aggression pacts. Under these treaties, the USSR and the signatory country agreed to eschew all aggressive action against the other signatory and to remain neutral in case where it was the victim of aggression by a third state. Soviet diplomacy underlined the originality of this kind of purely defensive pact, which did not see, attain any obligation to join in an action against a third state. The first non-aggression pact was concluded in December 1925 with Turkey, but till 1930 these pacts were few. In 1931, Soviet diplomacy became more active and began to achieve some successes. Many reasons could explain this fact. Firstly, from the Soviet side, the internal political crisis related to the campaign for collectivization from above, the debacle in agricultural production and famine imposed an effort intended to consolidate the diplomatic situation of the country, while its internal economic difficulties were rendering it particularly vulnerable. It so happened that the economic crisis engulfing industrialist countries from 1Q30 made THIRD more receptive to an improvement in their relationship with the USSR, which appeared as a huge potential market. Moreover, the rise in right-wing extremism and nationalism at GRMAY forced the signatories of the Treaty of Versailles and partisans of the status quo to improve their diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union. The various negotiations that started in 1931 were difficult and were often interrupted. JN 1932, the QS_SR, however, began to find its diplomatic efforts meeting with some success. It signed a series of non-aggression pacts with Finland, Lithuania, and Estonia. On November 27, the pact between Poland and Soviet Union was ratified, and on November 29, the Franco-Soviet Pact was signed. The French government was hesitant for a long time but finally accepted and encouraged its eastern allies, particularly Poland, to do the same in the hope of reducing the risks of a political entente of a closer nature between the USSR and Germany. 19 Although these treaties were received, officially in Berlin in a spirit of understanding, they raised its unhappiness and gave rise to German attempts at rapprochement with France. These attempts remained without result. The non-aggression pact between France and the Soviet Union was ratified on 15 February, 1933. This year, and especially 1934, thus appeared as the starting point of a new step in Soviet foreign policy, a step in which this policy appeared to be oriented towards a rapprochement with Western democracies. Chapter 2. The contradictions of Soviet foreign policy and the political line of the CI. During the early months of 1934, various elements of internal policy and international policy led to a change in external objectives apparently aimed at by the Soviet leadership and the Communist International. On the internal plane, a seeming attitude of indifference of the Soviet government towards Hitler's coming to power is far from meeting the approval of all those who still had a say in the Bolshevik Party. A conception very different from that of Stalin was then voiced by Kirov, who was known to desire simultaneously a reduction in internal social tensions, and a Western reorientation, to Soviet foreign policy, and evidently also by Bukharin. Both of them denounced the illusion that the power of Hitler would be weak and ephemeral, and called for its anti-Bolshevik threats to be taken seriously. Kirov did not hesitate to declare before the 17th Congress that Nazi Germany and Japan were the most evident enemies of the USSR and of the Soviet Communist Party too. As for Bukharin, he wrote as early as in 1933 in Izvestia that Hitlerism posed a dark and bloody threat to the world. 241. Intervening once again with firmness at the 17th Congress of the party, developed ideas quite different from those of Stalin, and which found a serious echo among the participants at the Congress. 4. Bukharin underlined that the fascist ideology of Hitler in Ein Kampf should be taken seriously, and that it was an openly beastly philosophy which inaugurated an era of assassinations and crimes, and that when Hitler demanded a living space for Germany, it amounted to an open appeal for the destruction of our state. He declared that German intentions concerning the Soviet Union, taken in conjunction with Japanese ambitions, obviously signified that our entire population should find a place in one of the blast furnaces of Magnitogorsk. He gave a call not to be resigned to the existence of the Nazi regime, and ended with the declaration: "It is the BOS_TLY face of the class enemy. That is what, comrades, we must realize, and what we would face in all the historic battles that history has placed upon our shoulders." 5. In the years that followed, until his arrest, Bukharin would uphold the same ideas and strove for a policy of entente with Western democracies and for an accord between the Communist and Socialist parties. On the international plane, the effective development of policy of Hitler gave increasing credence to those who asserted that the anti-Bolshevism of Hitler did not arise only from ideology and propaganda, but was practically at the root of his foreign policy. In any case, the pact signed on January 26, 1934 between Germany and Poland was considered by Soviet leaders to be a blow dealt to earlier German-Soviet policy. The leaders of the USSR thus showed themselves open to offers made at the end of May 1934 by Bartho, Minister of External Affairs of France. He proposed to the Soviet government a pact of mutual assistance within the framework of the League of Nations. On May 25, Bartho announced before the French Parliament that the entry of Russia in the League of Nations would be a major event for world peace. Less than a week later, on 31 May, Pravda expressed itself in favor of negotiations between the French Communist Party and French socialist leaders. 6. 2-12 Charles Bettelheim. This position of Pravda was a turning point for the PCF. In fact, in the first months of 1934 the struggle against social fascism was still being waged. All negotiations with socialist parties were rejected in the name of unity at the base. The case of Spain and France was no different. When Paris was in the throes of several fascist demonstrations, and when socialists in France, French section of the Workers' International, Prop 9 said unity in action, the PCF declared, more than ever we denounce socialist chiefs, the Socialite Party, servants of the bourgeoisie, the last bastion of capitalist society. 7 Even after united demonstrations in February 1934, socialist leaders were denounced vehemently. Although they attended funerals of 9 communists killed by the police, the organ of the French Communist P.T.T.Y. Humanite held doubts about them. It wrote, our comrades were shot down by the ammunition paid out of the funds voted by the socialist members of the parliament on February 19. This same newspaper denounced the slogan of the defense of the Republic in the words, as if fascism was not the Republic, as if the Republic was not led fascist. 8 Again in March, the CI developed the same idea, especially in so far as the workers' struggle in Spain was concerned. 9. Everything changed after the May 31 article in Pravda made its appearance. El Humanite reproduced this article and asserted that it was permissible to discuss unity in action with socialist leaders. Further, El Humanite launched an appeal in this direction to the Administrative Commission of the SFIO. This orientation was confirmed by the Ivory Conference F. The PCF. The follow-up of TSA events show that the Soviet leading group was far from giving up the policy of collaboration with Germany. Thus, in January 1934, Litvinov was again in Believ, to propose the renewal of German-Soviet cooperation. The approach failed. 10 Soviet leaders were then led to emphasizing their rapprochement with Western countries, at least in their public declarations. However, the effective orientation of 243 Soviet foreign policy was more contradictory than what it appeared: /comma /oj/ to be. These contradictions were related, among others, to the development of a nationalist ideology. Section 1 National Ideology and Foreign Policy of the USSR. Generally speaking, development of a nationalist ideology tended to facilitate diplomatic relations of the Soviet Union with various foreign powers. By replacing formerly proclaimed internationalism, and its assertive desire to support the world revolution, with Soviet nationalism, the USSR presented a less disturbing face for political leaders of other countries. It was principally from 1934 that the terms motherland and Russia began to reappear in the Soviet press. The Russian past was more and more rehabilitated, while cosmopolitanism was denounced as it was supposed to have origins foreign to Russia. 11. In July 1934, an editorial in Izvestia declared that a Soviet citizen should love his motherland. In 1936, the play Motherland was a great success, and then the film We Russians. 12. The rise of Russian nationalism was not a pure tactical maneuver intended to mobilize the energies and to reassure international opinion, that is to say the leaders of the great powers. It also corresponded especially to changes in the relationship of social forces inside the county, to the consolidation of social inequalities, to the rise of conservatism, and to the fear of foreign adventures to which a scarcely militant internationalism could be exposed. The internal changes in the USSR and those on the international scene thus opened the way for new developments, on the diplomatic plane as also on the directives of the CI and the practice of its different sections. Thus, in September 1934, the USSR joined the League of Nations, where it occupied a permanent seat in the Council. This was the equivalent of its formal readmission into the international community. L3. Shortly later, 244. The PCF widened its policy of negotiations with other parties. On October 24, It contacted not only the Socialist but also the Radical Party and launched the idea of a broad popular front open to this bourgeois party. It was of little importance whether this initiative of the PCF was, in effect, due to Maurice Thorez, as he asserts. 14. Or that it was suggested to him. One fact is certain, it facilitated Franco-Soviet talks for which the support of the radicals was indispensable. 15. The Franco-Soviet Pact was finally signed on May 2, 1935. A few days later talks were held in Moscow between Laval and Stalin, which provided for a passage which came as a serious shock to the PCF. His passage reads as follows: Stalin understands and approves fully the policy of national defense practiced by France for maintenance of its armed forces to the level of its security. This declaration obliged the PCF to make a 180-degree somersault. While a month and a half earlier Thorez had reiterated his opposition in principle to any policy of national defense, declaring that the working class should not be led to the so-called defense of democracy against fascism. 16. The PCF affirmed, after Stalin's declaration, Stalin is right. The moment the defense of the Soviet Union was at stake, everything changed. 17. The Franco-Soviet Pact was different from treaties signed till then by the USSR. It was not just a simple pact of non-aggression but a pact for mutual assistance. This pact put an end officially to cooperation between the Red Army and the Wehrmacht. On the internal plane in France, the signing of this pact led the PCF to making new overtones to the Radical Party. On May 31, 1935, Maurice Thorez said before the Parliament, "We communists renew the Jacobin tradition. We would be ready to bring you our support. President Ario, IRU, or any other leader of your party would want to assume the direction of a radical government." Maurice Thorez even spoke of an extension of a popular front including parties to the right of the Radical Party. 18. This extension does not take effect but the alliance with socialists and radicals. 245. Takes shape in July 1936 and leads to the elaboration of a common program supported by the three parties in the elections. This ends in the electoral victory of the Popular Front. The parliamentary majority thrown up by these elections was to enable the formation of a government led by the socialist, Leon Blum, and supported by the PCF. This government could last only 2 years. Section 2. The 7th Congress of the CI and its consequences. On July 25, 1935 opened the 7th Congress of the CI amid the international situation rapidly described earlier. The CI was considered more and more as a simple instrument of the foreign policy of the Soviet Union by the leading group of the Soviet Party. Stalin referred to it as Lavochka. The debates in the 7th Congress were rather confused but confirmed its complete subordination to the diplomatic interests of the USSR. In fact, under the cover of a so-called anti-fascist and anti-capitalist struggle presented by Dimitrov in his report to the Congress, the central slogan given to the CPS was HTHE, struggle for peace and for the defense of the USSR. In the resolution presented to the Congress by Dimitrov, it was affirmed that the politics of peace of the USSR has created the basis of its collaboration, in the cause of the safeguard of peace, with small states for whom the war that was menacing their independence was a special danger, as also with the states which now have a stake in safeguarding peace. 19. The report of Dimitrov let it be seen that big states which had a stake in peace were France and the United States, and this was specified in the report of Togliatti. 20. According to Dimitrov, this situation opened the possibility of a very wide united front of the working class, of all workers and the Nairi people against the menace of imperialist war. Thus the 246 CLU1 RLES bet/Helm. Entire people are invited to form a world front in the situation so described. Togliatti called the CPS to bring pressure on the foreign policy of their countries to help in the consolidation of peace. 21. At the time this appeal had a concrete significance especially for the CPS of France and Czechoslovakia, the countries that had signed mutual assistance pacts with the USSR. The general subordination of the policy of the CPS to Soviet policies was finally made clear by Togliatti, who said, in the same report, "For us, It is absolutely indispensable that there exist an identity of objectives between the policy of peace of the USSR and the policy practiced by the working class and communist parties in capitalist countries. This identity of objectives cannot be the RP.atter of any doubt in our ranks. 22. The 7th Congress of the CI avoided all analysis of problems of imperialism, of socialist revolution and anti-imperialist revolutions, Dimitrov said. We have eliminated purposely from the reports as also which had declared that the USSR had become the international motive force of proletarian revolution, the basis of the worldwide movement of oppressed classes, home of international revolution, the greatest factor in world history. 23. These affirmations led to a total subordination of the action of the various CPS to the interests of the USSR such as they were defined by the leading group in the Soviet Party. At the time of the 7th Congress, these interests obviously coincided with a diplomacy that claimed to be the one of struggle against fascism. For a time, this diplomacy appeared to predominate. It however covered a subtle game which was preparing for a twist in the foreign policy of the USSR. This twist began to appear in 1937. It affected the war in Spain and its outcome. It laid the ground for a turnabout that was the German-Soviet Pact of 1939. C/M. Struggles in the USSR, 247. Section 3. The Civil War in Spain and Soviet aid to the Spanish Republic. The Civil War in Spain is a major political event of the 1930s because of its general political significance and the forms taken by aid or, more exactly, the intervention of the Soviet Union. There is of course, no question here of analyzing in detail the different aspects of the war in Spain. We will have to restrict ourselves to some general indications. 4. The government and forces supporting it, the Spanish Communist Party among them, wanted to stick to modest objectives of the program of the Popular Front, but the mass movement rapidly grew and advanced demands that went well beyond the governmental program. Factories and lands were occupied and collective enterprises were created. 25. Largo Caballero and his supporters supported the mass movement, proposed unification with the Communists, fusion of the UGT and the CNT. Practically, between February and July 1936, a triple power had been installed in Spain, the lawful power, in reality quite weak, the power of workers, their parties and trade unions, and the power of counter-revolutionaries, 26. The last was formed of fascist groups and leaders of the army which was getting ready for a military putsch. This took place on July 19, 1936. Thanks to mass resistance it was unable to exercise power extending over the whole country. There was an immediate counter-attack. In the decisive regions of the country political power was exercised de facto by workers' organizations that were mainly under the influence of anarcho-trade unionists. They proceeded towards a collectivization at the base of the main means of production. 27. And took a series of steps which were not there in the initial framework of the program of the Workers' Republican Bloc. 248. The PCE was opposed to this development and tried to weaken mass organizations which were in disagreement with it, whereas it consolidated the state apparatus inside which it was represented more and more. Very soon, the Spanish Civil War acquired an international dimension because it posed the problem of aid which outsiders could bring to Spanish political forces in confrontation, the lawful government and the leaders of the putsch. Although theoretically favorable to the Republic, the British government adopted a policy of so-called non-intervent_ion, by virtue of which those who adhered to it undertook to bring non-military aid to either camps, thus treating the lawful government and fascist rebels on the same footing. 28. Similar arguments were put forth by the governments of France, USSR, Germany, and Italy. Only London and Paris respected them. Germany and Italy brought massive aid to the Franquists. Soviet military aid to the Republicans was equally strong from the autumn of 1936 to the autumn of 1937, but it was onerous and conditional. It enabled the penetration of 2,000 specialists from the Soviet Union into the Spanish state apparatus. These specialists set up their own apparatus with the help of the PCE-29 Soviet policy. Spain was aimed at specific objectives, namely, to control the policy and strategy of the Republican government. It could enable the abandonment of the entire support to the government and in the framework of a policy of developing a German-Soviet rapprochement. It also had in view economic and mainly financial objectives. The government of the USSR took away as much gold as possible from the Republic. From September 1936, Soviet emissaries obtained from the first Caballero government, a delivery of 51 tons of gold in exchange for promises of delivery of arms. In fact, the value of gold seized by the USSR richly exceeded the value of the RMS supplied. The Spanish Republican Army received much fewer arms than the Franquists and often of bad quality. The quantities delivered by the USSR represented between 1/7 and 1/5 of those 249 delivered to Franco by the Germans and the Italians. Now, according to diplomatic documents seized by Germany at the end of the war, the price of German arms was not 500 million marks 30. Some months after the arrival of the Spanish yellow metal, Stalin already declared that Spain owed millions to Russia. In 193-8, at the time of a request for military material made by Hidalgo de Cisneros, Molotov and Voroshilov made him sign a receipt of a debt of $110 million. 31. Arms ordered at that time, moreover, never reached the Republican Army. On the other hand, there are indications that the rest of the Spanish gold was transferred to the USSR at the time of the defeat of the Republic 32. To the sums thus obtained by the USSR should be added, according to various sources, a payment of 2.5 billion francs of the period to the PCF. This sum, which was outside the management of Spanish authorities, led, among other things, to the creation of a daily sea soir and acquisition of boats 33 on the account of an agency called France Navigation 34. For some time this agency brought effective aid to the Spanish Republicans, but rapidly controlled by the CI, it became above all an instrument of Soviet international policy. To a number of Republican fighters, WL-10 did not know about the sums demanded by the USSR as the price of the few and technically old arms. The Soviet government appeared as the only friend of Republican Spain. The arrival of the first arms sent by the USSR was greeted by them with enthusiasm. The representatives of the Communist International used the prestige bestowed on the USSR at this time to put brakes on the people's movement on the pretext of the bourgeois democratic nature of the struggle of the Spanish people and of the need to unify the widest possible forces. While in the beginning the people's forces had some real power, the state's forces were playing only a secondary role. The power of the state was progressively restored. It can be considered that, in essence, this restoration as acquired towards the end of 193-7, but this restoration placed the government in a close dependence on the PCE 35. Many a step had to be taken to arrive at this situation, which was the result of a multiplicity of factors. 250. Particularly errors of the people's movement and maneuvers of the Soviet agents and politicians of the Spanish Republican bourgeoisie. We are in no way attempting here a balance sheet of errors of organizations that were victims of repression to which they were subjected by various agents of Soviet policy. The survivors of these organizations have themselves tried to do it with clarity. 36. It remains for us to emphasize that the root cause of these errors lay in an insufficient appreciation of the nature of the USSR and its politics. 37. This had led, for example, the CNT to accept the dissolution of the Central Committee of the Militia, then their liquidation in order to integrate them in the People's Army. Their Bears soon discovered that they were specially discriminated against in the distribution of arms. 3 months later, on December 12, 1936, began the political crisis of Catalonia, whose government was shuffled under Soviet pressure applied through the intermediary of Antonov Ovchenko. The CNT accepted the elimination of the POUM. Soviet pressure to push forth the formation of a government largely dependent upon it became acute in the beginning of 1937. It became brutal. When the Caballero government drew the logical conclusion of the analysis it had made of the situation in which Spain found itself in the spring of 193-7. According to this analysis, which, remind, implied, the civil war had changed into a war where Fasc_istpo_ver P_lay an essential role while the Spanish government only obtained limited Soviet aid and had, in exchange, increasingly taken the country into their hands either thr9 the Russians, or through their agents. Spain thus became a battleground and the retreat of the Germans and the Italians this negotiation was possible. It even began, because France and England were in favor of it and Germany and Italy did not wish to plunge into a conflict which could take them further than they wished to go. Moscow had CLAS struggles in the USSR 251. Knowledge of the diplomatic approaches undertaken in Paris and was hostile to their success. Soviet diplomacy did not want a PE that would permit the consolidation of a democratic regime in Spain. The USSR considered that it was in its interest to let the war continue. Its intervention had, in essence, two forms: a provocation at Barcelona and the decision to the downfall of the Largo Caballero government. The provocation at Barcelona took place on May 3, 193-7. On that day stormtroopers led by Eusebio Rodriguez Esle attempted to capture the town's telephone exchange. This building was the bastion of workers' forces and was in possession of the CNT and the UGT, since the beginning of the Civil War. The reaction of the Catalan population was immediate. In a few hours, it was mobilized and gathered with arms in hand. They were prepared to resist the agents of Soviet policy as they had resisted the Franquists. It is not possible to give here an account of the twists and turns of this resistance which was victorious on the ground without the Catalonian front being disarmed. 38. However, the victory on ground did not prevent the provocation from attaining its objective. On May 5, the central government takes over charge of law and order in Catalonia, limiting provincial autonomy. On May 7, forces connected with the PCE unleash repression, adding to the hundreds of dead and wounded in the preceding days a large number of assassinations and arrests. This provocation and other pretexts were used by the leaders of the PCE to demand that Largo Caballero be replaced by a politician more docile to its desires. Early in May the fall of Caballero was formally decided at a meeting of the executive of the PCE where the Spaniards were in minority. 39. It was decided that Juan Negrin will replace Caballero. On May 15, 1937, Largo Caballero resigned. On 17, Juan Negrin formed his government. This was an occasion for the NKVD, already widely present in the state apparatus, to further increase its presence. The conditions were henceforth fulfilled for Soviet agents to increase the arrests and fill state prisons and semi-official chaikas. 40. 252. One of the most important operations took place on June 16. Leaders of the POUM were then arrested and practically held in isolation by the NKVD. Andres Nin, leader of the POUM, was assassinated by then one after being tortured. Others were indicted, some were sent up for trials. The NKVD would have liked that these trials be similar to those in Moscow, but they could not get all the results that they wished because the mass of people were mobilized and international solidarity could prevail. Moreover, the state apparatuses were not under the total control of agents of Soviet policy. The action of the agents of the USSR weakened the resistance to fascism, which was also undermined by numerous maneuvers of the partisans of the USSR present in the military apparatus. Two of these maneuvers were especially indicative of the desire of Kremlin to let the war continue by avoiding victory. The first was in the beginning of July 1937. At that time, the Republican Army had prepared a grand offensive in the direction of Extremadura and Andalusia. The conditions were favorable. Mérida and Badajoz could be occupied because fascist troops were pushed back before Jar, Ma and the plains of Guadalajara. The victorious Republican offensive could cut off the armies of the enemy in the north and south and could destroy their vital communications with Portugal, Morocco, and Italy. The Higher Council of War had given its acceptance of the offensive. However, at the moment when it was to have been launched, General Kulik, chief of the team of Soviet military technicians, received a counter-order from Moscow and imposed an alternative solution. This was the offensive of Brunt at Naval Carnero, which was on July 6. This offensive, considered as senseless by most Spanish commanders, ended in a disaster in material and men. It was a veritable slaughter which seriously weakened the Republican army. The second significant maneuver took place in much less favorable circumstances in December 1938, while the Franquists were getting ready for their offensive in Catalonia. The Republican headquarters had prepared a plan against the key position of Matri, one which would have obliged the enemy to displace towards the south a large portion of its reserves in Andalusia and Extremadura. The attack should have taken place on December 11. The same day. 253. General Mayaja, who knew of the plan since November 20 and had approved it, suddenly cancelled the order of attack on the advice of his Soviet advisors. The enemy thus had the possibility of opening its offensive against Catalonia. One must remember that this second maneuver was at a time when Soviet leaders considered that, for them, the Spanish operation was over. They stopped their shipments of arms and allowed a defeat to be consummated, a defeat that their aide had only prepared while delaying it 41. The true objectives of their diplomacy were not to take long in appearing clearly. Section 4. The objectives of Soviet diplomacy. The objectives of Soviet diplomacy between 1934 and 1939 cannot be considered as unchanged. As a first stage, this diplomacy tried to improve the relations of the USSR with Western democracies. In the second stage, it sought to maintain equidistance with the Western countries and Germany while preparing for a rapprochement with the latter, which, in the third stage, was concretized as a veritable alliance. The second stage began towards the end of 193-7. One could see it in Russian publications and Soviet documents, as Argyra-Ult has correctly pointed out 42. One would also see that by examining the various little episodes of the Spanish War. This change of objectives of Soviet diplomacy in 193-7 is related to internal upsets then witnessed in the USSR with the hardening of the personal dictatorship of Stalin. It was not determined, as often mentioned, because of the capitation of the French and the English at Munich, because that was in September 1938. 1. The place of the Spanish War in the Soviet foreign policy. What has been said in the preceding pages would reveal that in the first stages of the Spanish War, the aid given to the Spanish $3 Charles Bettelheim _T_, Republic was a card used by the USSR to negotiate with France and England. In the second stage, Soviet positions in Spain became the means of developing a policy of neutrality, then negotiating for a German-Soviet pact. In the beginning of 1939, Krivitsky could highlight this aspect of Soviet policy in pain. He was the first to announce, nearly 4 months in advance, the signing of the German-Soviet pact. 4. I. To attain these international objectives, the USSR supported the Spanish Communists and implanted in Spain a large number of agents so that the two practically were in control of the army and the police of the Spanish Republic and, moreover, they had at their disposal an autonomous repressive apparatus. At the same time, the Spanish War was used by the USSR to attain other objectives. Thus it ate us of the positions acquired inside the Spanish Republic to liquidate as many as possible of the anarchists, anarcho-trade unionists, Trotskyists, and supporters of the POUM. The Soviet leaders and their agents tried to present those it wanted to liquidate as counter-revolutionaries. Their preoccupation was to get rid of the elements that were, at one and the same time, particularly combative and specially vigilant towards the attempts of the Soviet policy at treachery. Whence the remark of Slutsky, although they are anti-fascist soldiers, they are our enemies. 44. The Stalinist leaders, furthermore, wanted to set up in Spain trials and confessions in public of their enemies, in order to confirm the truth of the Moscow trials. The political situation in Spain and the courage of the militant victims of accusation made this project an utter failure. 2. Soviet diplomacy initiatives and the international situation. In Europe, if 193-7 is a year of a diplomatic twists and turns, it is no less true that between 1-934 and 1939, various Soviet initiatives bear testimony to the fact that the Stalinist leadership of the USSR had never given up hope of restoring German-Soviet cooperation L.J. And this even during the few years when it proclaimed its attachment to the League of Nations and to the Accords. Concluded with France. Class struggles in the USSR 255. These political overtures bear no immediate results. However, they laid the grounds for later negotiations, for example those begun on December 24, 1936 between Kandelaki and Schacht, President of the Reich Bank and Minister of Finance. They covered too the matter of new economic accords, among which was the one signed in March 1938. A little after the signing of this accord, Moscow recalled its ambassador in Berlin, Jacob Suritz, who was not in the good books of anti-Semitic Nazis. He was replaced by Alexis Markelov. He was received by Hitler on July 1938, who said, "I have learnt with satisfaction about the declaration under which your proposal to direct your efforts towards the establishment of normal relations between Germany and the Soviet Union. I agree with you that this corresponds to the interests of our two countries and would serve the cause of world peace." 45 This declaration laid the ground for new developments and echoed the desire, expressed with increasing clarity by Soviet publications since 193-7, to stay away from the line of rapprochement with Westerners. This new line, in reality, reinforced an old and fundamental orientation of Soviet policy. This reinforcement can be explained by the situation then obtaining in the USSR, after the first two great trials and the liquidation of the old leadership of the Red Army, and while the trial of Bukharin was getting ready. It was later to become in favor because of international events which raised doubts about the desire of the Westerners to oppose German expansionism in the East. It also responded to changes taking place among Nazi leaders about the order in which their operations of military expansion were to be carried out. These changes were related to the absence of resistance from the Westerners to the challenges flung by Nazi Germany. Let us recall some of the events. In March 1936, Rhineland, which should have remained demilitarized, was reoccupied by the German army while it was still quite weak. It provoked nothing more than purely formal protests. The system of alliances which France had concluded with Warsaw, Bucharest, and Belgrade lost a large part of its credibility as a result. Only Prague still believed that Czechoslovakia would receive the support of France if it were to be attacked by Germany. The faith in a Western resistance to German expansionism was again seriously impaired when, in March 1938, Austria was annexed by Nazi Germany and the Westerners limited themselves to purely formal protests. In the autumn of 1938, Germany annexed a part of Czechoslovakia, the Sudetenland, which was the home of a German-speaking minority. This time again France, which was an ally of this country, remained unmoved, as did England, and they recognized this annexation by signing with Germany the Munich Agreement. When Ribbentrop, foreign minister of the Reich, came to Paris in December, the declarations of Georges Bonnet were quite ambiguous. They were interpreted as giving a blank check to Hitler in the East. Therefore, on March 15, 1939, German troops entered Prague. Germany occupied Bohemia and Moravia and created a protectorate in Slovakia and ceded to Hungary the Carpathian Ukraine. Thus a situation ripened which made German leaders feel that the Westerners were incapable of resistance and confirmed the Soviet leaders' belief that it was now possible for them to come openly to an understanding with Nazi Germany with a view to fulfilling their own expansionist designs. In March 193-9, the situation was ripe for the German-Soviet Pact. 3. Towards German-Soviet Pact, Germany and the USSR then exchanged a series of messages which were a prelude to open and official negotiations. The preparation by the USSR for these negotiations did not prevent it, indeed, the contrary, to carry on discussions with the West. In fact, the more these discussions progressed, greater was the and said that these were not the interests of the USSR, but in the first place those of England, France, and the United States. One concession after another to the aggressors. From it Stalin drew the conclusion that these countries and England and France had given up the policy of collective security. One could not say more explicitly that the USSR did not believe any longer in the accord of mutual assistance with these countries, which had become neutralist in Stalin's opinion. This neutrality, this non-intervention was aimed at encouraging Germany and Japan to attack the USSR and China. 47 But, added Stalin, Western supporters of this policy were cruelly disillusioned, because instead of pushing further towards the east, against Soviet Union, they had turned towards the west and were demanding colonies. This part of the report ended with an explicit warning. The great and dangerous political game begun by the supporters of the policy of non-intervention could well end for them in serious failure. 48. Reference was then made to the nature of this failure, at least in veiled terms, when Stalin declared that the USSR was ready to enter into accords with all countries, the moment they did not seek to harm the interests of the USSR. He specified that the USSR would not allow war provocators to have others pull chestnuts out of the fire for them by pushing our country into war. 49. This message was well received by Hitler and strengthened the positions of the supporters of Ostpolitik in Germany. One of the German responses was as follows: instead of annexing Carpathian Ukraine, the Reich could cede this territory to Hungary. In the period which followed Stalin's speech, events changed rapidly. 50. On March 22, Germany annexed the Lithuanian port of SS Charles Bettelheim. TCMCT, on 27 March Spain joined the Zero Anti-Comintern Pact, which was earlier concluded between Germany and Italy. March end, Germany officially raised the question of Danzig with Poland. At this time, the course of events could still appear to be in suspense. A decision of the English and the French contributed to a clearer orientation of this course. It concerned the unconditional guarantee given by the United Kingdom and France to Poland, on March 30, 1939. This guarantee, which could not have materialized as the two guarantors were incapable of any direct help to Poland, was interpreted by Germany and by the USSR as directed against their ambitions. German demands on Polish territories were old and well known. Soviet demands were never officially proclaimed but were often indicated during diplomatic talks. For the Soviet leaders, the Anglo-French guarantee to Poland amounted to a refusal to take these demands into account. Henceforth, things began happening very rapidly. On April 17, 1939, Markelov, who was the ambassador of the USSR in Berlin, had a long interview with von Weizsäcker, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, during which the USSR made new overtures. On April 28, Hitler gave an important speech at the Reichstag where he did not attack the USSR as was customary for him earlier. He concentrated his criticism on England and the pact concluded with Poland. 5-1. On May 3, 1939, the USSR sent a new message. Litvinov, who was a Jew and had been the architect of the Soviet policy of collective security, was relieved of his duties. He was replaced by Molotov. All those who closely watched Soviet developments saw in this reshuffle in the Sov-1 government, preparation for an open change in the foreign policy of the USSR. From the spring of 1939, negotiations which continued between the USSR, England, and France were carried out in an increasingly unreal atmosphere. As recalled by René Giralt, in April 1939 the Anglo-French propose a common declaration of the three governments which would be a sort of guarantee given, on the part of each, to the East European states threatened with aggression. 52. In fact, no one was negotiating. The British government sought especially to hold back the Soviets from going towards the Germans, while the choice of the Soviets was not 259 really to negotiate with the Western Cross. 53. On the German side, documents available to us now showed that Hitler allowed himself to be persuaded by the partisans of Ostpolitik. He envisaged a treaty with the Soviets. There were probes in the direction of the USSR. It did not have any immediate results because Soviet leaders obviously wanted to obtain a higher price in exchange for treaty with the Reich. Soviet diplomacy now allowed the stakes to be raised. The French government, which had not given up an accord with the USSR, understood it. It was willing to pay a certain price. A note from Daladier TQ Georges Bonnet suggested that it would be necessary to offer satisfaction to the Soviets from the side of the Baltic countries. 54. These diplomatic negotiations led to nothing. The Westerners come for military negotiations. These begin in Moscow on August 12 and pushed Nazi Germany to take fresh steps. On August 14, Ribbentrop proposed to travel to Moscow to conclude a truly political accord. On April 15, the Soviets asked for details. On April 19 the Germans sent the reply: they were ready to ask Japan not to attack the USSR anymore, and when ready to delimit with the USSR the spheres of interest in Eastern Europe. The same evening, the Soviets accept to receive Ribbentrop in Moscow to sign a non-aggression pact, which was drafted by the Soviet side because Moscow had sent it at that time to Berlin. 55. The same day, August 19, a commercial treaty was signed between the USSR and Germany. This treaty was under negotiation since the end of 1938. Its clauses were very advantageous to the USSR. It included a credit of 200 million marks to be repaid only after 7.5 years. The rate of interest was exceptionally low. The Soviet press announced that it could become an important step towards the improvement of not only our economic but also political relations with Germany. 56. Henceforth, the dice was cast. Ribbentrop arrived in Moscow. On August 23, 1939, a non-aggression pact was signed between Germany and the USSR. It had a secret protocol. This protocol made the pact a veritable alliance concluded between partners who divide up foreign territories. The Soviet turning point was reached. 260 ch 11 Revos I Jetflrealm. The Anglo-French military delegation had to leave. In the beginning of December the German army invaded Poland. The English and the French declare war on Germany. The Second World War had begun, but the USSR remained for a while away from the conflict. Chapter 3. The years of the German Soviet. Pact August 1939 to June 1941. The contents of the pact concluded on August 23, 1939, especially of its secret clauses, and the pact signed on September 28, 193-9, on the occasion of the sharing of Poland, are highly significant. They throw light on the conceptions of the leaders of the USSR about their interests and their role on the international stage. The published part of the pact signed on August 23, 1939 is presented as an ordinary non-aggression pact. However, a clause present in all other pacts of this kind was absent from it, the clause which annuls the obligation of non-aggression in case where one of the signatories attacked a third party. It is the secret clause of the pact which practically makes the USSR and Germany partners in sharing the spoils of the defeat of other nations, through an agreement of the distribution of the spheres of influence and foreseeing future consultations. The secret protocol of the August 23 pact leads to sharing of Poland between Germany and the USSR, while it leaves undecided the question of the maintenance of the remaining part of the Polish state. It places Finland, Estonia, and Lithuania in the zone of Soviet influence. The same was the case of the south of Bessarabia, then in Romania. In the weeks that followed, adjustments were made in the provisions of this protocol. These adjustments especially provided for the territorial ambitions of the USSR. 1. The USSR undertook, on the other hand, to hand over to Germany a section of the anti-fascists and some foreign communists who happened to be on its territory. In application of this undertaking, several hundred persons, most of whom were in Soviet 266 prisons and camps, were handed over to the Gestapo in the winter of 1939 to 1940. 2. At one stroke, the USSR gave up the role that it claimed for itself as champion of peace, defender of the independence of nations, participante in the underscorati fascist STQ Wungla. It revived the Tsarist Adigian An absolute_TE priority was given to T1E interests of the Soviet state, which sought to extend to the maximum its sphere of influence and territories on which it exerted its domination and exploitation. Section 1. The N1/End with Hitler and the territorial expansion of the USSR. In the autumn of 1939 RT.II. The first country in which Soviet troops penetrated after the German-Soviet Pact was concluded, and in conformity with it, was Poland after the Wehrmacht had invaded Poland and occupied a large part of its territory. Germany invited the USSR to take its portion, but this was done after a few days as if it wanted to keep up appearances. On September 17, when the Wehrmacht penetrated territories allotted to the USSR under the pact, the Red Army also invaded planned officially. This invasion began by being presented not as a result of th. A calm on German-Soviet Munich on 19 September showed things in a different light. It declared that German and Soviet TNOps had the mission of restoring peace. An order disturbed by the disintegration of the Polish state 3.I. As a result of these military operations, the population of the USSR rose 9 some 12 million, of which 7 million were Ukrainians and 3 million Belarusians. The great majority of the 267 Poles found themselves under German occupation. Only 1 million Poles were incorporated in TEUSSR. In the succeeding months hundreds of thousands of inhabitants of the annexed territories were deported to the east as hostile and disloyal elements. As for Polish soldiers taken prisoners by the Soviets, the majority of them disappeared in camps or were massacred, most of them officers. 4. On September 28, 1939, Ribbentrop returned to Moscow 9W to sign the German-Soviet Friendship Pact and a treaty on the boundaries between T1E2 countries. As a result of this treaty, a common communiqué was published declaring that the Polish question was definitively settled when the territories of Poland were totally distributed between the two signatories. Thus Poland was shared for a fourth time. The communiqué published on the occasion of this pact said that if France and England did not stop hostilities, Germany and Soviet Union would hold consultations on measures needed to be taken. 5 On 31 October 1939, Molotov pronounced the funeral oration of Poland when he declared, "A quick strike at Poland, first by the German army then by the Red Army, and nothing has remained of the ugly dwarf of Versailles." 6 In the stampede for the occupation of Poland and in agreement with treaties with Germany, the USSR turned towards the Baltic countries. The Soviet government imposed on Estonia a treaty of mutual alliance by virtue of which this country accorded military bases to the USSR. By this treaty, signed on September 28, 1939, the USSR undertook to respect Estonian sovereignty. A little later, Latvia was forced to sign a similar treaty. Then came the turn of Lithuania, but it obtained the restitution of Vilna. These treaties placed the three Baltic countries in strict dependence upon the Soviet Union, and were a precursor to their later annexation. However, at H3T time, the countries preserved their sovereignty. 268. Section 2. The Pact, Soviet diplomacy, and the Communist parties. The abandonment of the principles which appeared to guide Soviet diplomacy till the conclusion of the pact was all too sudden and severe. The anti-fascism on parade, as also the respect for the sovereignty of nations and condemnation of the recourse to force to regulate international disputes, were thrown to the winds or were interpreted in such a manner as to lose all meaning. From one day to the next, the leaders of the USSR and their press changed their tune. Pravda of August 24, 1939 presented the pact signed earlier as coherent with the policy of the Soviet Union, that is, a partisan of peace and growth of commercial relationships with all countries. However, the Soviet press said nothing of the toast proposed by Stalin, in the course of the reception for Ribbentrop, a toast in which he said, "Because the German people love their Führer so much, let us drink to the health of the Führer." On August 31, Molotov placed communication on the pact before the Supreme Soviet. He emphasized the idea of durable Pacific coexistence with Nazi Germany and expressed the idea that the accord with Germany constituted a turning point. He said, August 23 should be considered as a date of great historic importance. It is a turning point in the history of Europe, and not only Europe. Till recently, in the place of foreign policy, Soviet Union and Germany were enemies. This situation has changed it all, and we have stopped being enemies. History has shown that between Russia and Germany enmity and war had never done any good to either. Taking about France and England, and taking their socialist chiefs to task for being particularly violent in the denunciation. 269. Of the pact, he added, if these gentlemen have any equally irresistible desire to go into war, well, let them go alone, without the Soviet Union. We shall see what kind of warriors they will turn out to be. It was immediately after this declaration that Germany invaded Poland, that is to say went into war. Pravda of September 2 published over 3 columns and on the first page the speech of Hitler announcing the invasion of Poland. In this speech Hitler said, I can take as my own all the words uttered by People's Commissar Molotov in his speech before the Supreme Soviet. The Soviet press announced that England had declared war on Germany but gave little space to the news coming from France and England. On September 29, Pravda published the joint communiqué at the end of the signing of the new pact of German-Soviet friendship. Molotov and Ribbentrop declared that the Polish question being solved, it was in the interest of all nations that there be an end to the conflict between Germany on the one hand and Great Britain and France on the other. The communiqué specified that the signatories want to strive for peace to be re-established and went on, if, however, the efforts of the two governments remain without any effect, Great Britain and France will necessarily bear the responsibility for the continuation of the conflict. Thus a new theme is mentioned, the theme of the inversion of roles. Germany had become a peace-loving power as against England and France, who had become instigators of war. This theme was taken up again and developed in the speech of Molotov on October 31, 1939 before the Supreme Soviet. Molotov qualified Western countryfoes as aggressors and denounced the idea of a war which would be waged for the destruction of Hitlerism. Such a war, he said, would be an ideological war, a sort of the religious. 270. War of the Middle Ages. The speech developed this idea too. During the last few months no D&Ns such as those of aggression and aggressor have received a new content. Germany finds itself in the situation of the state that aspires for peace, while France and England are for the continuation of war. The roles are changing, UCC. Molotov, therefore, presents Nazi Germany as obeying peaceful intentions. One of the justifications of the Pact of Friendship was, moreover, that it enabled the USSR to reinforce its relations with Germany and 10 give a political support to its aspirations for peace. 7 It will be seen that all these assertions will be forgotten after the Germany aggression against the USSR. The revision will then go so far that Stalin will assert later that ever since 1939 the war had an anti-fascist character. Thus, in his election speech of 9 February 1946 he was to declare, ITF. The Second World War had from the very beginning an anti-fascist and freedom-giving character. One of its tasks was the re-establishment of democratic liberties, the entry of the Soviet Union into the war against the Axis. S8 could only reinforce the anti-fascist and freedom-giving character. 9F the CIS_DORL war. 8. However, in 1940, the Pact of Friendship signed in September was the starting point for a totally different discourse of a new presentation of the international situation. It was also the starting point F9RA. New tension of commercial accords between Germany IT and the USSR. This latest accord was expected to increase considerably the deliveries to Th Reich in order to reinforce its war economy and to help it in overcoming difficulties born of the 1 JJI Anglo-French commercial blockade. IT. J. The tone of the Soviet press towards Germany and of messages F the IEDRS. Of the USSR to the leaders one of the Reich were especially warm. Thus for Stalin's 60th birth anniversary when, he had, received greetings from, Hitler and Ribbentrop, he Class Struggles J and the USSR 271 sent a telegram to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Hitler in which he had said, the friendship between the peoples of the Soviet Union and Germany, cemented through blood, has all the reasons for remaining solid and durable. 9 The tone remained the same till the victorious offensive of the German army in France, which gave rise to disquiet of which a feeble echo could be found in the Soviet press. However, Germany continued to be shown as a peace-loving power facing the instigators of war. Most speeches of Hitler were reproduced by Soviet newspapers. This attitude was particularly clear during the first half of 1940 when a new economic agreement was concluded with Germany which considerably increased the supply of Soviet raw materials to the Reich. In 1940 until the German attack against the USSR, the aggressive acts of Germany were not presented as such. For example, the occupation of Denmark and Norway in April 1940, the invasion of Belgium and Holland in May 1940, and the German and Italian aggressions against the Balkan countries in 1940 and early in 1941. Soviet propaganda said nothing that would shock Nazi leaders. The government and censors saw to it that nothing was pointed that could give offense to Germany or Italy. In this respect, Ernst Fischer, who represented the Austrian CP in the CI apparatus, cites a significant fact. In the beginning of 193-9, he had finished writing a small book called The Fascist Theory of Race, which contained, among other things, a chapter on the Jewish question. This book was about to come out of the press at the time of German-Soviet Pact. The authorization to publish was revoked. The Glablet asked him to take out this chapter. He hesitated for a long time and then accepted to do so. His book could appear without this chapter and under the name Reactionary Theory of Race. However, things had taken such a long time that when the book came out the German army had invaded the Soviet Union. The Glablet then intervened again that another chapter be taken out and the chapter on the Jewish question be reinstated. Finally, that was 272 Charles Bettelheim. The form in which the book came out, with the title Fascist Theory of Race IO. This example shows how particular the Soviet government was, from 1939 to June 1941, not to displease the Nazi government. A circular had even been sent out to the camps to prohibit wardens from treating political prisoners' views as fascists. 11. When the pact was concluded it largely paralysed the activity of the CI, but the international apparatus installed in Moscow continued to function till the summer of 1943. 12. And sent out, as always, directives and/or analyses in agreement with the requirements of Soviet diplomacy. For the CI, as for the USSR, the war going on was simply an imperialist war in which France and England were the aggressors. The CPS in different countries were asked to agitate accordingly. Those who tried to react otherwise were called to order. Thus, according to the Romanian historian Viorica Moișac, the RCP had called in September 193-9 for a struggle against fascism and Nazi Germany and appeared to have been called to order by the CI. 13. As for the PCF, it immediately approved the German-Soviet Pact and presented it as an act of peace, but it began by adopting a patriotic position. It voted the military budget, reaffirmed its anti-Hitlerism, while Maurice Thérèse joined his regiment with the recommendation of the Party 14. However, after the entry of Soviet troops in Poland, the PCF lined up B and D the positions of the USSR and the CI and asked that one end be put to the war against Germany. Moreover, on September 27, 1939, the PCF is banned. When France was occupied, the CP tried at first to negotiate with the occupants the legal reappearance of its organ I Humanite. The delegation in charge of this negotiation was Maurice Triand, in charge of international relations. Negotiations evidently broke down. It was only very slowly that the PCF changed its orientation towards one of active resistance that it carried out later. 15. But, meanwhile, German-Soviet relations were at first to worsen and finally change radically when Germany invaded the USSR. 273. Section 3. The territorial expansion of the USSR in the beginning of 1940. The territorial expansion of the USSR and the extension of its sphere of influence did not stop with the operations carried out in the autumn of 1939. Other operations were to join them. At first, in his speech of October 31, 193-9, Molotov presented his territorial demands to Finland. Asserting that the frontier of this country was too near Leningrad and constituted a danger, Molotov asked that this frontier go back by a few dozen kilometers. Further, he asked that Finland offer a naval base to the USSR in the northern part of the Gulf of Finland. By way of compensation he proposed the ceding of wider Soviet territories to the north of the USSR. Finland rejected this demand but accepted to negotiate. In November, the Soviets assert that the Finns had bombed their frontiers and killed several soldiers. On November 29, the USSR used the pretext of this incident to declare that the non-aggression pact between the two countries was violated and that it was, therefore, free from its obligation. War was declared against Finland. The press published threatening articles of the type "Let us sweep away the Finnish adventurists from the face of the earth." On December 2, the Soviet newspapers announced the formation of a People's Government of Finland. This government was formed by a few Finnish communists living since a long time in the USSR, the majority of them working in the apparatus of the CI. On December 3, the Soviet press announced that the USSR had signed a mutual help and friendship pact with this government, and it indicated that the pact would be ratified at Helsinki by the two parties. This implied that the Soviet leaders did not recognize any more the government in place in the Finnish capital and proposed to install a so-called people's government. In fact, on the ground things did not develop the way the USSR wished. The Red Army suffered heavy losses and marked 27/Charles J. Bettelheim. Time for several weeks. This led the Germans to make a more negative judgment than before about the military capacity of the Red Army. As a result of this aggression, the USSR was expelled from the League of Nations. The Soviet leaders even feared that this would become an occasion for a reconciliation between Germany and the Westerners and that the USSR would have to pay the price for it. 16. In January 1940, the Soviet offensive was still blocked despite the heavy losses suffered. Finally, after having brought in reinforcements and changed the command, a new offensive is unleashed on February 11, 1940. This one only made an advance of a few kilometers possible through the fortified line that protected the Finnish frontier. New reinforcements had to be brought in to mount a new offensive on February 28. A few days later, the Finnish resistance was sufficiently broken for the government at Helsinki to propose negotiations. Moscow had then completely forgotten the People's Government. It spoke of it no more and negotiated with Helsinki on a peace treaty which was signed on March 12. This treaty was harder for Finland than what Molotov has asked in October. 170. The initiatives of the USSR in Poland and in Finland revealed the existence of Soviet expansionism, which aimed not only at bringing Russian lands together but also which nursed larger ambitions. From June 1940, in the aftermath of the victorious lightning offensive of German troops in France, Soviet expansionism showed itself up again, and in two directions. At first in the direction of the Baltic states. They were already placed under the guardianship of the Soviet Union as a consequence of the German-Soviet Pact. They were accused of violating mutual assistance pacts binding them to the USSR. Moscow sent them an ultimatum which ended in the formation of coalition governments controlled by Soviet commissars supported by the Red Army. According to the Russian press, these events were received with enthusiasm in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Election were organized where only candidates chosen by the FRKL-CPS advised by the NKVD could contest. New governments are formed. They put an end to spontaneous occupations of 275. factories, nationalist industry, and requested incorporation of their country into the Soviet Union. And this was granted. Pravda could then write, the son of Stalinist constitution now spread its beneficent rays on new territories, on new peoples. 18 In practice, one then saw the growth in mass deportations of those whom the NKVD accused of being hostile to the USSR. The operations of the Red Army in the Baltic countries raised doubts in Germany. Therefore, a Soviet declaration on June 23 emphasized that Soviet troops were spread out in the Baltic states and were not concentrated on the German frontier. The declaration added that the measures taken by the USSR have only the aim of safeguarding the mutual assistance between the Soviet Union and these countries. 19 A few days after the entry of the Red Army in the Baltic countries, Soviet expansionism developed in another direction, towards Romania. On June 26, Moscow sent an ultimatum to the government of this country. This ultimatum required the immediate return to the USSR of Bessarabia. It asked, further, for the transfer to the USSR of Northern Bukovina, which was never a part of the Tsarist Empire and on which German-Soviet accords were silent. The Romanian government said it was ready to negotiate, but on June 28 the Red Army entered these two regions they had claimed. They are later annexed. 5 months later, Romania joined the Axis. Section 4. The progressive transformation of German-Soviet relations. A certain transformation in the German-Soviet relations becomes perceptible after the invasion of France by the Wehrmacht. The quickness of the military campaign had caused worry to the Soviet government, which expected a long conflict, more or less similar to that of the First World War. The capitulation of France created fear in the leadership of the Soviet Party because the 276 Charles Bettelheim situation in Western Europe had made available high contingents of the Wehrmacht likely henceforth to be deployed elsewhere. This situation drove Moscow not only to speed up its action in Romania but also to raise again the themes of Panslavism and to reactivate its economic and political relations with Yugoslavia. The USSR then raised the old tablerie of the straits that limited the movements of its naval fleet between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. These Soviet initiatives are badly received by the Reich, which tended to limit its deliveries to the USSR. In the speech delivered on August 1, 1940 to the Supreme Soviet, Molotov submits a boastful balance sheet of the assets of the German-Soviet Entente. He feted the incorporation into the USSR of 23 million inhabitants in less than a year. He wanted to assure himself about the future. While attacking British imperialism, he emphasized the English willingness to continue the combat. And even allude to the idea of a later intervention of the United States. He suggested that the decision of Churchill to send Stafford Cripps as ambassador to Moscow could mark the desire of England to improve its relations with us, and yet, this appointment was not followed by any serious negotiation, as Moscow refused to tackle any problem seriously. The USSR made note of the hardening of German positions in the Balkans. Nazi troops penetrated into Romania and, in September 1940, the Reich gave its guarantee to what remained of this country. This decision was evidently aimed at the Soviet Union. Hungary then joined the Axis. The USSR protested only indirectly by publishing press tracts hostile to this membership. Despite this oration in the situation in the Balkan countries, the Reich made a few gestures in the autumn of 1940 to improve the German-Soviet diplomatic relations. Thus, while signing the tripartite agreement between Germany, Italy, and Japan, September 27, 1940, a door was left open for cooperation with the USSR. It was, of course, a way of letting England know that it was futile to continue to resist a strong military bloc. On 13 October 1940, Ribbentrop sent a long letter to Stalin. It said that England could not hold out for long and suggested that Molotov came to Berlin so that Hitler could explain to him. 277. Personally, his views on the relations between our two countries, he added, and emphasized, of course, it belongs to the four powers to adopt long-term policy involving a delimitation of their spheres of interest on a large scale. 20 In November 1940, Molotov went to Berlin for very firm negotiations with Hitler and Ribbentrop. He wanted to know accurately what the intentions of the signatories of the tripartite accord were in Europe and in Asia. He was especially disturbed by German intentions in the Balkans, Finland, and Turkey. He reiterated the interest that the USSR took in Bulgaria and in the Straits, but reacted with coldness to the project submitted to him by Ribbentrop about changing the tripartite pact into quadripartite pact. The stay of Molotov did not bear any fruit. The common communiqué at the end, published in Pravda on November 15, showed that no result was achieved. However, on November 25, 1940, Kremlin hands over to Schulenburg, the German ambassador, a memorandum which explains the conditions for the entry of the Soviet Union in this tripartite pact. 1. The space to the south of Batum and Baku in the direction of the Persian Gulf should be considered as the center of gravity of the aspirations of the USSR. 2. German troops should evacuate Finland. 3. Bulgaria would become a Soviet protectorate by the signature of a mutual assistance pact. 4. A Soviet base would be installed in the zone of the Straits on the Turkish territory. 5. Japan should give up its concessions for petrol and coal in the Sakhalin Islands. 21. These Soviet demands had no response. We now know that a few days after this Soviet memorandum was received, on December 18, 1940, Hitler took the decision to invade the USSR in 1941. This decision corresponded to what was called the Barbarossa Plan, which was initially proposed to enter into operation on May 15, 1941. 22. Germany used the Soviet memorandum to frighten the concerned countries, and the Wehrmacht entered Bulgaria in January 1941. This country joined the Axis in the month of March. Moscow appeared willing to ignore the twist which was now taken. In the beginning of 1941, Molotov made inquiries about 278 Charles Bettelheim. An answer to the proposals made by Stalin, and on January 11 Moscow signed a new economic agreement with Germany. Soviet deliveries to the Reich grew in volume. Germany thus received large quantities of wheat, cotton, petrol, manganese, chromium, copper, and rubber. A part of these products had, incidentally, been bought from the United States. Simultaneously, German deliveries to the USSR practically vanished. In the last months of the spring of 1941, the Soviets furnished goods probably in the hope of improving German-Soviet relations. In reality, these relations only deteriorated, especially when Nazi troops entered Yugoslavia in the beginning of April, a few hours after the USSR had signed a one pact of friendship and non-aggression with the newly formed government of that country. The USSR did not, moreover, react to this invasion nor to that of Greece, but these military operations and the resistance met with by German troops led Hitler to push back the invasion of the USSR to June 22. Some of the decisions of the Soviet leaders show that they were aware that a threat was ripening. On April 13, the USSR achieved a diplomatic success by signing a non-Agreement pact with Japan, which reduced the threat to the far eastern frontiers of the USSR with an intention to face better situation that was deteriorating in Europe. Stalin became the head of the government. 9 On May 6, he replaced Molotov as the president of the Council of People's Communists. Molotov became the vice president and retained the portfolio of foreign affairs. However, decisions taken by the Soviet leaders indicate that they did not believe that a German attack was imminent. They even seemed to imagine that it could be avoided or, at least, put off by gestures of servility towards Germany and by abstaining from taking any precautionary steps so as not to provoke the Wehrmacht. Among the gestures of gratuitous servility, one may mention the closure of embassies and legations in Moscow. Of a certain number of countries occupied by the Reich, I.ch was tantamount T.9 de facto arcog high 9. 1:1 of RGRM3 and conquests _Firth _R, O July 14, a communique from the Soviet news agency TASS declared that in 279. The eyes of the Soviet government, Germany scrupulously respects the clauses of the Non-Aggression Pact, and that rumors about Germany having the intention of revoking the pact and attacking the USSR were without any basis whatever. In fact, the Soviet government refused to take into consideration indications communicated to it on the imminence of the German attack, whether these came from Churchill, through Maysky, who was the Soviet ambassador in London, from Zarga, or from Trepper, chief of the Red Orchestra set up in Brussels. In order to give evidence of its confidence in German leaders, Moscow did not take any precautionary steps on its frontiers. Till the end, it wanted to treat Germany as a friendly power. Thus, when on June 22, Molotov received Schulenburg in the morning, who read to him a message from Hitler amounting to a declaration of war, he did not know what to say. But that is war. Do you think we had deserved it? 24. Section 5 ITHE Beginning of War. We do not propose to analyze here the military events of the first few months of war, but to recall rapidly what happened then. 25 In order to spotlight how little the Soviet army was then prepared to face Hitler's Aggressive. This poses a series of questions on the nature of relations that the Stalinist leaders had considered possible with Nazi Germany, on the degree of material preparedness of the Soviet army, on the military doctrine and the mental preparation of the soldiers and of the Soviet population. This last point has a special importance because it throws light on the type of support that the people of the USSR gave to the regime and to the Stalinist party. To begin with, a few facts. In less than 5 months, the Wehrmacht occupied the Baltic countries, the portion annexed from Poland by the USSR, the whole of Byelorussia, a major portion of 280 Charles Bettelheim, Ukraine, and arrived at the gates of Leningrad, and within 100 kilometers of Moscow. It had taken the major part of the Donets and the north of Cri1 These territories used to yield before the war the major portion of industrial production and accounted for 40% of the population. The Red Army thus underwent in a short time a series of serious defeats, and a number of its divisions had allowed themselves to be encircled. More than 2 million Soviet soldiers were then taken prisoners. It was a military disaster without precedent. 26 The later reversals of the relationship of forces and the final victory of the Red Army on Y appears more impressive because of it. However, initial defeats remain to be explained. A number of factors were at the origin of this defeat. Only the most important can be enumerated here. The first, and officially recognized, factor was that Soviet leaders were surprised by the German attack, despite all notices they had received. 27. They did not believe that an attack was imminent. A few hours after the German attack, Molotov announced it and added, "This attack against our country is an act of perfidy without precedent in the history of civilized nations. This attack was launched despite the existence of a non-aggression pact which we have respected at all times in all its clauses. Most scrupulously, the Germans had never had the smallest motive to accuse the USSR of having failed in its obligations." The speech of Molotov ended by an appeal to close the ranks and by proclaiming the certitude of victory. However, major themes were those of Nazi perfidy, of surprises of the Soviet government, and the assertion that the USSR was ready for any concessions to avoid conflict. 28. All the evidence confirms that Stalin received the news of the German attack as an inconceivable thing which he was not 28J- prepared to believe in the first place. Further, he let several days elapse before issuing directives, 29 and 10 days before speaking to the country. He did so, at last, on July 3, when heavy losses were already suffered. In his speech, he goes back to the themes of surprise and of perfidy. Thus, he declared, "Fascist Germany has violated with perfidy and with suddenness the pact of non-Aggressive." 30. The word perfidy recurs constantly in this speech, as if the aggression of Hitler was not only unexpected in practice but also morally inconceivable. The surprise alluded to by Stalin does not get in as a simple argument in the speech to explain the enormous territorial and military losses suffered by the USSR. Several facts show that this surprise was real. Despite all the information received by the Soviet government on the nearness of the German attack, the USSR had not taken any steps for mobilization and, as Stalin accepts, the Red Army had not taken itself to the frontier. 31. Official Soviet history reveals to what point the Red Army was unprepared to face the German attack on June 22, particularly the Soviet troops on the frontier zones were dispersed over wide areas, in depth going from 90 to 500 kilometers. It specifies: the entire defense of the frontier of the USSR was founded on the hypothesis that a German attack by surprise was out of question. 32. It should also be pointed out that the German-Soviet pact, far from being used as giving the USSR breathing time to prepare itself to resist a Nazi Angriffsziehen, better was followed by steps which weakened the defenses of the USSR. For example, old fortified frontiers which formed a strong line from the Baltic to the Black Sea were dismantled, and there was an absence of any conversion of Soviet industry into a war industry capable of sustaining the shock treatment by German armies. No plan at all of any mobilization was prepared. 33. Even when the German attack had begun, Stalin was still unprepared to believe its reality. He asserted that only some isolated detachments of German army had entered into action. 282. Charles Attj/Helm. Acting against the orders of Hitler, in order to provoke the USSR with a view to start war. Consequently, he gave orders, kept in force for a long time, resulting in heavy losses, not to fight back the Germans and not to give a riposte to German aerial attacks. Thus, the majority of Soviet planes were kept on the ground, so much so that a portion of the Soviet Air Force was destroyed on the spot since June 22 without even having given a fight. The German army thus advanced with hardly any resistance and without any monument. 9R bridge being destroyed. 34. The refusal of the Soviet government to get ready to face German aggression. AD then recognize its reality, and even all the discourses on Germany _sh9w an astonishing confidence in the solidity of the pact /J included with Hitler, and once the war had begun, an extraordinary fear to look the reality in face. However, military disasters that continued to pile one on top of another for several months were not merely the effect of surprise of the early days. These disasters had deep-seated causes, among which the decapitation suffered by the Red Army in 1937 to 1938 and the unreal character of Soviet strategic theory. This theory is written into the rules of 193-9 for the Red Army as ALS in other documents. As the Soviet historiography sees it, these texts negate the efficiency of the Blitzkrieg, presented as an outdated bourgeois theory. Soviet military theory was all based on the principle of offensive, which would aim at the complete destruction of the enemy on his own territory. Consequently, the possibility of a forced retreat was not examined attentively, and the problem of large forces having to cut off a thread of encirclement was never examined seriously. 35. Now, almost all the battles which the Red Army had to wage till in the autumn of 1941 are parties of encirclement. The military doctrine at the beginning of the war corresponded to a erection of the theories of Tukhachevsky. 36. CLAS/STR11R Lee, S in the USSR. 283. Condemned and shot with thousands of other officers in 1937, on the pretext of a so-called treachery. In fact, the refusal to recognize the realism of the theories of Tukhachevsky was based upon the desire of the party leadership to conserve an upper hand on the functioning of the army, while the conception of war propounded by Tukhachevsky implied a great mobility of the armed forces and high technical competence on its part. It limited the day-to-day control which the party could exert on the army. The crushing sacrifices in 1937 of military cadres also explains the defeats of the early months of the war. Another explanatory factor, insufficiency of material means as against those available to the German army. In fact, between 193-9 and 1941 the ratio of material forces between the Wehrmacht and the Red Army had evolved to the detriment of the Red Army. Despite an effort at large-scale but partial Soviet rearmament, the Red Army was much less well equipped than the enemy in artillery, tanks, and planes. New and excellent models of planes and tanks began to be delivered to the Red Army in 1941, but in laughable quantities, so much so that the outdated material was withdrawn without being replocked. 37 All these explanatory factors for the gigantic initial defeat went hand in hand with another fundamental factor, the lack of combativity of a portion of troops and innumerable surrenders. In his speech on July 3, Stalin had already expressed his disquiet strongly on this situation and had denounced it with vigor. This speech clearly bears evidence that there existed in the ranks of the army and in the country a state of mind which caused Stalin great concern. He returned to this subject many times to proclaim it is necessary that there be no place in our ranks for crybabies and the weak at heart, the panic-mongers and deserters. We have to organize a relentless struggle against the chaos makers at the back, deserters, panic-mongers. 38. 284 Charles J. Jettel CLM. It was not so much an matter of never-ending denunciation of the enemies in our ranks but one of hard reality which confirmed the military canoniques of July. The rupture between the population and the regime pointed, in the early days of the war, to a portion of the population of the occupied territories to organize themselves and try setting up a collaboration with the German army or administration and bring to the Germans the opportunity of being able to recruit a large number of anti-Soviet elements while the party had practically crumbled in these territories, such being its credibility. The horrors committed by Nazi troops later transformed this situation. 39. While in large areas remaining under Soviet control, the party attempted for a while to manage affairs differently than they had for years, thus giving rise to the hope of a liberalization of the regime. Thus very rapidly the war well and truly changed into a patriotic war, especially for the Russian people. To come back to the events of the beginning of the war and to the German-Soviet pact, one can evidently wonder if it was paying for the leaders of the USSR. This question was often raised. This is not pertinent because it leads to an impasse on a fundamental fact. In the situation in which the USSR found itself in 1939 by the fault of its government, the pact was inevitable, there was no other foreign policy available to it. On the other hand, the use to which the fact of having signed the pact was put by the Soviet leaders was significant for two reasons. Firstly, they had largely wasted time which the pact had given them for a win. The effort to arm was badly tackled. Moreover, during the period between the signing of the pact and the aggression by Hitler, the Soviet leaders were incapable of improving the relations of the party and the power with the population. On the other hand, these years were characterized by an increase in exploitation of workers and by brutal requirements imposed on the working class, mainly through work legislation. On the other hand, Soviet leaders had used the pact to practice an expansionist and chauvinist policy. Molotov could well proclaim in his speech of August 1940 that by extending its power over new territories, the USSR had brought about a 285 important increase in power and in territory. He was losing sight of the fact that this expansionism had in no way improved the state of defense of the USSR. The Soviet armed forces were further dispersed, their lines of communication were considerably lengthened and, above all, they crossed the territories whose population was particularly hostile. Thus, the territorial expansion of which Molotov was so proud was militarily useless and even harmful. It revealed, for example, the imperialist nature of Soviet power, its scorn for people, its avarice, and its affinities with Nazism and imperialism. Footnotes 1. Cf. Jacques Martin, OPCIT, p.87s, which cites the secret protocol of August 23 and gives extracts from later German-Soviet treaties which also placed Lithuania in the sphere of Soviet influence. 2. Among those who were thus handed over to the Gestapo were militants condemned to death in Germany, such as the young German worker or the Hungarian journalist Bloch, about whom Margara Buber-Newman has spoken in her book, La Révolution Mondiale, OPCIT, p.397. She herself went over from Soviet camps to Hitlerite camps. 3 CFA.Worth, OPCIT, p.62-63. 4. Of the 230,000 prisoners, 82,000 alone survived and rejoined later, after the German Aggressionszion against the USSR, either the Anders Army, or the Berlin Army. The first ones knew bared about 75,000 and the second 7,000. Polish army men dead during deportation or executed were thus 148,000. Among them figure 12,000 to 15,000 officers. Dead bodies of more than 4,000 of these last ones were FO_ND at the charnel house of Katyn, where they were struck down in the spring of 1940. 5. A. Worth, OPCIT, p.64. 6. New York Times, November 1, 1939. 7 CFF.Claudon, OPCIT, t.1, p.348 and A.Worth, OPCIT, t.1__p.66. 286 Charles Bet/Helm. SCT, Stalin Obraz, t.16, Paris, North by East, 1975, p.188-189. 9a. /Vorth, OPCIT, p.73. 10 CT, Ernst Fischer, and Opposing Allen, London, 1974, p.352. 11. Leopold Trepper, Le Grand Jeu, Memoires du Chef de/Orchestre Rouge, Paris, Albin Michel, 1975, p.110, no.I. 12. The CI was officially dissolved on June 10, 1943 through a resolution of May 15 of the Presidium of the EC. This resolution would appear to have been approved by the CPS of a certain number of countries. In fact, everything seems to point out that the decision was taken by Soviet leaders, in order to improve their relations with Western powers and to get ready for a distribution of spheres of influence between them and the Soviet Union. The already cited book of F. Claudon gives the principal official texts concerning this dissolution, a bibliography of the fundamental works on this decision, and an analysis of the CN which it was taken, OPCIT, TL, p.20-49. 13 CFV. La Dipl, Bucharest, Publications of the Academy of the SR of Romania, 1971, especially p.237, cf. Also Stefan Lach and Georgi Tsutsui, La Roumanie et la Conférence de Paris de 1946, Cluj, 1978. These authors refer to a directive of the CI in May 1940 figuring in the archives of the CC of the RCP, Fund 1, Acts, number 167, p.15-22. 14. A short while later, Thérèse was to receive the order of the CI to assemble the Center of Liaison and Direction set up at Brussels. Therefore, he deserts from the French army. Later, he was asked to leave Brussels for Moscow, where he remained till November 27, 1944, Pas, F. Yard, 1980 and 1981, mainly p.494 of Volume 1 and p.78 of Volume 2. 15. On the policy of the PCF during the war, see the last part of the first volume of Philippe Robrière, Histoire intérieure. OPCIT, the Book of Courtois, Le Parti communiste dans la guerre, Paris, Ramsey, 1979, and the article of Denis Pchonsky, La demande d'apparition légale de l'humanité in le mouvement social, no.I 13, 1980. 16 CFA.Worth, OPCIT, t.1, p.74-75. 17 On the War of Finland, cf. Ibid, p.78-79 and Jacques Martin, OPCIT, p.92s. 18 cf. David G. Dahlin, Soviet Russia's Foreign Policy 1939-1942, New Haven, 1942, p. 259, cited by R.C. Wesson, OPCIT, p. 145-146. 19A Worth, OPCITT. I, p. 86. 20. Cited in A. Worth, OPCIT, T.L, p. 97. 21 cf. Nazi-Soviet Relations, Washington, 1948, p. 238-239, Declarations of Ribbentrop at Nuremberg, Proceedings of the Trial, Volume X, p. 328-329, cited by Jacques Martin, OPCIT, p. 99. 22 CFR.G. Wesson, OPCIT, p. 153. 23. Since 1931, when Japan had committed aggression in China, and once again since 1935 when the Japanese army invaded northern China, tension had grown between the USSR and Japan, whose troops faced Ioni another many times when the USSR gave up, in 1937, the politics of appeasement which it was practicing till then. Moreover, Soviet troops won local victories which were not negligible, and the USSR, having concluded a non-aggression pact with China, began supplying arms to the government of Chiang Kai-shek. Towards the end of 1939, after the conclusion of the German-Soviet Pact, confrontation between Soviet and Japanese troops stopped. 6 volumes, 1960 to 1965. See also the very important work of Alexander Nekrich, the June 22, 1941, Moscow, 1965, translated into French under the title L'Armée Rouge assassinée OPCIT, and the book of Pyotr Grigorenko, Stalin et l'Deuxième Guerre mondiale, Paris, Elhern, 1969, in which can be found references to the censored reviews of Nekrich's book in the USSR, and the discussions which 288 Charles Bettelheim. This book raised 26 CFA. Worth, La Russie en Guerre, OPCIT, p. 115 to 221, and A. Dahlin, La Kuc sous la botte nazie Paris, Fayard, 1970. 27. C and P. Brouet, Le Parti Bolsheviki, OPCIT, pa 16. A list of warnings received by the Soviet government, which was even informed of the day and hour of the German attack. Cf. also Roy Medvedev, Faux il réhabilitateur st line? Paris, SCU 2, 1969. 28 CFA. Worth, OPCIT, p. 137. 2930. 3132. 33. 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 39. CFR. Medvedev, Faux il réhabilitateur Stalin, OPCIT, cf. Stalin, Ovras. One should mention those found in the work of Pyotr Grigorenko, Stalin et l'Deuxième Guerre mondiale, OPCIT, mainly p. 118s. Cf. Ivofs, A. Worth, OPCIT, T.L, p. 128 to 136, P. Brouet, OPCIT, p. 417. Ivofs, Volume I, Site 4 in A. Worth, OPCIT, p. 117, /I. What was most _ tragic was that it was the German army that got hold of these theories and put them into practice, as shown by P. Grigorenko in High Book, Stalin et l'Deuxième Guerre mondiale, OPCIT, p. 82-83. Ivofs, Volume I, p. 415-4J6, p. 455, p. 475-476. Cf. Stalin, Ovras, t. 16, p. 16 and p. 17. On this question, see the work of A. Dijin Alred cited, La Russie sous la bot nazie. Cf. D. Grigonenko, OPCIT, p.117-12-6. R. Class Struggles in the USSR 289. Postface. In order not to conclude, we come to the end of our inquiry into the Soviet system born of the changes and the struggles of the 1930s. This inquiry does not lead us to Dr. wing of any formal conclusions. In fact, its very object prohibits us from doing so because it constitutes a totality which became system and which continues to undergo transformations. Hence the constant need for new and multiple analyses. Under these conditions, it would be vain to want to freeze the results obtained in order to present them in the illusory form of a total vision. Let us recall, however, some of the results of this inquiry. The economic, social, and political changes of the 1930s in the USSR made it possible for a new type of capitalism to be installed, a party capitalism, marked by specific conditions of its emergence and containing a new type of dominating class, a party bourgeoisie. At the end of the L930s, during the war and immediately after the war, political power was concentrated at the top of the party, whose leading group found itself closely dependent on the general secretary who exercised an autocratic dictatorship to which no political force and social layer could offer effective resistance because the terrorist forms of power and the forms of official ideology paralyzed very organized action. For a part of the war, some of the characteristics of this system of political and ideological domination appeared to have become somewhat blurred, but once the conflict was over, they asserted themselves once again and strongly. The state terrorism and repression functioned more implacably than ever, striking millions of men of all milieus, including the close collaborators of Stalin. When Stalin died, in the beginning of March 1953, a widespread purge was in preparation. It should have continued. 290 Charles Bettelheim 1. The wave of repression and terror which had extended its scope in the aftermath of the war to the countries occupied by the USSR where people's democracies had been installed. The economic, social, and political system of those people's democracies was asked to reproduce the essential traits of the Soviet system to which they were closely subjugated. Some major events of /95,3 and 4 the years that followed. The difficult coalitions in which the replacement of Stalin was carried out at the head of the Soviet Union revealed that the system existing at that time was not capable of ensuring regular forms of devolution of power. In fact, this replacing could only be ensured at the end of a series of confederations. Nikita S. Khrushchev, in league with Malenkov and Molotov, eliminated Beria in the beginning of the summer of 1953. The police chief was then arrested, tried, and executed later. In September 1953 Khrushchev became the first secretary of the party. In February 1955, Khrushchev elected an degree Malenkov who has been till then the president of the council. He was replaced by Bulganin. Khrushchev held most of the power and, in May 1955, he signed the Warsaw Pact which linked the people's democracies militarily with the USSR. From September, East Germany, now the German Democratic Republic, also joined this pact. The personal character of the leadership of the party and the state by Khrushchev became clear in 1956, during the XX Congress, and even more, in July 1957, when with the help of Zhukov Khrushchev went about eliminating the anti-party group. In October 1957, Khrushchev further strengthened his power by getting rid of Mars.ha. Zhukov was divested of all his functions. On March 27, 1958 the first secretary also became the president of the council. 6 years later, in October 1964, it is the tough of Kyish Hevob divested ofau his if Urictions.I. He as readed by the Central 291 Committee. In the course of the 6 years of his greatest power, the first secretary had aroused ever-increasing discontent of his colleagues of the Presidium and the Secretariat. The charges made against him were very many, an increasingly more personalized leadership of the party, attacks on the prerogatives of the apparatus, reverses in foreign policy, disastrous results of its agricultural policy, and deterioration of the relations of the first secretary with the army. Leonid I. Brezhnev replaced Khrushchev at the head of the party. The period which began then was marked by the quasi-continuous consolidation of the powers of Leonid Brezhnev. This consolidation can be seen from the extension of the domains where the first secretary intervened directly. Thus, in the beginning of 1976, Brezhnev became Marshal of the USSR and assumed the presidentship of the Defense Council. A year later, he eliminated Podgorny from his function as the president of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, thus practically becoming the head of state and taking charge of the whole of the problems of foreign policy which he was, incidentally, already supervising earlier. From 1964, we see a regular increase in the international interventions of the USSR with a rising scope. These interventions, buttressed by a military power in rapid expansion, increasingly gave to the USSR a new status as a world superpower. Consequently, the internal economic situation became more difficult. In August 1968, the occupation of Czechoslovakia, whose party had strayed from the line proposed by Moscow, was still presented as a defensive operation to maintain the status quo resulting from the World War. But in the course of outside operations carried out later, the USSR could not claim any recognized international treaty in support. It acted under the pretext of fraternal help. It sent into the concerned countries military specialists or took help of certain armed contingents. These operations concerned notably South Yemen, Ethiopia. 292 Charles Bettelheim. Angola and Indecent 1 Ber 1979, Afghanistan. This country was then invaded by Soviet troops supposedly to bring their cooperation to a government whose chief is assassinated forthwith. The invasion of Afghanistan opens a war which put the people of this country against the Soviet army, depending upon weak and hardly trustworthy local elitary orcs. A glance at these events show that during the last 3 decades the Soviet political scene had undergone a number of upsets, while the rise of military power of the USSR made it a state intervening on a world scale. This led it to increasingly come up against the United States and, also, to enter into different accords with that country with a view to holding more or less in check the military competition that was becoming dangerous. The new status of the Soviet on Reted. Above 11 on the build-up of an enormous war apparatus and on impressive industrial development. One of the questions which arise is the following: to what extent the changes and the developments mentioned above had upset the totalitarian system built during the L930s. It is not easy to answer this question because the changes that intervened in the Soviet system were varied. However, we can say that the Stalinist system taken as a whole is still in place in the beginning of the L980s. Of course, some of its characteristics were modified under the pressure of a large number of contradictions and social forces at work. However, these modifications have not given birth to really new economic, social, and political structures. We can even say that they have enabled the old system to consolidate itself by transforming some secondary traits but without making it capable of solving adequately the contradictions which undermine it and which makes it less elements of continuity and what are the 293 elements of change which characterize the system and its functioning, that is to say, its practices. Further, we may emphasize straight away that the elements of continuity are to be found simultaneously in the political, ideological, and economic domains. In this last case, the primacy of accumulation and dictatorship of the capital over the workers and the peasants continue to dominate. To continuity and change in the political system and practices. One of the fundamental continuities between the present political system and the one that took shape in the 1930s is the role which devolves on the leadership of the party as the center of concentration of power. Despite secondary changes, it is always the leadership of the party which has taken decisions of a fundamental nature. Also, it is the leadership which enunciates the ideological formulations which had to be considered as just to receive respect. The party leadership continued to manage the privileges enjoyed by the dominating class and those, fewer in number, that benefited some layers of the exploited classes. It had always to take recourse to the political police which kept a close watch on the citizens and had wide powers to arrest suspects and have them condemned for years in camps, in prison, or in psychiatric hospitals. A. The relative effacement of the role of the SECUITY organs and state terror. However, after the death of Stalin, this a relative effacement of the role of state terror and security organs. This effacement is seen to have begun, immediately after Stalin's death, by Beria himself, who decided to set at liberty a small number of detainees and to release the doctors who were arrested under the charge of assassination of top leaders. This was the so-called plot by assassins in white aprons, as could be seen at the time of Stalin's death. The sentencing of the arrested doctors should have opened the way for new trials and a mass. 294 Charles Bettelheim. Deportation of Jews accused of Zionist and pro-American activities. After the elimination of Beria, the party leadership reduced the role of the organs of security and purged the MVD too. It split up the MVD into several administrations which were strictly subordinate to it. However, the representatives of the organs progressively acquire an increasing weight within the leading organs of the party. To offset the efforts made in the aftermath of Stalin's death to reduce the influence of the political police. The earliest decisions aimed at reducing this role could only be implemented, during the summer of 1953, with the cooperation of the top brass of the army. These decisions were evidence, firstly, of the desire of the members of the leading group to control the organs because they had themselves lived under the permanent fear of being arrested, accused of just anything whatever and condemned. A reduction in the autonomy of the organs was also desired by the cadres of the party, the state, the economy etc., who too, during the Stalin era, feared being arrested under one pretext or the other. The relative effacement of the role of the organs led to making their operations more selective. Consequently, one could henceforth express oneself a little more freely than in the last years of the Stalin era, and one feared less the possibility of arbitrary arrests. State terror, therefore, beats a retreat, as can be seen from a reduction in the number of those interned in the camps. Their number is still 2 to 3 million in the beginning of the L980s against, however, of nearly 8 million in 1952. The estimates concerning the number of those in the concentration camps, and all that we know about the arrests and trials on the smallest pretexts, show that if state terror was reduced, it was far from having disappeared altogether. It continued to strike at ordinary workers who, for harmless faults, could be subjected to punitive work. It struck also at the protesters and the dissidents. Generally speaking, the fear caused by the KGB was always enough to find quite easily witnesses needed to condemn anyone who needed to be so condemned. This was true even during the era described as the Thaw-3 during this period. 295. The recourse to psychiatric hospitals become more common. It stands for a particular form of state terrorism, less spectacular than the trials. Since about a decade, the recourse to psychiatric hospitals acquired new scope while the number of condemnations also increased. The limited character of the reduction in the role of the organs explains why the apparatus of repression remained extremely powerful. Thus, the KGB had at its disposal its own military force controlling 130,000 men equipped as infantry units, to which must be added 800,000 men of the MVD, as also a militia of 250,000 persons. The troops of the KGB and the MVD have their own parking lots, tanks, armored cars, and helicopters for. On the whole, the changes represented by the relative withdrawal of the role of security organs and state terror should not be overestimated. Repression is always there on a large scale, although it operates more selectively. Further, and in an arbitrary way, all means are kept in place so that the scope of repression could be widened at will. B.J. The substitution of an oligarchic leadership in place of an autocratic leadership. From the end of 1934 to March 1953, the power was, as we know, concentrated in the hands of Stalin, who ruled in an autocratic manner. Whenever he wanted, he would eliminate his closest collaborators, including those who formed part of the leading group. The death of Stalin was followed by an important change in this aspect of the functioning of the power apex. The leadership group is afraid that if its members snipe at one another, they would no longer remain in control of events. They tried, therefore, to govern collectively, with difficulty in the beginning but with greater success progressively. The idea was to prevent a new super chief bursting forth on the scene and drastically reducing the influence of the other members of the leadership. This change operated progressively and was frequently in trouble with opposite tendencies. 296. To begin, from 1953 to 1957 the struggles inside the leading group were intense. As we have seen, they end up in the preeminence of Khrushchev, who exercised a veritable personal power between July 1957 and October 1964. However, this persop.al power had nothing in common with the power that Stalin exercised, because the other members of the leading group were not at the mercy of the first secretary sh1ce. The organs and the army were not entirely subordinate to him. Phi collective character 6f. The authority of the leading group was of so:*arstht of the members of this group having their own power base more clearly defined than in the days of Stalin. This power.ae of their own correspo_ended to the domain of activity placed under the direction of the different members of leading groups. Arid-it was ars-o based upo_n the links which each one had woven with the different apparatuses and with those who happened to lead them. Their function was also stabilized as a result, by h.e more or less significant extent of the different fiefdoms and of the different clientele subordinate to him, and by his weight in political and economic life as a whole. JHEL, styars of the reign of Khrushchev were, however, inner ed.y.e orts deployee for by high T9 pound, 4, to the profit of his perso alpo T-P.is hierarchical structure d the administrative feudat P_rise, thus established. He attacked in particular certain phi fs colon underscore by dvdj. G them in order, to reduce te power of other members of T, he leading group, and G the role of important cadres not placed mediately under his J_authority. The aim was to try and render the system more flexible, and to restore an increasingly personal power. This at PTCAE. Up against the hostility of other members of the leading group. Added to the factors of discontent already mentioned, efforts made by Khrushchev to smash or reduce the solidity of hierarchical structures then in C/A.Ts struggles in the USSR 297. Existence led other leaders to oust him and replace him with a new first secretary on whom the leading group imposed a greater respect of the principles of a collective leadership. This did not prevent the totality of the system structures as also official ideology getting pushed in the direction of personalization of power, which incited those occupying the top slot to place themselves far above other members of the leadership. Thus, Brezhnev played an increasingly preeminent role. This became obvious after XXII Congress, when the post of the General Secretary was revived in his favor. However, this increased role of the General Secretary did not lead to the restoration of a veritable personal power, but rather to a greater personalization of power that he exercised. The signs of this personalization are many. Thus, the title of the Chief of the Party was bestowed on him by several speakers at the XXII Congress and on the 70th birthday of Brezhnev in 1976. He was even called the Vozhd, as Stalin used to be. It is nevertheless true that the position of Brezhnev would always be radically different from that of his predecessors, because the power he could exercise on the members of the leading group was much more limited. This limitation could be especially felt in the months between the death of Suslov and the death of Brezhnev himself on November 10, 1982. In fact, in the beginning of the L980s the peak of power was effectively occupied by 14 men, most of whom were simultaneously members of the Politburo and of the Secretariat. 5. That is what one may call the summit of the leading political oligarchy. The CC formed an oligarchical layer that was wider but whose powers were less. Finally, the political oligarchy, in a restricted sense, included beside the previously mentioned personalities, regional secretaries, and secretaries of cities and of more important districts as also some chiefs of the departments of the Central Committee of the CPSU. These leaders and these cadres taken as a whole formed a collectivity of a few hundred persons who constituted the political apparatus of the bourgeoisie of the party. This apparatus maintained with the whole of this class relations of cooperation, and this tended to put an end to open fights and 298 cha.csbctte/lwfm. Confrontations characteristic of the years 1930 to 1953. The top of the political oligarchy played a role of collective management of the party bourgeoisie. Henceforth, it ensured this management by following relatively precise rules in the matter of promotions and advancement. Because of these rules, a nomenclaturist could not be banished into oblivion. The relations between the leading groups of the party and the dominating class were thus peaceful. The earlier violence and arbitrariness were, to a large extent, given up. The power summit agreed to see the stabilization of a wide layer of cadres, administrators, leaders of enterprises in their position. The attempts to prevent this stabilization were generally seen to be factors that generated a veritable administrative and economic chaos. After the elimination of Khrushchev, the main apparatus had an increasing representation on the PB. The relationships which were established between the leading group and the apparatus were surely not exempt from contradictions, but an effort was constantly made to limit them and to avoid confrontations. Consequently, most decisions were essentially the result of bargaining which took into account the relationship of forces. Adoption of such a practice amounted to an important change in the form of regulating conflicts within the dominating class. The path of such a practice was the outcome of a thrust of various layers interested in making the system function more peacefully. This was, moreover, not achieved without impediments, as could be seen from the confrontations which came up between the leaders during the period 1953 to 1964. The peaceful resolution, through bargaining, of the contradictions between different layers of the dominant class became possible because these layers were, in practice, represented within the leading group across the apparatuses between whom they were distributed. Since 1976, one could consider that the army itself was represented on the Politburo by D.F. Ustinov, who joined this organ for the first time. Ustinov was Minister of Defense too since 1973 and was appointed Marshal of the USSR 3 months after his appointment to the ministerial post. It is 299. True that D.F. Ustinov was not an authentic army man by profession because he had risen from the Corps of Armament Engineers. In practice, he defended the interests of the army so that it could be in a position to come up to the requirements imposed on it by the political leadership. As for the KGB, its positions were strengthened since 1965 within the leadership organ 6 after the death of Brezhnev and the rise of Andropov as General Secretary. One could consider that the KGB occupied a decisive position in the party leadership. We must refer here to the increasing role played by the Soviet military-industrial complex in internal and international policy. In fact, there existed a set of forces which formed such a complex, enjoying considerable weight in the Soviet life because of the resources at its disposal, the positions occupied by those who are at its head, the prestige which surrounds them, and the importance which political leaders attach to military problems. This importance is due, among other things, to the burning memory which the defeat in the early days of the Second World War had left, to the scarcely glorious outcome of the crisis of the rockets in 1962, and also the ever-increasing worldwide political ambitions of Soviet leaders. The military-industrial complex was the beneficiary of numerous financial advantages and priorities in allocations of efficient researchers and cadres, in the supply of raw materials and inputs needed for its development. However, if the political and economic weight of the military-industrial complex was real, it would be misleading to see in it an independent force, because it was closely integrated and linked to the leading political oligarchy. On the whole, since 1953, and especially since I-964, there was increasing integration of the principal civil, military and security functions within the leading political oligarchy. These diverse functions were put into practice by different apparatuses. This institutionalization of functions made it possible for bargaining to be practiced inside a thin layer formed of principal members of the party hierarchy. It was within this layer that decisions were taken taking into account forces operating in the party bourgeoisie. Thus open confrontations were avoided and compromise solutions were sought. This practice had as a 300 Bettelheim counterpart an extraordinary immobilism of the political system. Such an immobilism that it made the system less and less capable of solving problems of increasing complexity which faced the country. Since a number of years, in fact, no major economic problem was the subject of decisions which would have brought a real solution for it. We can see that underscored by examining quickly what had become of the various reforms adopted since 1965. We must emphasize that Stalinist policy which sought to pulverize the bureaucracy by bestowing a privilege on vertical relations led, by a dialectical reversal, to the formation of bureaucratic bodies which, from the end of L-950s, defended their own interests within the leading group. The political changes which took place for nearly 3 decades had modified not the political system but only some aspects of its functioning. They made it possible to face issues of the moment, to let priority sectors of industry to make progress and to avoid bloody frictions between leaders, but they were not sufficient for solving increasing contradictions within the country and the Argonne. C. The policy of détente. The international policy of the leaders who succeeded Stalin appear to be characterized by a twist which would appear to have substituted a policy of détente in place of the Cold War of Stalin's era. Things are not all that simple. We surely witness from 1953 a withdrawal of open forms of the Cold War which was inaugurated by 2 speeches. The first of them was given by Stalin on February 9, 1946-7, and the other by Zdanov, unleashing the campaign against the influence of Western culture and laying the basis for the formation of Cominform. Later, the Cold War became hot with a series of military confrontations coming up with the support of the USSR. After the death of Stalin, the tune changed. It sang of peaceful coexistence and of détente. Important decisions intervened to give credibility to this new discourse. And 1. Therefore, the period of thought on the international level, the earliest of these periods, begins with Armistice in Corée, it 301. Continued till 1956 with the reduction by 1/3 of Soviet armed forces in 1955 and 1956, and one mutual recognition of the FRO and the USSR, and concluding a state treaty with Austria which put an end to the occupation of that country. This thaw was favored, on the part of the Soviet Union, by the need felt in that country to develop its exchanges with Western powers in order to import equipments and modern technology. It was facilitated also by the fact that the USSR, from 1955, was developing its thermonuclear arms. Henceforth, the Soviet Union participated more closely in the activities of the United Nations and undertook negotiations aimed at a concerted policy of arms limitation in 1956. This early thaw was interrupted by the Soviet intervention in Hungary and by the Franco-British intervention in the Suez Canal. After a period of tension, a new period of thaw opened up, in September 1960, with the journey of Khrushchev to the United States and his talks with President Eisenhower. This thaw was interrupted by the crisis of the rockets placed in Cuba. This crisis ended, as we know, by a compromise. Then began another period of thaw. It was developed under the frequently repeated catchword of détente, depending upon the moment it used to acquire very different connotations. During the end of the Khrushchev era, détente served especially as an agreement in favor of open cooperation between the USSR and the Western world. In the 1970s, when the rise of the Soviet Army, Navy, and Air Force was most marked, the discourse and efforts of Soviet leaders were once again oriented towards negotiating treaties of limitation of arms. These negotiations and the treaties concluded did not in any way put a stop to the armament policy of a wide reach followed by the USSR, but they made this policy appear as in conformity with accords previously signed with some great powers, the United States above all. The negotiations lead USSR, on the other hand, to limiting the Soviet aid to the Democratic Republic of Vietnam in its fight against American Zion. The theme of détente was accompanied, on the Soviet side, by a discourse preaching increases in cultural, technical, scientific, and economic exchanges with Western 302 countries. In fact, it was these three last mentioned types of exchanges which interested the USSR the most. It was within the framework of détente that Soviet leaders and the Western powers signed the Helsinki Accord, at the end of the conference in the city on July 31 and August 1975. For the Soviet government, this conference preserved the status quo inherited from the Second World War. In exchange, it agreed to sign a document which contained a series of undertakings concerning human rights. In reality, Soviet leaders were only renewing undertakings already given to respect the terms of the United Nations Charter and the Declaration on Human Rights. They had signed these documents a long time earlier and they always treated them as mere scraps of paper. The Helsinki Charter was no different. Finally, the Helsinki Conference offered to the leadership of Brezhnev a self-congratulating theme, but it did not in any way slow down the armaments race. In fact, the policy of détente was only a special form of the Cold War. It did not signify in any way that Soviet leaders had given up world expansion, which was developing under the cover of ideology of the historic mission of the USSR. This ideology asserted that this country should make its contribution to extending throughout the world what the CPSU called socialism, and proclaimed that the USSR should help in a liberation of the peoples. Thus, the policy of détente such as it was conceived by the CPSU was compatible with military specialists being sent to other countries and with military interventions throughout the world aid. The theme of détente, moreover, combined in itself the proclamation of an activist conception of proletarian internationalism, whereby the USSR arrogated to itself the right of intervention in the internal affairs of the countries under the leadership of other parties claiming to be Marxist-Leninist. Such interventions did, indeed, take place in 1956 in Hungary and in 1968 in Czechoslovakia. Poland could avoid a similar intervention in 1981 because its military chiefs, under the leadership of General Jaruzelski, carried out a coup d'état which conformed, at least for the time being, to what the Soviet leaders were 303 demanding. On the contrary, in other countries where the parties were less linked to the USSR and who had developed their own national ideology such as Albania and China, such interventions could not take place. However, the refusal of these countries to submit themselves to Soviet hegemony led the USSR to commit political and economic aggression against them. This led to serious difficulties in Albania and China. The hegemonistic desire of the Soviets had also led, especially in 1969, to bloody confrontations on the Sino-Soviet border. These events were the culmination of a long history, and examining it here is beyond the scope of this book. The policy of détente which the USSR pretended to pursue as also its proletarian internationalism would thus appear as masks behind which the policy of worldwide hegemony of the Soviet Union was hidden. This same policy led the USSR to develop economic and military relations with countries it did not consider as following a socialist or even a non-capitalist path. Such was the case of Egypt, India, and Argentina and Brazil, with which the Soviet Union had developed close economic relations, and on whose side they often voted in the United Nations. The desire of the Soviet leadership to play a worldwide role and the economic needs of the USSR pushed it to develop its arms exports. That is a domain whe.re. It occupied the second place in the world, immediately after the United States. Soviet hegemonic policy also fed Soviet discourse on the International Socialist Division of Labor. This new discourse replaced the earlier one on cooperation between countries of the Soviet bloc or with countries that were members of the Comintern. This organism, founded in 1949 in response to the launching of the Marshall Plan and also to isolate Yugoslavia, had life breathed into it. Only in 1959. The Soviet leadership then gave to it a new impulse. From this time, the Comcom and the theory of the International Socialist Division of Labor was used to replace the policy of looting the people's democracies prevalent during the Stalin era of policy of economic domination of these countries. It aimed at setting up an international division of labor. 304I. Which subjected the envelope 1 and of count_rise linked with the USSR to its national requirements, especially to its requirements in armament, technology and accumulated on. This gave to the Soviet Union the possibility of regularly exploiting countries associated with it in the Comcom and to bring to bear pressure on them to force them to participate in investments in the USSR itself. This contributed to a growth of ACC Malaysia_N taking place in Dolaroviet territory. Concrete analysis 9F. The way Comcom functioned leads to uncovering the role effectively played by it and to throwing light on the real significance of DCQ_ers on the Socialist International Division of Labor 11. J. 3. Continuity and change in Soviet ideology. The present official Soviet ideology, FTHE early years of L980s was essentially KNI that took shape between J93Q and 1952. It was basically as alienated as that. Only change made in it concerned the way that these central themes were articulated. This was modified in order to adopt official ideological discourse to internal and international exigencies. This adaptation rendered contradictions between official ideology and reality a little less crying and contributed to erasing certain traits of earlier dogmatism which had to yield either place to realism or empiricism. A. The leadership role of the party and the denunciation of the cult of _FUTI, on the whole, the theme of the leading role of the party, which had tended towards the end of the Stollery era to receive a slight setback in the face of the assertion of the growing eye of the state, came back to the foreground. The development of this theme was connected to the effort to ensure greater authority to the leadership of the party mainly with respect to the apparatus of the state proper. In fact, bargaining between the top positions in the different apparatuses was carried out within the leading group that happened to be at the head of the party. An important change affected this aspect of official ideology. It presented the leading group as a collective leadership or 305 college and did not accord a decisive role to the person of the General Secretary as it was the case during the Stalin era. This change was made through the denunciation by Khrushchev of what he had called the cult of personality of Stalin. One of the culminating moments of this denunciation was the XX Congress of the CPSU. The denunciation of the cult fulfilled, in reality, some ambiguous functions. It aimed not only to bar the road for a restoration of autocratic power, but it also aimed at hiding the involvement in these crimes of his close collaborators and, above all, it aimed at hiding the fact that these crimes were not in the nature of accidents but they were the product of a system which had remained fundamentally unchanged. The denunciation of the cult played several other roles too. Thus, it aimed at soothing cadres and the population by giving them an impression that they would, henceforth, live in a society where it would be less dangerous than before to speak out and to take initiatives. This was not entirely false either. We should not forget, on the other hand, that the denunciation of the cult went through T_he crest and the cusp and that during the period of Brezhnev different currents were at play, trying more or less to rehabilitate Stalin. This amounted, in perspective, to a certain rebirth of state terrorism. Such tendencies had become evident towards the middle of the 1970s. After the fall of Khrushchev, the authority of the KGB was once again reinforced, as we have seen earlier. A high-level leader of the party was then placed at its head, and the leadership of this organism did not amount any more only to the right of a simple seat in the Central Committee. In 1967, the new leader of the security organs, Andropov, was appointed candidate member of the Politburo and, In 1973, he became full member of this leadership organism. In 1978, the two assistants of Andropov, both professional Secret Service agents, were appointed to the CC, one as a full member and the other as 306 Charles Bettelheim, alternate member. Besides, both of them as also Andropov became generals of the ANI. In 1982, Andropov was appointed to the party secretariat and one of his close collaborators directed the security organs. These were promotions of great importance and raised the official prestige of the KGB and reinforced its links with the party and army. The repression hardened again in the course of the L-970s. In January 1980, a decree passed strict regulations about work discipline by laying down a series of punishments for delays, idling at work and unjustified absence. 12 Generally, the theme of the leading role of the party served to extend repression, if found useful, against all those who expressed reservations and criticisms against the leadership or the policy of the party. These reservations and criticisms were likened to crimes, to subversive and anti-Soviet activities emanating from the enemy and inspired by imperialism. Official ideology continued to present the leadership as the source of every legitimate political decision. It attributed to the party at all times the monopoly of knowledge of laws of society and of history and identified it with the progressive forces of the people. Also, all that was officially decided by it was officially identified with the expression of the true people's desire. The dictatorship of the leadership of the party thus continued to be taken for a higher form of democracy. A number of rites and ceremonies where the Soviet people were called upon to hail their leaders and to approve of them, especially voting for them, aimed at symbolizing this identification and to prohibit any public expression of a political thought other than official thought. However, in last instance, the fidelity required of each one of them was not a fidelity to ideology but a fidelity to leaders who behaved as if they were owners of knowledge and of the state and, consequently, as masters of citizens who should remain subject to it and may not invoke any right in the face of it. B.J. The relative setback of dogmatism. As in the Stalinist era, official ideology essentially clothed a form of discourse which could do without any demonstration of 307. What it put forth and pretended to confer on what it asserted the imperative authority of a political decree. It grew therefore into dogmatic discourse. This discourse sought to sustain its affirmations only if it was thought necessary and possible and proceeded to do so with citations from Marx and Lenin and or decisions or resolutions adopted earlier by the party. Through its discourse, official ideology claimed to have access to knowledge of real relations by acquiring this knowledge from simple concepts and abstract principles without having to submit its assertions to scientific experimentation. Here we had a dogmatic position and practice similar to those developed to the maximum extent by Stalinist ideology when it claimed to judge by its own criteria the validity of any scientific proposition whatever. However, while dogmatic discourse continued, the dogmatic position and practices of official ideology of the post-Stalinist period tended to receive a setback, at least in the domains of sciences and nature, while they apparently came unstuck but little in the domain of social sciences, history, economy, and politics. However, even in the domain of the natural sciences the dogmatic position of official ideology penetrated with some difficulty, as could be seen by the obstinate support given to Lysenkoism by Khrushchev. In the beginning of the 1960s, Lysenko and his supporters still continued to occupy a dominating place in biology and agronomy. The party leadership saw in Lysenkoism a conception which could solve more easily the difficulties in agriculture and animal breeding and a conception founded on the laws of dialectical materialism. On the other hand, other conceptions of biology, particularly the conclusions of Genet 1CS and molecular biology, were rejected or were looked upon with suspicion despite their incontestable success under the pretext that they were not in conformity with the laws of dialectical materialism and thus represented bourgeois sciences. From 1962, scientific circles tried to resist this dogmatism more actively. In May that year, the Academy of Sciences organized a colloquium which emphasized perspectives opened by genetics and molecular biology. The colloquium came to the 308 Charles Bettelheim. Conclusion of even a need to establish research institutions which would ensure growth of these branches of biology. Establishing such research entrées required a decree of government, and a commission of the Academy had prepared a text of this decree. However, the party leadership and ES.F. Ishali Khrushchev took a negative attitude with respect to the same mission and ended by dissolving it on July 12, 1962. On the order of the party leadership, the archives of the Commission of the Academy 0F Sciences were raided and are no longer available. 13. The party leadership created another Komisar which received directions aimed at orienting biologists towards Lysenkoist conceptions. But scientists participating in it continued to resist these directives, so much so that this commission was finally replaced by a small working group which the party hoped to be more docile. In fact, even this restricted working group asserted the need to develop all trends in biology while placing an emphasis on the Lysenkoist conception nonetheless. The resolution adopted by this working group was ratified by the Central Committee and by the government in the form of a decree dated January 25, 1963. This decree appeared to be a C9 premise. Now, an article over TWP columns. Op. Lysenko appeared 3 days later in Pravda and Izvestia Sinultat, Easly. Tlis article reaffect all high.osidikms, condemned I1-. 4. The errors of Darwil van Enlorgen, Elise of RSEDA Hugh Law on the transformation of non-living matter I11T0J Ying matter, Depide he a. Role of genes in heredity etc. This art folly was the starting point of a big Lysenkoist offensive supported by Khrushchev. However, the political and economic situation was such that the debate could not be simply closed and opened a polemic. The Lysenkoists published several articles. In one of them, they referred to a sentence in a speech by Khrushchev on March 8, 1963, where he said, "Peaceful coexistence in the domain of ideology is a treachery towards Marxism-Leninism, a treachery towards the cause of workers and peasants." 1. 4. In February 1964, Khrushchev gave a long speech before the Central Committee. In it he praised the conceptions of Lysenko which, according to him, made it possible to obtain high yields in 309 cereals, R1 eat and milk. 15. Thus the Lysenkoist offensive continued and led, among other things, to the liquidation of all indigenous bovine races. However, in June 1964, the Academy of Sciences again put up a resistance. This resistance exasperated Khrushchev, who threatened to dissolve the Academy. But finally, the disasters which struck Soviet agriculture led, among other causes, to the fall of Khrushchev and end of Lysenkoism. This episode marked a setback for dogmatic positions and practices in biological and physical sciences, but these positions remained alive in the domain of social sciences, where one continued to separate the true for the false in the name of Marxism-Leninism, which was, of course, adjusted to the needs of the moment. As for dogmatic discourses, they hardly received any setback. One of its functions was, in fact, to make it possible to denounce those who were opposed to it. 16. CJ The ideological relations of the population with the power. The ideological relationship of the population with the party and the state were far from being relations of confidence in the capacity of its leaders and in the truth of their discourse, but were relations of subjugation resting massively on representation of the inevitable character of the power in place. This representation was fed on repression against any organized criticism of the system, on brutality of this Zion, and on the memories of the terror of the Stalinist era. The solidity of this representation rested, in the final analysis, on the fear of having to think differently, a fear of which a classical author had already spoken as spine, of the Russian man beaten black and blue. 17. Of course, repression and fear did not rule out revolts, but these revolts are numerous in the Stalin era as later. But as they could not be organized on a large scale, they remained limited to the localities where they took birth, such as Novokrosk, Grozny, Krasnodar, Yaroslav, and in many other places. 1/8. The image of the inevitable character of the power in place was somewhat strengthened by difficulties come across in organizing on a somewhat wider scale a project that would represent another type of society. Under these conditions, the idea of rejecting what existed did not appear to open up on anything except emptiness. Fear of this emptiness was magnified by effects of several decades of privatio of all freedom, so much so that even the idea of an overthrow or significant weakening of power reforms which it proposed generated a veritable panic in the widest layers. Here intervened a fear of freedom 19 which is not without similarity with the one felt by those who have lived for long in a shut universe and who respond with utter disarray in fa of the responsibility that they would have to assume once they /sent_free. The constraint is thus sensed as a security. Also, those elio attack the stability of the regre, could be perceived as sent either because their action appears to lean uncontrollable anarchy, or because their courage puts low. Shame those who would also aspire for changes but who fear prevented from treading this path. However, the ideological relations of the mass of population to the Soviet system were not linked only to the image of the inevitable necessity of power in place. They also included positive element.s related to certain aspects of the policy followed by the our 11 as the instrun yield of s_oc11 uity, in r alti no 11 existent, and as a leader who co-arted abuses calmly ted by thepri_villaged and the powerful. The reality of this ideological relationship to Stalin, qq.te, p-art oft pulverization oi social konskins, is confirmed by 1ne11 orneo 4s. Flow_0.4 of letters addressed to Stalin and coming fro workers and peasants 20. To Stal_inist purely corresponded, in the days, a people's abs, uti that s_e in repression 11, I. Exercised by the PO-ERN indispensable, 11e3n of eliminating enemies of the people whose activity appeared, even in the eyes of ordinary citizens, to be one of the reasons for difficulties that they experienced in their day-to-day life. This image led to spying. 311. Hunt FQR. Whereas it was strengthened with military successes and especially at the moment of victory in 1945, it rapidly weakened in the years following the end of the war when famine and death once again became the lot of millions of peasants. 21 The relationship of confidence in Stalin too varied with the social classes and layers. It was particularly little among the kolkhosians and the cadres of the army. 22. Despite these fluctuations and these contradictory aspects, the relationship of confidence in the power, which the personality of Stagin had created in a portion of the population, disappeared to a large extent after the death of the General Secretary. The ideological relationships of the population with the leaders who succeeded Stalin were still more unstable than those which were established with him. They depended largely upon what was expected from the policy of these leaders. Thus from 1956 to 1960, Khrushchev gained from and hopes raised by his promises. These hopes reached their nadir in 1962 to 1964. The fall of Khrushchev again raised a certain hope and was even received with joy by the workers, although Brezhnev hardly had the benefit of any sympathies were in full rise while economic policy remained circumscribed by limits imposed on it by a system that had not undergone any fundamental changes. 3I4. For continuity and change in economy. The continuity of the economic system could be seen in the maintenance of the same relationships of production and exploitation, of the same form of ownership _alpha. The relative magnitude in salaries and in state ownership showed an increase, and that of the work in concentration 11 camps and work in the kolkhozes showed a diminution when compared to the Stalinist period. At the level of day-to-day management, street subordination QF economic adminis _ration, under the key.ngs technician and trade unions T_O the P_Rudy leadership continued. Main criterion for selectee _on 9F fadras and for appointment to a political, administrative, economic, or even technical post continued to be the candidate _8's fidelity to the line and ideology of the party and his on to its leaders. Such a criterion generally favored promotion of the mediocre, of those lacking in character and depth. FKQW Lech. However, economic reforms had been very many from the middle of the 195.0s. During the war and in its immediate aftermath, the commissariats and central industrial ministries intervened increasingly in the work of undertakings. In 1957, a large number of these industrial ministries were wound up. This was one of the and reasons for the reforms introduced by Khrushchev. It shifted the tasks of these ministries to regional organizations, the Sovnarkhozes or regional economic councils. This decentralization was accompanied by an increased economic role of the party. The resistance of the state apparatus to these measures and discontent of a large number of apparatchiki contributed to the failure of these reforms. After the fall of Khrushchev, this reform was given up. In I-965, the central ministries were re-established, but another reform was tried out. It left greater initiative to enterprises by reducing the number of objectives imposed on them and letting them have, in some cases, direct economic links between them and commercial organizations. In 1967, prices were revised in order to bring them 315 in line with monetary costs and give a greater place of economic calculations in terms of money. However, these reforms had little influence on central planning. They responded to contradictory conceptions and had but little effect in practice. A new economic reform, set in motion in 197-3, learned from the consequences of this failure. This last reform went in the direction of a new centralization and introduced a large number of undertakings in industrial associations which had a say in day-to-day working. This reduced once again the initiatives which the heads of the production units could take. The results of this reform were deceptive. Thus, in 1979, another reform saw the light of day. Its official aim was to improve the working of the economy by modifying the mode of fixing the objectives of the plan and by having recourse to a new centralization of economic decisions and planning. As Marie Levine has very succinctly pointed out, the text of this reform constituted an extraordinary admission of the failure of the reform launched in 1965. 26 To sum up, the different economic reforms represent a series of failures. They attempted, in vain, to reduce the enormity of wastages, useless transportation of products from one end of the country to the other, improve the quality of production, shorten delays in commissioning equipments and speed up technical progress, ensure more regular supply to the factories, farms, commercial organizations, and ultimately, to the public. The failure of the reforms appears to indicate the profound inability of the system set up during the L930s to undergo any real change, to withstand changes which seriously modified the place of different agents of production and which reduces the heavy and paralyzing overlordship exercised by central administrative organs and the party on the economic life of the country. Now, such an overlordship is increasingly incompatible with the complexity of the economy and the depletion of the workforce reserves at the disposal of the country. A similar failure can be noticed in cases of attempts to change the organization of work in the factory by distancing itself from the old military model and through the formation of multipurpose brigades in pursuance of directives given on several occasions during the L970s. This failure was also due to several resistances. 3J6. These directives came up against. Moreover, in cases where such brigades were formed and functioned well, they were dissolved quickly because workers who participated in them generally left once they had received bonuses which the SWOK organization allowed them to receive. In fact, the nominal revenues of which they were the beneficiaries were not reflected in the market. Hence, they thought it pointless to pursue effort which required teamwork. 27. This apparent inability of the system to change had only partially harmed the increase in production, and did so very late. Till recent years, in fact, the Soviet economy could mobilize manpower reserves and continue to enlist new workers from the countryside to transfer them to industry, and it pushed to the maximum the growth of women workers. However, today, the potentialities of this kind of extensive growth have practically come to an end. We may add that the failures and increasing difficulties of the system had shown a partial easing of real conditions of work which were far from fully corresponding to regulations of undertakings and which the administration was supposed to respect, especially from the point of view of the series of products they were supposed to furnish, qualities these products were expected to attain and technical conditions of their production. The violation of the plan and the formal regulations of the working of the economy increased all the more easily as local cadres could extract personal advantage from them, for they widely opened the way to the growth of clandestine production and trade, which gave rise to a parallel or underground economy. It is impossible to evaluate the magnitude of this second economy, but it is known that in several domains it played an important and indispensable role. It ensured the supply which, without it, would not be available to the public, to state undertakings and to the kolkhozes. The extension of the parallel economy considerably increased real earnings of party and state cadres, mainly at the level of districts where few cadres had access to closed shops. To let this parallel economy work, these cadres took a cut of the part of the receipts arising from it, or, if they can be used directly, a portion of the products of the parallel economy. Thus they imposed a veritable tribute which enabled them, among other things, to have access to personal cars or to have houses built for them. They could thus acquire any kind of consumer goods and would be served in separate halls of the best restaurants, generally at a highly reduced price. Heads of the enterprises who would not agree to pay such tributes to local cadres ran the risk of great trouble, because these cadres always had the possibility of accusing them of various offenses and to have them condemned. The tribute thus extracted by some cadres occupying a fairly high level in the hierarchy should not be mistaken for bribes which ordinary people had to pay to obtain a part of services to which they theoretically had a right, especially to get some medical treatment, receive some medicines or medical care, etc. Neither should this tribute be mistaken for the confusion which enabled those with enough money to buy university diplomas and degrees, or academic ranks, or even a job in the apparatus of the party or the state. 28. The parallel economy did enable the official economy to function, and yet constituted one of the bases of the privileges of the party bourgeoisie. Thus this bourgeoisie encouraged the parallel economy to a certain point and even obliged economic agents to do so. At the same time, however, the parallel economy was tolerated only between certain limits, since if this parallel economy were to become all-conquering it could have ended by damaging the official economy. When the limits of tolerance were crossed, some of the activities entering within the scope of the parallel economy gave rise to penal punishments, including death sentences for heads of enterprises, their collaborators, and workers. If the parallel economy made it possible for the system to function, it rendered the realities of production and exchanges. 318 Charles Bettelheim, which were supposed to be governed by state plans, even more opaque. The parallel economy existed even in the Stalin era, but it assumed an enormous upward swing during recent times. All in all, within limits which the power could manage to impose on it, it did not modify fundamentally the working of the Soviet economic system, which continued to be subjected to the exigencies of capital accumulation and economic crises resulting from them. Henceforth, these crises entered in a general way of the system. 5. The general crises of the system. The crisis of the Soviet system concerned at one and the same time economy, ideology, and politics, and these three aspects of the crisis directly have bearing on one another. A. The economic crises. To take a superficial view of the matter, the Soviet system appeared to ignore crises and attain remarkable growth. Thus, one could estimate that in 1980, total Soviet production had increased about threefold, 29 with respect to the level attained in 1955. This last mentioned year corresponded to the end of what one could call Stalinist economic policy, characterized, among other things, by very unfavorable terms of exchange in agriculture. To the extent that such comparisons are significant, the growth mentioned above indicated by the GNP would let the total national income of the USSR exceed from about a quarter of the United States to about half. 30. The advance of the GNP and national income of the USSR was surely remarkable. It corresponded in that one main to a high increase in non-agricultural production. In view of this fact and the rapid increase in investments and military expenditure, individual consumption increased onty much more slowly. Unfortunately, in this domain, Soviet statistics are still quite meager when compared to others. It is not possible, therefore, to give anything more than very approximate evaluations. 319. /VE may recall, firstly, that insofar as the real wage of the Soviet workers, in constant rubles, is concerned, it attained the level of 1913 and 1928 only between 1963 and 1965, which means a stagnation of nearly half a century. 31. The 10 years that followed showed a relatively quick recuperation. The real wage increased by about 37% between 1965 and 1975. 32. From 1975 to 1980, per capita consumption showed an increased ASE of only 1.6% per year. 33. It can be estimated that real wages did not increase quicker than the average per capita consumption, that is to say an increase of 10.6% in 5 years. This would place the real wage in 1980 at about 50% above the 1955 level. According to estimations of the Joint Economy Council, the Soviet per capita consumption would seem to approximately, in 193.737% OTQMFFRS that system what BD/OLI very secondarily to MC cent T the heads of -Q stime.rs and, all, for accumulation ATFI prod /J centtion of AR Einemans 35 while the growth of the GNP d do n, these two types of uses of production, namely, accumulation and production of armaments, continued to grow at a high rate and weighed IP.cr as _G. Evilly on individual consumption. The Soviet _ment of production and investments was always subject to a cyclical crisis as it was since th. L930s. Over, it is also subject to increasingly delge structural t. Ephesus. The cyclical crises, related to current contradictions of capital accumulation, AP paired especially in 1960, L963, 1967, 196, 1972 and 197.5. Like th. Cyclical crises of 1930s, THSE of the 1950s and the F. Rajwing years were marked by an overaccumulation which gave rise to generalist shortages, including that of the labor workforce. 37. Means of production and consumer products and by a. 320 Charles Bettelheim. Tendency for price increases, a tendency that was hidden to some extent by administrative measures and subsidies. These crises bring in their wake a momentary but significant lowering of the rate of growth and efforts to thin out the personnel of some units of production or administrations in order to transfer workers they employ to more efficient or more profit-making sectors. These phenomena acquired greater scope lately than in the L930s because the enormous reserves of the labor force represented formerly by a still pretty numeroidal peasantry had practically disappeared. B. The structural economic crisis. The progressive disappearance of reserves in manpower and the inability showed by the system to adapt itself to the situation in the transition from a largely extensive accumulation to a largely intensive accumulation were at the origin of a structural economic crisis characterized by an increasing clear and lasting weakening of the rate of growth of the GNP. 38. The various statistical sources available show different rates of growth, but all of them confirm the regular trend towards the lowering of these rates. I shall confine myself to dwell upon the figures cited by A. Bergson. They bring out the following series. 39. The indicators available applied to official forecasts show that during the 5-year period 1980 to 1985 the rate of growth of the GNP could fall below 2%. If we take into account the anticipated increase in military expenditure and growth of population, we could predict, for this 5-year period, a stagnation and even a 321. Slide back, for sure, of per capita consumption, despite the anticipated increase of production in Sector B of industry. All the more so since agriculture was showing several signs of aggravation of its own crisis which is treated elsewhere. In 1981, we apparently record a fall in the GNP because the harvest of CIR_ALS is at the lowest since several years. It is only 17.5 million tons against a target of 239 million in the plan. Moreover, industrial production of 16 branches of industry out of 32 recognized by official statistics is also on the slide down. 40. The structural economic crisis already had negative effects for the people. TNE supply in the shops was increasingly defective, the official rise in prices and those on the parallel market were manifold. This did not prevent the people from having an unusable potential purchasing power rising to an equivalent of several months of wages. The deterioration of living conditions was not limited to individual consumption. It affected the working conditions in all their aspects. We also notice, since 1970, a serious deterioration of the state of health and medical care. It is characteristic that the latest figures published by the Central Directorate of Statistics stop at 1975. But figures already point to a sharp increase in infant mortality. Between 1971 and 1975, it went up by a third, and statistical analysis reveals that this mortality is underestimated by 14%. The death rate of children less than 1 year went up to 40% against 13%. In the United States and in Europe. On this account, the USSR finds itself at the level of developing countries of Latin America and Asia. Similarly, the life expectancy has gone down since the early 1960s and is less by 6 years than in industrially developed countries. In 1978, life expectancy is 61.9 years for men against 66 years during 1963 to 1965, which is a lowering of 4 years. This is an exceptional phenomenon which could be explained by worsening nutrition and medical care, by an improper working of the health. 322 Charles Bettelheim. SVSTCM, by the rise in alcoholism 1N, by the rise of pollution and accidents at workplaces. 41. /VE are thus faced with an economic and social crisis that is general, deep-seated, long-lasting, and many-sided. It simultaneously affects the international position of the Soviet Union and the day-to-day life of citizens. See, the CRO 1JIC crisis. Of agriculture. The Struct 1:1 RAL CR_ISI. Is all the more serious as it happens to be grafted on a Krupnik Eris.is of agriculture. EO/VH. A few words need to be said as it PCPN_IA integral PC. Of the structural crisis. It tended to be IOCK the growth II. Of the GNF and furthermore, it pointed out that, even if some solutions to this crisis are known, they were always unacceptable to the leaders IP of the party, at any rate in the present state of the relationship of social and political forces. We should firstly recall one of face striking fati. We must note, r. comma, dash comma dot underscore. For example, th. T in 1979 the yield. J. Cereals. Was only 14.2 quintals per hectare. This place the U_SSR below the level of Greece and Yugoslavia IH. 0. I-956-1959 Anna below its own level in the 1970s while Soviet agriculture had absorbed up to 27% QF the INVS_Trunance figuring on budget in the middle of the 1970s. The Caucasian and Sovcaucasian agriculture had thus shown to be incapable of seriously advancing even when large financial and material means were provided to them. 42. The chronic crisis of Soviet AG-VL led the USSR increasingly to buying food grains from THIRD-S, Canada, and Australia. This policy of purchases /start by Khrushchev 7J. In 1962 has been followed ever since. In 1972, TIL USSR bought 18 million tons of Go.Oj grains from the UN_TDS Staffies and, in 1979, it beugh 25 million tons. The irritable agricultural bankruptcy of the USSR appeared in all its magnitude when we compare the yields of Soviet agriculture with those of American agriculture in the beginning OJ. 323. The I-970s. The figures for the years continued to be significant because of the stagnation in agricultural results in the USSR. Before examining other figures, we must recall that in the beginning of the L-970s Soviet agriculture employed 26.6 million persons as against 3.8 million for American agriculture, and that the two countries had more or less equal cattle. For each person employed, the productions are as follows. Production per person engaged in agriculture. USSR United States. Cereals 4.5 tons 54.7 tons. Meat 320 kilograms 4,570 kilograms. Milk 2.8 tons 11.8 tons. Potatoes 2.43 tons 3.2 tons. If the yields in Soviet agriculture were low, its cost prices were very much higher than those of American agriculture, although the minimum hourly wage in the USSR was 44 kopecks, which was 59 cents in the United States against an hourly agricultural wage in America of $1.72. Despite these low wages, the production cost of wheat is 102 rubles per ton in the USSR as against an equivalent of 49.5 in the United States. For maize, the figures are as follows: 136 rubles, 32.25 in the United States. For beetroot 32 rubles against 9.4. For beef 1,113 rubles against 337.44. Thus, despite Soviet wages being 3 times lower than American wages, it happened to be more advantageous for the USSR to buy its agricultural products in the United States instead of producing them under the conditions in which it was producing them. BJ. The ideological crisis. The changes in ideological relationships between the people and the power had slowly led to an ideological crisis. This crisis was not linked only to Stru_dural economic crisis. It was much older than the most evident manifestations of the latter. Today, however, these two crises reinforce one another. The ideological crisis was seen to have multiple forms. Moreover, it also concerned the relationships of political leaders with official ideology of which they were spokesmen. There is hardly any doubt, in fact, that as a consequence of economic failures gathered by the USSR, the credo of the Stalinist era and the Khrushchevian era on the capability of the Soviet Union to catch up with the United States and overtake it in a minimum period of time appeared to be laughable to those who held power in the Soviet Union, so much so that they tried above all to overtake that country in the military domain. For the leaders and the higher layers of the apparatus in general, the apparent unity of ancient official ideology was broken. It was only some elements of this ideology which played an active role: its conservatism, its assertion of the immutable leading role of the party, the need to control to the maximum, circulation of information in order to be able to govern. 45. This ideology continued to condemn any intervention in the political life by insufficiently trained layers of the population. This was looked upon as needing to be constantly educated and re-educated by the party. In short, the leading political oligarchy remained basically attached to the elitism of totalitarian ideology which sought to subject the individual entirely to the party and the state. The chauvinism and belief in the worldwide role of the USSR, including the role it was supposed to play in liberating other peoples, also continued to occupy a central place in the ideology of the dominating layers and contributed to the development of the Soviet armament policy and to Soviet foreign policy. The armament policy furthermore aimed to demonstrate to the peoples of the USSR the power of its government, its capacity for action and the irreversible character of its power even while the earlier economic credo had fallen. Art. 325. However, the crisis of ideology had another dimension too, and this was not limited to the political oligarchy and leading sections and developed within all the layers of the population. It raised questions about the relationship of the population with the power. There were several elements that contributed to the development of this crisis. When the political internees were set at liberty in 1953, and then in greater numbers in 1956, and after the denunciation of the crimes of the Stalinist era, they played an important role in the beginning of an open questioning of official ideology. The return of former internees gave a chance to a portion of the people to own up again the country's past. This owning up provided fertile ground for the growth of independent thinking about history and politics which directly questioned party ideology. Thus a new atmosphere was created. It incited the intervention of generations that had not known, or had known but little, the large-scale terror of the Stalinist era. Youth circles were formed and became cradles of questioning and thinking for themselves. Soviet works were published abroad and were circulated within the USSR clandestinely. Moreover, there began the circulation within the country of writings which were not submitted for censorship and of which copies were made. That was samizdat. The earliest of these writings were from the pen of former internees, the memoirs of Yevgeny Ginsburg, the Vertigo, then the stories from Kolyma by Shalamov, which were circulated as early as the L950s. The beginning of the L960s saw the appearance of clandestine reviews such as Syntaxis and Phoenix 61. We also notice a literature and a poetry in their full rise which escaped censorship. The authors of these works like Bukovsky, E. Kuznetsov, V. Osipov were arrested as early as in 1961 while the new ones made their appearance later, such as Sinyavsky, Yuri Daniel, L. Plyush and several others who were to be arrested or exiled from Russia. During these same years, the high prestige of scientists enabled some of them who were more outspoken or more courageous and more 326 famous than others, to publicize ideas different from those of official ideology. This was the case, from 1958, of academician Andrei Sakharov who continued his struggle and was later exiled to Gorky. Thus appeared, still in embryonic form, a beginning of public opinion, pf an opinion over tha_ and the fictitious one, made up by the power. At the same time there began to grow a struggle for rights inscribed for in the constitution but that had remained unrespected. This struggle appeared especially dangerous to the political oligarchy. Demanding the respect for legality was, in its eyes, an attack on the very foundations of the Soviet state because this demand exposed the fictitious nature of law intended above all to hide the brutal arbitrariness of the state. Therefore, a call for the respect of Ta constituted a manifestation of opposition to the system. Other forms of struggle also came forth in the L960s and the 1970s. The struggle of the believers of different faiths who demand that their faith be respected, the possibility of organizing themselves and independence for practitioners of their cult. The despised nationalities to intervene in questioning the official ideology, Ukraine, Lithuania and other nationalities of the Baltic countries, the nations of Caucasia and Central Asia played an important role through spokesmen who were as yet in a minority but who drew the sympathy of many workers, peasants, intellectuals of their nations. All these movements were PTITD 9WN but not with the same violence KN before 1953. Although repression was real and it hardened after the fall of Khrushchev and the rise of Brezhnev at the head of the party, different forms of prot_ests followed one after the other and contributed to the growth of new ideological relationships and new forms of organization. Under these conditions a more open expression of discontent of workers asserts itself. Not only were there low 9, leased revolts that were put down with severity, but also attempts to organize independent trade unions. Thus was born the Association of Free Trade Unions of the Workers of the Soviet Union, founded by a miner, Klebanov, which could function only for a few months between February and October 1978, when Klebanov was arrested and sent to a psychiatric hospital. 327. This earliest free trade union was followed by Free Interprofessional Association of Workers, which addressed a press conference on October 28, 1978, and whose moving spirit was Vladimir Borisov. This second trade union was composed of activists who already had political experience and who learned their lessons from the arrest of Klebanov. Although subjected to repression 46, the SMOT held on. It formed restricted groups, mostly concentrated in Moscow and Leningrad, and sent out materials for political and trade union education, mainly on magnetic tapes. 47. The number of workers who participated in this movement was certainly very small, but the very existence of these syndicates bear testimony that workers were questioning official trade unions and the myth of unity of the working class behind its leading party. The call to order sent out by authorities to official trade unions only confirmed that they were again as incapable as in the past of helping workers in defending their conditions of existence. This weakness of official syndicates became evident, for example, from the repetition by Brezhnev, 50 years later, of what Stalin had said in the 1930s. Thus, in the beginning of March 1982, at the 17th Congress of the Trade Unions, Brezhnev repeated almost word for word the words of the former General Secretary when he asserted that the trade unions do not make use often enough of their rights in order to improve the working conditions. 48. The ideological crisis that was thus developing is all the more significant since repression, as Eno continued, and people were objected to and propaganda, for which was mobilized an ideological army that exceeded in number the army, Navy and Air Force. 49. This propaganda involved, in the words of Suslov, millions upon millions of ideological cadres and constituted a process that should be uninterrupted. 50. The propaganda did not aim at inspiring a faith or belief, but quite literally to crush the people under the conservatism of the thought inculcated, compulsory reasoning, stuffed and baked each day by the magnetic throat of radios, reproduced in thousands of newspapers, summarized in the Digest for Political Education Circles. 51. It was not a question of convincing people but of preventing them from thinking, of mutilating their spirit, of obliging them to say what the power wanted them to, of depriving words of their sense, to draw the Soviet people in the deafening noise of assertions constantly repeated. Their inanity ended up by making one wonder if there was even any capacity to think. Official ideology spread from morning to evening by the propaganda thus filled a role of obscuring spirits, of ideological diversion, and of crushing the voice of individuals. This was achieved through constraint, by a constraint imposed by fear, fear of repression in the normal sense of the word, and fear experienced by all those who benefited from the smallest privilege of losing it, however small it may be, even if it were to have a posting in a less unfavorable place or have access from time to time to some rare products. Now, the various protest movements bear testimony to this fear, although always they are no longer as universal as before. This is also a part of an ideological crisis whose consequences should not be underestimated. See, the political crisis. In short, economic crises and ideological crisis with their specificities, revealed that the Soviet system was up against an extraordinary blockade in the way of any true transformations of the system. This blockade led to a deep political crisis. It paralyzed the leadership, reduced it to managing day-to-day matters, rendered it incapable of pushing through reforms which could perhaps avoid the aggravation of difficulties in which the country was increasingly plunged. This political crisis led men and women, still few in number, belonging to different layers and social classes, to organize, to assert points of view different from those of the power, and to protest against some of its decisions. However, this second aspect of the political crisis was still very limited, because all the social layers and classes were profoundly divided. Within each layer or class there existed, as we know, some individuals who enjoyed certain privileges, legal or illegal, even small ones as to be ridiculous. They often held on to the status quo, more or less supported the power and 329 represented elements of stability. Thus, after several decades, the system set up during the Stalin era appeared to be quite solid but incapable of facing a new era. It grew, it aged, but it could not ripen and launch changes which could have enabled it to tackle with a certain efficiency problems which had to be faced. In part, in order to run away from internal difficulties, the power launched a policy of worldwide expansionism of a hegemonistic character and pursued large-scale armament production. It thus created a fearful military power to which it devoted, even during the years of détente, enormous efforts and sums of money. In this system, the dominating class, formed of the party bourgeoisie headed by a leadership oligarchy, is deeply cut off from real problems of the people. It lived in increasingly privileged conditions while the living standards of the mass of workers had stagnated since many years and was on the verge of getting worse. This class was seen for the moment to be incapable of solving problems which assailed it because different groups and layers into which it was divided were trapped in a maze of power relationship which exercised a paralyzing influence. Within this class, each was a vassal of a superior and the overlord of a large number of persons. At its head was a suzerain supreme, the general secretary, who could act only in consideration of what was wanted by those who were nearest to him in the hierarchy. Some of the ideological and political traits of the system described in the present work would show its similarity with powers of the fascist type. Economically, the party bourgeoisie lived in the image of capitalist social relationships. They impose the primacy of accumulation while the highly specific form acquired by the political and social domination and the modus operandi of the ideology try to subjugate accumulation to constraints that correspond above all to requirements of stability of the power of the dominating class and of its principal fractions. For the time being these requirements prevented it from really innovating and led it to selecting practically irremovable political cadres even when they were incompetent and corrupt. Thus the system acted as a brake on the development of production, penetration of technical progress and the general rise in living standards. Whence the general crisis of the system. The existence of this crisis imposes a large number of mutations in whose absence the Soviet formation would 0:0 come out lastingly from increasing difficulties in which it was push_ed. However, the growth of crisis does not mean that the system was condemned to collapse nor that a revolt will inevitably ripen within it. Though the elements of discontent were getting accumulated, the inherent contradictions of the crisis could grow in various ways. It would, therefore, be vain to want to predict the outcome. Paris, December 1982.